He was the dark mage who challenged the 12 gods and lost. Sealed away for many years, his name erased, his power forgotten. But you know what? Now he's reborn, but as a child in a peaceful family, a cruel contrast to his alpha male energy. With only fragments of his former strength, he hides his hatred behind a gentle smile. Because gods don't stay eternal forever, and he has all the time in the world. This isn't a comeback, it's a countdown. Let's go. The story begins at the Welton family's royal estate. The protagonist, lying on his bed, sighed heavily, then sat on the edge and put on his slippers. He said, "That dream again." His name is Jamie Welton, the eldest son of the Welton royal family and the rightful heir. And also, not long before, the protagonist fell through the darkness, and he saw a sphere in front of him with a bright flash of energy inside. Then he landed on a magical symbol and, laughing loudly, shouted, "Even the 12 gods can't defeat him. All they can do is simply seal him." Isn't that funny? Great, good luck to them. They can seal him. However, when he is reborn, their bright lights will be drowned in pitch darkness. He won't let them die so easily. He will torment them until they die. They will beg for their death. In response, a voice said, "He will look forward to this moment, Diablo Volpire. But first, he would be doomed to eternal suffering." Thus, the 12 gods were able to seal him. But after a long time, a crack appeared in their barrier, allowing him to escape, and he was eventually reborn as the son of this family. Not long before, the mother joyfully said, "Oh my god, Jamie woke up. He's so cute." The father looked at the baby and said he had her eyes. She replied that he looked exactly like him. The protagonist, in a mumbled voice, was surprised. "What? Where is he? What the hell? Why can't he speak properly?" He became an aristocrat, dearly loved by his parents. About 9 years had passed since then. MC was walking down the hallway, approached the window, and, sighing loudly, said, "Today will be another boring day again." Then a maid approached him and called him, "Young master." The protagonist turned around and said, "Nanny, good morning." She came closer and said, "Young master, what is he doing so early?" He replied that he was admiring the morning sky. "It is so beautiful today." She happily said, "God, their young master is so wonderful." He turned around slightly and thought, "Wonderful, really?" She came even closer and said, "Admiring the sky is certainly nice, but the master and mistress are already waiting for him. Would he mind if she helped him get dressed?" He smiled and said, "Of course." After some time, they left the room and the nanny, smiling, said, "Young Master Jamie is already here." The protagonist sighed and thought, "Here we go again." The family was sitting at the table and the mother said, "Good morning." Her baby. The protagonist walked forward and said, "Yes, Mom." Then he sat down next to his sister and the mother said, "God, their children are so cute." She put her hands to her face and added, "Their cuteness definitely takes after him, darling." Jamie's mother is not his real mother, the only daughter of the noble Bell family, Sears Bell Welton, and his father, the head of the Welton royal family, and one of the 5 swordmasters of their kingdom. The head of the Welton royal family, Swordmaster Argino Welton, said, "Come on, they are such angels because they just like her." Even though he has a truly impressive status, he's crazy about his wife and his children. Everyone at the table was enjoying the moment, laughing loudly, and his younger sister, the second child of the Welton royal family, Sarah Welton. She held out a piece of meat on a fork and told the protagonist to open his mouth. Then the protagonist ate the offered piece of meat, patted his sister on the head, and thanked her for feeding him such delicious food. Then he handed her a piece of meat and said that this is what Sarah likes. He thought, seriously, this is so tiring. After a while, he sighed loudly, plopped down on his bed, and said, seriously, he still can't get used to how cute they can be. He hugged his pillow and added, there's so much he can do here. There's even a private library. When he was younger, he wanted to die simply because he couldn't speak properly. It was like his tongue was too short. But he likes this mansion so much, he thought though. At that moment, a creature flew up to him and started making noises from different directions. The protagonist thought, that's why he's tired. He thought it can't be that bad. Then he grabbed the creature and thought, thanks to being reborn, he had a new ability. He squeezed the creature in his hand and thought, those 12 gods still exist. They clung to their beliefs and hopes like damn parasites. Even if this is all he can do for now, but since information on dark magic is very limited in this era, time is definitely on his side. The 12 gods, they must continue to look down on him, as they always have. He will become stronger, and then, he was interrupted from his thoughts by the nanny, who peered into the room and said, young master, time to read children's books with the mistress. Hearing no reaction, she asked, young master? He turned and answered, yes, nanny, he is coming. He thought, damn. As soon as he has to play the cute boy again, he wants to be sealed again. The nanny repeated that they must go. A little later, Sears was sitting on the couch with her daughter, looking ahead. She told him to hurry up, Jamie. The protagonist sat down on the floor and placing his hands on her knees, asked, Mom, what book will she read to them today? The others looked at him in surprise, and then suddenly hugged him. And Sears shouted, their cute little baby. Sarah shouted, brother. Mother said, her darling. She is his precious. Then she said, the book they are going to read today is called The Great Magician Hines. Do they like the title? After a while, she closed the book and finished, and Hines lived happily ever after. Did they like the book? MC replied, yes. He wants to become a cool magician like Hines. She said that he is very smart, so she is sure that he will succeed. After all, he has already defeated his 3 magic teachers. The protagonist thought, was she laughing at him? Was it because he defeated the magic teachers she hired for him? Then she patted him on the head and added, Dad said that he invited the most powerful magician, especially for him. He looked at his mother and thought that he didn't think she was joking. He said, that's so great. He has a really wonderful dad. After that, she asked, is he going to the library now? He confirmed it. She held out her hands forward and told him not to read there. He should spend time outdoors too. Then he hugged her, and she was surprised. Oh my God. She hugged him back and said, Jamie, he's so cute. Come on, he should play with Mom. He doesn't need to go to that library. He thought, Mom, he's asking her. She needs to stop already. After a while, the protagonist closed the book and said he read this book because he thought there would be something interesting in it about using mana. But in the end, he didn't learn anything new. It seems like it's already lunchtime, right? He's already tired of eating with them 3 times a day. After a while, MC was walking down the hallway. He was surprised to notice a new face. An old man walked forward and said, as expected of the Welton family, they use a rare artifact as a decoration in front of the entrance to the dining hall. The protagonist thought, who is he? Then the old man waved and said hello to him. The protagonist thought, he has so much mana. It's literally flowing out of him, like a never-ending storm. He's a mage. At least a 7th level one. But how did he get here? Did he teleport? Or is he a burglar? But he's acting way too calm for a burglar invading a swordmaster's mansion. Then the protagonist clenched his fist and asked, who is he? He concentrated energy in his body and asked, how did he get here? This place isn't a common thoroughfare. The old man looked at him and thought, wow, it looks like the tiger cub is a tiger himself, just like his father. His level is definitely above average. MC thought, well, he should have kneeled before him to begin with, but he ends up just chatting with him. His calm demeanor is so annoying, and the way he looks at him like he's evaluating some merchandise, it all infuriates him. He concentrated energy in his fingers and thought, now he'll show him what happens if he lets his guard down. The old man thought, wow, the rumors about his strength are true. He only has that much mana at the age of 9, and what he was about to do made him increasingly curious about just how strong he really was. With these thoughts, he concentrated his energy around himself, and the protagonist frowned in surprise and thought, this idiot, he dares to test him? Him, Diablo, who in his past life almost destroyed all the gods? Then the protagonist sent a magical pulse forward. A smoke screen covered the space, and then MC thought that everything was not as he imagined. But he hadn't done anything to him at all. The old man thought this was incredible. Was he really only 9 years old? Then he sent a magical attack forward and shouted, nice try. And now it's his turn, right? The protagonist smiled awkwardly and thought, wow, he's damn good. But this spell, it's not flying at him, so he might not even duck. The old man looked at him in surprise and thought, huh? This boy didn't even blink? Then Argeno ran forward and dispelled the spell with a wave of his sword, after which he said that he had gone too far. After that, he looked at his son and asked, Jamie, is he okay? He answered, yeah. He ostentatiously wiped a tear from his eye and said that he was fine. Argeno thought, his child is crying. Then he held his sword in front of him and angrily muttered a few words. Marcus Linmel. The Marcus thought that he was acting more modest in front of his father. Then he laughed and shouted, what a surprise! This is quite funny. He even envies them. Argeno looked at him in surprise and thought, he attacked the child for no apparent reason. Sometime later, the adults were sitting in the study. Argeno put the cup back and declared that he was his son, and he's the heir to the Welton family. Marcus took a sip of his drink and said he knew. The head of the family asked what he just said. Did he know? He replied that he should calm down. His aura made him uneasy. How much did he know about his son? He asked in return. Knows what? Marcus raised his index finger and said, he's so brilliant. Argeno sighed and said, that's why he entrusted it to him, and he suddenly attacked him. He thought, damn, he was actually angry. Marcus said, apparently he really doesn't know anything about him. He'll pretend he didn't hear his words. Argeno was surprised. What? What did he mean? Marcus, among all the living magicians, is considered the strongest 8th class magician. He thought that someone like him would hardly acknowledge his son. Could it be that Jamie isn't as good as he thought? Marcus said that it wasn't what he thought. Argeno asked, Marcus, can he be more precise? He replied that he couldn't take his son as an apprentice because he simply couldn't handle him. Argeno was surprised. What? But if an 8th level mage couldn't handle his son, then who could? Marcus said his son had been able to read all his actions. He asked, what? He thought it was impossible, no matter how smart he was. Marcus added, and this boy also realized his spell was missing. He was surprised, because he didn't even flinch. And that's not all. He'd already become a 3rd class mage thanks to self-study alone. And if they overlooked the limitations of his body, then his level would even be higher than 4th. A genius. No, a monster. A true monster. This child doesn't need a teacher. He only needs their support. Then he'll continue to improve himself. Perhaps he's given birth to a legendary 9th class mage. Argeno clenched his fist and thought, could his son become a legendary 9th grade mage? Then Marcus bowed and apologized for attacking his child. Great discoveries await magic. No, not magic, the whole world. It'll be fun. With these words he disappeared, and Argeno looked up. Meanwhile, the protagonist entered the room and closing the door behind him said, he's so tired. His mother found out what that old man did, so not long before, she cried out in alarm. Jamie, is he okay? She hugged him tightly and continued screaming. Oh no, he must have been so scared, right? Mom will deal with that old man. She promises him, son, she will deal with him. He had wasted so much time. In the present, he placed the object on the table and added, but at least he was able to see the real spell. It wasn't that bad, but he was more impressed not by Marquess, but by his father, Count Argeno. He spread his arms wide and added, of course he knew he was strong, but not that strong. Alright, he's worthy of being his father. At that moment, Marquess appeared on his bed and asked, what's so funny? The protagonist turned around in surprise, and he asked, was he so lost in thought that he didn't even notice him? After that, MC screamed loudly, then fell to the floor and shouted, what is he doing here? Marquess laughed and asked, so he's so easily frightened? The protagonist asked, how did he get here? Marquess came closer and said that he teleported. The protagonist, perplexed, said, why did his father leave him alive? He thought, of course he knew he was an unusual old man, but to teleport into his room without any problem? Marquess pointed at him and said, he's so humble when his father is around. Why does he act so differently around him? The protagonist stood up and shouted, does he think family and strangers are the same thing? He laughed and said that he was a funny guy. He was so sorry. If only he were a little stronger. The protagonist asked, what? He thought, who is this strange man? Why is he looking at him like that? They just met recently. Then Marquess handed him a book and said that it was for him. He thought, a magic memoir? He started leafing through the book and asked why he gave it to him. Marquess said, the magic he uses has long been outdated, so he decided to give him this book. MC thought, what? His magic is already outdated? How humiliating. Marquess smiled and thought, is he so touched by his gift? Then he said that this book contains many of his signature spells. He will be the first one to read it. He thought in surprise, spells? In this book? The spells this great mage created? Marquess then added that he had high hopes for him. He wondered what he would be like the next time he saw him. Then he disappeared. The protagonist said, much stronger than he thinks. They will see what he wrote in this book. All the magic that exists in this world, they pass through themselves and then absorb it into their hearts. This is the most effective way to learn to control all the mana, but there is one big problem, the limitation of the mana passed through oneself. He said that his spells are too old, so he thought about what spells he uses. It is quite funny, but it is still too difficult. He must feel every particle of mana for it to pass through his entire body and skin. It requires great effort. Then he lay down on the bed and asked, who is even capable of such a thing? Old methods cannot be surpassed, he thought, but he is Diablo. Then he stood up and taking the book, smiled and said that it opened his eyes. Old man. He will read every page of this precious book. Then he concentrated energy in his hand and said that first he needed this one's help. Then a pet appeared next to him. It landed on his shoulder, and he said, could he please disperse some mana here? The pet made a sound and then spread its wings. MC thought, the first drawback of this technique, absorbing grains of mana into his body, has a limit in which all proportions must be observed, but he has Blackie. Then he said, then they begin. Blackie, with whom he has a soul contract, can disperse the required amount of mana. Therefore, there will be no problem with the proportions. Since the first drawback is solved, the second will not be such a huge problem. The second drawback is his body. In other words, if his body has a limit on the amount of mana his heart can accept, then he just needs to distribute all the mana to different corners of his body, and then he will have no limits. As morning approached, the head of the family and the nanny approached the protagonist's room. The nanny, clasping her hands in front of her, said, Count. He opened the door slightly and he asked, what? She said, young master. She thought, his mana, it's swirling around him. Argeno thought, of course, he knew the Marquess had given Jamie something, but how could he have learned to control mana in just one night? Could his sweet son really have several hidden talents? Then he turned to the nanny and told her to leave him like that for today. But since she didn't know when he would emerge from his room, she should station someone at his door. She replied that she would keep an eye on him personally. He shouldn't worry, my lord. She hoped the young master would be all right. Then Argeno walked the other way and thought, so he'll become a mage, not a swordsman. Could it be because of the influence his wife's family had on him? Even so, this was beyond his expectations. He then closed his eyes and said, a 9th-class mage, and this is his son. After a while, the protagonist opened his eyes and, clenching his fist, shouted joyfully, he did it. At first, controlling the mana was quite difficult because the movement is more unpredictable, but after a few tries, he succeeded. However, he thinks his current limit is level 4. Then he sighed and said that this was bad, and he was already so close to reaching level 5. At that moment, Blackie climbed onto the protagonist's head and started making sounds. He asked, what? At the moment, he has no desire to improve his body in any way. After all, he already understands that it is still too young and weak. Blackie landed on his shoulder and began making sounds again. The protagonist smiled and said, great, then he will just save himself with patience. Those idiots won't go anywhere anyway. He has already gone too far. It shouldn't be so hard the second time. He then extended his index forward and said, Blackie, invisibility. The creature began to disappear, and MC said that he wanted to meet his father, so he had to make sure he hid his mana. He didn't think it would be okay if he suddenly found out about him. He walked up to the door and said, wow, he can barely sense his presence. As expected from his pet, he's sure his father definitely won't notice him. He thought that it was time for them to go to him now. After that, he left the room and walked down the hallway. At that moment, in the office of the head of the family, Argeno looked at the man and asked, they're always busy. So what could have brought him here? The man replied that he just wanted to greet him, the Count. He knows that the lands of Heis are in this land, and so he would like to thank him for giving the genius cult a chance. He replied that he thought it would be a good idea to help his people, so he decided to give it a chance. The man wondered what he meant. He replied that since he always strived for the best, he had decided to make the genius cult the greatest in his lands, since many now supported it. He thought he wanted him to think the cult was the best too. He was warning him not to think of his people as some kind of gods. Even though he had heard many rumors about him, he still had to take him more seriously. He asked why they didn't end this conversation right now. He must be very busy. In response, the man laughed and said that he appreciated his concern, my lord. Arjuna smiled and told him to be careful on the way home. He bowed and said, "May the great genius bless him." Then he disappeared, and Arjuna's eyes widened. At that moment, the protagonist hid around the corner. He peeked out from there and thought, he knew this crescent moon sign with a yellow sphere and this dark aura emanating from this man. How so? Why? In the place where he lives? How dare he, genius? Then he began to bite his thumb and thought, why did his father suddenly decide to make his lands religious? And why, of all the religions, did he choose the genius cult? He can't let this happen. This religion has no place on his lands. Due to certain circumstances limiting his freedom of action, he is left with only one option. Since this religion was officially sanctioned by his father, the Count, the only way to get rid of it is to force his father to drive them away. He needs to meet with his father and begin his investigation. Then, he walked to the door and clasping his hands behind his back said, "Father, this is Jamie." Sometime later in the Welton family living room, the protagonist sat down on the sofa. The father smiled and said, "Great, so he did it all?" MC confirmed this, and he, folding his hands in front of himself, said, "He must really like magic." The protagonist replied, "Exactly, really." Then Argeno frowned and the protagonist asked, "What's wrong?" He replied, "He just thought he would grow up like a normal kid." MC asked, "What's he talking about?" Argeno thought, "But he has too many hidden talents. Living the life of a genius isn't that easy. When a child shows talent, everyone starts applauding them. However, when everyone gets tired of that talent, those same people start making fun of that child. I wonder if it's really good for Jamie to become a genius." Then he squeezed the arm of his chair and said, "Jamie, if he doesn't like doing magic, he can quit and do something else. But if he's already made up his mind, he won't contradict him, but will only help as much as he can." The protagonist smiled and told him not to worry, father. He'll never give up magic. He replied, "Very good, son." He thought, but could a 9-year-old boy really possess that much mana? He could already feel the mana radiating from his entire body, and the more of this mana, Wait, from his entire body? Can mana be stored anywhere other than the heart? Then he said, "Jamie, what about all the memoirs Marquez gave him yesterday? Did he learn absolutely everything from them?" The protagonist confirmed this and thought about it, and not only that, he'd also perfected some of the techniques described in that book. Argeno thought, Marcus, what has he done? How much has this child learned in just one day? Could he really be the one who can become a legendary 9th grade mage? Then he laughed and thought, compared to this kid, he is a complete non-entity. The protagonist asked in surprise, "Is something wrong, father?" He smiled and said that he was proud. He laughed because today he was especially proud of him. MC was already laughing in response, and then his father patted him on the head, and the protagonist, frowning, thought maybe he should stop patting his head already. Then Arjuna pointed his finger at the protagonist's head and asked, "By the way, did he summon him himself?" Blackie started making sounds, and MC shouted in surprise, "Can he see him?" He thought, this can't be. He clearly remembers how he cast invisibility on him, but he can see him even after his efforts? His father asked, "Is it a bat?" "No, he is too round for that." The protagonist thought, how strong is his father? Did he really realize that he did it with the help of dark magic? Then he closed his eyes and said that he gave it the shape of a bat. He wanted to hide it because he thought he would be very surprised to find out that he did it himself. The next second, Arjuna abruptly hugged his son and shouted, "Really? He made it himself?" Of course he will be surprised, but not from fear, from his talent. His son is a real genius. He is so proud of him, son. He is so proud to be his father. After some time, MC closed the door and thought that he was tired. He was going to die. Why do they love him so much? As evening fell, the protagonist put on his hood and said, "Blackie." Energy appeared on his head, and he said that he needed to find out the reason why they decided to settle on his territory. Forward. The next second, Blackie turned into wings behind the protagonist, and he soared into the sky. At that moment, in one of the alleys, a man looked at his comrade and asked, "What did the boss say?" He replied that he said, "Everything is exactly according to plan if they don't want to die." He replied, "Damn." He thought about what the future awaited him. The Live-All Criminal Organization, an employee of this, Philip folded his hands in front of himself and, sighing, said that he didn't even understand what they were getting themselves into. A member of the criminal organization, Jance, shouted, "Doesn't he understand that he will make any sacrifices just to achieve his own goals? Heis is a land where even Count Welton himself will allow an organization like theirs to peacefully coexist with everyone, as long as they don't cross a certain line. But human trafficking completely crosses that line if it doesn't destroy it altogether." He replied, "But if they're lucky, they can quietly escape and no one will catch them." Jance shouted, "That's just him thinking. Sooner or later, but they will still be caught. Does he even know how much the Count loves his children? What does he think will happen if he finds out they're using other children to traffic in his own lands? If that day comes, all criminal organizations will disappear from this city forever. Philip said he was apparently confident they wouldn't be caught. Jance said, does he think the Swordmaster can't catch them? He must be joking. He replied that Han Ni said his men would help them. Jance folded his arms and said, yes, this Han Ni is willing to do anything. Philip asked, what now? He wanted to escape or turn them over to the police. He replied, he'd rather escape. The rules of the criminal world dictate that those who take part in a mission have a certain responsibility. They are never allowed to betray the organization or reveal their plans to third parties. Philip replied, okay, then they'll try to escape. Then Jance crouched down and asked, does he have a plan? No matter how big these lands are, they'll comb every corner to find them. He replied, so they have to try really hard. Doesn't he think it's better to die during the escape than the other way around? Jance asked if there was any other way for them to survive. He replied that he didn't know. They'd see. Then he sighed and shouted, dude, who even came up with the idea of running a slave trade in this place? Most likely the boss received such an offer and he just succumbed to the moment, but he still doesn't understand why he needs all this. Then the man turned around abruptly. MC came out from around the corner and Jance shouted, who is he? The protagonist said, how interesting, they're asking who he is. Jance clenched his fist and said, if he doesn't want to talk, then he should die. With these words, he swung his arm to attack. Philip held his weapon forward, and then they looked around in surprise and shouted, where is he? Where did he go? Bro, there's no one here. At that moment, MC said, they're rookies. What were they chatting so enthusiastically about? He wanted to hear it too, preferably with all the details. He rose into the air and then directed a pulse of energy at them. After a while, the members of the criminal organization were kneeling before him. Philip said, so it was. The protagonist thought, human trafficking, and especially of children. People like that his father despised more than anything. What were those idiots thinking? Did they want to be killed or something? How it irritated him. Not only were the thick-headed gods able to manipulate people as they pleased, but now people dared to manipulate other people. No different from those same gods. What was their boss thinking when he entrusted them with this job? He was sure he knew his father's character perfectly well. He had a premonition about all this for a long time. Then he jumped off the box and directed the magical symbol he had created in his hand at Jance's head. He said that they should go to the Count's estate and tell him everything he knew. The men answered as he wished. Then they stood up, and the MC said, the morning promises to be stormy. They set off, and the protagonist added, Blackie, they have to go back. The next second, wings appeared behind him, but then Philip abruptly flew to the side. The protagonist turned around, seeing Philip pinned against the wall, and then his body fell to the ground. Then a scream was heard from around the corner. They are dumb idiots. Bro, he's too loud. The police are probably already on their way. The protagonist asked, where did this psycho come from? He concentrated energy on the tip of his finger and asked, did he dare touch the people who carried out his orders? He created a huge magical symbol behind himself and then directed the energy at the guys lying on the floor and said that he forbids them to die until they complete his task. An employee of the criminal organization Han Ni said, they need to see who they have here. Ah, man. They need to bring him those two idiots and that guy in the cloak too. They wanted to die? Hurry. Then MC looked to the side and noticed his subordinates starting to drag the bodies away, and he shouted for them to bring those two first, and then he would kill them again. At that moment, Philip asked for help, tears streaming down his eyes, and the protagonist shouted, oh, he's an idiot. Hani laughed and shouted, what did he just say? He needs to die. The next second, a hole appeared in the protagonist's head. Hani continued to wish him death. More and more holes appeared in the protagonist's body. Then the criminal organization member laughed loudly and shouted, how great. He even likes it. Louder. He wants to hear his screams before he dies. He concentrated his energy even more, and at that moment, one of his subordinates said, bro, what bad did Finn do to him? He shouted, what do you mean? He's sure he attacked that little idiot. At that moment, the MC appeared next to him and asked, is that all he can do? Hani recoiled in horror, and the protagonist asked, was it fun? He shouted, what? The protagonist repeated. He's asking, was it fun killing his partner? Hani thought in fear. Who the hell was he? Why was he still alive? So he killed someone else, not him. And what was that ominous aura emanating from his body? The MC said that he was assuming too much, being only a third-class mage. Hani, gritting his teeth, shouted, he's an idiot. He'll kill him. He used a third-class spell, Buster. Fiery energy concentrated around his head. He thought, although this spell is nowhere near a fifth-class magical explosion, it should be enough to incinerate his small body to ashes, thereby leaving no trace. He must die. You damn idiot. The next second, there was a bright flash. The protagonist said to let him tell him one thing about how the human mind works. He was surprised. What? MC added. People feel completely helpless when faced with those who are many times stronger than them. That's why he loves to manipulate those who are much weaker than him. The next second, Hani fell to his knees. then hit his head on the ground. One of his subordinates was surprised. He defeated his bro with such ease. He screamed in fear. He is a monster. They must run. The protagonist put his right hand forward and said that they can consider themselves just unlucky. He directed powerful energy at them and used annihilation. The next second, cries of pain were heard. Then he said, "Great, now." He grabbed Hani by the hair and said, "His slave, he must answer all the questions that he asks him." He answered, "Yes, master." Then he added, "Boss, little children." The protagonist said that he had heard all this before. He was wasting his time with him. He thought that his father would be able to find out about the human trafficking thanks to these two idiots. Then he asked, what should he do with him? He thought, even though he had stopped his death, his soul was already almost destroyed. Even though his body was fine, he wouldn't last long. Since he was only a third-class mage, he could turn him into an undead. But even if he turned him, because of his soul, he would begin to decompose very quickly. He might look fine on the battlefield, but if someone saw a dead man in a peaceful place like this, then he raised his index finger and said, it seems he has no choice. He will have to use another method. Since he is a third-class mage, he should have enough mana. Enjoy your meal. Then he pointed his hand at Hani, releasing powerful energy, and a huge magical symbol appeared behind him. Then the lifeless body fell to the ground. MC said, "Not bad." He wiped his mouth and said, because of his human characteristics, there were a lot of impurities in his magic, but he was lucky he was able to consume such a large amount of mana. He then looked at the other boys and asked, what should he do with them? He had given them some of his mana, but he didn't think they could last long like this. The next second, energy erupted from his shoulder and transformed into Blackie. The protagonist said, however, they have unfinished business, so he can't let him die. It's been so long since he last used necromancy. Necromancy is the ability to revive dead bodies. It's almost the same as resurrection, but necromancy has a twist. Bodies revived through necromancy are no longer considered living people. It's almost the same as reviving a corpse. It completely defies the laws of nature. He spoke, the dead, creatures that are both alive and dead at the same time. From now on, as his faithful servants, they will be in life, despite the fact that they're already dead. Blackie, he must help him. And then he directed energy at him. He said that they will begin. His eyes lit up a different color, and he spoke. They must give up their lives and rise. Philip's eyes were directed at him, and he thought, he is still in the afterlife. He spoke, immortality awaits them. They must refuse death. Sinners, he calls to them. Then the guy screamed loudly. Blackie began to flap his wings, and MC looked at the guys kneeling in front of him. They said that they were awaiting his orders. The protagonist asked, is it over? Why is there still this black smoke here? Did he do something wrong? Blackie began to beep loudly, and the protagonist shouted, what did he tell him? What is wrong with him? Huh? He's asking him. Okay, he shouldn't worry so much. He did everything perfectly. Then he caught Blackie in his hands and added that he was most likely the only one who did something wrong. Even though he knows it's his mistake, he still finds it hard to admit it. He began to stretch Blackie in his hands and added that he usually doesn't get attached to his past achievements, but he still feels very sad that all his previous slaves are gone. Well, he won't be able to use them anyway, so it's better to just get rid of them, right? If they keep emitting that black smoke, they won't be able to follow Genus's orders, let alone walk down the street without a problem. Then Blackie looked from side to side and jumped onto the protagonist's shoulder. He shouted, how dare he? Who gave him permission to bite his master's cheeks? He flew to the side and then landed on Jance's head. The protagonist asked, is he even capable of such a thing? He began to chew on the energy within himself, and after a while, MC said that he could now use them. He looked at Blackie, who was growing in size and then slumped to the ground. The protagonist stroked him and said that he had done well. Now he had to give them new names, right? They had to rise up. Jance was now Hazard. Philip was now Riza. He told them to rise up. Then their eyes lit up, and he extended his hand forward. They looked forward in surprise, and MC thought that right now they probably didn't understand what was happening. He would give them some time to recover. Then Hazard asked, was he the one who brought him back to life? The protagonist answered, exactly. He thought, who the hell is he? He looks like he's about 9 or 10 years old, and why is there such a huge ominous aura emanating from him? He's just like a character from a book he read when he was little, an ominous creature that shouldn't exist in this world, a creature that challenges the entire world on its own. Yeah, exactly. MC asked, is something wrong? Does he look like a demon lord to him by any chance? Riza shouted that he has no idea whether he's a demon lord or something else, but to him, he definitely doesn't look human. The protagonist thought, wow, that's interesting. Come to think of it, he's acting way too aggressive. It's not like he realizes that his master is standing in front of him right now. There must be some flaws in his spell, but that doesn't mean he'll just turn a blind eye to it. Then he waved his index finger, and Riza hit his head on the ground. The protagonist said he'd forgive him just this once, but if he raised his voice at him again, he didn't think he'd get away with it. He replied that he understood. Then the protagonist looked at the second man and said that it applied to him too. He replied, yes, that's what soul subjugation is. It doesn't matter whether they lived before or not, but as long as they're bound by the contract, their lives belong to him. That's the whole point of dark magic. Then MC said, by the way, he's not a demon lord. Hazard asked, so could he ask who he even is? He replied that he was just a regular dark mage. With that, he removed his hood and winked at him. A dark mage who had already tried to kill gods once, and now that was the only purpose of his existence. Then he smiled and said that he had a job for them guys. They would need to monitor the genie's church and gather all the information related to it. They bowed and replied, "Yes, sir." He added one more thing. They should bring him anyone who might know anything about human trafficking. He needs him to be the one to tell his father everything for them boys. They bowed again and replied, "Yes, sir." Then Ryza looked ahead and sighing said, "He's gone." His partner also sighed in relief, and then they looked at each other and walked forward. Hazard asked, "Then it's time for them to begin, brother?" He agreed. They must obey him, so they will have to do everything he says. After a while, Blackie began shouting in irritation, and the protagonist, walking down the street, said that they would be fine. They were too scared, so they couldn't just disobey his orders. Thanks to them, his father would be able to solve the slave trade problem himself. Blackie began making noise again, and the protagonist said that he couldn't allow them to continue trafficking people on these lands. After all, soon these very lands would be his. He suggested calling it a day. Before he could finish speaking, someone suddenly bumped into his back. The boy fell to the ground and wondered what that was. Did he bump into someone? The MC looked at him in irritation and shouted, "Him. Is he blind? A child?" The boy frowned, then pointed his finger at him and shouted, "Does he know? He's a child too." The protagonist awkwardly turned around and thought, "Right, he's only 9 years old." Then he bowed and said that this time he'll let him go. From now on he should be more careful. The boy whispered, "What did he yelp? He thinks he's already an adult, although he doesn't even have a single gray hair on his head?" Then the MC stopped in surprise and thought, what just happened? He turned around and thought, Blackie, did he really do this just because he joked about his hair color? Is he serious? He dares to climb on his master's head? Who taught him such maneuvers? Then he heard a voice that said that he should watch his filthy mouth, kid. Unless, of course, he wanted to die. The protagonist turned around and saw the boy turn around and yell that he was so sorry. The protagonist sighed and asked, is he satisfied now? He should quickly go home. After a while, Blackie looked away and MC, sitting on the bed, looked at him and asked, does he even understand what he did? He yelled that if he did something like that again, he wouldn't get off so easily. Blackie made a noise, and the protagonist thought, seriously, where did he even learn to do that? After that, the protagonist fell onto the bed, face first into the pillow, and sighing, said he was so tired. He used more force than he initially thought. Now he had much more to worry about. His easy, carefree life was over. Besides, soon one of the gods would appear in his life and on his territory, and it would be the god he hated the most, Genus. He clenched his fist and thought, well, who cares? Just let him try. He didn't care how many followers he had, he would destroy them all. With these thoughts, his eyes lit up, and after a while Hazard asked, where is the older brother? The man in front of him shouted in surprise, so he was alive? He asked in response, where is the older brother? He replied that Han Ni said he would personally kill the two of them, so why were they still alive? He thought, was he really defeated by these idiots who don't even know how to use mana? Then Hazard pierced the wall behind him and said, Pep, he's not going to repeat this a second time. He thought, what kind of power is this? What happened to him? No, more importantly, where are all the other guys? They would have caused such a scandal here by now if they knew Jance was back. He put his hands in front of him and thought, it looks like they've already dealt with everyone. What should he do? He said, first of all, he doesn't know where the older brother went. At that moment, Ryza approached them and asked, is he sure? He cried out in fear, Brother Philip? He repeated again, is he sure? He answered, of course. He could ask anyone. Anyone would say the same thing. Ryza frowned and thought how fed up he was. He needed to find the boss to carry out his master's orders. Since the boss knows everything that happens in the city, there's a good chance he has some information about the Genus Church. Then he said, well, Pep, where does he think the boss is now? He thought he needed to give them some kind of normal answer, otherwise they would blow his head off. He said, since the boss likes girls and likes to drink, they could check out all the bars nearby. Hazard looked at his friend and said he had a point. He suggested they hit all the bars. At that moment, Pep sighed and thought he was saved. But at that moment, Hazard turned around and punched him in the face. He said that the gentleman had told them to find any witness, so why don't they take him? But where should they hide him? Maybe just tie him up in the woods? Ryza put his foot towards his head and said, sounds good, but why not just lock him in the basement of his house? They have to go. They've been messing around here too long. His friend threw Pep over his shoulder and said, yes, sir. After a while, Ricky entered the room and saw a lot of bodies. He said in surprise, what happened here? He looked around and thought, are they all dead? He thought they would beat him up again because he didn't meet his quota yesterday, but apparently there was no one here who could beat him up. He needs to run before the others suspect anything. Meanwhile, MC woke up. He sat up in bed and sighed, saying he was so tired, no wonder he slept for so long. Looks like he won't be able to avoid meeting them. And then he walked down the hallway and said, Blackie, he'll have to call him so he doesn't catch his father's eye. In response, he made a sound, and the protagonist looked into the dining room and asked, "Dad, Mom, did they sleep well?" Argento, sitting at the table, smiled and folding his hands in front of him, said, "Good morning, Jamie." Sarah said, "Bro, she slept very well last night." The protagonist asked, "Where's Mom?" At that moment, his mother appeared behind him and holding out her hands to him shouted, "Aha, his mom is right here." He shouted in fear, "Mom." Then he turned around and asked where she was hiding. He didn't even notice her. She asked seriously. He looked away and thought, of course not. He knew she was standing behind the door all along. Then she patted him on the head and smiling asked her little Jamie, was he scared? He said yes, but everything instantly became okay when he realized it was her mom. She joyfully clasped her hands and said, "God, he is so well behaved, Jamie." He held his hands out in front of him and said, "Mom, it's time for them to eat." She said, "He's so cute." She wants to hug him again. Sarah ran up to them and said that she does too. The protagonist mentally begged for someone to stop them. Then everyone sat down in their seats and Sears, hugging her daughter, shouted, "She's so cute." The protagonist thought that he also wanted to squeeze her cheeks. It's usually very soft. Then he thought in surprise, soft cheeks? Damn, what is he thinking? He slammed his head down on the table and thought he'd gotten so used to this quiet life. Then Argento said, "If you think about it, it'll all start tomorrow." His wife replied, "Yeah, tomorrow." The protagonist, holding his sister in his arms, asked what would happen tomorrow. The head of the family was surprised. She didn't tell them? Sears looked away and shouted that she forgot, all because her son made her worry. The protagonist thought she was referring to the technique he used back then. Knowing her personality, she must have been very worried. Then he frowned and said that he was very sorry. She replied that his mother understood that nothing would happen to him anyway, but if he continued to exhaust himself like this, his mother might faint somewhere in the hallway because she would be so sad. He said that he wouldn't do it again. Then he rose from his seat and asked what would happen tomorrow. She answered that tomorrow they would all go to the ball together, a huge ball, organized by Count Simon and Count Welton. Almost all the nobility living in the north of the Seldom Empire would be present at the ball. Sears added that they had both never been to a ball before, but now was the time to fix that, especially at their age. Their mother was so happy. MC thought, looks like his precious free time will soon be over. After some time, he began to summon his pet, and then, going to the window, he felt wings on his back and offered to visit those two blockheads. Then he arrived at the right place. Hazard, putting his hands on the table, shouted, "Sir, he has come." The protagonist took off his hood and asked, "Huh? Did they do what he asked?" Riza replied that they apologize, but they haven't learned anything about the cult yet. It was created not long ago, therefore. The protagonist thought, I see. Apparently even the members of Laval can't get any information in just one day. Then he asked, okay, what about the other assignment? They answered, here it is. Pep was kneeling before him, tied up, and he thought, what is this? This hair color? It can't be. The Welton family took care of them? Then Riza pointed his hand forward and said that he was one of the Leval cult members. He also found out that Han Ni was supposed to kill them. This proves that he is not an ordinary pawn. Hazard added, but he says that he doesn't know anything either. MC said that he will interrogate him. They should untie his mouth. Then they carried out his order, and Pep shouted that he asks him not to kill him. He really doesn't know anything, but if he lets him go, he will get him any information. He thought, child, why is he shaking like that? The protagonist released a terrifying aura and said that he had no reason to kill him. He just wants him to carry out his orders. He thought that he could feel an endless amount of his terrifying power. Then he shouted that he will do it. He will do whatever he says. If he wants him to find the boss, he will find him. Just he mustn't kill him. Then the MC said that he was too loud. He would only need to do one thing. He leaned over and thought, why can't he speak? He put his hand to his head and told him to go to the Count's place right now and tell him everything their organization was doing. He stood up and then headed for the exit. The protagonist told them not to worry about him. Laval was unlikely to catch him. At least his father would be the first to deal with him. The two of them would need to leave the city and hide somewhere. They replied, yes, Lord. He looked at Blackie and asked, they won't even ask him why. They bowed and said that the Lord's orders are laws. They can't listen to that. Riza added that he thought he understood why he told them to do that. He thought, it seems he understands the situation he is in. The protagonist replied that he was right. He thought, most likely, his father would destroy Laval. While he was destroying it, he didn't think it would be good for his father to know about the existence of these two. Then he turned around and added that he would be gone for a few days and they should remain quiet until he returned. They answered, yes, sir. Then MC went outside, followed by Riza running out and shouting, sir! He turned around and asked, what happened? He shouted, what have they become? He already knew that they were dead, and he knew that there was no way to fix it. And he didn't want to go back to his old life. He was glad that he had become stronger, but he needed to know what kind of creature he was. The protagonist asked what exactly he wanted to know. He said that they had become much stronger than they were before. Could this mean that they were high-ranking undead? The protagonist laughed out loud, and he apologized if it was a stupid question. The protagonist raised his index finger and answered, no. He laughed because it was genuinely funny. Usually people ask if they really became undead or not. He hasn't seen anyone who takes it so easily like these guys. They are very interesting. In response, he thanked him. The protagonist thought that he had never met anyone like him. Usually, everyone refused to accept that they became monsters, that they lost their humanity. But these guys, these are the complete opposite of those people. It seems he found good servants. Then he said, these guys are just ordinary zombies. He simply saved their appearance before they died. And after they became zombies, their strength also increased. They are much stronger than ordinary people. Ryza lowered his gaze and said, of course, just ordinary zombies. Then MC smiled and added, but who knows? It all depends only on them, guys. Maybe they will someday become top-level zombies. They looked at him in surprise, and then he walked on and said that he was leaving, and they need to hide somewhere. They shouted, yes, sir. They'll be waiting for his return. At that moment, Blackie squealed loudly, and the protagonist told him not to say they were pathetic. He found them quite interesting. They reminded him of that guy from the past. Well, they've been here long enough. They should go back. That night, things were uneasy in the Welton house. One of the members of Laval, a huge criminal organization based in Heiss, had decided to betray his own association. The Count had to stay behind to take care of some business, so only 3 of them went to Region, the largest city located in the east. MC looked out the window and thought that he could get there himself using only his teleportation skill. He was already much stronger than he was before. Magic had made such incredible progress. It was completely different from what it was in his time. The problem is, he has no idea how much time has passed since his death. The events that took place after his passing are described in history books. An army of demons, led by a demon lord, attacked humans. Of course, there hadn't been any wars for the last few hundred years. It must have been a very long time, and those stupid gods still couldn't unite. It's even better for him that way. It will be easier to deal with each of them. A huge number of people will die, but that's not his problem. First, he needs to finish the ball. After some time, they arrived in the city. The protagonist, looking out of the carriage, said in surprise, wow, it's so beautiful here. Sears, smiling, said, of course, this is the most advanced city in their kingdom. He couldn't find a place that handles such a huge amount of money as Region. He replied, wow, incredible. He thought, they say Seldom is one of the richest cities in the kingdom, only thanks to Region, and he'd just seen it for himself. Then his mother said, they're here. MC, sitting in the carriage, smiled, looking at her, and said that he wanted to see Count Simon so much that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. She hugged him sharply and said, her son is so cute. He shouldn't be so worried, baby. He thought, why is this all happening to him? She shouted, is he saying that his heart is about to jump out? God, it's so cute. It's okay, if he wants, he can hold his mother's hand. He admires Uncle Simon so much because he also wants to become a mage, he replied. Yeah. Sears added, Count Simon is simply incredible. Being the same age as his father, he was already a 7th-class mage. He, along with his father, is one of the 2 leaders of the Eastern Council of Nobles of the Kingdom, and he is also the Lord of Region. His magic is similar to the Red Lotus, which is why he is nicknamed the Red Lotus Mage. It is said that with one of his spells he can kill 1,000 people at once. The protagonist asked what kind of man this Count was. She paused, then said his hair was as red as blood. He was surprised. What? Then he thought, a Red Lotus Mage or a 7th-class mage? He didn't care about such things. But his power, thanks to which he can take so many lives, he wondered just how strong he was. He wanted to talk to him. His conversation with Marcus was a bit useless because the conversation itself was too short. I wondered what his dialogue with Count Simon would be like. Then Sears got out of the carriage and, holding her dress, told the children that they should carefully follow her out. The protagonist followed her out and said, okay. Then a man approached them and putting his hand to his chest, said, does he dare to assume that she is the wife of Count Welton? She replied, that is exactly it. He said that he would take them to their quarters. After some time, they went into the room. He said that these were their quarters for the duration of the event. If they had any requests, he asked that they tell their personal butler about it. Sears smiled and said, Count Simon is so caring. MC smiled and said, aha. Then the butler added, the young master can use this room. He thought how considerate he was. He would not want to be in the same room with his parents. He can't even imagine how hard that would be. Then Sears looked away and said, as soon as they unpack their things, they should return here. He replied, okay. A few minutes later, the maids were doing Sears's hair. She looked in the mirror and said, wow. The protagonist, looking at his mother, said that she was simply beautiful. She laughed slightly and, looking at him, said, does her son also think she's beautiful? He confirmed it. She joyfully clasped her hands in front of her and said that she was very pleased to hear that. She came closer to him and said that he was also very handsome today. One of the maids said, Madam, she asks her to control herself, otherwise she will ruin her whole image. She turned around and said, just once. Can she hug him at least once? The maid answered, no, she cannot. Her dress will wrinkle if she does that. The protagonist thought, thank goodness. Then the maid said that the young mistress was ready too. Sears smiled and said, "She is so cute." The protagonist, blushing with embarrassment, said, "And Sarah, she is like a doll." She smiled and asked, "Big brother, is she cute?" He leaned towards her and answered, "Yes, very much. But she is uncomfortable, right?" He suggested that they wait until the end of the holiday together. She replied, "Okay." Then the maid said, "Young master, he should change too." Sometime later in the banquet hall, MC, looking around, thought, wow, were ballrooms always this luxurious? And then he sat down on a chair and asked, "Count Simon loves all this luxury so much?" Sears replied, "Really? He will be especially surprised when he meets him in person." Then a girl approached them and said, "Madam Welton, they haven't seen each other for so long. She is still as beautiful." The girl next to her added, "This dress, as expected from Madam Welton. It's magnificent. It's made from natural cotton grown on their lands. She personally designed this dress for her so that she could wear it in winter too." She replied, "Wow." She was grateful for their thoughtfulness. The protagonist thought, they are trying so hard to suck up to their family. In the past, he met many people like them. In a time unmentioned in history, fools just like him flattered those damn gods. Disgusting. Luckily, his mother knows how to deal with such people. Then the man shouted, "He welcomes everyone who has come to Count Simon's ball. Welcome. He, Rewal Banner, is a member of the Regent City Administration. The ball will begin soon." He asks them to take their seats. And please, they should be ready to greet Count Simon and his entire family. They will be here any minute. He moved his hand to the side. At that moment, the Count entered the hall. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, and he said, "Long time no see." The protagonist thought, that's it. He said, "Welcome to the ball. He hopes they all enjoy this event." MC thought, a 7th class mage? Damn, he's almost the same level as Marquez, maybe even stronger. A Red Lotus mage. He exceeded all his expectations. How interesting. Then Count Simon approached Sears and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She looked much better than last year. She stood up from her seat and, bowing, told him not to remind her. She was glad that he was also in good health. He asked if Count Welton would be away today. She replied that he would be later in the evening. He had some problems. He replied, "I understand. This is her son." With these words, he looked at the protagonist. She replied, "Yes, this is her son, Jamie, and her daughter, Sarah. Children, they should greet Count Simon." The protagonist bowed and introduced himself. Sarah also stood up from her seat and said hello. The girl next to him said in surprise, "God, they are so beautiful." In response, Sears thanked her and added that they are very smart. She replied that she understood that. Simon remained silent. The protagonist was lost in thought. He's examining every corner of his body. Come on, he should look better. He clenched his fist, concentrated his energy, and Count Simon asked, "So his name is Jamie?" He confirmed it. He came closer and said that they would talk to him later. The protagonist replied, "Okay." Then Count Simon stepped aside. The protagonist thought, as expected from the Count, he exceeded all his expectations. He can't wait for their second meeting. Then, another member of the Simon family looked at the protagonist and thought, Jamie. After that, the Simon family sat down at the table. He asked the father what he thought of the Count of Welton's son. The head of the family asked why he was so interested in a 10-year-old child. He replied that he may be young now, but he will become the head of the Welton family in the future. They are their peers, after all. Why shouldn't they meet? He looked thoughtfully to the side and thought that he had heard rumors that he exhibited leadership qualities among the noble children. Apparently, he wants to gain his recognition. How stupid. However, you can play along with him a little. Then he spoke, wise beyond his years. His child asked if there was anything else he could tell about him. The father of the family said to serve him an aperitif. The servant replied, "Yes, sir." Then the mother of the family placed her hand on her son's arm and asked him to get along with him. Okay? Their families were allies. He replied, "Of course, mother. She shouldn't worry." She smiled and replied, "Well, good." Then he frowned and thought, he apologizes, mother. He never thought of getting along with this idiot. He would definitely crawl on his knees before him, and then he was pulled out of his thoughts by his father, who approached him and placing a hand on his shoulder, said what was to be expected from his son. He thought that he could get recognition, and then his brother, smiling, looked at him. After some time, the ball continued. Sears approached the protagonist and told him to make friends with everyone. He replied, "Yes, mother." She stepped aside, and he thought, to hell with friends. He would spend this time alone wisely. He hoped there was a quiet place for privacy here. After some time, he went out into the courtyard and said, apparently, magic wasn't his only virtue. To think that he could achieve such a thing, such a high level. I wish I could meet him again soon. Before he could finish speaking, he heard a voice asking who he was talking to. The protagonist sharply concentrated energy in his hand, creating a weapon, and pointed it straight behind him. He stopped in surprise, noticing a girl behind him. She screamed, "Is it really possible to attack so suddenly?" He replied, "So, sneaking up on someone suddenly is allowed?" She indignantly screamed, "What a rude act towards a lady." He replied that she was lucky to be still alive. She said, "Oh my God." He asked, "So, who is she? How did she manage to sneak up on him?" She asked, was he interested in her? Should she tell him or not? After what he did? She didn't really feel like it. He thought, how disgusting. He didn't like her speech as well as the very fact that she was able to suddenly appear behind him. Then he said that he was not in the mood for messing with her. He pointed his magic weapon forward. She looked in fear at the hole in the ground that had formed. He said that it was an air bullet, second-tier magic. If her magical defenses were not developed enough, it would go right through. He was sure that for a brat like her, it was fatal. She thought in surprise, what was wrong with him? Was he serious right now? He asked. She still didn't want to introduce herself. She put her hands in front of her and shouted, okay, she really wants to. He shouldn't rush. He said, faster before that bullet flies towards her. Then she said her name was Ash Valley. He asked, Valley? Viscountcy Valley? She shouted, yes. She is the eldest daughter of Viscount Valley and a spirit summoner. He asked, a summoner? Summoner is a term for mages who have made a contract with the mysterious spirits of nature. There aren't many summoners on the continent. They are considered outstanding mages and can lay claim to the title of Baron. They mean this is a little girl who is a summoner? He thought, with the help of the wind spirit, it is quite possible to sneak up silently. It was possible in his past life too. The surprising thing is that she is the same age as him. She is already a summoner. Usually, people start training to become one with nature at the age of 10. But this girl was apparently born a genius. When she starts training, she might be able to make a contract with the king. Then she said, hey, she'd already introduced herself. Now it was his turn. Who was he to use such dangerous magic? He asked. Him? He thought she was trying to interrogate him after revealing her identity. Judging by her personality, she didn't like to lose. She screamed, exactly. Who else could he turn to? Then he said he was Jamie, the heir to Count Welton. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ash. He thought about the Valley family. They were loyal vassals of Count Welton. She screamed in surprise. What? Meanwhile, Argeno stood next to the man who was coughing loudly from his wounds. He said his gang was annoying, but he didn't care. That was all they did. Sometimes they were even useful. The Count asked, and they decided to repay him by engaging in human trafficking. He pressed his shoe to his face and added, only a madman or someone tired of living would do that? So he thinks he wants to die? Then he will grant his wish. In response, he asked not to kill him. Argeno turned around and ordered him killed tomorrow. His subordinates responded, it will be done. Argeno added, they must prepare the wagon. He is leaving immediately. His subordinate replied, yes, sir. Then the wagon set off, at which point the man, hidden behind the hood, said, the gang has failed them. They must prepare a plan B. He held the broken sphere in his hand. After a while, the protagonist walked forward in irritation, Ash continuing to follow him. He turned around and shouted, hey, why is she following him? If her father is his father's vassal, it doesn't mean anything. She looked down and said, but still. She blushed with embarrassment, and he told her to stop talking so strangely. He shouted that he was coming back. She shouldn't follow him. Before he could finish speaking, she grabbed his hand. He turned around in irritation and, clicking his tongue, said, seriously, he shouted, so what's she bothering me about? She clenched her fists and shouted that she had met someone her own age for the first time. She wanted to make friends with him. He thought in surprise. What? Make friends? He hadn't even thought that was the reason. A servant would be fine. But why would she even need a friend? Well, apparently, friends are important for children her age. He sighed and thought that it wasn't his problem anymore. Then he turned around and yelled at her to find someone else. He doesn't need friends. She yelled at him to wait. Jamie. After a while, the protagonist continued walking through the park and thought, to hell with friends. She doesn't seem to understand that friendship, like any relationship, is irrational. If he had just gotten rid of such feelings from the past, he wouldn't have to experience something like this. Because of her, he remembered something unpleasant. At that moment, he heard a voice behind him. Alf called him. MC turned around and thought, red hair, it must be Count Simon's son. He asked, what did he call him? Him. He yelled. What? His comrade smirked and yelled, what kind of disrespectful tone is towards their brother? His comrade pointed his finger at the protagonist and added, does he know who this is? It's Alf, the eldest son and heir of Count Simon's family. The protagonist said, how noisily. Then he put his finger to his lips and said, silence. The others were confused by the fact that they couldn't speak. Alf yelled in surprise. He cast a silence spell on them? The protagonist snapped his fingers and was surprised. Wow! He knows about this? He's barely better than these monkeys. Alf yelled back, smug idiot. Does he even realize he's older than him? The protagonist sighed and suggested not to go into details and come straight to the point before he did the same to him. He snapped his fingers again, and Alf cleared his throat and, spreading his arms, said that he wasn't here to fight. He just wanted to have a little chat with him. But he's certainly incredible, brother. He can cast a silence spell. The protagonist felt like he'd had enough of his useless chatter. He should go his own way. Alf shouted indignantly, what? He doesn't know who he is. He replied that of course he knew. He was the son of Count Simon. Alf said, it turns out he knows. Well, since he's the son of Count Welton, he thinks they won't have any problems communicating. He shouldn't misunderstand them. The reason they treated him like that was because he was rude. The protagonist thought, what a clown. If he hadn't shown his skills, they would have tried to forcefully become friends. Then Alf added that since they would become the core of the Eastern region's nobility in the future, he decided it would be nice to become friends now. MC thought, beating around the bush, but the gist is clear. He wants to subjugate him. He's irritating himself by allowing himself to listen to something so pathetic. Then he said that he doesn't want to. He doesn't care about him and his ideas. He doesn't even want to listen. He hopes that's all he wanted from him? He can get lost. Alf shouted indignantly. He refused him? This freak was getting on his nerves, and he would mercilessly crush his puny magic into dust. He began concentrating energy in his hands and shouted that he would have no choice but to serve him. The protagonist silently looked at the staff in his hands, then grinned and said, "So he had originally planned to resort to brute force." He grinned and answered, "It's true." He slightly changed his plan after he used his magic, but perhaps he would act in his usual style. The protagonist thought he was disgusted by his duplicity at such a young age. He asked, "So he thinks adults will let him do whatever he wants?" MC said he was sure he would be in trouble if something happened. Alf said, "Oh, that he doesn't have to worry. No one will see them as long as he has this." He held a sphere in his hands, and then magical energy scattered in all directions. The protagonist asked, "A magical artifact of illusion?" He replied that he believed he really was a mage since he knew what it was. In any case, he would soon beg him for mercy. Dispel the silence. His friends sighed with relief, and then he shouted, he thought he was going to die because of this guy's silencing spell. Is he tired of living? He thinks he can get away with it just because he's from the Welton family? Hey, is he deaf? He shouldn't expect mercy from them. MC smiled and said, "How interesting." Alf frowned and asked, "Interesting?" Apparently, he doesn't understand the situation he's in. From this day on, in the Welton family, before he could finish speaking, the protagonist told him to suffer. They better not turn off the artifact. Otherwise, everyone will see them drowning in hellish torment. At that moment, blood started flowing from their eyes and noses. They screamed loudly and fell to the ground. They begged for help. They said that their heads were about to explode. They emptied the contents of their stomachs. Alf thought he was going to die. He won't forget this, but how? He doesn't have enough strength. This idiot is a 4th rank mage, and he is a pathetic 2nd. Why? How did it turn out like this? Wasn't he born into a family of knights? How did he get such magical power if he is from the Welton family, which specializes in swordsmanship, talent, which he doesn't have? Then he got to his feet and said that he will not forgive him. He thought, right, he can't leave it like this. Such talent. He will crush him, make sure that he can never use magic again. A little later, Alf and his comrades were walking down the corridor. One of them, turning to Alf, asked, "Boss, are you sure this is the right decision?" He asked irritably, "What's wrong?" He should shut up and follow him. At that moment, they heard a voice, the one speaking, Alf's older brother. His brother came out from behind the door, and Alf asked in surprise, "Lennon, why is he here?" He asked, "What do you mean, why?" He didn't make him happy with such words. How could a younger brother be calm when his older brother was offended? With these words, he showed the object in his hand, and Alf cried out in surprise, "This thing." He asked where he got something so dangerous. Lennon smiled and asked, "Does it matter? He should go and teach that half-wit Welton a lesson." He answered, "Yes. Who cares where he got it? It's far more important to destroy this little freak." As evening fell, the carriage stopped near the estate. Argino got out, and Count Simon extended his hand and, smiling, said, "Long time no see, Count Welton." Argino smiled and said, "Damn it, the Count is greeting him in person. This is something new for him." They shook hands and Argino asked how he was doing. He replied, "Not bad." "Well, maybe they should come in?" After a while, they sat down in the office, and Argino, spreading his arms, asked if the event was a success. He replied, as Ald met his son. Argino asked, "Really? What did he think of him?" He replied, judging by his quick response, he doted on his children. Argino laughed and said that he lived for them. He replied that he envied him so much. Argino frowned and asked if anything had changed between them. His interlocutor remained silent and then said, "His son? Does he know?" He was surprised. No, that's an understatement. He was completely stunned. Argino closed his eyes and thought he was beating around the bush, then smiled and asked, "Does he mean to say he thinks he's talented?" He asked. "Talent? No, that word isn't enough. He's the best. He's never seen anyone like him. No, perhaps in the history of humanity, there's never been a more talented person than him," Argino said, and Marquez said the same thing. His interlocutor asked if Marquez had met Jamie. Argino replied that he'd known about his talent when he was younger, but he'd never thought of it as anything special, so he'd asked Marcus for a favor. After all, if someone is that talented in magic, they should become a mage. Both they and the world need it. He replied, "Wow, he's so lucky he'll have a strong teacher." He laughed and said Marcus had refused. He replied that he could understand. This child is an unrivaled genius. He'd be better off achieving everything on his own, even becoming a legendary 9th-tier mage. He's envious of being born more talented than him, but on the other hand, he's curious to see, how far can a high mage advance with such power? Then, Argeno cried out in surprise, "Count?" He extended his hand and said that they, humans, are very weak. They may have built a great civilization, but that's only by their standards. And compared to dragons, high elves, and so on, their magic is like a breeze in a hurricane. Thanks to swordmasters like him, they can still fight for life in this world. But what if a 9th rank mage is born? Even the dragon masters of magic don't even come close. He longs with all his heart for humans to become the rulers of this world. Argeno remarked that this was arrogant, and he replied that even if it was arrogant, it was fine. He knew it too. A forgotten history that was wiped from the face of the earth. A forgotten history a secret known only to a few on the entire continent. Around 10,000 years ago, history disappeared due to a certain incident because of extraterrestrial perfect beings who decided to shield humans from those secrets. Count Simon dreams of humans gaining such strength that they would be unable to be held captive everywhere in order to prevent a repeat of the history of human civilization, including its sudden disappearance. Then he said that he should rest. It was already late. He replied that he too should rest, Count, until tomorrow. At that moment, the protagonist was sleeping in his bed. Argeno approached him and, looking at his son, wondered if such expectations of his son would really be justified. As a father with such a talented child, he was worried. To him, he was a dear, beloved son. Jamie, his father, would give it his all, so he asked that he grow up to be a fair man. As morning came, everyone took their seats in the dining room, and MC, resting his head on the back of his chair, wondered what bothered his father last night. Of course, he wouldn't use mind control on him out of simple curiosity, and his abilities wouldn't allow it yet. At that moment, Ash turned her attention to him and shouted, "Hey, Jamie." He looked at her and said that he thought they had already discussed everything yesterday. He had no business with her. She laughed and said that she did. Then she shouted, "Little sister." The protagonist thought, what? She decided to increase the number of annoying people. Then he rose from his seat and said that he was leaving. Guys, he has no intention of getting closer to them. Ash shouted, "Where is he going? He should at least get to know her, since their families are close." At that moment, Rebecca, the eldest daughter in the family, approached them and noted that it was rude. Ash, she should not throw away formalities. How can she talk like that to the Count's son? She answered, but Jamie himself gave her permission. She called out to her sister again. The protagonist thought, why her? Ash asked, did he fall in love with her sister? He thought, how did she end up here? With that, he said, Jane, the love of his life, who was given to the gods for her own good. This is where the story of Diablo, devoid of emotions, begins. But to think that she would appear before him as a child. Then he turned abruptly. Alf stood before him, holding the sphere in his hands, and said, here he is. He thought, Jamie, he's dead. Then the protagonist looked at Rebecca and said, Jane. She was surprised. Who? Ash asked. Did he really fall in love? Then Alf shouted, now he will obey him. The object in his hands burst into a bright flame. MC looked at it in surprise. Rebecca ran to her sister. The protagonist ordered not to interfere with him. Alf, perplexed, thought, impossible. The Phoenix Ring is an artifact of the 6th tier of fire magic created by his father. This is not something that such a small fry like him could block. Then MC told him to die. He sent streams of energy forward. Magic began to engulf his body, and Alf, perplexed, asked, huh? It began to consume his body, and then he screamed loudly. At that moment, Argeno approached his son and covering his face with his hand, said, Jamie, enough. He said, Father. He said that he was fine, everyone was safe. Then Argeno closed his eyes. Then he looked at his son and thought, Jamie really was going to. At first, he thought he was mistaken, but that couldn't be considered a mistake. If he hadn't managed to stop him, Alf could have died. At that moment, Count Simon, watching what was happening, thought, amazing. Alf's magic may be weak, and this is less than half of his. But if this artifact worked, everyone present would have burned alive. However, to deal with him in a second, 9th rank, this child can definitely fulfill his long-held dream. At that moment, his wife screamed, darling. She was holding her son in her arms and screamed that this child almost killed her son. How can he stand there so calmly? At that moment, Sears told her to express herself correctly. The only one who tried to kill was Alf. He attacked Jamie first and used the artifact on him. Then she looked at the girl and asked, isn't that right, Madame Simon? She shouted that Alf only wanted a little. She asked, a little what? She asks her to continue. Madame Simon, didn't she ask her to continue? She must tell them. At that moment, Argeno stood in front of her and said, darling, that's enough. He said, she must let them explain what he did, their beloved son. The mother of the Simon family, holding her son in her arms, thought, someone, they should help her. Then she noticed darling. She smiled and thought, right. He may be strict, but he will stand up for his child. Then he said, it seems their son behaved rudely on such an important day. He sincerely apologizes, Madame Welton. Sears frowned, looked at him, and then thought about herself. How surprisingly kind she was. She couldn't be angry anymore after such an apology. Then she bowed and thanked him for his sincere apology. Perhaps she would go. He replied, of course. Welton, he should also go and rest. He replied, okay. Then he stated that he apologized for ruining the evening. He asked them to return to their quarters and have a good rest. The ball was over. People began to disperse, and his wife was perplexed. Why was he acting like this? She screamed, Alf is their son. Their child suffered at the hands of this shameless man. Before she could finish speaking, her husband turned to her and ordered her to be silent. There were too many prying ears here. She should return to her room with Alf. She said, darling. As evening fell, she screamed, how dare he? He is their son. Even if it was not his fault, he should have taken his side. Then the head of the family looked at Alf and asked, was he trying to get his attention? His wife called him. Not noticing the reaction on his son's face, he ordered him to speak. Didn't he think that his actions would ruin his reputation in the eyes of the Eastern nobles and the entire kingdom? Alf thought, scary, so scary. He just wanted him to notice him. Then he declared that this brat was rude to him, so he didn't know how. The head of the family shouted, where the hell did he get the Phoenix Ring? He answered, this. The head of the family interrupted him and said, Alf, he doesn't like to repeat himself. He will ask for the last time, who gave it to him? He answered, Lennon. Lennon gave it to him. After some time, Lennon opened the door and entering the office asked, "Father, did he call him?" He tucked his tongue in irritation when he noticed his brother and thought how pathetic he was. He created all the conditions for him, but he still failed. What an idiot. I can't believe he's his older brother. He will pretend to be a fool. Then he smiled and asked, "Father, did he call him?" He asked, "Was it he who gave his brother the phoenix ring?" He answered, "That's right." Father asked, "Why did he give him something so dangerous?" He answered thoughtfully, "This little brat was bullying his older brother. He didn't want him to." Before he could finish, his father interrupted him and said that it wasn't so. He just wanted to manipulate. His son looked at him, puzzled, and he added, "Lennon, he didn't do it for his brother. He just wanted to manipulate him." He thought, "How is he?" Alf thought, "Lennon?" Then the father of the family said, "They probably already realize that he has no interest in them. Do they know why? Despite the fact that his blood flows in their veins, they lack talent. However, this does not mean that he is ignorant of their intentions. If they are so eager to gain his attention, then they should not waste time on such tricks. Better to prove that they are worthy of his blood." Then he reached for the door handle and added, no matter what they thought, he would not interfere anymore, but they needed to sort out this mess. At dawn, they would apologize to Jamie until he forgave them. Then he closed the door behind him, and Alf scratched his head and thought, "Damn, does he have to face that bastard again? Just the thought of it makes him shake." Then he said, "Hey Lennon, is he going to apologize?" He remained silent. He thought, did his father's words make him sick? Why is he silent? His father's words repeated in Lennon's head, and he thought, "Father, he will see. He swears that he will prove himself worthy." With these words, he clenched his fist. Meanwhile, Sears approached her son's bed and thought, Jamie, his bloodlust for Alf was serious. What could have happened to a 9-year-old child to lead to this? She thought they were just fooling around. If the artifact had worked as it should, she can't even forgive him, even after Count Simon's apology. She clenched her fists and thought she needed a better apology or compensation, even if it meant turning to her family. Then the protagonist rolled over and she covered her face with her hands, wondering what she was even thinking. At that moment, Argento approached her, placed his hand on her shoulder, and asked if she was okay. She turned around and noticed him, then looked down and asked what she should be upset about. He asked what he could do for her. He would do whatever she wanted. She smiled and said that he had stopped her then. He said he was just worried that she would only ruin her mood. She said that Count Simon had immediately apologized politely, but she didn't want to create a conflict among the Eastern nobles over such nonsense. Besides, he had gotten into a lot of trouble. Argento smiled and asked, Alf? Then that kid got really scared. She laughed and said that everything was fine now. Then the head of the family asked if they should go. He wouldn't be able to rest while they were standing there. She replied that they should go. At that moment, MC peeked out from behind the blanket and thought that he enjoyed their excitement. He couldn't control himself at that moment. However, he sat up in bed and closed his eyes, thinking, Jane, to think that she was reborn. It's not so strange after all. He was reborn after tens of thousands of years. It's impossible that it's not her. Yet, she didn't recognize him. She has no memories of her past life, but that's normal. He's a special case. Nevertheless, the very fact of her reincarnation at the same time as him, is it a joke of fate or someone's plan? If the 12 gods are involved in this, at that moment, Blackie flew up to him and landed on his shoulder, and the protagonist said, this is nonsense. If they found out, he wouldn't have a peaceful life. Then he began to stretch Blackie and said what he was even thinking. He looked at the creature in his arms, and then memories surfaced in his head. He thought, first he needs to meet her again. At that moment, the man hiding behind the hood held a bird in his hands and said that great changes would come to the world of magic. There was a note attached to the bird's leg, which said that the eldest son of the Welton family, Jamie, was 9 years old. Presumably a wizard of at least the 4th rank. An incredibly talented magician had appeared in this world. He released the bird and told it to fly. After some time, MC approached the river. Blackie began making sounds. The protagonist, looking at him, asked if he even needed fresh air. He began making sounds, and MC walked forward and said, okay, it's so quiet and nice here. Most likely, it's because most of the people have already left since today's the last day. Before he returns, he needs to meet her. Then he stopped and thought, what is that sound? Where is it coming from? He can't understand. He will use mana. He began to concentrate the energy in his body. And then he thought, what has he found? He noticed Rebecca sitting by the water and thought, it's Undine. Rebecca extended her hand to her, and then she turned around and asked in surprise, young Earl of Welton, is he all right? She walked up to him, and he confirmed it. He awkwardly asked what her name was. She smiled and said that her name was Rebecca. She was a summoner of water spirits. He looked at her and wondered why they were both summoners of water elementals. He remembered her words. She asked him not to forget her. Then Rebecca asked, young Earl, why did he have such a sad face? He continued to look at her silently, and she thought that he must still have not recovered from yesterday's events. She walked forward and thought that everything would be all right. She hugged him, and he thought that this feeling was just a remnant of feelings from his past. But nothing would happen if he enjoyed it a little longer. Then they sat down near the water, and Rebecca asked if he was feeling better already. He answered that it was true and thanked her. She smiled and said that her father taught her that difficulties are easier to endure if you share them with someone. He asked, Viscount Val? She smiled and confirmed it. It was a pity they couldn't talk properly yesterday, so she was glad for today's opportunity. He said that the same thought had occurred to him. She asked, Is it really? He confirmed it, and thought that she was a completely different person. Maybe it was for the best. He said that he had heard that the Vale family has a tradition of making contact with the spirits of the air. Wasn't that true? She replied that she had wanted to make a contract with them, but it hadn't worked out. Because of her strong connection with the spirits, they came to her, but immediately refused to make a contract and then left. However, another day, Ondine appeared to her and said that making a contract with her was her destiny. It was an important decision, and she should have discussed it with her father, but she accidentally made a contract with her right away. The protagonist thought, the King of Spirits definitely knows. A contract with the King of Spirits. The contract he made with him was unlike any other. It could be called a soul contract, a contract that binds one to life. The moment Jane's soul was reborn in Rebecca's body, the Spirit King immediately understood it. Then MC said, okay, so her father punished her for this? She replied that he wasn't angry, he seemed a little upset, just like her. Then he said, well, it's something special anyway. The elemental appeared to someone on its own and offered a contract. He'd never heard of such a thing. She might not have been able to make a contract with an air spirit, but a water elemental had chosen her. She just had to believe in herself. She sighed, looking at him, then smiled and thanked him. He rose to his feet and waving thanked her for today. He had to go. She said they would see each other again. She thought she wanted to talk more. Then she said, what is this feeling? At that moment, the protagonist was walking along the path. He asked if he had been too formal. Children don't talk like that, right? Blackie responded with a strangled sound, he said. But Jane, that is, Rebecca, seemed more mature to him, so it was difficult to talk to her like a child. Why can't he shut up today? After some time, he entered the estate and heard someone calling him loudly. He turned around in surprise and noticed the two Simon brothers. He asked what? Alf said, well, that is, he apologizes. The protagonist grimaced and asked, why him suddenly? Then he smiled and said, the Count made him go apologize, didn't he? He blushed with embarrassment, and the protagonist looked at Lennon and said, I understand that, but what is he doing here? He said that he was his brother. The protagonist asked, why did he bring him along? Was he too afraid to come and apologize himself? Lennon said that he was the one who gave his brother that artifact. The protagonist was surprised, so they, the brothers who wanted to kill him, together. Then he asked, what is his name? He smiled and introduced himself. The protagonist, frowning, looked at him. He began to analyze his body and thought that he was quite talented, not comparable to Alf, apparently also cunning. Count Simon, even such a son was not enough for him. Then Lennon smiled and said, it's good that nothing terrible happened. Since he heard their apologies, can they go free? He thought, did this kid take him for an idiot? He never showed up there yesterday. For him, everyone except his father must be just trash. If he lets him go now, it will still come back to haunt him. Then he pointed his finger at his brother and said, Al, it will be difficult for him in the fight for the inheritance, won't it? He shouted, what? What is he talking about? The protagonist asked, is that right, Lennon? He frowned and replied that it was none of his business. At that moment, the protagonist approached him and, placing a hand on his shoulder, said, if this is all his doing, then he deserves his punishment, don't you think? He released a terrifying aura, and Lennon shouted, what is he doing? He thought in surprise, it's so dark here. Where is he? His body was growing cold. He was about to freeze. He sank to his knees, and a huge eye appeared before him. And a voice rang in his mind, saying that this was his last chance. He sighed, and with tears in his eyes thought, did he get out? No. Was it all an illusion? He didn't know what it was, but at that moment, Alf, perplexed, called out for his brother, and Lennon thought, one thing is certain, this is his last chance. He must fall to his knees right now. His body trembled, and he asked for forgiveness. After some time, the protagonist went outside and thought that he was finally going home. How boring it was to go out. It was better to be hugged by his mother and stay at home. Then he scratched his head and thought, wait, what is he even thinking about? Then Count Simon approached him and said that he saw that he was in a good mood. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and answered, not exactly. He was just glad to be returning home soon. He replied that it was a pity that they never got the chance to talk to him. MC said that he had hoped for this too, so he shared his feelings. He said that if he wished, he could stay. The protagonist answered in the negative. His desire to quickly go home was stronger since he was completely exhausted, for a reason he supposes, known to him. He looked at him in surprise, and then laughed and said, that's right. The world of magic began to watch him. The protagonist said that this was expected. He added that apparently he knew who he was. The protagonist answered, of course. They walked forward, and he added, if I'm not mistaken, his name is Lennon? He was teaching him a lesson. The head of the family replied that he thought so. He hadn't been himself since yesterday. The protagonist asked if he was angry about it. He looked at him in surprise and said that these were the consequences of their decision, and why should he be angry? MC thought, oh my god, now he understands what's wrong with those brats. Then he said, by the way, Lennon seems to be quite talented. He should be trained. He replied that this is not true. He knows more about his abilities than anyone. He is worthless. The protagonist said that if he does not try, he will not know. If he tries, he can reach his level. He will not be able to show his talent under such pressure. It is all his fault. With these words, he pointed at the Count, and he barely restrained himself from shouting. What? He replied. Those two brats became like this because he could not see their talent. He was surprised. What is he talking about? The protagonist added. Alf, of course, is ordinary, but Lennon has enormous potential. The Count was surprised. Did he really underestimate him? The protagonist smiled and thought, He's saying a talented 8th rank mage couldn't spot a talent in his son that a child could? It felt like a great mage was standing before him. Then he said, who knows? Maybe helping his son will help him achieve more than he can. He was surprised. How did he know? At that moment, someone from the side called Jamie and said that they were already leaving. He smiled and said, okay, let him not attach importance to the words of a stupid child. With that, he ran to the carriage, and the Count closed his eyes and, turning around, said, as expected, it was unfortunate. As evening fell, Blackie began making noises, looking into the bushes, and MC, hiding behind his hood, shouted, come on, hurry up! Where the hell were they? Reza approached him and said, Hazard was messing around. That's why they were late. He apologized. Then he sighed and told them to forget it and tell him what they learned. They replied, yes, sir. Reza then stepped forward and said that the Zenith Church had been doing good deeds within Heist for some time, providing food and shelter to those in need, creating a good impression. They recently established their own orphanage. The protagonist asked when they began their activities. He replied, apparently, immediately after the gang's defeat. 2 months ago, Count Welton completely destroyed the Live All gang. Immediately after this incident, the Zenith Church officially began its activities. They went to the poor, served, and preached God's will. At first, civilians did not attach any importance to this. However, after the church's continued activity, people began to depend on it, soon becoming believers. As a result, opposition to the Zenith Church in Heist rose to incredible heights. He said that at the moment, people worship the Zenith Church as the most generous and respected in Heist. The protagonist was surprised. What did he say? He said nervously, Zenith, that idiot would never do charity work. The two of them, do they believe that war and peace can coexist? They looked at each other in surprise and hesitantly replied that they can't. Then Riza added, but he believes that they are connected. MC noticed that he was right. That's what Zenith is all about. Peace is the top of a hill strewn with corpses. War is when his divinity manifests itself. Therefore, everything the priests of Zenith do goes against his will. He's sure there's something hidden beneath that nobility. They have to find out what it is. They replied, it will be done. The protagonist thought, Zenith. He will find out everything he plans. After some time, the protagonist came to the Zenith Church orphanage. He looked at Ricky and said, good job. He smiled and replied, His Holiness. There's nothing wrong with that. Compared to begging and constant beatings, this is heaven. Then the man put his hand on his shoulder and said, Ricky, he's been through a lot. Now he doesn't have to worry about it. He smiled and replied, yes, sir. A month and a half had passed since they arrived at the shelter, and he was happy here. If it weren't for the shelter, his and his sister's lives would have been doomed. Then he walked into the room, and Anna, sitting at the table, asked, is that him? He replied that he had returned. She smiled and said, so he's here. His sister Anna was blind. Knowing this fact, their parents abandoned them and ran away. To protect his sister, he had done a lot of evil. Living on the street was hard, and the adults were indifferent to them. A hopeless life when no one would help him. They were the first to extend a helping hand to them, and it was God's hand that day. They were given a second chance. He wants to share this happiness which was given to him by God's grace and become a priest of God to spread the miracle. After a while, they went outside. A guy hurried towards them. He shouted, Ricky, Anna, did they hear? Ricky asked him, did they hear what? He asked, they know Shino, right? He received a divine blessing. And so in order to become a priest, he will go to the main church next week. Ricky shouted in surprise. What? He will become a priest? As night fell, MC, using Blackie as wings, soared into the sky. He said that they were almost there. They should go down. His pet confirmed this. Then the protagonist looked at the guy lying below and asked, what is this? He landed, and then asked, what is with his energy? He thought, vile divine power. Is he a priest? Then he noticed a weapon on him and thought, that's not it. He is a high-ranking priest. How troublesome. Then he thoughtfully asked, but why is a holy knight lying on the road? Looks like a problem. Maybe I should finish him off. Then he put his foot on the guy's head. But at that moment, he grabbed his leg and MC shouted, what the hell? He tried to say something, but MC didn't understand. He yelled, what? Then he got angry and thought, there are no words. He decided that he would leave him here to starve. Then he turned around and told Blackie that they should go. After a while, the protagonist was sitting at the table, holding a napkin. He thought, he's here. The guy he saw recently was sitting at the same table with him, and he smiled and asked, is he Jamie? Nice to meet you. The protagonist thought, why is this nasty idiot sitting at the same table with them? Then the guy laughed and said, if it weren't for the Count's help, he would have died of hunger on the paving slabs. Argeno said, it's not his fault. It's all thanks to the guards who brought him here. He asked, these are his soldiers, right? So he thanks him anyway. He laughed and said, is it normal for a knight of the Holy Light to die of hunger anyway? He replied that it was unusual. Yes, they were human too. When you reach a high rank, you can simply last longer than ordinary people. The protagonist, feeding his sister strawberries, thought, uncomfortable. He's uncomfortable. Why are mom and dad so nice to him? Then Argeno looked at the guest and asked, he mentioned serving the Church of Pyro, right? He replied that that was true. He served Pyro, the goddess of mercy and punishment. Argeno, turning to his wife, said, dear, she must have been surprised when she heard about this, right? She replied that she was indeed surprised. The guest asked, were they surprised? Is there something wrong with that? She asked, had he ever heard of Bishop Saphir? He wondered, is she Madam from Afton? She replied that she was from the Bell family. The guy looked at her in surprise, then rose from his seat and dropping to one knee said, I offer my greetings, my dear, MC wondered, wondering what was going on. He knew the Pyro Church was located in Afton, the Bell family's territory, but that shouldn't be a reason for him to prostrate himself. Anyone a knight would behave like that toward must be at least a bishop. So what was going on? Then the protagonist called out to his parents. Arjino asked, "What's wrong?" He smiled and asked, "Why is this man greeting his mother like that?" He got angry and thought he is forced to behave like a 9-year-old child again. He wants to die. Then the head of the family laughed and said, "It's a long story, so maybe, but I'll tell you another time." MC said, "Wow, that's cool." He desperately thought, damn it, even after such humiliation. At that moment, Sarah extended her hand to him and smiling said, "He was so sweet." He thought he couldn't believe it hadn't worked. What a humiliation. If the family had such close ties within the Pyro Church, it could become a thorn in his side, because she was the one he would have to kill one day. Sometime later, in the estate's study, Arjino sat down in a chair next to the guest and asked how he had ended up here. As far as he knew, the Pyro Church didn't lead forces in the eastern region. Was he here to expand his influence? He spread his hands in front of him and shouted, "No way." He was chasing someone and somehow ended up here. Arjino asked, "Chasing someone? Who?" He replied, "The one who conducts unthinkable and cruel experiments that no one should ever conduct, the creator of chimeras." Arjino shouted in surprise, "What? He's saying the creator of chimeras is in Heis. Who is he?" He remained silent, and then said that he was asking for forgiveness, but the rest of the information was so secret that even within the church, not everyone knew about it. He can't tell anyone about this, but he'll share it with him anyway if he listens to his request and they sign a contract. Arjeno asked if he was asking for his help. He confirmed it. If he, a swordmaster, were to assist him, he was sure it would greatly help matters. Then Arjeno lowered his gaze and said, "Chimera publisher. Chimeras are created from various creatures for their outer body, but their creators are treated worse than common criminals, because the basis of a chimera is human. Perhaps there are those who don't use humans to create them, but history knows of no such precedents." Then Arjeno said that he wasn't promising his full support, but since he knew of his relative's relationship with the Pyro Church, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. The guy said, "That means it." Arjeno smiled and declared that he would help him. In response, he joyfully rose to his feet and shouted, "Thank you very much." The count said, "Enough of the pleasantries. So why is the church persecuting chimera creators? And why don't they ask the kingdom for help?" He scratched his cheek thoughtfully and said that he was sure the kingdom would help them, but that would greatly undermine the church's authority. The chimera creator the church was persecuting had kidnapped more than 10 knights of the goddess. Arjeno said, "That means it." He said that he created chimeras that used divine powers. Sometime later, the protagonist was walking in the garden and thought he didn't think he'd be looking forward to tea so much. He approached the gazebo where Sarah climbed onto a chair and asked Jamie, "Is he here yet? He should sit down quickly." Then he took a sip of tea, and his mother said, "Oh my God, her dear son, what does he want to know so badly?" He replied, "About this man. Why is he bowing before her?" He wondered why he was so solemnly greeting someone he was seeing for the first time in his life. She replied that she knew he would ask about this. He's curious about her family's connection to the Pyro Church, right? Then she folded her hands in front of her and said, "Well, his great-grandfather, her biological grandfather whom he'd never met, the savior of the Pyro Church." MC, perplexed, thought, "What? Mom's grandfather is the savior of the Pyro Church?" Then she added, "In the past, when the Pyro Church had a very important thing stolen that they were keeping, and her grandfather helped them. The incident in Portsmouth Garden, the incident in which the Demon King's followers used a sacred relic and, fortunately, failed to summon their lord." The protagonist asked, "Mom, was her family involved in that incident?" She replied, "They say her grandfather died trying to stop the Demon King's summoning." After that, the Pyro Church granted their family the title of Archbishop and swore that for the next 100 years, the head of the family would be equal to the rank of bishop. The protagonist thought, "Now I understand why she looked so sad. I wonder if she and Grandpa were close? It's foolish to treat someone like a bishop in the Pyro Church like that, but it's understandable, since it was the only relic. That's good. Pyro, he'll finish her off one day, but first he'll take full advantage of her." He made a sly face, and his mother called out to him in surprise. He smiled and said, "Yes, Mom." She asked if her son would like another cup of tea. He happily agreed. As evening fell, the man hiding behind the hood announced that today their younger brother, Shino, who had been chosen as the father of Genus, would leave home. They all blessed him on his upcoming journey. They should raise their glasses to him on this wonderful day. They congratulated him. Ricky, smiling happily, thought, Shino will finally be going to Mount Chongbon. Then they approached the carriage, and Shino, looking at the brother and sister, joyfully called out to them. He said that the decision to go was sudden. He had almost thought they wouldn't be able to see each other. He was grateful that they had seen him off. Ricky smiled, and placing his hands on the carriage window said, "The priest said that he, too, would be sent away soon, so he shouldn't cry from loneliness." He smiled even more broadly, clenching his fist, and said that he wouldn't cry. He would go first. He would wait for them. They must arrive soon. And then the carriage set off, and Ricky, clenching his fist, thought that one day he too would become a priest. At that moment, the man sitting next to Shino said that they had arrived. He was surprised already. Then he looked to the side and thought, "Is this Mount Chongbon?" The carriage couldn't have traveled that far. Then he said, "Priest, is this the main branch of the Pyro Church?" He got out of the carriage and told him to follow him. Then Shino started looking around. He apologized and said that he thought they were in the wrong place. The priest replied that everything was fine, he should follow him. Then they entered the building, and he said, "So, now they should go down." Shino thought, "The basement?" He said that he didn't think they should go here. He apologized. "This place is strange." Then a door opened in front of him. He noticed a distorted hand in front of him and said in fear, "Priest?" He said that this place is strange. There is something scary in the room. Then the priest took off his hood and said, "Bishop." He brought him. Shino cried out in surprise, "Bishop?" He clenched his fists and cried, "Isn't he here because he was chosen by God?" He replied, "Shino, of course he is the chosen one." The frightened boy cried out, "But then why is he in such a scary place and not on the mountain?" He replied that it was because this was the place where they had achieved utopia. He longed to see what such a pure and innocent child would become. He had to go in. At that moment, the subject of his research entered the room and said what a worthy experimental subject he had been this time. He would make a beautiful chimera. Shino looked at the chimera in fear. After some time, the lands of Count Welton, Heiss, Felbart Street. The protagonist walked forward and said that this was Felbart Street, the largest street in Heiss. The guy in front of him said that he remembered this place. It had been hard for him that night when he was dying of hunger here. The protagonist said, "Ah, I get it." He thought the reason he was showing the city to this idiotic knight was simple. This morning at tea, the head of the family asked the guest if he wanted to see the city. In that case, Jamie would show it to him. He replied, "Cool." The protagonist thought that this had happened. He walked forward irritably and thought, "Bad luck. Seriously, he's cursed." At that moment, the guy behind him thought, "I wonder how a 9-year-old can have so much stamina and a well-developed memory. He could take a position at least in the executive branch, maybe even higher." No wonder the Count asked Jamie to walk him home. Then he called him over and, smiling, thanked him, saying that thanks to him, he would be able to get a good look around the city. The protagonist said that he hadn't left the house for a long time, so he liked it too. Then the guy extended his hand to him and said, since they were done with this, they should go back. The protagonist replied, no need to take his hand. Instead, can he ask something? He replied, of course he could. The MC asked, what did he and his father talk about yesterday? The guy clenched his teeth and thought, what a sudden question. He thought he would ask something like, is it cool to be a holy knight? He smiled and said that they were talking about how handsome he was and what a cutie he would be when he grew up. The protagonist told him not to lie. The guy thought, don't guys his age like to hear things like that? Then he smiled awkwardly and said that he wasn't lying. It's true, they were talking about that. They were always talking about him. He really loved him very much. The protagonist walked forward in irritation and shouted, if he didn't want to talk, he could have just said so. Even children wouldn't believe such nonsense. He laughed awkwardly and apologized for lying, but that was only between adults. The protagonist thought that something was definitely going on in the city, so he asked to show him the city. What was going on? The guy leaned towards him and asked, Jamie, is he angry? The MC wondered what was going on. What could it be? The guy called him again, and then the protagonist looked ahead and said that he forgot to show him one more place. He asked, what was it? He replied, the Genus Church in Heiss. After some time, they passed by again, and he said, they are here, that's it. At that moment, Ricky, holding a stick in his hands, looked ahead in surprise, and the guy accompanying the protagonist smiled and said, so that's it. Ricky pointed his finger at him in surprise and shouted, it's that black-haired guy. The guy asked in surprise, his friend? The protagonist thought, is this really the guy he met back then? He replied that this is not so. He sees him for the first time. He thought, it seems that changing his hair color did not help him. Ricky shouted, why is he acting as if they don't know each other? Then he ran after him and asked, did he dye his hair? He barely recognized him. Why is he pretending? Then he turned around abruptly, hearing the coachman shout, get out of the way. The horses were rushing straight at Ricky, and he looked at it in fear. Then Raz resolutely ran forward and shouted, no. He held out his hand. Ricky trembled with fear, tears streaming down his face, and he thought, damn, he won't make it. He'll die. The protagonist clicked his tongue in irritation and then used a chain field. A magical symbol appeared in front of him, from which magical chains flew in all directions. At that moment, Ross had already caught Ricky, and they jumped to the side, but the entire carriage was intercepted by magical chains and lifted into the air. Ricky, perplexed, asked, is he alive? He abruptly hugged the protagonist and shouted, he is grateful. He replied, okay, he has to get off him. He is so strong he can't. Ross looked at them and thought, the magic that Jamie used to save the child is much stronger than any other he has ever seen. This is unthinkable. 9 years old is already so strong. This child is a genius. 10. No, even in a few years he will become so powerful that he will not dare to look him in the eyes. Then MC asked why he stood rooted to the spot. He was surprised. Where are they going? He answered, what do you mean where? To the Genus Church. He answered, yes. He thought, isn't he just winding himself up? He just feels like they are looking down on him. After a while, Ricky said happily, great, he was just going there. He walked forward and added, he knows the church like the back of his hand. He'll show them around. He turned around and added, it's an orphanage where children live who, like him, have nowhere to live. At that moment, a woman called out to him, Ricky? He replied, sister. He asked, so where has he been? And who are these people? He replied, a carriage flew right towards him. They came to the rescue. She said, oh my God, is he okay? He must have been so scared. Then she bowed and said, "Thank them very much." Ricky had skipped the scary part. Raz replied, "It's nothing. That's what any pyro minister should have done." The woman thought, "Pyro." Then Raz added, "To be honest, this little one made a much bigger contribution." With these words, he pointed at the protagonist, and he thought, that was unnecessary. Then the sister came closer to him and said, "I see, this is the child." He said he was the son of the ruler of this land and introduced himself. She sighed and said she should have known immediately after seeing his emerald hair. She was just so shocked by what happened. The protagonist wondered what kind of reaction was this. If she was born here, she should have recognized him immediately by the color of his hair. Even leaving aside the fact that she didn't recognize him, why was she so flustered? Was she hiding something? Then she asked, "Were they here to bring Ricky home?" Ras put his hands in front of him and said that he came here because the Genus Church had appeared here this year. She noted that he was a guest. She asked them to follow her. Ricky, he should be kind and give the young master a tour. He apologized. Should he give him a tour? The MC thought she was trying to separate them. She wasn't going to hurt Raz, right? Just in case she decided to do so, he would. Then she smiled and said that they should not forget that they were having dinner with his parents that evening. "See you later." Ras looked at him in surprise, then smiled and waving his hand said, "Yes, they will see each other." At that moment, Ricky smiled awkwardly and, pointing his finger forward, said, "This place is the shelter where he lives. That's where the dining hall is." After that, the protagonist told him to throw away the formalities, and he said that he didn't care about these formalities so he could communicate as before. Ricky came up and happily asked, "Really?" In response, the protagonist shouted that he shouldn't make him repeat himself, and then Ricky ran ahead and shouted, "He needs to follow him. He will show him everything that is here." The protagonist thought, why is he so happy? He can't understand him at all. After some time, Ricky stopped near the door and, putting his hands on his waist, said that he showed him almost everything that is here. That they live here, little sister. He opened the door and shouted, "Anna, he brought a friend." The protagonist thought to himself, who said they were friends? Then Anna rose from her seat and walked forward, asking, "Brother, is this true?" The protagonist looked at her in bewilderment, and Ricky approached his sister, helping her lean on him and saying, "Anna, she should say hello to him. He's an amazing person." She said hello and introduced herself, and Ricky, looking at the protagonist, asked, "Is something wrong?" He remained silent and thought, what the hell? She has a holy essence? Especially her eyes. They're overflowing with holy energy. Representatives of God on earth. They are God's servants, endowed with more of his power than any other person. They can also use it freely. At birth, one of their body parts usually possesses a huge accumulation of holy power. They say her name is Anna. She was blinded by the power of holy energy. But the moment she awakens, all the true currents of this world will be revealed to her divine eyes. There's a high chance she could cause him trouble in the future. Should he finish her off now? No. If he could learn her essence, then a high-ranking priest should know about it too. Killing her now is much more dangerous. Ricky said in surprise, "Jamie, what's wrong with him?" The protagonist thought he was. Ricky asked, "He fell in love with his sister?" He shouted, "What nonsense is he talking about?" He said his sister was still young, that's why. Before he could finish speaking, Anna hit him on the head with an object and said, "Oh right, she wanted to ask him something. There is something in this book that she doesn't understand. Can he help her with it?" He fell and, clutching his head, replied, "Okay, he will help her." After a while, they sat down on the bed and Ricky began to read. MC, watching them, wondered whose holy power she possessed. Whoever it was, he felt like he needed to keep an eye on her. Perhaps he should leave? He headed for the door, and Ricky, noticing him, asked if he was going to the restroom. He replied that he wasn't. He was already leaving. Then Ricky closed the book and, getting up from the bed, said that then he would walk him to the exit. He would come visit him again, right? The protagonist remained silent and thought how sociable he was. Then he turned to the guy and asked, "Ricky, is there something here that keeps him coming back here?" He was surprised by the sudden question. And then he smiled and asked, "Is he just asking in a friendly way?" He liked it. The protagonist replied that he was imagining it. And then Ricky said that at first, it was enough for him to be able to be near his sister. But after he came here, he changed his mind. He wants to be chosen by Mr. Genus and become a priest. Yesterday, one of his friends from the orphanage was chosen and went to Mount Chongbon. He was so envious of him. He thought, what? He was chosen and then went to the mountain? Come to think of it, a church? Human trafficking. Lival, the chosen one. Impossible. He shouted, "Where was he before he came here?" He answered in surprise, "On the street." The protagonist shouted, "Even earlier." He answered, "He was a lackey in Lival." The protagonist asked, "Lival?" He knew it. He was a genius. Then Ras said that they had a pleasant conversation. The woman responded in kind. She turned and added, "He's already leaving, right? In that case, she will take him to the young master." He smiled and replied, "Yes, he is grateful to her." Then he thought, why is she so silent? Is it all because she doesn't trust the priests of other churches? Perhaps these people have some connection with the Chimera. Then the woman approached Ricky and asked if he had given the young master a tour. He replied, "Of course, sister." Then Genus approached them and said, "Oh my. It seems they had an important guest in his absence." Ricky, seeing him, smiled and said, "His lordship." He smiled and said, "It is an honor to meet them, young master." Then MC said hello and introduced himself. He thought, it all fits together. It was the Genus Church that was kidnapping children. Then he looked at Ross and asked, "Who will he be?" He replied that he was Ross Armatic, a minister of the Pyro Church. He said, "Ah, Pyro, so that's it. The protagonist can't understand what they are trying to achieve. What is their goal? He thinks it has something to do with the reason Ross is here. Then Genus said it was a shame he'd been absent during his visit and apologized. He replied, "It's fine, no apologies necessary. He and his sister had a wonderful conversation." The protagonist thought he felt some strange energy. What was it? Such a level of divine power suggested he was a paladin, but Ross was reacting strangely to him. Something was clearly wrong with this paladin. Then their eyes locked, and after a while the protagonist walked forward and, turning to Ross, said he'd heard from Ricky that his friend had been chosen by a god and then sent to the main church. He'd been envious and said he wanted to become a priest too. Raz looked surprised, then smiled and said, "Okay, so that's how it is. Ricky's a good guy. His dream will come true someday." The protagonist thought perhaps a slight hint wasn't enough. Then he said, "Oh right, he didn't happen to hear anything from his father?" He replied that 2 months ago his father had destroyed the Laval gang, and they apparently kidnapped and sold children. He remembered this because, according to Ricky, he was in the database before the orphanage. Raz asked in surprise, was Ricky really in that gang? MC smiled and thought, did he finally put 2 and 2 together? He would give him another clue. Then he added, by the way, didn't the Genus Church spend a lot on charity? He looked at him, and he clenched his fist and thought, God, how could he forget? The Genus Church has never done charity. If they built an orphanage to use children as material. Sometime later, at the estate, Raz sat down on the sofa and said, Laval and the Genus Church. It seems that boy, Ricky, had worked for that gang before. Argeno sat across from him and said that he only observed their church because they had a positive influence on his lands. Ross added, by the way, when they were leaving, they met a priest and a paladin, but he couldn't understand. He asked, understand what? He answered, there was a sense of divine power, but it was impossible to determine whether this paladin served Genus. It felt as if the divine power was mixed with something else, most likely. Argeno said, could he really be a chimera that can use divine powers? If this is true, they can't sit idly by. He will send his knights immediately. Before he could finish speaking, Raz said that they need to make sure. First, he will find proof. With these words, he clenched his fist, and Argeno said that it would be dangerous to go alone. He replied that he was prepared for danger. Argeno asked, and what was the chance of success? He replied that he felt that he had the advantage in this situation. And then Argeno waved his hand and said that he would introduce 3 of his men to him. At that moment, 3 silhouettes appeared behind Ross, and he, turning around, thought that their presence was not even felt. Argeno added, they are knights who protect the Welton family from the shadows. They are professionals, so they will be useful to him, he thought. Even though he wields longswords, well, judging by their appearance and stealth, they seem to be assassins. Then he asked, are these guys really knights? He answered, now, yes. Then Ross thanked him. He will definitely reveal their true intentions. He replied that he leaves it to him. At that moment, the protagonist, having called Blackie back, asked, a chimera with divine power, huh? Using children as raw material to create chimeras? That's pretty evil. He then added that taking pure children for such a purpose was a good plan. But do gods even do that sort of thing? Genus was still an idiot. He then lay down on the bed and added that, in any case, the fact that they weren't perfectly prepared meant they were in a hurry for some reason. Blackie. He handed his pet the letter and said that he was going to see Reza. The next second, Blackie flew out of the window, and the protagonist, looking out the open window, thought that it was probably time for him to get ready too. He thought that the coming battles would require magic of the highest level. He must prepare Genus. He would soon be his headache. Subconscious, a technique that allows one to use magic by first imprinting the spell and mana control in the mind. After some time, Hazard asked how much longer they had to stand here. Reza looked out the window and said, while they begin to act. Hazard sat down on a chair and said, there's not even a mouse scurrying around here, let alone suspicious knights. He turned around and replied, all they have to do is follow orders. Hazard said, friend, he's just incredibly bored. At that moment they heard approaching footsteps. A paladin appeared in front of them, reaching for the sword board behind his back and uttering the word kill. Then he shouted that he must dodge. He struck, but Hazard managed to jump to the side. He thought in surprise, is this divine power? How fierce! The paladin repeated, kill again, repeating it over and over, slashing in different directions. Reza shouted, hurry, you must tell the master. Hazard abruptly ran in the opposite direction and shouted that he would be back soon. Then the paladin swung his weapon again and shouted, kill. The momentum of the slashing attack flew forward, and Reza, holding out his hand to his comrade, shouted for him to jump. He pushed him out the window, and the next second, his stomach was pierced by that powerful attack. And then he said, Master. The next second, a dark spell was cast. A magical symbol appeared around the building, and at that moment, MC stood at the window and asked, what was his name? His servant. Then he smiled and, pointing his finger behind him, said, now no one will know about what is happening. This is a fairly powerful spell, he thought, while he was figuring out how to use the subconscious with Blackie. After all, 6th-tier magic is a bit heavy for him. Then the paladin suddenly ran forward and shouted again, kill! The protagonist shouted, come on! He concentrated energy in his hands and used a gravity spell. 5th-tier magic, gravity, increases the force of gravity in a certain area and suppresses the target to such an extent that it cannot move. Then the paladin abruptly stopped and sighed loudly. The protagonist used Death Grip. Grip. Death Grip is magic that summons the dead to hold the target. Then he concentrated energy in his hands again and used Sacrifice. Sacrifice is magic that sacrifices the summoned souls, creating a huge explosion. Then the paladin thought, attention, danger! A few seconds later, smoke spread throughout the room, and the paladin fell to his knees. The protagonist asked, wow, so he's an expert? The next second, the paladin grabbed his sword and charged again, shouting, kill them all. He swung his weapon, and the protagonist noticed his strong spirit. But unfortunately, he met the wrong opponent. He crossed his arms in front of him and cast the puppet spell. Puppet is magic that threads the target's soul with threads to subjugate it. The paladin knelt, his whole body trembling. He thought he was unable to remove the restraints, unable to analyze the danger. His body was bound by magical threads, and MC said, it seems like he is interested in what is happening to him. Fragments of the dead entered his body, creating an explosion. That's what happened. Everything that belonged to him now belongs to him. He can't do anything anymore. The paladin thought, losing control of his body, unable to use black magic. Continuing the fight is pointless. The best action against an invincible opponent is to run away. The next second, a bright light shone in his chest, and the protagonist opened his eyes in surprise and thought, self-destruction? Then he ran forward and shouted, not so fast. He used the Hand of Darkness. The magical hand pierced the opponent's chest, and the paladin shouted, what? He can't interrupt this? He thought, damn, no dodge. Then the protagonist looked forward in surprise and pulled away from the paladin, while a bright light erupted from his body. He thought, if it weren't for Blackie, he would be in trouble. Just think, he can escape the dark dimension by releasing all his holy energy, but that won't help him. Then he ordered Blackie to absorb the light. At that moment, the paladin started to run away and shouted, escape. MC began to concentrate energy in his hands and shouted for him to slow down. He sent a magical pulse forward, hitting the opponent right in the back. Then a huge, toothy mouth appeared from the paladin's armor, and the protagonist thought, a chimera. Has its true form been revealed? After that, he extended his hand forward and cast a chain field. The magical chains moved toward the enemy, and the protagonist told him to get lost. He folded his hands in front of him and cast a deadly blast. A deadly blast is an explosion of darkness that destroys even the strongest armor. The paladin thought, the physical shell is in critical condition. Movement is impossible. The final function is being performed. Then a claw erupted from the chimera's mouth and flew out the window, and MC thought, so this is its true form? He ran to the window and shouted that he had lost it. Then Ryza shouted, Master, he did well, but what happened to it? The protagonist replied, he had lost it. He was surprised. What? Don't they urgently need to track it down and catch up with it? He replied, even though they had lost it, it didn't matter. Ryza wondered, why was the escaped enemy so unimportant? He thought they were waiting for him to be captured, right? Then he apologized and said, I can't understand his motives. Can he clarify? He replied, well, it's nothing special. Traces of black mana aren't that easy to erase. He thought, the moment the Hand of Darkness pierced him, he was completely filled with its black mana, which meant he could easily track him now. Meanwhile, Lincoln was sitting at the table, then turned his attention to the window and shouted, it's that. He ran over and, picking it up, shouted, impossible. He's been defeated? The basis of their research, it's inconceivable that a Chimera Holy Knight filled with holy energy would be destroyed. Meanwhile, Ryza asked in surprise, Master, in that case, won't the enemy know that black magic was used on them? The protagonist replied that he understood his concerns, but it was fine. He wouldn't be able to find out. Ryza looked at him in surprise, and he added that his current powers were completely different from black magic. He thought, however, he still doesn't understand why black magic is so weak against holy energy. From the very beginning, his magic was created to kill gods. God killing is a type of darkness created to kill sacred beings. It also completely erases existence, leaving no trace. The protagonist extended his hand forward and said, this is the type of magic he uses. Therefore, no matter how hard those fools who use holy energy try, they will never be able to find out about him. At that moment, Lincoln said irritably, never. MC thought, never. Then he placed the paladin's body in the portal and said that he doesn't have to worry. Ryza replied, I see. The protagonist said, by the way, where did Hazard go? He replied, well, that. At that moment, Hazard ran up to them and shouted, brother, how is he? All right. Then he was surprised and, looking at the protagonist, said, Master, he's here. Lucky. He thought the knight would turn his brother into a pile of bones, but it looks like Master took care of everything. Then the protagonist pointed at him and said, that's right, it's his merit. He sorted out the problem. But where did he disappear to? He scratched his head and with an awkward smile said, well, earlier he lost consciousness after falling out of the window, and when he came to his senses, he came straight here. The protagonist asked, did the zombie lose consciousness? Then he ordered, head on the floor. After that, he sat on Hazard's back and said that he was canceling the order to follow them. They noticed too quickly. They'll be caught if they just keep staring at them, so they need to be more careful. Hazard, shaking with tension, answered, yes, Master. Ryza said that he understood. Then the protagonist directed a stream of magical energy at him, and he was surprised. Master him. He replied that it would not be difficult for him to patch it up, but he still had to be careful with his body. Then he walked forward and added, Hazard, he should not leave Ryza anymore, and he needed to guard him. He shouted, yes, Master. Then the protagonist walked to the window and turned turning slightly, said, "It is time for him to go back." They also had to go back and they needed to be careful. They answered, "Yes." Then wings appeared behind the protagonist, and he jumped from the window. Meanwhile, Lincoln continued to clench his fists in irritation and said, "Who could have done this? How is this possible?" An expert-level paladin chimera, created from 4 life forms, was turned into this. He placed the remains of the chimera in a bottle and thought, could it really have been Count Welton? Could it have been him? He took the bottle in his hand and thought, no, if it were him, the chimera's main body would not have survived. Besides, the connection between him and the paladin was severed in an instant. Severing magic. That couldn't be done without a barrier. In this region, yes, a mage of that level, is it the young master? He shook his head and thought, no, definitely not him. He might be a genius, but he was only a 4th rank. To defeat a chimera, you need to be at least a 5th rank. Who then? As he thought, he needed to increase the speed of the experiments before it was too late. At that moment, the woman hiding behind the hood pointed a sword at his neck and asked if his second plan had also failed. Judging by his silence, she was right. He replied fearfully, it hadn't. She smiled and asked, huh? What is it then? He replied, it's not finished yet. She said, so it's in this state because it's not finished, right? Lincoln shouted that he didn't mean that. Some obstacles stood in their way. It will be ready in a couple of experiments. She noticed that he was too talkative for someone who couldn't identify this obstacle. He wanted to be part of the experiment himself. She said that she would keep an eye on him. It was all over if the Count entered the game. Then she disappeared, and Lincoln sighed loudly and thought, 7 knights. They were watching him. The swords of the Genus Church. 7 knights. The protectors of the Archbishop in the main church of Genus. They are all master level. He slammed his fist on the table and shouted, how dare they treat me like this? Archbishop. This old man. Once he's finished with the experiment, he will ascend to that position. A little later, MC leaned over the paladin's body and said thoughtfully, apparently he overdid it. Holy chimera, they created something interesting. I need to see what life forms it's made of. He put his hand to the body and added, and they did a good job of connecting things together. Insect legs, fire-resistant internal organs, insect-like compound eyes, and finally, the core, a human body. It seemed to be a combination of 4 life forms with magic resistance and excellent speed. He looked at the sphere in his fingers and added, and the core was a ball filled with divine power. They created a paladin from the chimera using this ball. But why did they need to create such a thing? Genus, are they planning to start a war? Then he rose to his feet and said, no matter what their goal, there is nothing more vile than them. They haven't changed in all these years. They still view people as insects and raw materials. A voice in his head said, Diablo, he must live. Their revenge, Diablo, they will wait for him in hell. Humans had already lost everything because of their evil deeds once. The reason he was reborn in this world after millennia was to stop them. Damn 12 gods. He wasn't going to let this happen a second time. After a while, the chimera shouted, how could so many things have happened in one day? Lincoln, looking into the magic ball, replied, it was beyond his expectations. Fortunately, the main body was intact. The chimera asked, after all his work had crumbled to dust, he thought excuses would help. Lincoln frowned and apologized. There was nothing he could do about it. The appearance of a third party was to blame. The chimera slammed his hand on the table and shouted, damn it, what's his plan now? He smirked and replied that he would consider choosing another person. The chimera asked, he was talking about that child with the holy essence, right? If he gave him that material, he was willing to test it with all his heart. He then slammed his fist on the table and shouted, don't even dream about it. They wouldn't waste the holy essence on some chimera. Lincoln said, anyway, the new material has already been chosen. He is a faithful servant of Genus and the only blood relative of the saint. With these words, he looked at Ricky's file. Sometime later, Ricky was sweeping the yard and heard his name being called. Then a church worker approached him and said, here he is. He looked at her in surprise and said, sister, she needs his help? She said that everyone was asked to gather in the main hall. He was surprised. In the main hall, he understood. He was already running there. After some time, discussions began in the main hall. Ben, sitting down next to Anna, looked ahead and shouted, hey Ricky, they are here. He shouted, Ben, why is he sitting with his sister? He replied that he brought her because they said everyone should come. Ricky approached them and said, that doesn't mean you need to stick to her like some kind of gum, right? Why did they suddenly decide to gather everyone today? Ben suggested that maybe a new chosen one appeared. Anna smiled and said, that would be great. Then Lincoln stood behind the podium and said, he hopes everyone is doing well. The audience responded positively. He folded his hands in front of him and said that he had great news for them. Another prediction from their god had descended upon them. They were surprised. Predictions? The same as with Shino? Was someone chosen? He laughed lightly and said that they were all right. Genus wanted one of them again. Lincoln thought, brainless idiots who only want to be chosen. No, becoming a paladin is a blessing for an ordinary orphan. That's right, it is a blessing. They should be more enthusiastic about this. Then he told them to sit down. Their god, Genus, wanted him this time, Ricky. He thought that he was the next chimera. Meanwhile, Sears was sitting on the couch next to her son and said, it looks like the rain has almost stopped. He replied that he was hoping the weather would get better soon. She smiled and, looking at him, said, tea parties on rainy days are simply wonderful, aren't they, Jamie? He responded with an awkward laugh and said, the smell of rain is so refreshing and being with mother is even better. She hugged him sharply and said, "My godson, what beautiful words he speaks." At that moment, the butler knocked on their door and apologized for disturbing her madam, but the young master had a guest. The protagonist turned around in surprise and asked, "To see him?" He replied, "That's right. The commoner child said he was his friend and had come to see him." "Should he kick him out?" the protagonist asked. "A commoner, not a nobleman?" He thought. "Then it can't be the Vale sisters." Then he widened his eyes in surprise and thought, "Really?" After that, he said that he thought he knew who it was. He must bring him. The butler replied, "Yes, it will be done." Then Ricky smiled and said that he was glad to meet them. He apologizes for the intrusion. Sears smiled and said how wonderful it was that her son's friend came to play with him. MC thought, as expected, it was him, but who gave him the right to think that they were friends? The mother asked what his name was. He answered, Ricky. She asked if he lived somewhere nearby. He answered that he lived at the Genus Church. She smiled. So that's it. Why did he decide to visit there, Jamie? He answered, about this, the other night on the street. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist abruptly closed his mouth and smiling awkwardly said, Mom, they will play on their own. She can go rest, she thought in surprise. God, because his friend is here, he feels awkward in front of Mom. The protagonist thought, he can't get caught. He is afraid to imagine these terrible punishments. Cruel hugs, kisses, sleeping in the same bed. Then Sears said, okay. Then he needs to kiss his mom goodbye. MC was faced with an even harder test. He thought, shit, there's only one way out. Then he kissed her on the cheek, and Ricky watched in confusion. After that, Sears went to the exit of the room and said that she hoped they had a good time. The protagonist replied, of course. Ricky bowed and said, goodbye. Then he smiled, looking at the protagonist, and said that his mom must love him very much. He replied that he should forget about it. Why is he here? He replied, oh right. He understands he was chosen, so he will be leaving this place soon. So he came to say goodbye, Jamie. The protagonist thought in surprise. What? After some time, Ross was in the courtyard. He sighed and said, for the last couple of days, that strange paladin was nowhere to be found. He thought that he still didn't learn anything while watching the church after that day. Did he disappear into the ground? Then he heard Ricky's voice and thought, this kid. Then Ricky looked at him and said, Mr. Hi. Ras hugged him and said, what's wrong? He should call him Hyung. He replied, okay. He did. Then Ras asked, did he come to Jamie? He confirmed it. Just in time, Hyung. He was going to tell him too. You see, he had a prophecy from God a long time ago. Genus. He shouted. What? He replied that he was chosen. He would go to the main church tomorrow morning. Ras frowned and thought, so this is how it works? They fool children like this. How shameless are they? The servants of God. That's how they treat children and their lives. Then he patted Ricky on the head and said, that's wonderful. He will make a great priest. He smiled and replied, yeah, he will be the one who helps those in need. Like him, Hung. Then they waved goodbye, and Raz, walking forward, asked, did everyone hear? Silhouettes appeared behind him, and he turned around and added that tomorrow morning they would watch the carriage Ricky would be riding in. He would show him the real punishment there. After some time, Ricky, holding flowers in his hands, thanked everyone who had come to see him off. He promised to return as soon as he became a priest. Ben said not to worry about Anna. His sister smiled and said not to worry about her, and that he must definitely return to them as a priest. He said, Anna? He hugged her sharply and told her to be sure to listen to her sisters and fathers, and not to forget to eat well, even if her oppa was not around. He would write to her constantly and try to return as soon as possible. He would. He promised that he would become a priest. He said this with tears in his eyes, and Anna, also unable to hold back her tears, said, okay, that's a promise. She'll wait. Oppa, he shouldn't be sick. Then the carriage set off, and Ross, watching this, said that they were leaving. At this moment, MC, sitting in the lotus position, concentrated energy in his body. He said that they left, and now, he gestured with his fingers and asked if they should check on their bug. Then he looked at Blackie and said that he knew it. The traces of black mana belong to the Genus Church. To create a holy chimera, 3 things are needed. The first is sacrifices. The second is the creator of the chimera, who supervises the experiment, and the last is a high-ranking priest who infuses holy power. The protagonist thought that in this area there was only one high-ranking priest, the Bishop of Genus. Then he said, Ross and the Knights are perfectly capable of dealing with the creator of the chimeras themselves. He needs to take care of the bishop. It will be checkmate. With these words, he donned his cloak, and after a while, the bishop said, it's time. He approached the portal and, laughing, said, the little orphan will become a holy knight. However, receiving divine blessing is quite difficult. Now Ricky, they must see if he can pass this test. This is despair. He extended his hand from the portal straight to Ricky and said, no, he will play with him. Then he was surprised. What? Dark energy pulled him back. He fell to the ground and, frowning, shouted, how dare he? Who is he? The main character, hiding behind a cloak, appeared in front of him and said, what a rude person. And yet, he is a priest. Then he looked at the main character and shouted, a warlock? Yes, he got it. It must be the one who defeated the Holy Knight. How dare he stand in his way? He concentrated energy in his hands and shouted for him to know the wrath of God. He used a combat shrine. A magical symbol appeared on the floor beneath them. The priest increases his power many times over. The protagonist thought, if this is a shrine created by a bishop, then his power will increase so much that he will be able to destroy a boulder with one hand. Then the bishop said, they'll sort this out quickly. He charged, concentrating energy in his fist, and shouted that he would rip off his limbs. He aimed a punch forward. The protagonist frowned and looked at his fist. His opponent laughed and shouted, How could he do that? Okay, they're using him as a sacrifice too. Then he aimed a punch at the protagonist's chest and he asked, is that all he can do? The bishop was surprised. What? Dark energy bound his hand and he shouted, what is this? Why can he use the sanctuary's black magic? MC held his fingers in front of him and asked, the sanctuary? You should look around more carefully. The next second, the dark energy squeezed the bishop's hand tighter and he screamed in pain. He thought, the sanctuary is being consumed by darkness? He shouted, impossible. This is impossible. The protagonist clapped his hands, smiled and said, anything is possible. Then the dark energy moved towards the bishop's torso and he was thrown into the wall. He rolled to the ground. And then the protagonist approached him and said that he had accumulated questions here that he needed to answer. He asked in response, does he think he can say anything? MC said not to misunderstand him, he didn't need his permission. Then he pointed his hand forward, with which he created a magical symbol, and said that he would open his brain. Dark energy enveloped their bodies. The bishop clenched his teeth and screamed in pain. Meanwhile, the chimera placed his hands on the table. Then he threw a test tube at the wall next to his subordinate's head and shouted, Lincoln, you useless idiot. What the hell is he even doing? The experiment is delayed. His subordinate said he'll go take a look. Then a tentacle pierced his head, and the chimera pointed his hand at him and shouted, damn it. Each of them is moving too slow. Then he was surprised and looked ahead and said, it looks like they have guests. Several people hiding behind hoods jumped through the window and he shouted, damn, Lincoln is in pursuit. Meanwhile, several people were standing near the library. One of them, raising his index finger to the books, turned to Raz and said that he felt a gust of wind from there. He replied, there is something behind the bookshelves. He looked ahead in surprise and thought, only this book does not have a layer of dust. He took out the book, and then the knight noticed that something opened. Raz said, there's a nasty smell in the air, guys. They should be on guard. With these words, he reached for his sword. The next second, magical chains were directed at him. He held the sword in front of him and asked what was with this force. The next blow threw him aside. He stopped on the ground. His partner shouted, Ras! He replied that he was fine. It looks like they have come to the right place. A huge chimera stood in front of them. A powerful army must be created at any cost. The protagonist asked if such a prediction had been received. He confirmed it. And then the protagonist turned around and told him to tell the count all the information he had just told him. He replied that he understood. And then the protagonist sighed and added, just in case. He again pointed the magic symbol at the bishop's head and said that he could go now. He thought that he had strengthened the brainwashing. Now he would definitely not remember it. He pointed his hand forward and then pointed his thumb at his face. Lincoln's face appeared on half of his face, and he asked, pass? Meanwhile, the chimera irritably slammed his fist on the table and shouted, damn it, death might already be coming for him. Lincoln, where the hell is he? If it weren't for the experiment, he would have blown his head off long ago. Then he turned to the test tube, reaching out his hand to it, and said, it's a pity of course, but he has no choice but to send this. It should take care of the rest. Damn it. What is Lincoln even doing? What a useless idiot. If only the most important thing was holy power and a body. And a body. He looked at Ricky lying unconscious and shouted for the body to be brought quickly. At that moment, a subordinate appeared behind him and apologized for being late. He turned around and shouted, Lincoln, where is he? What happened to him? He replied that he was attacked by a strange man and was delayed while he dealt with him. Chimera shouted, strange man? He replied that he thought it was the one who killed the Holy Knight. Taking him alive didn't work. He was too strong. Chimera frowned and shouted, damn it, is he working with the people who invaded their place? If they were delayed at all, it would interfere with the experiment. And then he pointed his hand forward and shouted, the body? Where is the body? He replied that he said they were invaded. Does he still plan to continue? He shouted, it's going to be over soon anyway. It's okay. He already sent that sample, so he has to get that body here. He thought, sample? What did he send? Then the chimera looked at the creature in the bottle and shouted, finally, he can finally confirm the results. I wonder how big this chimera will be born. How strong will it be? He turned around and asked, what do he think? With that, he applied the remains of the chimera to Ricky's body, and Lincoln thought, what was he asking him? What's the problem? Then he said, but this will probably be stronger than that failed one. He asked, why was he saying something so obvious? Then he picked up the syringe and asked, isn't now the time to put the finishing touches? He stuck the syringe into the chimera's body and shouted, faster! It should merge faster. There you go. Lincoln, he's happy too, right? He replied, of course. He thought, he's really gone crazy. Then he turned around and asked, who is he? Lincoln smiled awkwardly and asked, what kind of sudden questions are these? It's him, Lincoln. He thought, what? Damn him. Is there something in common between these madmen? Then the infected man waved his hand and shouted, who is he trying to fool? He's not Lincoln. Meanwhile, the chimera's head flew off to the side, and he said that Ross had said that this was the last creature. They should go lower. They continued on their way, when suddenly, one of his subordinates was thrown into the wall. A huge hand grabbed his body. Another knight ran forward and shouted, let go. Ras thought, compared to the others, it's on a completely different level. He shouted, "This space is too narrow for his attacks. We need wider space." Then he abruptly ran forward and, turning slightly, used the Sword of Justice. His weapon glowed with a bright light, and then he delivered several attacks to the monster. But the Chimera continued to look at him, and then he leaned down. Raz thought, damn, he was careless. Too late to dodge. He'll die. But the next second, a powerful blow hit the Chimera's arm, and his companions asked, "Is he okay?" "They should retreat." He replied that he understood. Then they should pick him up. With these words, the knight looked at the injured man, but the others said that they would leave him there. One of them shouted, "What did he say?" He replied that they had been ordered to help Ross with his task. They should ignore interference. At that moment, Ross looked forward with tears in his eyes, and the knight ran to the attack and shouted that he would open the way for them. At that moment, the man grabbed Ross by the shoulder and said that while he distracted them, they should get away. Ross shouted, "He will die fighting alone." He replied that he understood, but they were phantom knights. They acted in order to achieve the most optimal results. Absolute loyalty to their master is the only purpose of the Phantom Knight's existence. Their own lives are merely tools in their master's hands. Raz frowned and considered, complete the task at the cost of his own life? Madness. He would never accept such an approach. Then the Chimera pointed its fist at the attacker, and he shouted, "Come on, hurry." The ceiling began to collapse, and Ras looked ahead in bewilderment. The next second, pieces of the ceiling fell to the ground, dust flying in all directions, and then the monster's hand emerged from the rubble, followed by its entire body, holding one of the knights in its arms. At that moment, the remaining knights turned to Raz, and one of them shouted that they had to run from here. He replied that he couldn't leave him to die. Then the Chimera squeezed the knight even tighter, and Raz shouted, "Hey, this must release him immediately." He grabbed his sword, and the knight shouted, "Sir Ras." He replied that it was fine. He served the goddess of mercy and justice, Pyro. Then he closed his eyes and used Holy Martial. He opened his eyes and commanded his opponent to disappear. Then he delivered a powerful slash, landing squarely in the middle of the Chimera's body, he thought. And so, he borrowed the power of Holy Martial again. The Church of Pyro, Holy Martial. 7 holy knights, to whom the goddess of mercy and justice, Pyro, bestowed a unique power. It is only good for short attacks, but then a powerful reaction unleashes, demonstrating an immense amount of holiness. Then the knight threw his wounded colleague's arm over his shoulder and asked, "Is he alright?" He was surprised. "He's alive?" Ras said this power serves as punishment for the wicked and endless mercy for the righteous bestowed upon him by Pyro, the goddess of mercy and justice. He thought that once the marshal's power ran out, all their suffering would fall upon him, but he didn't need to know about that. Then he smiled and said he was glad they were okay. After that, they moved forward, and he said, "Come on, let's go." Meanwhile, the Chimera continued to attack the protagonist in Lincoln's body. Blackie created wings behind him, and the infected screamed, "How dare he interfere with his experiments? Damn it, damn Black Mage." In response, MC said, "That's funny." He didn't think he'd hear that from someone who had so abused his body. He screamed, "He's just blind. This is real art. He'll put on a special show for him." At that moment, huge wings appeared from behind him, and the protagonist said, "Chimera's wings, how tasteless." He was indignant. What? He dared insult him. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist asked, "Haven't forgotten anything?" He was surprised. Huh. And then he noticed how all the threads of dark energy were binding the Chimera's body. He shouted, "His core material." MC said that it was quite interesting, the thing to play with. Then he squeezed even harder and added that it was his fault. His opponent shouted, "What an idiot he was." The protagonist created a magic symbol in front of himself and said, "So much emotion for one broken toy, maybe they'll change places." Then several magic symbols appeared on the floor, and the Chimera thought, "Is this spatial movement magic? This won't leave a mark if he figures this out. How dare this idiot get on his nerves?" He clenched his fist and thought he would tear this magic to pieces. Then he looked at his hand in surprise and asked, "What the?" He thought, "It's not giving in." Then he screamed, "What an idiot." The next second they were in a new place, and the infected man screamed, Why couldn't he break through this magic?" The protagonist replied, "It's simple, he's terribly weak. Now, how could he possibly enjoy himself in the forest? But as soon as playtime is over, he'll dismember him, piece by piece, and make him his slave." In response, he aimed several tentacles at him and screamed, "He's too pretentious, you idiot." The protagonist began to dodge his attacks, then jumped onto a tree branch and said, "It was supposed to end down there." He asked, "Really?" He sent 2 elite chimeras. "Who knows?" MC frowned and asked, "Elite?" He shouted, "That's all he needs to know." Then he wrapped his fist in tentacles and slammed it into the tree. The protagonist dodged and he said, "They somehow dealt with 1 chimera, but there are 2 of them. They won't get out alive." The protagonist spoke thoughtfully, having crossed all boundaries of reason. His opponent flew up to him and said that it wasn't so, it was certainty. MC thought, "It seems he's implanted 7 different life forms into his body, so this idiot can't even be called human. But by the way, this whole hodgepodge is showing good results. He'll definitely make him his slave." Meanwhile, the knight walked forward and said in surprise, "This is the place." Raz said that first they need to find the child. He thought he had about 20 minutes left. He needed to find Ricky before the marshal's will was released. Everyone started looking around, and then Raz touched the door handle and looked away sharply in surprise. He saw the approaching fire attack and shouted, "Be careful." He ran at the knight, throwing him aside, and shouted that it was an armed chimera. A huge monster appeared in front of them, and he said, "Impossible." Before he could finish speaking, the knight shouted, "Ras, he must look there." Another one, a chimera that combines an ogre and a demonic horse. Monsters that even experts can't cope with. Even he can't handle it. He remembered Ricky smiling and thought, it won't work. Then he grabbed his sword and said, "People, they must prepare for battle." Meanwhile, Ricky sighed loudly and sat up. He asked, "Where is he?" He got down from the table and, looking around, thought, "Why is he here?" He asked, "A priest? Where did he go?" "There's no one here." Then he noticed Shino's body in the test tube and asked in surprise, "Shino?" He thought, why is he here and in this form? They were chosen by a god. Doesn't this mean a blessing? His hands began to tremble, and as he looked at it, he thought, how could something like this be called a blessing? He frowned. Tears rolled down his face and he thought, come on, I need to pull myself together. I need to get out of here. He turned sharply and walked towards the door. He grabbed the door handle and turning around thought, Shino, he must forgive him, but he will definitely come back for him. Then he left the room and ran forward at a rapid pace, thinking, Genius Church, they won't get away with this. He continued running forward, and, slightly shifting his gaze to the side, thought, what was that noise? A fight? Could they have come to save him? He peeked around the corner and shouted, they're nearby. He noticed the liquid on the floor and thought, it looks kind of scary. Maybe he should go back. And then he heard a shout. They're attacking from the right. I need to dodge. He smiled happily and shouted, Uncle. He remembered how he asked to be called Hung. At that moment, the chimera spun around sharply, and Raz shouted, damn, he has to block it. The knight leaped forward and shouted for it to stop. Another chimera dodged sharply to the side, and Raz shouted, no, he has to run, Ricky. One of the knights shouted, damn it, he's stuck. Ricky said in surprise, his body not obeying. The chimera headed straight for him, and Raz tried to call him again. He delivered several slashing attacks, directing them at the chimera. One of the knights fell to the side, and Raz said with tears in his eyes, Ricky? He thought, in the end, couldn't he save him? The next second, Ricky stretched out his hand forward and began to cough loudly. His body glowed with a bright light. He asked, him? Raz frowned and shouted, it's still dangerous out there. He has to run to him faster. He ran towards him and shouted, more. He glanced to the side and wondered how they were doing. He looked at the knights fighting the chimeras and thought he had 10 minutes, maybe less. He couldn't fight while he was protecting Ricky. Then he looked at the boy and said he needed to go upstairs first. He wanted to object, but then thought, no, if he stayed, he'd only get in their way. Then he said, okay, he understands. He then abruptly ran to the side and turning slightly, shouted, Hyung, he must return safe and sound. After that, Raz clenched his fist and said, if only he was left, he would crush him to dust. At that moment, a chimera was running straight towards him. Meanwhile, Ricky was running down the stairs. He didn't understand what had happened at all. After the light scared the monster away, his stomach growled, and that strange feeling he experienced when he saw the monster, just like in Laval, that eerie, terrifying anger. Then he screamed in surprise, the door. He ran outside and, trying to catch his breath, looked at the sky. He thought, could this all really be a lie? Salvation and faith. Tears streamed down his face. He thought Anna is out there alone now, in the orphanage. If anyone touches his little sister, they're finished. He remembered her smiling face and putting his fist to his chest wondered, what kind of terrible feeling was this? For some reason, he had a feeling he needed to go. He walked deeper into the forest. At that moment, the infected man screamed, he's an expert at running. He would finish him off. In response, the protagonist screamed, he must die. Then the protagonist leaped into the air a few times and thought, wow, that's powerful. It would be bad if he even slightly touched him. He concentrated his energy in his hand and thought, but his magic should be enough. This will be enough. If this continues, he'll emerge victorious. The infected screamed, damn idiot, no more jokes. He swung his arm and screamed for him to die already. He aimed a huge ball of tentacles at the protagonist, but he suddenly found himself on a tree branch while his rival screamed, what? Where the hell is he? Where the hell are you hiding? Then MC sighed and used the dark dimension. The infected thought, a trap? Was he really trying to restrain him? Then he grinned and shouted, you fool, does he really think this can hold him back? With these words, he pointed his tentacles at the protagonist, who shouted, damn it! His opponent used a tentacle hurricane. The protagonist, covering himself with a magic symbol, thought, simply amazing. He managed to combine the chimera's abilities with magic. However, that's all he can do. The infected one shouted, surprised that he lasted so long. He cracked his knuckles and asked, what about it? Before he could finish speaking, he was surprised. What? He looked back in surprise, then flew to the side and covered himself with his hands. He turned around and said, what? How is he? He's absolutely sure he saw him in front of him. The protagonist asked, is he blind? He couldn't recognize the clone. He used 4th tier dark magic, a doppelganger. Magic used to create a clone capable of partially using the same abilities as the host. After making eye contact, the clone disappears. Then he pointed his finger at his fist and smirked. He'd been fooled, because he couldn't even estimate his opponent's strength. Then he used body infection, and the chimera looked at his hand changing color and asked, what? The protagonist flew closer and asked, what do you mean? What? It's magic. He'll slowly rot and deteriorate. In response, he shouted, cheap trick. If he kills him. Before he could finish, MC said, that's why he has an ace up his sleeve. He concentrated energy in his hand and said, dark orb. The infected one shouted, what the hell is he talking about? After that, he screamed loudly, and the protagonist shouted, dark orb, a spell that makes the pain experienced triple when touching the sphere. He asked, Well, what does it feel like when suffering is worse than death? His opponent cried out indignantly. Oh, he's an idiot. The protagonist said, so he can still talk. Then he used gravity, and the infected began to fall to the ground. The protagonist flew to him, and hearing the sounds of his wings said, Blackie, he's done well, he can rest. The next second, Blackie began to disappear. Then the infected spoke. The bodies inside him. MC, looking at him, said, that amount of pain would have killed a person. He had to rant about his body like that, adding chimeras to it. He pointed his hand to his head and added, it's so destroyed that I'm not sure he can use it as an undead. Well, at least he'll use his knowledge. Then he looked to the side in surprise and jumped back. He asked in surprise, what? He thought, damn, so there were more chimeras. He miscalculated. He used too much mana. Then he sent a powerful pulse of energy forward and shouted, he won't get off easy anymore. The infected, sighing loudly, put his hand to the wound and the protagonist smiled and said that if he died right away it would be less of a problem, so maybe he'll die already. He didn't think he could withstand this. Well, how was he supposed to kill him? Meanwhile, Ricky, holding his hand, thought that the closer he got, the more nauseated he became, but he felt like he had to go. Then he was surprised. A powerful explosion occurred behind him. He walked forward and said that he knew it wasn't worth it. At that moment, the protagonist closed his eyes and thought, there's not even enough mana for a shield. He won't be able to dodge this attack. Ricky, noticing him, thought, Jamie, what is he doing here? Then the infected pointed his hand at the protagonist and told him to die already. A powerful bolt of energy flew forward, and Ricky ran and shouted, no, Jamie. The protagonist was surprised to see it. A powerful stream of energy flew forward. Ricky extended his hand to the protagonist and called him, and he shouted, no, he must not come near. But Ricky stood in front of him and spreading his arms said, he apologizes, but his body moved on its own. The next second, a powerful explosion occurred. A little later, the protagonist crawled to Ricky, his hands trembling and tears welling up in his eyes. He begged. He looked at Ricky and said, no. He thought, again, because of him, someone. He remembered being told, Diablo, he must live. He thought that everyone else had died to save him. He looked forward and said, he's asking, just not again. Then the infected screamed. What a touching scene this simple test subject gave. Now he will finish with him and his friend. The protagonist remembered people from his past saying, Diablo, he must listen. Lord Diablo, he must tell them this for him. Master, please, he must not forget them. Please, he must not abandon them. They will not leave him even after death. The primordial authority, rebellion against the divine. The infected frowned, looking at the protagonist, and thought, his aura has completely changed. This is bad. We must finish him. At that moment, MC, covered in powerful energy, leaned towards Ricky and asked him to wait a little. He would be soon. He thought, how could he have forgotten the very first authority he created? The next second, skeletons began to appear from the ground. The infected shouted indignantly, idiot, who is he? An army summoned to rebel against the deities and confront the 12 gods. Necromancy. Then the infected laughed loudly and shouted, is he going to kill him with this feeble undead? The protagonist asked, didn't he understand? They had all suffered at his hands. Then he commanded, forward. They must take revenge for all the pain he had caused. The next second, an army of skeletons headed straight for the chimeras standing before the infected, and the monsters began attacking each other. The protagonist said, his subordinates have transcended death. When the skeletons surrounded the infected, he shouted, stop! They must get away from him. Before he could finish speaking, one of the skeletons covered his mouth. The protagonist extended his hand forward and said, this is my domain. Here, death reaps death, and also my hell. Then the skeleton attacked the infected, and within seconds, his body lay on the ground. The MC approached him and, sighing, wondered if he had really died. Then he was surprised to see a ball rolling out of the infected's mouth. He took it in his hand and said, this, the bead of life, an artifact charged with life force. Considering how he'd mutilated his body, it wouldn't have lasted that long. So he was hiding something that could help him. He thought this exceeded all his expectations. With this, he could transcend his childish body. Then he looked at the skeletons in surprise and said, ah, right, they can come back. With that, he sent streams of dark energy at them. He added, he'd still need them someday. Then they disappeared, and blood gushed from his mouth, and he thought, damn, I've spent too much energy. Rebelling against the divine is still difficult for him, but losing consciousness is absolutely not an option. Then he looked at Ricky and thought, he can't just let him die. Then he reached out to him and said, instead of giving up his life like that, he must become his faithful servant. It will be much better that way, right, Ricky? Sinner, he must rebel. He sent a stream of energy at Ricky, and was then surprised when his body glowed with a bright light. He covered his face with his hand and said he couldn't understand what was happening. Then Ricky's body rose up. Pyro was holding him in her arms. She asked who he was, a child, to try to steal what belonged to her. The protagonist cried out in surprise. Pyro, she asked, did he know her? Meanwhile, Lincoln desperately said, he needs to tell the Count. He needs to tell the Count. The next second, the girl cut his neck and moving on, said, idiot. Then she said that they were getting rid of Heiss to begin bringing justice to the heretics. Meanwhile, Ross, sitting on the floor, sighed loudly and thought, somehow he made it in time, just a little more. He was in such pain that he could die, but he was lucky that no one died. So then the knight ran up to him and shouted, "Master Ras, is he okay?" The next second, a flash of golden light exploded next to him, and he looked at his hands in surprise and shouted, "That's it!" He thought, the goddess Pyro. She asked if he knew who he was. The protagonist thought, oh shit, how did she get down? The problems with the law of causality from just one illusion would be enormous. So, she asked if he couldn't hear her voice. He grabbed his head sharply, and she ordered him to answer immediately. He shouted that he only knew that Ricky's holiness belonged to her. She said, so, knowing this, he was going to turn him into an undead? He replied that he just didn't want him to die. Then her face changed, and her voice distorted, and she said, so in his opinion, being undead means being alive? This is an act of disrespect for the dead. How can he not understand the value of life? In response, he shouted, oh, she is such a fool. One of those who belittle life, it's all her fault. After sacrificing all of humanity, how dare she? She asked in surprise. What? No, she. MC wondered what her reaction was. She said that this child would become her apostle no matter what. If he turned him into an undead, she wouldn't forgive him. He was surprised. An apostle? An apostle. Those closest to the gods. Their mere existence makes them like priests, and they possess enough power to be called the strongest holy knight. The perfect priest. The protagonist thought he knew he had divinity, but to ascend to apostle? Apparently, that's why Pyro was able to descend. Everything is turning out much more fun than he expected. Then he said, he's so sorry. How can he make amends? She asked, what? He smiled and spoke, the darkness already taking over him. Half of Ricky became undead. She screamed indignantly, does he even know what he's done? He pressed his hands to his head and thought, damn, what a dumbass. Then she frowned and screamed, does he want to die? He replied, well, if that were the case, things would get worse. After all, by killing him, she would destroy Ricky too. She shouted, does he think such pathetic threats will help? He replied, there can only be one apostle. If she loses him, she'll have to waste a lot of time searching for a new one. She said, although they'll forget about the wasted time, what's more important is that having an apostle guarantees the unlimited manifestation of gods here, right? He answered as he said, he had no desire to kill him. Ricky was his friend. She said, what a vicious man he was, making up a pretty good story to save his pathetic life. The protagonist asked, but why did she make him her apostle? There was no reason why an apostle was vital now, because the world exists peacefully as the 12 gods planned. The system they worked on together, right? Pyro asked, and how much does he know? The protagonist raised his hand and said, the holiest of the 12 gods, whose love reaches absolutely everyone, is so overwhelmed by this feeling that she has received the power to destroy evil. Perhaps she was banished? She said indignantly. Oh, him. He thought, this argument is final. She can't lie, because lying goes against holiness, so she needs to remain silent. Then he said, Diablo Volpir. She asked how he knew that name. MC put his hand to his chest and replied that he is that man's legacy. She thought, impossible. Diablo. He was there. Damn it. Why now? He asked how about shaking hands. She told him to come to her in Afton. They will discuss everything in detail. Then she dissolved into a bright light and Ricky's body sank to the ground. The protagonist thought if everything goes well, he will have a very useful tool. Then Ricky opened his eyes and asked, Jamie? He sat up and cried out in surprise. Is he okay? Does he hurt? He's bleeding. What's wrong with his eyes? Why are they purple? He has some strange sensations in his body. The protagonist asked, even in this state, he worries first about someone else and not himself. When he's the goddess's apostle and undead at the same time, does he realize he made him like this with his dark magic? He thought he was sure he'd hate him after something like that. Then Ricky said, I get it. The protagonist was surprised, that's all? He replied, yeah, just because he's a dark mage doesn't mean he has to be evil, right? The protagonist said he knew, but he still sent him to a dangerous place, and even tried to kill his sister. Then he extended his hand to him. He took his hand and said, but he saved him, and he didn't touch Anna, so he's a good guy. The protagonist shouted, hey simpleton! Then he felt golden energy on his body and thought, the incurable wounds on his body are healing. Ricky looked at his hand and said, he thought it would work, so he tried it, and it actually works. Then he looked away in surprise and said, oh my god, Brother Ras is coming here. MC said he understood, then it was time for him to go. By the way, about what they were just talking about. Ricky asked if he really seemed that stupid. He smiled, and letting go of his hand, said, see you later, Jamie. Sometime later, the Genus Church branch in Heiss. The man hiding behind the hood bowed and said that they were judges associated with the Genus Church. He apologized, but due to certain circumstances, he could not give their names. Arjuna asked what the judges were doing here. He replied that, on orders from their superiors, they came to hunt down heretics. After doing everything possible, they came across this. He held the bottle forward and added, Holy Father, Lincoln, turned out to be a heretic, and after he confessed, he was executed. Ross thought, those idiots, they're using him as a scapegoat. The judge said that it was an important matter, kept in the strictest confidence within the church, so they conducted an investigation. Before he could finish speaking, Raz shouted, what nonsense is this? Arjeno said, that's enough. He should be commended for his courage, or perhaps even sympathized with. They dared to kill someone in his domain. Do they wish to share his fate? Are you really tired of living? The cleric fell to his knees and shouted that they were simply punishing the sinners in the church. Arjeno declared, He is the judge in these lands. No one dares harm the people of Heis without his permission. The cleric folded his hands in front of him and said, Duke, he asks you to listen. He replied, the Church of Genus has crossed all boundaries. The cleric, shaking all over, thought he would kill him at this rate, but he cannot retreat. Then he looked up at Arjino and said, Duke, he is too presumptuous. It would be unwise for him to turn his back on the Church of Genus. The next second, the Duke cut off his hand with his sword. The cleric screamed loudly, remaining on one knee. And after that, Arjino said, next would be his right hand, then his head. If he wants to keep his head on his shoulders, he must get out of Heis. The church servant grabbed his injured hand and thought, this is not at all what that girl said. Could it be the Duke? At that moment, Ross thought that he had not said a word about chimeras. How skillfully he had diverted attention, showing the servant his true place. If things continue like this, then they will definitely win. Then the church servant thought, no. He buried his head in the floor and shouted that he apologized. Their church will pay compensation, so he asks them to forgive them for this oversight this time. He thought that he must remember that Heis is an opportunity for the expansion of the eastern lands. He shouted that he asked him to come to his senses. At that moment, the Duke stepped forward and said that he would not change his decision. He had lost trust, so he would sever all ties with the Genus Church. Ras approached the wounded man and thought, so this is how the Duke conducts business? Then the church minister said that he would leave. Ras closed his eyes and smiling thought he almost felt sorry for these creatures. After that, the Genus Church paid a huge compensation and disappeared from the lands. Ricky cried out in surprise, why so suddenly? And a guest appeared for Ricky and Anna. She asked in surprise, who is this, Oppa? Ras knelt down and said that he welcomed them again. He is the holy marshal of the Pyro Church, Ras. They will become the symbol of the Pyro Church as the apostle of the goddess. And one day she will awaken as Saint Lady Anna. When that happens, she will begin to observe the world with her holy eyes. Afton will do everything in his power to greet her. Well, he thinks there's no reason. The next second, Ricky cried out in surprise, is it true? Anna, his sister? He took Raz's hand and he answered, that's right. She will be able to open her eyes soon. Ricky abruptly hugged his sister and cried, this is so cool, Anna. Very, really, she said in surprise. Oops. The simultaneous appearance of an apostle and a saint is a sign of impending disaster. Raz placed his hand on his chest and thought, oh goddess, if disaster strikes, she must allow him to protect these two. And just like that, these two were under the full protection of the Pyro Church, and he, Jamie, Diablo, would face the test of fate. Nowadays, the 12 gods are divided into factions. Most likely, this prompted Janus to create holy knights from chimeras. He could guess that Pyro was isolated to some extent. If he wanted to confirm this, he would need to go to Afton. Well, he would begin. He approached the gate, clenched his fist and thought, he'll do it, Diablo. Then he made a sweet face and happily said, Mommy. Sears looked at him in surprise and asked, Jamie? He walked closer to her and said, Mommy. She hugged Sarah and asked, oh my god, what's wrong with him? He kept smiling and replied that he really enjoyed drinking tea with her and Sarah. Sarah said that he and Sarah did too. Sears asked, but he usually found it boring, didn't he? The protagonist nervously answered, not once. He thought she had guessed. Then Sears smiled and asked if he really wanted something from her. He thought he should try harder next time. Then he said that he was just in a good mood. She told him to say what he wanted. She would listen. He asked, really? She answered, of course. He clenched his fists and happily said that in that case, he would like to visit her homeland, Afton. She wondered why he was suddenly interested in Afton. He replied that he had heard that there was a mountain there with such huge water bubbles. He thought that he wanted to die, and then Sears smiled and said, oh my god, now she wants to see his cute behavior. He looked at her in confusion, and she folded her hands in front of her and asked, no? Then it can't be helped, he'll go another time. The next second, he shouted at her to wait. He thought that he never backed down from any difficulty. He was a great dark mage. And then he looked away and said sheepishly, Mommy, he loves her. He made a heart symbol with his fingers, and Sears said that she had no choice but to agree to her beloved son's request. MC desperately thought that he was a great dark mage. Then the mother of the family added, now that she thought about it, she wanted to go there next week. The protagonist thought, wow, I get it. Afton? He can't wait. Wow. After some time, the protagonist walked forward and desperately said that she was making him do this. Pyro, he would finish her off as soon as she became useless. At that moment, Raz appeared next to him and shouted, Jamie. What brings you here? He replied that he was with his mom and Sarah. Raz asked why he was so sad then. MC replied that something happened. He thought, stupid dog of Pyro, he should shut up. Then Raz gave a thumbs up and smiling, said that he didn't know what it was, but he was sure everything would be fine soon. The protagonist thought, maybe he should kill him? Then he asked, but what is he doing, buddy? He replied that he needed to discuss something with the Duke. The protagonist was surprised with Dad. He confirmed it. He told him that he was going back. He had a feeling he should have heard about it from him. MC asked what. He thought maybe it was about a divine revelation from Pyro. Then Ross put his hands on the protagonist's shoulders and said that Ricky and Anna would be going with him. He replied, yeah. He thought it's obvious, isn't it? He's an apostle, she's a saint. Then Ross added, well, goodbyes don't last forever, Jamie. He was surprised, huh? Ross waved his hand and said, Ricky and Anna will never forget him. He doesn't know when they'll see each other again, but wouldn't it be great to meet as adults? The protagonist cried out in surprise. What was he trying to say? Then Ross hugged him sharply and said that he wished their friendship would never end, so he shouldn't be sad and depressed. This isn't the end. Then Ross walked in the opposite direction and, smiling, said that he would see him often. The protagonist waved his hand at him and thought, Pyro, she has to manage her offspring. Okay. Meanwhile, Argeno, sitting at the table, said that he didn't understand what his father-in-law was planning. Sears, sitting next to him, said she didn't think even her late mother could have managed it. He answered if he really just wanted to see him. They were leaving tomorrow, but was everything all right? She asked what could go wrong. She leaned her head on his shoulder and added that they would be accompanied by Count Welton's finest knightly order. Argeno said that without a doubt he trusted the order completely, but he really wished he could. Sears blushed with embarrassment and asked who would dare threaten her. After all, her husband was Count Welton himself. Argeno laughed sheepishly, and Sears added, and besides, Ras would be with them. She was very surprised by the fact that he was a holy marshal. After all, they usually never left Afton. Argeno frowned and wondered how seriously the Pyro Church was taking this incident. He then said he was worried about Jamie. Their son was precocious. If, like last time, he couldn't suppress his emotions and it came out, he wasn't sure the leader of the order would be able to stop him. Sears clapped her hands and said she didn't think they should worry. Did he know what happened today? She told him about her son's sweet behavior and added that it was all true. Argeno smiled and said he wished he could see it with his own eyes. Then Sears put his hand to her face and said that everyone makes mistakes, one way or another, but she believed in their son. Argeno held her hand and said how good it was that they met before leaving. She replied that she was glad too. After a while, MC appeared in the sky. He clenched his fist and shouted joyfully, finally. He thought it took longer to absorb because he had to grind it into powder, but the effect turned out to be much better than he thought, all thanks to his painstaking work. Then he looked at Blackie and said, good luck. Reaching rank 6 is now only a matter of time. He has a long way to go to regain his former self, but now he can easily handle someone of that professor's stature. After that, he headed to a small hut where his subordinates bowed and said, Master, he's back. The protagonist said he was heading to Afton. It's far away, so he'll be gone for a while. Ryza asked in surprise, Afton is on the northern border, right? A round-trip journey alone would take about a month. Hazard slapped his chest and shouted, does he mean they'll have to slog through the woods with axes? They were supposed to be disguised as lumberjacks. The protagonist asked indignantly, what? Any problems? Reza replied, no, not really. Hazard added, as you wish, master. MC told them not to worry, they would go with him this time. He then remembered something he'd long forgotten. With these words, he began concentrating dark energy in his hands, and then a huge door appeared behind them. Hazard cried out in fear, what is that scary thing? Reza looked at the door and asked, Master, what is that? The protagonist placed his hand on the door and asked, what? His undead vault. He opened the door and turning to them said, to put it simply, their new home. Ryza was surprised. Home? Hazard added, I don't really want to live in such a scary place. The protagonist thought no one had objected so far. Then he started pushing them inside and said, enough chatter and get going. Hazard stepped forward and answered as he commanded. Then MC noticed them going inside and thought the two were very interesting. It's funny how their emotions are so clearly expressed. They'll be very useful if trained well. A few moments later, Hazard said, the owner called it a storage room, so he didn't expect much. But it's not that bad, right? It's much more spacious than he imagined. Then they went back out, and Ryza said that while they were there, it felt like something was filling them from within. The protagonist noted that everything was correct. This was the primal power, a rebellion against divinity. This place was created solely from his power. The undead participating in the rebellion against the gods absorb this power and become stronger from it. Ryza asked, Master, if this isn't too much of a burden for him. He asked, is he worried? Then Ryza bowed sharply and shouted, he's mistaken, master. He asks for forgiveness. The protagonist replied, it's fine. If it were a burden, he wouldn't have shown it to them. At that moment, Hazard clenched his fist and added joyfully, if that's the case, couldn't he make them stronger all at once? It's much better there than it seemed, but it's full of bones and… Before he could finish speaking, Ryza shut his mouth. MC laughed and told him to die. After a while, the protagonist asked in surprise, Daddy? Argeno picked him up, and the protagonist thought, he's not a toy. Argeno looked at his son and said that he must protect his mother, sister, and friend. He can be relied on, right? He replied, of course. Then Argeno hugged him and said, okay, they must return safe and sound. The protagonist replied, okay. After a while, Jack said, order of fear. He was Jack Bryan. They were leaving soon, so he would tell them their plan now. After a while, Anna, sitting in the carriage, said that she so wanted Brother Ross to go with them. Ricky, sitting next to her, put his hands behind his head and said that, after all, he had volunteered to accompany her. The protagonist, resting his head on his hand, thought, so they want to take the safe route, even if it takes a little longer. Meanwhile, Sears, placing his hand on Sarah, who had fallen asleep on her lap, said that as soon as Sarah got into the carriage, she immediately fell asleep. Well, they were leaving. Then they set off. Ras, sitting on his horse, approached Jack and said that he would guard the rear. He replied, yes, sir, Ras. At that moment, MC looked out the window and noticed Ras passing by. He thought, Pyro, I wonder what she was up to. Since nothing happens after mentioning Diablo's name, that means this woman didn't tell the other gods, or she just couldn't. Whatever it was, a lot would change as soon as he returned. Then Sarah started to wake up, and Ricky happily said hello. She looked up at him and he asked, "She's Sarah, right?" And he was Ricky. Then he felt a terrifying aura and screamed loudly. The protagonist screamed, "What is she doing, Sarah?" She screamed at him to calm down. "This is not fair." 2 days later, everyone continued on their way. Ricky looked out the window. He noticed Raz and screamed happily. Raz looked out the window and said that he saw that they were tired. The protagonist opened his eyes slightly and asked how long he slept. Ricky answered, "About 2 hours." Raz asked, "Sitting in a carriage must be terribly boring, right? They want an interesting story? There's a legend about the Mayatri Mountains here." The protagonist said it didn't sound very exciting. Before he could finish, Ricky happily told him to tell it. Raz replied that he knew they'd want to hear it. Ricky added that Anna liked stories like that. Then Raz told him to listen carefully. He'd tell her later. Long ago, when dragons soared in the skies and elves roamed the forests, the Mayatri Mountains were originally a single rock. But one peaceful day, 2 winged lizards found themselves here. The protagonist thought in surprise. A dragon, the evil black dragon, and the benevolent blue dragon Mayatri. There was a girl, a sorceress, whom Mayatri loved, but they were not destined to be together. The dragons, sick of watching all this, sent the black one to finish off the sorceress. In the midst of that fierce battle, the rock split apart and a torrent rushed through the valley. After it was all over, the black one was banished, of course, but the girl Mayatri died. Having lost her, Mayatri hid deep within the mountains, where, according to legend, he remains to this day. Anna asked, "They say heavy rains began down there after that, right?" Raz smiled and said, "Yes, indeed." Apparently, she had heard this story before. That's why the minstrels call the rains here dragon rains. MC thought, legend, it could be true. However, even then, dragons were considered mystical creatures. Then he said, "He must listen, and this story isn't by any chance." Before he could finish speaking, lightning suddenly scattered in all directions. Anna covered herself with her hands and began screaming in fear. Sears hugged her daughter and, patting her on the back, said, "Everything is fine." "Yes, Jamie?" The protagonist smiled and answered, "Of course. It's just rain." He wondered what this unpleasant, ominous feeling was. The next second, a bolt of lightning struck a tree, which broke and fell on their carriage. Sears screamed loudly, holding her daughter in her arms, and Ricky shouted, "Anna, be careful." The next second, Sears, with her daughter in her arms, flew out of the carriage. The protagonist shouted in alarm, "Mom, Sarah!" She shouted, "Jamie, he has to get Sarah first." He stretched out his hand and shouted that he would save her too. He used the form rope. The next second, the magic rope wrapped around their bodies, and he thought he had succeeded. He began to pull them towards himself and, holding on to the edge of the carriage, said what had just happened. Then he suddenly let go of the carriage and began to fall himself. Sears shouted in fear, "Jamie?" He shouted that everything was fine. He had flight magic, but he kept falling down and thought in surprise, he can't use it? It's mana burn. Mana burn is a high-level magic that causes mana to completely disappear in a certain area, rendering the mage useless. Then he heard a voice. Who was he? Was he a dragon? He thought, a dragon? The next second, he fell into the water, and Sears, standing on the edge of the cliff, shouted, "Jamie!" The knight held her, and she screamed for them to let her go. "Her son is there. He's there." They asked her to calm down again, and then she turned around. Ricky extended his hand to her, and apologizing, said that he just wanted to help her. "That's all," she said. Ricky. Tears streamed down her eyes, and at that moment, Anna was holding Sarah in her arms, who was calling for her mother. Tears welled up in her eyes. She said, "Opa." The next second, Raz dropped to one knee and said, "My lady, this may seem like an attempt to calm you down, but it looks like Jamie is fine." She said, "Sir Ras." He said that this was only an optimistic outlook, but he knew how strong Jamie was. The currents could be very dangerous. But as soon as Jamie's magic returned, he would get out of there perfectly fine. Then he clenched his fist and added, "But he will still go down. It will not be difficult for him to return safe and sound." Ricky clenched his fists and shouted, "Brother!" Jack shouted, "These currents are very dangerous even for him." Raz said, 3 hours, my lady. He will return in exactly 3 hours. Sears said that it would be dangerous even with the power of the Holy Marshal, but even knowing this, she begs him, please, he must return with her dear Jamie. She extended her hand to him. He leaned towards her and said, "Yes, my lady, it shall be done." After which he kissed her hand. Meanwhile, the protagonist, bound by magical chains, hung in a cave. He wondered in surprise. Where was he? What was going on? Who was this? Then he looked ahead in surprise and heard a voice. He finally woke up. Mayatri was standing in front of him. She put her hand on her waist and asked, "Listen, is he a dragon?" He asked, "Does he look like one?" She replied in the negative. Only upon seeing him did she realize he was far from being one, but that meant nothing. The protagonist frowned and thought, now he felt a certain hostility. Then Mayatri added, "How could he, an ordinary human, possess such potential? And the form of his mana, the use of it is very reminiscent of dragons." MC thought, "Is his body breathing similar to a dragon's?" She said, "Human mana breathing is terrible. They are stupid and weak, so they are not able to imitate dragons." The protagonist thought, imitate? Those damn brats would be treading on thin ice if they were near him. Then the dragon came closer and said, "But he is different. Is he from the elven tribe? No, even high elves are no match for dragons." He shouted that it was her fault he was stuck here, so she should answer, Why the hell did she need that? She asked how he could remain arrogant while being chained up. He, enraged, shouted, "Oh no, it would be better to ask why the hell she is so despotic and arrogant. She mistook an innocent man for a dragon and kidnapped him." She asked. Kidnapped? A sudden downpour, lightning striking near the carriage, and finally the burning of mana. These were far from random. Then Miatri turned around and, waving her hand, said that it was worth admitting that he was right. She just wanted to drag him here to see for herself. The protagonist shouted because of her prank, his sister and mother. He thought, wait, why is he so angry? Then he added, damn it, he doesn't care, he still dotes on her. Fine, he won't pester her with stupid questions, but please, she must remove the shackles. She said no. He asked, and why not? She replied that he looked very funny in this position. He shouted indignantly. What? She said, that expression is even cooler now. That's why she almost didn't want to free him. Her personality, which makes her enjoy making fun of people. She must be the blue dragon, Miatre. He asked, it was her, right? Blue dragons are the shortest. They are especially kind to people. It can be compared to human sympathy for cats and dogs. If instead of her he had met a red or black dragon, known for their cruelty, or a famously cunning dragon, then it turns out he was just really lucky. Then he asked why she kidnapped him if she mistook him for a dragon. She answered, well, to kill him. He smiled awkwardly and wondered what kind of bloodlust was this? He asked, then now she will let him go alone, right? She answered in the negative. He asked, but why? She answered, because she can afford to do it. He thought, what do you mean? She said that if she uses him as an ingredient, she thinks she can make a masterclass on an artificial life form. The protagonist thought, master? It would be above that. If he had such a valuable specimen, then no, wait, what is he even thinking about on the verge of death? Then he smiled and said, but Nuna, why does she want to kill dragons? She was surprised. Why such an attitude? And it was none of his business. He asked, maybe it was because of her love for a human? The next second, the chains on his hands disappeared and he fell to the ground. Mayatri pointed a finger at him and said that if he blurted out something like that again, he would find himself neither alive nor dead. He thought that he knew it and then asked, others of her race did not accept him, right? And she betrayed her race to save his life, right? She screamed. What does he even understand? She directed a powerful stream of water at him, and the protagonist screamed. She had no intention of killing him or turning him into a Spartan, did she? Everything would have been so much easier if she had used brainwashing magic, but she didn't. She is kind, so kind. It's hard to believe that she is a dragon. At that moment, Miatri remembered her lover telling her that she was kind, so kind. It's hard to believe she's a dragon. She clenched her teeth and then said that this was his last chance. There would be no other. The protagonist spat out the extra input and thought, but seriously, he should hold his tongue. Then she said, that very strange man just like him. The protagonist asked, is it him? She said, the guy from the legend, passed down by them, humans. Meanwhile, Ross stood at the edge of the cliff. He said that the rain never ends. He looked down and thought, Jamie, where is he? Meanwhile, the dragon said, it was 700 years ago. His name was Ganon. He was a dark wizard. MC cried out in surprise. A dark wizard? She replied that she knew. It was quite strange that a creature of holy magic, a dragon, would love someone like that. He said, well, yes, a little. He thought it was truly amazing. Then she added, he decided to use dark magic to understand the truth of this world. Being a human, but a virtuoso sorcerer, he managed to reach the 9th rank. The protagonist thought in surprise, what? The 9th rank? Then he shouted for her to wait. For millennia, no human had managed it. Before he could finish speaking, she said, now she will tell him why. Ganon had been searching for answers long before meeting her. She joined him, and after overcoming many obstacles, over time, they fell in love. They were happy together, until the Dragon Lord gave the order. Then he said, Ganon, he is evil that must be destroyed. All the dragons obeyed and began to try to kill her beloved. They escaped, but their powers are not limitless. Then she told him to go away. Even the dragons will not be able to reach him there. He shouldn't worry about her. She will not die, no matter how they punish her. There were ruins with strong restrictions, prohibiting more than one being from entering, and he took refuge there. Then the chief dragon said that from that day on, Miatri would be banished for 1,000 years. Such a period of time was nothing for a dragon. But a little over 10 years later, Ganon came for her. He had already comprehended the truth of the world. Then he grabbed her and shouted, how dare they continue to look at it like that? Are they really beings at the pinnacle of magic? The strongest of all living creatures? The chief dragon said he was crazy. His subordinate added, this is a truth the human mind cannot comprehend. Ganon saved her. They hid in this enormous mountain to escape pursuit, and then he died. The dragon lowered her gaze and added that she thought it would be better this way, that he would be more at peace. But the dragons began to erase everything that was somehow connected with him. All records of him, and even the people who had met him died. MC wondered if this was the truth the dragons wanted to hide. Then she added, so to protect the remaining memory of Ganon, it will remain here. The protagonist thought, so the dragons really did it. Now it became clear why nothing remained of his past life. After realizing his reincarnation, the first thing he did was start looking for something connected to him, Diablo. Back then, he was sitting in a chair, reading a book. He thought he could forget about the records. There was nothing to them at all. No folktales or epics. It was all meaningless, as if someone had deliberately covered up all traces of his existence. They carefully erased all mention of Ganon, doing the same as they had to him. The 12 gods? No, it was the dragon god Brahman and his kin who did it. Ganon is a sorcerer who raised his magic level to the 9th to find the truth of this world. He came so far, and for what? Then the protagonist asked if Ganon's tomb was located here. The dragon asked what? The protagonist said, as a person associated with magic, he would like to pay tribute to him. She was silent for a moment, then told him to follow her. After some time, they approached a huge tree. She said that here, in this place, he sleeps. The protagonist looked at the cross and thought in surprise, this is his bracelet. Absolute immunization. The perfect cage. One of the 3 divine mechanisms created by Diablo to oppose the 12 gods. An artifact imbued with the ability to protect against all diseases and curses. He didn't think he would find this here. So this is why Ganon sought the truth of this world. He learned of Diablo's existence by wearing this. If he asks for the bracelet back, she'll kill him, right? Then Maiatre folded her arms across her chest and closing her eyes said, Ganon, she's here. Then the protagonist asked, what kind of bracelet is this? She replied, it's imbued with immense power and belongs to Ganon. This thing has saved his life countless times. MC thought she even knew what it was. A treasure filled with purification and protection magic. Then he laughed lightly and asked, is this all that's left of Ganon? Maiatre angrily asked, what's the point of such a question? He replied, just like that, just curious. She said that he had attained the truth, and he wondered if there were any records of it. She replied that he had a diary. The protagonist was surprised. A diary? Can I see it? She shook her head and said that she didn't want to do him such a favor. He said, then he asks her to tell him. She knows, right? He's talking about the truth of this world. She shouted, this is beyond the pale. This isn't something a man like him should know. The protagonist shouted that she was wrong. In his search for the truth, Ganon had risked his life for humanity. Even if he had failed, she had protected his legacy. So why leave it as a museum piece? He's sure he'd like it passed down to future generations and used to carry out his will. Then the dragon frowned and said, he, a child, is smart, but he's wrong about one thing. She doesn't need any souvenirs because she remembers every little thing about him. At that moment, the protagonist remembered the words spoken to him. He mustn't forget about her, Diablo. Then he followed the dragon and said that he didn't quite understand yet. She walked forward and said, aha, because he's still young. Then he shouted for her to wait. She stopped near a book bound with magical chains and said, he's convinced her, so she'll show him, but she doubts it will be of any use. There's nothing written on it. The protagonist held out his hand and asked, is this a seal? She answered, yes. Perhaps it would be difficult for an ordinary person to remove it. She walked forward and told him to follow her. She would send him back to where he came from. The protagonist said, just a second. So she doesn't see it now. She shouldn't be scared. Then he began to release his dark aura. And she, perplexed, said, what? She thought, a dark mage? Wait, what kind of ominous power is this? He's on a completely different level. His mana wasn't that strong either. Then MC took the diary in his hand and said that he removed the seal. Bright light scattered in different directions. And in the diary, it was written, March 16th, 22nd year of the ancestral lunar calendar. He encountered a blue dragon. She called him Dirty because of his dark magic. March 30th, 22nd year of the ancestral lunar calendar. He still doesn't know how it happened. They began to explore this world together. Thanks to Maiatre, their journey was fun. She's definitely a dragon, right? April 26th, 22nd year of the ancestral lunar calendar. Riding Maiatre, he arrived at the place indicated on the map, lands where no man can set foot, so it occurred to him to call it Decay. December 24th, 23rd year of the ancestral lunar calendar. The Dragon Lord gave the order to his kin to kill him, and he will cope with it. He is more afraid for Maiatre, because she betrayed her clan for him. He wants to let her go, but he cannot. He loves her. March 8th, 41st year of the ancestral lunar calendar. What kind of battle was this in which he participated? The date on his tombstone was engraved 65,966 years ago. May 1st, 41st year of the lunar calendar. They settled in some mountain. It is safe here. They can hide from pursuit for some time. Afterwards, they will go north to Garmon, to the place written at the very bottom of his tombstone. Although this land no longer exists, there must definitely be something there. Then tears appeared in Maiatre's eyes. She cried out, Ganon, her love. The protagonist looked up and thought he knew which tombstone he was writing about. Before the final war began, he, Diablo, must pour out his sorrows of the past and hopes of the future here to strengthen his resolve. He wrote this 65,966 years before the time of Ganon began. And 700 years later he was born, 66,666 years having passed since then. Then he handed the journal to the dragon and asked, but where is this Garmon? He thought he had declared his victory and left everything as is. And he didn't remember writing about Garmon anywhere. Someone had found the tombstone before Ganon? How wonderful. With only one perfect cell, he was able to learn the hidden truth about the 12 gods. Even though he learned the truth about the enslavement of humanity by the 12 gods 60,000 years ago, he must pull himself together. He descended to Earth in this form to incinerate the 12 gods. Humanity will one day be free again. Then Maiatre clutched the diary to her chest, and still crying, said that he said he loved her, even though he never said it in person. And it also infuriated him so much when she clung to him. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that she realized this. She must remember that Ganon will always live in her heart. Always, as long as she remembers him. She replied that he too can say sweet words, even if he is a brat. He thought that he is not a brat. Then she asked, wouldn't it be wonderful if it were possible to return to those times? The protagonist patted her on the head and said that such thoughts befall everyone. He thought, although he was too far gone to think such things. Then the dragon grabbed his hand and said, but his black mana, what is it? Is he really a dark mage? In response, the protagonist smiled awkwardly and said, yes, it is ordinary dark magic. Before he could finish speaking, the dragon told him to stop talking nonsense. He thought she hadn't tried using dark magic to remove the seal. He cried out in surprise. What? She'd figured it out? She asked if he was crazy. She'd brought someone who knew about this sort of thing. He said she'd kidnapped them. She said her views were quite similar, and if he didn't want to die, he had to follow her. So, he'd been very talkative. This is usually called kidnapping with threat, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't remove the seal. That was until he showed up with his mana. He didn't want to admit it, but it was true. The power he sought was otherworldly. The protagonist thought, it's not like he can stand by then. He said fine, he'll tell her the truth. He placed his hand on his chest and added, he's the mage who grants Ganon's dying wishes. Then the dragon said, Ganon's entire inheritance is here. How could someone who had never met him grant his dying wish? MC replied that, even though they hadn't had the chance to communicate directly, they had managed to find out that they were pursuing the same goal. So he wasn't exaggerating when he said he was granting his dying wish. Miatri, she crouched down on the ground, hugging her knees, and said, so then he was also going to fight the 12 gods? He shouted in surprise. What, Ganon mentioned something like that? She replied that it wasn't true, but she had been able to find out about it with the diary. He was angry at the 12 gods, and hated the dragons for collaborating with them. If he was pursuing the same goal, then the end awaits him. Before she could finish, the protagonist pointed out that she was right. He was going to challenge the 12 gods. She said it was impossible. She clutched the diary in her hands and added that she, too, hated the 12 gods and dragons. And soon, he would be able to attain power comparable to that of a dragon. But there was not one, but 12 creatures with similar abilities. She asked him to live like a commoner. For his own good, he must surrender. Then the protagonist said, long ago, there was a man who challenged the 12 gods. He had many followers, but they all either died or betrayed him. In the end, he lost to the 12 gods and was sealed in the realm of eternity. Then Diablo fell into the abyss, saying that he would return, no matter the cost, even if such an opportunity presented itself in the distant future. The protagonist added, but even then he did not give up. That is why he cannot retreat. Maiatre looked at him in surprise and said, she thought, Ganon and someone from even earlier times surpass her. Even born after his death, their dying wish will continue to exist until the 12 gods are destroyed. Then she turned and told him to follow her. She walked up to the cross and, taking a bracelet from there, said that if it was him, she was sure Ganon would not mind. She held the bracelet out to the protagonist. He asked, can I really take this? She replied, hurry up, before she changes her mind. The protagonist placed it on his hand and said that he would be very careful with it. He looked at the bracelet and thought, oh well, is this greeting him? True, it had been a while since they had seen each other. Then Miatre added that if that moment came, she would help him with all her might. In response, MC smiled and thanked her. He thought, a dragon's promise. This was certainly a wonderful result. The next second, she kicked him into the portal and told him to get lost now. He was surprised. What? She replied, yeah, he should be careful and all that. Then she concentrated energy in her hands and walking up to a tall green tree, said, yes, Ganon, his dream lives on. Meanwhile, Raz looked at the sky and said, it looks like rain. At that moment, the protagonist appeared in front of him and said, what meeting? What was he doing? He shouted in surprise, Jamie? The protagonist extended his hand and invited him to return. After a while, Sears abruptly ran to her son and hugging him shouted, Jamie? Ricky happily said that he knew he would return. She smiled and said, brother Jamie, what a relief. Jack bowed and shouted that they are forever in his debt. He must accept their gratitude, Sir Ras. He replied, no, he really did nothing. Nothing, really. He thought that he even used the power of the Holy Marshal. Meanwhile, in the Seldom Empire, the county of Pierre Nesman, the students threw Venna aside and shouted, why isn't she holding on properly? A rat ran past, and the students shouted at her to catch it now. She can't let go. We can't let it get in here. Venna, she's an idiot. She begged for forgiveness. The others shouted, the rat ate the zombie stuff. They can't let it bite them. His nose. Venna shouted, I'm sorry. And after a while, she started cleaning the classroom and asked, how much longer can she keep doing this nonsense? At that moment, she heard a conversation behind her, students chatting, wondering when that thick-headed woman will disappear. She was shaking just from looking at her. And why was the school principal defending that idiot? Well, compared to her, they seem like geniuses. He should listen. He's right. Venna stopped and thought how rude of them. She could hear everything. And then they said, hey, trash. A student threw several sheets of paper at her and said that if she was done cleaning, she should bring everything on the list. They would have to repeat the experiment because of her. Venna folded her hands in front of her, and then a student came up to her and asked if it wasn't her fault that this happened. She clenched her fist and replied, okay, she understood. The others laughed. Did he see her face? That idiot can't even say anything properly. She's no better than a lab rat. Tears welled up in her eyes, she thought. But why is she always like this? Meanwhile, at Calpierre's estate, everyone sat around a huge table. Then the Count said that he thanked them for all their travels. He took the cutlery and, smiling, added that the chef had tried very hard to please them with his dishes. He asks that they enjoy themselves to the fullest and rest as much as their hearts desire. Then Anna said, "Brother, this smell is divine." Ras said, "Such delicious food, he could only dream of this in his life." Then Sears approached the Count and thanked him for taking such care. He replied, "It's nothing. He's just worried that something like this won't live up to the standards of the daughter of the great Bell family." She replied, "Oh my God, that's more than enough." He said that he was pleased to hear it. After some time, MC was walking down a dark alley. He looked around and thought that there was nothing to see here. Maybe he should go back? If it's somewhere nearby, he's sure Ricky won't bother him. A little earlier, Ricky asked where he was going. Come on, he has to tell. In the present, Blackie flew past the protagonist. He said, "Okay, he wants to enjoy a nice walk too, right?" At that moment, the students peeked around the corner and started chatting. "Does he see it? That bracelet?" "Yes, it's an artifact." "What a wonderful item. Some brat shouldn't have it." His classmate asked, "Isn't he a nobleman?" He's sure his parents gave him the bracelet without suspecting anything. He asked if he thinks the principal will like it. He replied that he might even reward them. He said, "It's all decided." At that moment, Blackie passed the information on to the protagonist. He asked why? Blackie answered, and the protagonist said he understood. Two idiots would follow them. Blackie asked something, and MC said what he meant. He didn't care why they came, but with their help he would get rid of boredom. With these words, he smiled wickedly, turning around slightly. The next second, one of the students shouted, "Damn, he's sure he went here." His friend shouted, "At this rate they'll miss him." At that moment, the protagonist stood on the roof of a neighboring building and, snapping his fingers, said, "Okay, they should have fun." The next second, a flash of energy appeared from around the corner, and one of the students shouted, "Here, the guy is here. He has to stop." The protagonist clapped his hands and said, "Come on, they have to go. Maybe we should conduct a test?" At that moment, a portal appeared behind him, and female arms, grabbing him, threw him into the portal. Venna shouted that she apologizes. At that moment, the students came out from around the corner and one of them said, "That bastard ran away." Meanwhile, Venna had fallen to the floor. The protagonist, concentrating energy in his hand, frowned and shouted, "How dare she? He doesn't know who she is, but she doesn't have long to live." In response, she knelt down and shouted at him to wait. "Please, he must listen." The protagonist shouted that he wasn't eager. With these words, he directed energy at her, and she covered herself with her hands and began to scream loudly. The protagonist thought, "Dark energy?" A huge hole appeared in the wall behind Venna. MC said, "She wields dark magic." Okay, she must tell me what that sudden attack was. Suddenly, tears began to roll down her face. She said he was too cruel. He was surprised. What? She wiped away a tear and added, "Even too much." She was only trying to save him. There would be trouble if he fell into the clutches of a dark mage. That's why she wanted to help. The protagonist thought, wait, are those two sorcerers too? She kept crying and said, and he threw her away after she pulled him out and even accused her. What on earth did he say she did to deserve such treatment? She didn't do anything. She just wants a little drop of respect. Why? Why does everyone hate her? Why? He said that he understood. She should shut up, but she continued. This world is so cruel that it does not recognize any kindness. She will just leave. MC shouted at her to stop this whole circus already. After some time, the protagonist sat down on a barrel and asked, "So, she means to say that she is from the same school as those guys, and since they were chasing him, that is why she kidnapped, no, saved him, using the warp gate that she stole from the school?" She answered, "Yes. His death will not be easy if those two catch him. Even if he is a child, it would be sad if they experimented on him." But now she was confused. Was he really as old as he looked? In response, the protagonist smiled and, raising his index finger, asked, "Sad? Oh, she shouldn't be laughing. He was a dark mage. It was just a guess. But didn't she have to take part in cruel research? Or something like that?" She froze in horror, and he continued. "Just because she saved him, she was asking him to see her as someone who stood on the side of justice?" She replied that it wasn't so. She didn't want to become a dark mage. Then he put his index finger to her forehead and told her not to bother with excuses. She was the same scum as they were. She shouted that it wasn't so, but she wasn't like that. She didn't like torturing living beings. Can he even imagine how much pain she must be in watching what's happening? Every time she stained her hands with blood, it felt like she was cutting her heart out of her chest. In response, the protagonist said he understood. She should listen carefully. He didn't care. The next second, she rose to her feet and asked, "Is that all then? If so, then they should say goodbye." The next second, she moved forward, but suddenly hit her head on the obstacles in front of her. She sank to her knees and said, "What now?" The MC turned to her and asked, "What do you mean?" "What?" "It's a wall," she thought, "an invisible wall." Then the protagonist smiled and said, "He has so many questions, and where is she running off to in such a hurry?" She shook with fear and asked him to spare her. Meanwhile, Garb asked, "Have they seen Venna?" The student replied that he hadn't. The school principal laughed and asked, "Where could she have gone?" There wasn't much time left before the end. At that moment, Venna screamed loudly, "What nonsense!" The protagonist asked, "And so she's devoted to them, right?" She said, "He absolutely doesn't understand. No matter how evil they are, she spent more than 10 years with them. he said, so there is no other way. He'd concentrated the energy around himself and said he'd use proven methods. She'd thought, black mana? Nonsense. How was that possible? There was no peculiar discomfort or soul-destroying feeling that ruined lives from this kind of black magic. He'd reached his hand to her forehead, and she'd wondered how black mana could awaken such blissful sensations. Then he'd said that if she'd changed her mind, she should let him know. She understood, right? If something went wrong, her brain would turn to mush. She'd asked, was it black mana? How had he done it? He'd asked what? She grabbed his hand and said she wanted to understand. He was indignant. What is she doing? He pulled his hand back and asked, did she think he'd let her go if she kept acting like this? If she didn't want to be left without the ability to think? Then, the next second, she folded her hands in front of her and asked him to take her as his apprentice. He asked, huh? Then he replied in the negative. She hugged him sharply and he shouted indignantly, what are you doing? She continued to cry, begging, please. Her parents died 10 years ago in a disaster, so she had to become a dark mage. There was no other choice. The experiments that involved sacrificing living beings were simply horrific. The guys condemned her for pity and treated her like trash. But even after that, she didn't have the courage to run away. She knew she was a brat and a hypocrite. But he had to help her end this now. She really wanted to end it. Then he looked at her and asked what this had to do with learning from him. She answered, his black mana. It wasn't created through sacrifice. She needed that kind of power. MC thought it wasn't created through sacrifice. Yes, sometimes pure darkness can sprout into existence. Then he said that she was wrong, and more importantly, he was not eager. He reached his hand towards her face, and she kept asking him to take her. After some time, the protagonist stopped on the roof of a tall building and, looking down on the city, said, student. Voices were heard in his head. Teacher, he must see. She succeeded first. She created new magic. She's asking him to fight them. Teacher, please. He must die in their place. MC thought. According to Vena's memories, there are more than 20 students in her school. Headmaster Garb's specialty is curses. Then he said, now that he's been gone, I wonder how much has accumulated. It's time to see, right? After some time, the girl desperately said, please, they must help her. Save her. She's begging. At least someone. At that moment, the students looked at how only a single head, immersed in a huge jar of water, continued to speak. One of them asked, isn't it wonderful? They usually keep quiet about death. His comrade asked if the curse's reversal affected her speech. He shouted, does he have any body parts left? He replied, well, they've been experimenting a lot lately, especially since he heard they'll be getting a lot of new test subjects soon. His comrade said, looks like we'll be able to conduct some pretty cool experiments. At that moment, the protagonist, in invisibility, stood next to them and thought, they have the nerve to do God knows what with dark magic within the academy walls. Then the students walked forward, and one of them said, experimenting on people is so cool. Everything else pales in comparison when you see the speed and quality of the results. His comrade was surprised. What the hell is he talking about? He's just doing this for fun, he replied. No. At that moment, MC laughed to himself and thought that now he understood how low dark magic had fallen. In the past, he sacrificed countless lives to challenge the 12 gods, so he has no right to judge them. However, what was the purpose of dark magic? Without delving too deeply, it's obvious. To destroy the gods, he abandoned his humanity and bore all the sins himself. Then he stepped forward and said that if he was willing to sacrifice lives, he must be prepared for such a fate. And now, there's one more thing that needs to be done. At that moment, Blackie flew up to him. Then the protagonist said that if the seeds he sowed sprouted and turned into monsters, then perhaps that's what he needed to do. He must treat them himself. After a while, Vena closed her eyes and asked, where did he go? She needed to find him and lead him out. At that moment, Hilla grabbed her by the braid and asked, where was she? She grabbed her hair and screamed. Hilla, he said, she's fast enough to discard. So, she did it? In response, she apologized and said that she forgot. He chuckled and said, so she says she forgot. That's how it is. Hasn't she been too relaxed lately, huh, Vena? And then he stepped aside and asked if he really looked like a clown. Vena fell to the floor and asked why he did that. He replied, but at least once, such a pathetic bug needs to be crushed so that it behaves properly. She asked him to stop. He must forgive her. Hilla, he said, shouldn't he get rid of the trash that harmed him? He concentrated the test of pain in his hands and began to direct it at her, and she sank to her knees and, standing in a pleading pose, begged, please. She begs. He must forgive her. This is the last time. She will not forget his words anymore. Please. Then MC shouted, what's wrong with her, huh? Vena opened her eyes in surprise, and Hilla shouted, how did he get here? He said, Vena, is she seriously afraid of someone like him? He looked at her, and she looked up at him and replied, but she. He ordered her to stand up and asked how much longer she was going to put up with this. She slammed her hand on the floor, causing it to crack, and said she didn't know. Hilla directed a stream of dark energy forward and said he didn't know who he was, but he clearly wasn't the brightest. Actually, no, that's even better. He didn't think she'd bring a stranger here. Vena, he'll kill her after. Then the protagonist said, Vena, she has to choose. She started crying again and said that before she could finish, Hilla shouted that he had to die. He directed a stream of dark energy straight at the protagonist, and Vena shouted that she didn't want to. She has no desire to be part of a society that has a place for people like him. A powerful stream of energy burst from her body. MC, looking at it, thought, is this it? She shouted that she will change. She doesn't want to live like this anymore. The student shouted in surprise, what did she just do? Then Vena looked at her hand in surprise. And Hilla shouted, I don't care, he doesn't know what just happened, but she should be prepared for what they will do to her if she lays a finger on him. Then the protagonist said, Venna. She took the first step. He began to concentrate energy in his body, and Hilla, noticing the energy dissipating in his hands, was surprised. What? The protagonist turned slightly and said, the first step is the hardest, but the second one won't be. And Hilla shouted, he has to stop. Who is he? What is this strange mana he has? Then the protagonist used Erase, and Venna looked ahead in surprise. At that moment, Garb slammed his hand on the table and shouted, finally, Venna, the Valkyrie has awakened. He thought the situational conditions required to control the personality were too extreme, so he was afraid she would never wake up. He smiled and said, so he didn't need to be in this boring place anymore. The Valkyrie's power is now his. At that moment, MC approached Venna and called out to her. She clapped her hands and asked for forgiveness. He asked, why is someone so timid? A Valkyrie. Valkyrie are high-ranking angels known as battle angels. Their immense power is enough to wage war against the gods. However, this led to their extinction. Fortunately, they managed to avoid extinction and hide in places inaccessible to the sight of the 12 gods. The protagonist thought that this must be the work of that Garb. To make her easier to handle, he suppressed her personality for a long time. Valkyries are a race of terribly unruly creatures. This must have been done so that she could be easily restrained after waking up. Then he looked at her and said that he didn't like it. Venna replied that she didn't understand what was wrong, but she apologized. Then she looked to the side and shouted, red alarm. They must have realized that he was an intruder. He said that he had a name, Jamie. In any case, they didn't catch him. Venna looked to the side in surprise, and Garb announced a task for everyone. They must bring Venna to him. He allows minor damage to be done. Venna was surprised. The principal, why him? The protagonist thought that he knew it. Then the students went to search. They ran down the corridor and shouted, over here. She heard something. Meanwhile, the protagonist asked, so what will she do now? Venna folded her hands in front of her and said that she is different now. She screamed loudly, and the protagonist said, yes, that's right. The next second, he began to concentrate energy around himself, and Venna said in surprise, wow. He looked at her and asked, he told her, right, the second step won't be that hard. A few moments later, one of the students shouted, Venna, she has to come here now. Venna. The next second, dark energy enveloped her head. MC said that she was brainwashed. Venna was surprised. Brainwashed? The next second, the students fell to the floor dead, and the protagonist said that she has no will of her own. Perhaps a long time ago, she was the principal's errand girl. Venna said, huh? The protagonist said, that's right. The way they treated her was ordered by the school principal. After some time, the students directed the stiffness curse at them. Migraine curses, vomiting curses, sneezing curses. In response, the MC used the return curse, and the students began to fall to the floor. The protagonist shouted at her to pull herself together. Venna said so, but she was so angry. She had to endure all this for so long without understanding anything. The protagonist thought that her true nature was slowly beginning to emerge. He asked, was that so? Then, the protagonist kicked her and shouted at her to go and fight. She was surprised and then shouted at him to wait. She looked at him with eyes full of tears and shouted that she didn't know how to fight. At that moment, the student in front of her began to concentrate energy in his fingers. Their gazes met. He aimed the itching curse at her, but she quickly leaned over and thought, did she manage to dodge it? The next student aimed the toothache curse at her. She looked at it and shouted, no. She directed the energy forward and threw the student into the wall. Afterwards, she looked at it in surprise, and the MC shouted, this is her strength, Venna. She must believe in herself and fight. The next student shouted, does she think brute force alone is enough? She will remain just a pathetic Venna. Then he cast a curse of blindness on her. Venna thought her body was moving wherever she wanted. She pushed off the floor and flipped in the air. The others were surprised. What? They have to defend themselves. When did she? Venna landed right on top of the students and thought as if it didn't belong to her at all. The protagonist said, that part is finished. Guys, what are they gonna do? Looks like they finally realized the difference in power. He walked forward and thought, there are more than just newbies like them here, right? He had long ago agreed to reap the entire sown harvest. Blackie. The creature flew over the students, and he smiled and asked, is he finished marking all the newbies? The next second, magical symbols appeared on the students' bodies. The protagonist grinned and, clapping his hands, said, if so, they will begin the harvest. Violet Riot. The next second, all the students fell to the ground, dead. Venna looked at the protagonist, surprised, and asked, what's this? At that moment, Garb came out to them, slammed his cane on the floor, and said, all his children are dead. Nice to meet you. He's the owner of this place, Garb. Judging by his skills, his appearance is deceiving, isn't it? Or does he have some kind of chronic illness? MC looked at him and asked, what if it's true? He replied, I get it, so this is a role. The protagonist thought, a role? The principal asked, since he's so powerful, how about working for him? The protagonist asked, what can he offer? He replied, well, he has a plan. If he succeeds, then destroying an entire nation won't be difficult. The protagonist asked, really? He has some special methods. Garb remarked that he's quite greedy, and they didn't even have time to shake hands. MC thought it was all for some nation. He said he wasn't interested. The director replied, "What a pity." Vena shouted, "Director, why did he order everyone to bring her to him?" He replied that she was incredible. She had an unimaginable amount of life force. She was surprised. "Director?" He said, "Right, she wanted to know, right? Well, Vena, he wanted to reap the benefits of his efforts after she awakened. Does she even know how much trouble he's had since she fell on his shoulders? It took a lot of effort to suppress her true nature, and how she would awaken in the form he wanted to see her in." He shouted that he created this school personally for her. She said that every time they bullied her, he came to console her, but now, remembering this, he never stopped them. He shouted, and as soon as she lost her essence, trembling with fear and hiding in corners, he was overjoyed. She began to concentrate energy in her hands, and then sank to her knees. The director extended his hand forward and said, now she simply awakened from the anger he had cultivated in her for the past 10 years. Then he was surprised to notice a huge amount of dark energy. Vena threw her head back and then fell to the floor. The protagonist walked forward and said, "So that's how it really was. But what now?" He just erased all the anger directed at him. The director said, "Nonsense. You can't get rid of something like that so easily." The protagonist said, "No, he has no idea how easy it is. Oh yeah, maybe it will seem impossible to him. After all, no matter how hard he tries, he's still a pathetic idiot who hasn't reached the 7th rank, right?" The director shouted, "Fool! The Dark Mage Garb couldn't reach the 7th rank. If anyone even raised the subject, the director would deal with them immediately." Having held the title of Curse Master, having risen to the pinnacle of dark art study, a wall appeared before him, trapping him at the 6th rank. The director screamed, "Suffering will last forever, and despair will not leave him." He concentrated energy in his staff, then directed it forward and screamed, "Burning Snake Hydra." The next second, the creature engulfed the protagonist's body and he stopped in surprise. After that, the director looked ahead in surprise. He found himself in a new space. He asked, "Din?" The creature before him said, "This time they need new test subjects for the new cure. Thank you very much." The director said, "Interesting." Then he struck his staff again. Jamie said, "He is so cruel. It must be like the excruciating pain of having his skull crushed." Garb replied, "Despite his appearance, he was a master of curses." The protagonist concentrated energy in his hand and said, "All right, but he shouldn't let his guard down." Then the director shouted, "That's quite funny and very interesting. Who would have thought he'd fall victim to mental magic? He still has to show him more." The protagonist shouted, "Well, of course." A huge eye appeared in front of the director. Dark energy increasingly enveloped the space. Then the protagonist thought, "That's interesting. Is he trying to show with his actions that he can influence his own mind?" His skills were impressive, but they were completely useless. He extended his hand forward and cast the Dark Spear Curse. The energy was directed toward the director. He said that was enough. The next second, the dark energy returned to the protagonist and pierced his body. He cast a counter curse. It's quite difficult magic. Then he directed his hand toward the protagonist's face and said that he was holding up well, but he had managed to escape the abyss he had created quite easily. And now, he will completely destroy his mind. He concentrated energy in his staff and used the aesthetics of slowness. He smiled and said that from now on, he would live eternity in an instant. 1 second will become a 10th, then a 100th, and then a 1000th. What kind of experience will a person gain? An increase in all perceptual abilities, to be in a state where it seems like nothing will ever end. Will he be able to cope with even 1 second that stretches on forever? He shouted that this is the best thing he had ever created, even though there was a gulf between them before. But at that moment the protagonist smiled and asked, "But what, huh?" The director shouted in surprise, "Him? But how?" The protagonist hit him and asked, "But isn't it wonderful?" Then he used explosion, and the director flew back. The protagonist pointed his hand forward and added that he hoped he was strong enough. Garb wondered how he was able to break his curse. Then MC asked, "But now he has decided, right?" He used a magic arrow, a rock crusher, a stone wall, a chain whip, a spark bomb. The next second, the director was lying on the floor and asked how he had freed himself from the aesthetics of slowness. The protagonist stretched out his hand and said that he had an artifact of absolute immunity, a perfect cage. With these words, he showed off his bracelet, and Garb shouted in surprise, "Absolute immunity? How could something like that even exist?" MC said, "The world has never been known for its logic." The director shouted, "Damn, he was the ruler of this world." The protagonist stepped on his chest and said, "What nonsense. Could he really think he would die so easily? No way." Then he used the door of rebellion against the divine. He said, given the sins committed out of his own greed, as the one who sowed the seeds, he was destined to reap this. He would continue to exist as a sinner, unable to live or die normally. Although he would have a wild desire to give up his life every moment, he would become a being incapable of death. He was destined to become his servant, who would follow his every command. With these words, the magical chains squeezed the director's body tighter and tighter, and then his soul burst out. He thought, his soul, MC ordered him to serve him forever. He thought, no, he can't die like this. He must at least let his soul rest in peace. The protagonist said that from now on his name is Nibro. The director thought, no. The next second, Vena opened her eyes and cried out in surprise, "Din?" The protagonist said that since he is his servant, he must introduce himself properly. The undead said, "He greets the greatest. His name is Nebro. He is the first lich he created." MC looked at Vena and asked how she feels. She must remember, These are the words of the one who gave her 10 years of hell. She said that she does not know. He asked, what will she do now? She replied that, frankly, she had no idea. She said she was asking him to take her as his. Before she could finish, he answered decisively, no. She cried out in surprise, but why? He answered because she was a Valkyrie. Valkyries are an ancient race of angels, brave, never backing down, and fighting to prove their point. Sadly, this race once disappeared, but he couldn't even imagine how their blood could have survived to this day. She might be the last of her kind. She asked how her heritage prevented her from becoming his student. He replied that the fact that Valkyries can't use magic would be of no use. It would be of no use if he undertook to train her. She was surprised, right? Really? After a while, Sarah said, how cute. It's pink. Anna asked, is it? They looked at the shaking animal, and at that moment, Venna, in the animal's body, begged, Master. The protagonist replied, thank you for knowing how to use dark magic. Otherwise, there would have been no chance at all. Venna tried to hide, and the girls said, cute. Venna begged him to save her. MC smiled, looked out the window, and said, what a beautiful weather. Venna continued, Master. When they arrived, Sears immediately threw herself into her father's arms, and he noted that 9 years had already passed. She burst into tears and began apologizing to him, saying that she felt so stupid because she couldn't visit him for all this time. He smiled and told her that everything was fine, now she was here, and he was glad about it. The children, meanwhile, stood to the side. Jamie smiled awkwardly and thought that he still didn't understand this. Even after being reborn, these so-called emotions seemed useless to him. He was dissatisfied with himself. He looked at them and thought that he had to wait an eternity to get revenge. He still considered emotions to be something unnecessary. They drive people mad. Suddenly, his sister called out to her mother and asked her not to cry. The Marquise excitedly asked, is this her daughter? Sarah immediately rushed to him, calling him bad because he made her mother cry, and she began to convince her that everything was wrong. It was not his fault. The Marquis, shocked, said that he never thought he would hear such a thing from his granddaughter. MC, meanwhile, thought that he really did not understand such human emotions. His grandfather told him that it seems she hated him now, and he reassured him, saying that she would soon come to her senses. She herself is quite kind. The Marquis smiled and asked, so he is Jamie? He was looking forward to meeting him. He smiled and told him that he also wanted to see him, and his grandfather noted that at least he did not hate him. He shrugged and said that he was not given a reason for this. After all, he was his grandfather. The Marquis immediately hugged him tightly and said that he was so glad to finally meet him, and he, almost breathlessly, said that he too was simply overwhelmed with happiness. He thought that this was to be expected from the Bell family. They were all so annoying. Soon evening came, and the father and daughter decided to talk alone. The Marquis said that Jamie really was an amazing boy. Even though his strength was at the level of the 4th class, he was able to see the power he possessed. Soon he would find himself in the center of the world, and now he was not even talking about their kingdom. She understands what this means, right? She answered him that she and her husband are perfectly aware of everything. He said that exceptional talents will awaken the self-interest of the people around him. For now, he and Earl Welton can stop them, but their abilities are not eternal. His daughter asked, so he is giving them this thing? He confirmed this and said that although it is not able to stop everything that can happen, he is sure it will definitely be useful. Sears smiled and said that she felt better knowing that she could protect her son. And her father said that he was worried about the Count. He crossed the genus church, right? Those monsters with twisted morals don't let anyone get away with anything. She asked, was it that serious? He confirmed it and added that the Pyro Church was in danger because of them. It seemed that the genus church was trying to completely destroy their patrons. At that very moment, the door swung open loudly. MC meanwhile entered the room and saw Venna sleeping on his bed in her true form and snoring softly. He clasped his hands together, shocking her, and asked in a displeased voice, didn't he tell her not to turn into her true form? She stood up, wheezing in pain, and exclaimed, can you even imagine how unpleasant it is to be in a transformation? He asked, what would happen if she got caught? She didn't know what to say to that and imagined how events would unfold. She'll get caught using dark magic, Jamie will pretend he has nothing to do with it. Then she'll be thrown into rocks, or even burned. These thoughts made her uneasy and MC asked, what's wrong? Let her immediately transform back. She immediately agreed and, noticing the pendant on the table, asked what it was. He ignored her and looked at it thoughtfully, after which she asked, didn't he hear her question? These words made him very angry. He hit her and she, clutching her aching head, asked him to stop hitting her, because at this rate she'll lose her brains. He irritably asked, does she even have a brain? Well, actually, he himself was curious about what it was. He looked at it again and said that he was sure this thing was an artifact. But what effect does it have? At that moment, he felt an incredible amount of energy, the intent to kill, and it was coming from where his mother was now. He immediately ran out of the room and ran down the hallway, thinking, is this a sneak attack? He needs to hurry. He jumped from the 2nd floor and, noticing a man below, thought that this man is too strong, he won't be able to defeat him. In this case, he will grab his mother and run away from here. He ignited lightning in his hand. The man turned around, noticing this, after which Jamie used the erasing discharge spell and struck. He decided to take the chance and save his mother, but the man grabbed him and said that it was a good trick. MC cursed mentally and told him to let him go, after which he grabbed his hand and thought that he had no choice. he would have to use dark magic. But fortunately, he was distracted by his mother's voice. She and his grandfather stood to the side and looked at him in shock, after which he laughed and said that his grandson's abilities are truly amazing. It seemed that their family's future would be so dazzling that it would be impossible to open their eyes. Sears immediately made her son bow and show respect, and he thanked his grandfather for such words. His mother exclaimed with displeasure, "How could he even think of doing such a thing to someone he didn't even know? What did she teach him?" He said that she got it all wrong, but she continued to scold him and asked what she got wrong. Was she such a bad teacher? He apologized to her and said that he was a complete disappointment, and the man asked Sears to stop. He himself provoked this situation. She turned a puzzled look at him and asked what the meaning of this was. Jamie was upset that he was scolded for no reason, and the man said that he heard that the successor of the Welton family has exceptional abilities, so he decided to test him. This man's name is Beryl Onyx. He's one of the 5 swordsmen of the Seldom Empire. Sears asked what he was talking about. She doesn't quite understand him. He explained to her that he slightly showed his presence to this child, adding a note of hostility. Hearing this, she immediately became furious, and her father asked her to calm down. After all, he wasn't really threatening anyone, but she was still angry and said that if he did that to her son again, she wouldn't let it go so easily. Beryl looked down and asked her for forgiveness, after which Sears apologized to her son and said that she had misunderstood everything. He smiled nervously and told her that everything was fine. No one knew. After all, he directed this energy only at him. He thought that he managed to perfectly target a specific person and manifest his presence. How strong must a being be for it not to be affected by the erasure discharge? He must be a terrifyingly powerful person. He asked, "Is he a sword master?" The man confirmed it, and the Marquis remarked that his grandson was very perceptive, after which he introduced him. He is a sword master, nicknamed the Swordsman of the Storm. The Seldom Empire is famous for its 5 sword masters. Since none of them have fought each other, it is difficult to determine the strongest, but everyone agrees that the sword master Tarex, known as the King's Sword, is the most powerful. Next is Count Welton, and in 3rd place is Beryl Onyx. MC immediately stood up and bowed to him, saying that it was an honor to meet him. The man looked at him strangely, and Sears, noticing this, indignantly slammed her palm on the table, exclaiming, "What is he going to do now?" He answered her that he wanted to teach him swordsmanship, which surprised Jamie. His mother asked if she heard him right. Her son was learning magic. He replied that he knew, but besides that, he thought he would succeed in this branch of combat as well, since the blood of Count Welton flows in his veins. The Marquis agreed with him, because if the swordmaster says so, then so be it. But Jamie's talent for magic is simply unheard of. Beryl replied that he knew he was someone who could become a 9th-tier mage. He had heard similar rumors many times. Jamie would continue to improve his skills even if he just breathed, and the source of these rumors was Marquess Linmel. But with the sword, it was a different story. It would be difficult to master this art if the right moment was missed. MC thought about it. It would be nice to know how to use it, but restoring his strength came first. He told him that now he wanted to focus on magic, and the man said he understood. Quite late at night, Jamie went out for a walk because he couldn't sleep. He walked through the garden and thought that everything here was so magnificent. The garden was well maintained. Not long before, he spoke with Venna, and she, upon learning that the swordmaster had arrived, became very excited and began to bombard him with questions. He couldn't stand it and left. It's quite nice here, and most importantly, quiet. He felt like there was a huge wall in front of him. He was lucky that he had restored his breathing technique and the life orb, and had also regained his ideal element, but that wasn't enough. Soon, he would start stagnating. The 7th rank at this level, a person is called an archmage. This cannot be achieved through skill training alone. When a magic item mastered by the mage himself reaches its limit, the door leading to the path of the archmage opens. This is called access to magic. Achieving this was quite easy for him, given the knowledge from his past life, but he wouldn't be able to defeat those idiots by acting in exactly the same way. Because of his strategies, he was destined for failure. He sat by the water and, looking at his reflection, thought that he understood all of this perfectly well, so he needed to become even stronger. He remembered how Beryl looked down when he apologized to his mother and wondered what they had in common. Suddenly, a huge monster jumped out from under the water. MC immediately used his shield to reflect its attack and asked irritably, how dare it disturb his rest? He wanted to use a lightning spell, but before he did, someone ran past him at high speed and rushed towards the monster. This person only needed a couple of swings of his sword to defeat it, and Jamie looked at him in surprise. After that, the stranger landed on the pieces left by the monster and turned to him with a smile, asking, "Is he okay?" He heard that important guests from the Welton house had arrived, but due to his busy schedule, he was unable to meet them properly. MC frowned and thought that he destroyed such a huge monster in just a second. Although his strength cannot compare to Beryl's, he is clearly no slouch. The guy put away his sword and introduced himself to him. His name is Sable, and he holds the position of assistant to the Marquis of Bell. Jamie was surprised by such a powerful assistant, and the guy told him with a smile, not to be afraid of him. He swears he is his grandfather's loyal servant. MC asked, does that mean he knows him? He answered that he is the Marquis's assistant. Of course he knows him. Jamie looked at the pieces left by the monsters and asked if he could explain why such a huge creature appeared here. The guy smiled awkwardly and answered that it was the Marcus's hobby, and this confused MC. After that, Sable went to the Marquis to report everything to him. He supposedly found a group of demons, but unfortunately missed them. The Marquis said that he never thought that the Demon King's followers would appear again. Sable said that there were also rumors that they were on the borders of their territory, but the only place where massacres occurred was Afton. The Marquis said that he did not think that this would happen. It seems they returned for revenge. About half a century ago or more, his father killed the Demon King. He tried to make them pay for their actions with their lives. Thinking about this, he called out to his assistant and firmly declared that the demons would once again be wiped off the face of the earth by the hands of the Bell family. The swordsman smiled, saying that he was awaiting further orders, and the Marquis said that they would leave it at that for now. Sable was about to leave, but remembered something and said that today he had met young Master Jamie on his way here. The Marquis was slightly surprised and asked where he had seen him at such a late hour. He told him that he had been attacked by a large monster from the lake, and the Marquis felt uneasy. In the morning, when Sears learned of what had happened, she burst into her son's room and worriedly exclaimed, "Is he okay? Is he injured anywhere?" He jumped out of bed in shock and hastened to reassure her, saying that Sable had saved him. Everything was fine. He and the Marquis stood at the door smiling, and the Marquis gave his subordinate a strange look, while Sears said that she was so worried. If he went outside alone again, he would be punished. He sadly told her that he understood everything, and she irritably told him not to answer her that way. Her father smiled awkwardly and said that, although he thought he told the people not to let anyone into the territory, he guessed they made a mistake. His daughter immediately unleashed all her anger on him and exclaimed, "Is he still doing this nonsense with collecting monsters? Didn't she and her mother tell him how dangerous it is?" To save himself from her attacks, he nervously called out to his assistant and asked him to come into the room and greet everyone. Sable immediately went inside and introduced himself to her, and she, quickly calming down, extended her hand to him in introduction and said that she heard that he saved her son. She was very grateful to him for that. He smiled and said that he was sure he could have done just fine on his own. He was lucky to see his abilities with his own eyes. While they were chatting like this, MC thought that he was quite a decent person, strong and smart. Today he gave off a completely different aura. His thoughts were interrupted by his mother. She grabbed him and exclaimed, "Did he think she had already finished talking to him?" He asked, "Isn't that so?" The Marquis asked her to stop. It seems his grandson will get an upset stomach before he has time to eat anything. Jamie called out to him pleadingly, and he, immediately smiling, asked if he wanted to go with him. After that, they left, and Sears indignantly exclaimed after them, "Where were they going?" Time passed. MC went into the city, having previously disguised himself. While he was walking down the street, he thought that he barely got out of there. But why isn't there a single soul here? He approached a woman and asked for directions to the Pyro Church, and she nervously pointed him in the direction and quickly left. He asked her to wait, but at that moment a loud scream was heard, and someone said there had been a murder, and it was all demons. Jamie immediately ran toward the sound, pushed through the crowd of onlookers, and saw a dead man lying on the ground. The guards immediately came to the noise, ordered the crowd to disperse, and one of them, after examining the body, asked, "Another dead man without a heart? And how many is this already?" His partner said he would report this to the Marquis, after which all the passers-by began to discuss it. They were already afraid to just walk down the street, lest they become the next victim. Meanwhile, MC thought, hearts are usually used in demon summoning rituals. No wonder the adults in the house are uncomfortable. Although they probably think he didn't notice anything. Their goal is most likely revenge for the incident in Portsmouth, or more precisely, revenge on the Bell family. And then a thought occurred to him. So the Pyro Church is also on alert? No wonder he hasn't heard anything about them. He remembered those people, and thought that it looked like he needed to intervene again. He used invisibility and flight magic on himself, and then set off. He stopped on a tree branch overlooking the church. Below, he saw several priests and Ross walking somewhere. One of the priests stood out, incredible holy energy emanating from him. He thought it was the Archbishop. He heard there were only 3 of them. He has incredibly powerful powers. It even gave him goosebumps. He noticed Ras talking to him about something, and leaned forward with interest. But suddenly the Archbishop glanced at him, but fortunately didn't notice anything. Ras asked what was wrong, and he answered that everything was fine, most likely some squirrel. Ras said that the Marquis was waiting for him, and the Archbishop suggested that he hurry. And by the way, he hadn't seen the young miss for a long time. Jamie, meanwhile, was hiding on another branch, and nervously wondered where he got such good instincts from. Was he going to the Marquis's family? That would be even better. Now that there were no strong people here, he would be able to get inside. As soon as he was on the church grounds, Ricky, who was praying, noticed something. His sister asked what was wrong with him, and when he suddenly laughed loudly, she asked if something good had happened. He confirmed it, and with a smile, told her to rest for now, and that he would be back soon. After that, he ran to Jamie and said that this was his territory, There was nowhere to hide here. Meanwhile, he approached something like a sanctuary and thought, is this a place where they praise God? He cast an invisibility spell on himself, but suddenly, someone extended a hand towards him, and he immediately turned around, asking who it was. He was about to attack him, but it turned out to be only Ricky, at the sight of whom he was slightly taken aback. The guy smiled awkwardly and said that he wanted to scare him, but it was really not easy. MC wanted to ask something, but the guy immediately covered his mouth with his hand and told him to be quiet, because he must not get caught. After that, he winked at him and told him to follow him. He knew a secluded place. When he said he knew a place, he meant the Archbishop's office, which greatly confused Jamie. Ricky calmed him down, saying that he was a good person, so most likely he would not mind. MC asked him to tell what happened. How was he able to appear behind his back without revealing himself? The guy asked disappointedly, so he didn't come here because he was bored? Isn't he at all happy to see him? He asked him to answer his question, and he told him that everything was simple. This territory was under the jurisdiction of the goddess. Although he had not yet reached the full power of an apostle, he was gradually getting closer to it here. He thoughtfully looked up at the ceiling and said that it would be more accurate to say that this place strengthens his abilities. Jamie thought, so he became omnipotent in the church? He did not feel the power of the dead from him at all. He did not expect that the powers of an apostle in him would increase so much. He looked away and said that now, probably, some powerful tricks are under his control. The guy smiled and said that he was just in time. The goddess was looking for him. Now he will convey a message from her. He knelt down, immediately after which a divine light flashed around him. And when he opened his eyes, MC saw a flash in them and noted that everything was completely different from last time. Now, part of her essence is right here. Using Ricky's body, she informed him that vile demonic energy was awakening. The dark forest was where it would all begin. He needed to stop it before it spread further. If he didn't stop it in time, her territory here would fall. These words made Jamie nervous, and the goddess said that he should go to the dark forest. She hoped he wouldn't lose anything or anyone along the way. Finally, saying that she was leaving it to him, she left Ricky's body. Her presence took a lot of his strength. He sat down on the couch and sighed heavily, saying that he finally felt better. MC asked what that was. How could she have the courage to demand something and then leave right away? The guy smiled awkwardly and asked him to forgive her. She wasn't in the best shape right now. When she had to go down during their last meeting, it had caused much more damage to her than expected. Jamie asked why she asked him for help, since there were a lot of believers in the church. He would never have thought that a god would ask a man for help. He answered him that everything was simple. He was the only one who could do it. The goddess said that he, as that man's successor, was given the power to understand this. He asked if there was something else. Maybe? Ricky answered him that she was not connected to him now, and he, turning around with displeasure, said that it was so selfish. The guy asked if he was leaving already. He went to the window and answered that he needed to leave before the owner of the room returned. He said goodbye to him, after which he left, and Ricky smiled nervously, asking the goddess if his friend would be okay. Right? Time passed. MC returned to his room and smiled, glad that he was not late. But then Sable's voice was heard, asking if he was going somewhere. Jamie turned around in alarm, seeing the swordsman smiling at him. He then nervously looked away and told him he was just taking a stroll. Sable remained silent. The silence began to weigh on him, causing his gaze to quickly wander around the room, and he said he felt unwell. What's wrong? He informed him that an important guest would be arriving today, the Archbishop of the Pyro Church, Sefer. MC smiled nervously and said he was an amazing person, and the swordsman informed him that Lady Sears had been looking for him. He noted that this was to be expected, then inquired where Sir Onyx had gone, as he hadn't seen him anywhere. He replied that he wasn't aware of it, and advised him not to inquire about the man. Jamie inquired about the reason, but he decided to remain silent and said he was saying this for his own good. He wished him a good rest. He would come for him when the Archbishop arrived. If he was going to go for a walk, he should not go towards the Merneck forest. It was an extremely dangerous place. Recently, there were some dubious people in this forest, and they crowded around a large egg. One of them called this egg a child and said that he needed to stay there a little longer. Soon, he would be able to get out of there. The day of his awakening would be the moment when they complete their summoning. Currently, MC came to his mother and asked if he could ask her something. She smiled and agreed, after which he asked what connected her with Sir Onyx. Her smile immediately wavered from his question, and he asked if she could tell him about it. She smiled again and told him that everything was fine. Where should she begin? She was 7 when they first met. One day, Lord Onyx went to the Marquis and brought his son with him. The Marquis noticed that he had grown so much, and he looked at him with embarrassment, and his father asked if it was because of his daily sword training that he was uncomfortable being in society. He was worried that he could not find a single worthy teacher for him. The Marquis asked if he could help him with the search. He answered that he would be very grateful if he could find someone, and at that moment, Sears grabbed young Beryl by the sleeve and he turned a puzzled look to her, and she excitedly said that there were a lot of butterflies there. He did not understand what she was even talking about, and the Marquis smiled, saying that it seemed like his little girl was interested in him. Lord Onyx asked his son to take her for a walk, and he reluctantly agreed. On their walk, They found an apple tree, and Sears deftly climbed the tree to pick it. She boasted about her catch to her new friend, and he called out to her worriedly. At that moment, she began to lose her balance. He told her to be careful, but she made a wrong step and immediately fell down from the tree, falling right on him. But she was not afraid of this. On the contrary, she was very happy. She got up and immediately ran to the tree, offering him to do it again, and he refused. After that, they returned to the estate. He broke the apple in half and gave it to her, which she was very happy about, after which she dumped a whole pile of apples on the table and asked him to do it again. He looked at this whole pile and asked where she managed to get so many apples, and yet he had to fulfill the wish of the young lady. One day, she said that she would learn the art of the sword, and from that day on he would be her mentor, which he was not very happy about. She swung the sword, after which she looked at him excitedly, asking how he liked her skills. He told her not to even start, she had no talent. She called out to him indignantly, and he laughed, and that's how their friendship began. One day, his father came to the Marquise, and he, slamming his palm on the table in anger, exclaimed that he had been told to stay away from the gold mine. He repeated that it was dangerous there. He replied that he had no other choice, he couldn't. Their family's honor. The Marquis shouted that if they were deprived of their family, then honor would have no meaning. Beryl lowered his head in disappointment, and when Sears called out to him, he said that everything would be fine. But very soon, something bad happened. In the morning, his father was found dead in his bed. Upon learning of this, he immediately rushed to him, asking him to get up, but he no longer moved. After the head of the Onyx family ended his life, they fell. At the funeral, the Marquis approached him and said that from now on he could be with his family, and Sears cried, deeply sympathizing with her friend. He took her hand and told her that everything would be okay. About a year later, he began his sword training and continued this way for several years. And Sears sat next to him all this time, hoping that he would finish and they would start having fun again. He became obsessed with training his sword art in the name of revenge. But at some point she decided not to wait for him anymore and distanced herself from him. 4 years passed like this. One day at a social event, some guy approached Sears with an offer to go for a walk, but she immediately and politely declined. His friends, meanwhile, laughed at him and wished him luck, and Beryl stood nearby and heard it all. After that, he beat up these guys and, calling them vile idiots, asked how dare they talk like that. He pinned one of the guys to the floor and said that if he cut out all their tongues, they would not be able to fool around with Sears anymore. He pressed his foot harder on the boy's chest, causing him to let out a wheeze, and Sears immediately sternly called Beryl her older brother. He turned to her, and she, seeing his gaze, shuddered, and realized that he was not at all the man she knew. Soon, Argino Welton, a young count, arrived at the Marquis' estate. He excitedly greeted Sears, saying that he had recently become the head of the family and would be counting on her advice. She smiled and introduced herself to him in return, saying that it was an honor to meet him, and that he should make himself comfortable. He sat down opposite her, and her smile made his heart beat wildly. He fell in love with her at first sight. Her father said that Count Welton was quite famous for his swordsmanship skills, and that they said he would soon become the next master. He excitedly told him that this was an exaggeration. He was too busy trying to learn the family's weapon technique. The Marquis smiled and said that no one here doubted that he would become a master of the sword. Such praise excited the young count, and when he looked again at the smiling Sears, he could not control himself from embarrassment and bowed to them, hitting his forehead on the table, and said that he was flattered. Time passed. When Beryl arrived, he immediately began pestering Sears with requests to talk, but she told him that they had nothing to talk about. He exclaimed she was going to meet that idiot again, right? She indignantly responded that he was the head of the Welton family, so he should not dare talk about him like that. Beryl asked confusedly, she didn't like him? Because before she only looked at him. She answered him that the man she treated like a brother didn't behave like that. He doesn't listen to her anymore and is trying to tie her to himself, so he should stop already. After these words, he grabbed her by the shoulders and turned her towards him, exclaiming, does she even know how much he loves her? But Argeno didn't let him finish, grabbing his arm and exclaiming, what is he even thinking? Beryl got angry and told him to leave, but he wasn't going to let him go so easily, and he started swearing. Argeno pulled him away from Sears and ordered him to apologize to her immediately, but instead, he challenged him to a duel. The young count and Sears weren't expecting this, but he accepted the challenge anyway. Afterwards, they went off to fight with swords, and Sears ran to her father and asked him to calm the two down. He looked down and said he didn't want to lie, but he was thinking of marrying her off to Beryl. Hearing this, she became indignant and exclaimed that he was like an older brother to her. She had known him for a long time, but now he was a demon who wielded a sword and a man who was only watching her to find out if she was seeing another man. Her father said that he simply loved her, and she, in anger, slammed her palm on the table, exclaimed that this was not true at all. She burst into tears and said that the kindness and care of Beryl's past were no longer there. Her father looked down and asked if she, by any chance, knew about Count Welton. She did not understand what he was talking about, and he, deciding not to explain anything to her, said that he understood what she wanted to tell her, so let her go. When he was alone, He went to the window and apologized to his old friend. Soon it began to rain. Beryl was defeated in the duel and earned a scar on his cheek, and Argino won. They both expended a lot of energy on this battle. Seeing them in such a state, Sears rushed to them and asked if he was okay. Beryl thought she was saying this to him and was about to answer her that he was fine, but she threw herself into Argino's arms. He smiled and said that he was much stronger than she thought, so she should not worry, and Beryl, looking at them, burst into tears. After this duel, he left in the middle of the night, and the Marquise, having learned about this, decided that it would be best for everyone. 3 years passed. Argino and Sears got married and she became pregnant. While she was resting, her husband came to her and said that he thought she should know about this. Sir Beryl had become a sword master, and he also thought that he wanted revenge on the 3 families because of whom his family had gone bankrupt. Sears frowned slightly and told him that she understood everything, after which she said that she also had something that she would like to share with him. He told her that he was ready for anything, and she said that after a little thought, she decided that they should name their child Jamie. He said this name along with their last name and remarked that it sounded beautiful. But what if it was a girl? She happily answered him that if it was a girl, they would name her Sarah. At this point, she finished her story and asked her son if he had been so interested in her past. He smiled nervously and confirmed it, thinking that the story was so long. He hadn't thought that Argena was capable of defeating such a strong man. Venna, who was now hugging Sarah, noticed that he had a strange expression on his face, after which a servant entered the room and informed them that the Archbishop had arrived. They went outside, and when she called out to the Archbishop, he immediately turned to her with a smile and remarked that their little rascal had finally arrived. She smiled awkwardly and asked what he was saying. Was it worth remembering such things when they hadn't seen each other for so long? He laughed and asked how she liked little one. He thought it suited her. Her father laughed and said that this little one was already the mother of 2 children. Jamie and Sarah introduced themselves to the Archbishop and Sears, picking up their daughter and hugging her. Siffer told them to come more often. They missed them. The apostle had told him a lot about Jamie. He had heard that they were best friends. Raz smiled broadly and told Jamie that the apostle had asked him to tell him that he wanted to see him soon, and he, smiling nervously, replied that he understood everything. In his thoughts, he added that they had actually already met. Sable was going to take them somewhere, and the Marquis replied that they would go there later. He wanted to talk with the Archbishop. Sefer said goodbye to Sears, saying that he prayed for the goddess's blessing to descend on her and her children, after which she hugged her daughter and asked what they should do now. She turned to her son and asked, didn't he say he wanted to go there, to the place where the large drop of water is? He asked her about the Mirinek forest, adding that his assistant had told him not to go there, and her gaze immediately changed. She asked fearfully how he knew about it. Had he by any chance gone anywhere? He smiled nervously and answered that, of course that was not true. She asked why Sable had told him about it then? He looked away and nervously answered that he only wanted to warn him, and she sternly said that she tirelessly repeated that he should not go anywhere without her knowledge. He might be a good wizard, but he was still a child. He told her that he understood everything, and then she, pointing her finger to the mountains, said that the forest was over there. He noted that it looked like an ordinary forest. Was it dangerous there? She told him that this was one of the 6 forbidden zones in the entire world. One of them was the Great Forest of Aryajata, located beyond this forest. Simply put, Miranek was part of Aryajata. He thought that the probability that this was the very dark forest the goddess had spoken of was high. His mother had sternly told him that he shouldn't go there. Did he understand everything? He had promised her that he wouldn't do it, but of course he had deceived her. As soon as night fell, he went into the forest with Venna and looked around with a smirk, noticing that there was a truly terrifying aura there. Hundreds of red monster eyes were staring at them from all sides. He quickly dealt with them with lightning magic and, looking at their bodies, said that it was so boring. A forest where you can't use black mana. Noticing something, Venna called out to him excitedly. She ran towards him and, before the monster hit him from behind, she leaned on his shoulders and jumped up, kicking the monster in the head. Because of her actions, MC fell down and she told him to focus. He stood up and exclaimed indignantly, "What did she just do?" At that moment, she killed another monster. Because of this, she did not hear him and asked what he just said. He clenched his teeth and told her that it did not matter. After that, he asked if she also had trouble using black magic. She confirmed this and said that she felt better than ever. Her body was like a light feather, and she felt a flow of power passing through her. She felt like she was floating in the air. He said that this was good and thought that everything was fine because she was one of the tribe of forest Valkyries. She, like the elves, was nourished by the energy of this place. She asked how he got here, and he irritably answered her that he had already told her. She asked if he was here at the request of that goddess, and what do they need to do. He wanted to answer her, but suddenly, dark energy appeared under their feet, and they immediately fell into the ground. Venna screamed loudly in fear, and Jamie raised his hand to use the spells for takeoff, but nothing worked. He cursed and thought, what kind of forest is this? If he falls at this speed, he will crash. But fortunately, this did not happen. When they landed, Vena immediately jumped up and asked fearfully, "They are alive, right?" Having calmed down a little, she asked him where they were, and he suggested that she look around. Having created a glowing sphere above himself, he examined the walls and told her that they were now in ruins. On the wall, he noticed the inscription, "Leave or enter." As soon as he said this, the door opened, and he said that he did not know who created this place, but it looked interesting. He never thought that he would encounter here the symbols used in his past life. Meanwhile, one of the guards was patrolling the city. Smelling blood, he immediately became wary, and his subordinate called out to him excitedly, saying they had found someone unconscious. The man examined the man, but he was already dead, and like the previous victim, he had no heart. This must be the work of demons. He ordered him to inform Sable of this, and as he ran off, he thought it was strange. Judging by his appearance, he had been killed about 4 hours ago. This road is shown on the patrol map. And also here is the route that soldiers take during the guard change, but no one ever reported this man. Suspecting that one of the soldiers did it, he decided to check the patrol schedule for this area, but his chest was immediately pierced by something sharp. The attacker was the man from the forest. He tore out his heart and said with a smirk that they were idiots. Let them keep looking for him. He would see if they could catch him. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound behind him. It was Sable. He drew his sword and said with a smile that they finally met. He found himself in a rather awkward position because of him. The man laughed nervously and asked, "Isn't that the chief advisor by any chance?" Sable immediately lunged forward and dealt several invisible blows that left cuts on his body. The man cried out in pain, cursed, and Sable, preparing to attack again, said he'd forgotten that bodies infected with demonic energy weren't supposed to separate easily. The man fearfully asked him to wait, but was soon killed. Meanwhile, Jamie and Vena wandered through the ruins. She asked if he was okay, and he, using a life bead to heal, told her he was fine. He sighed heavily and thought he might actually die. Vena had thought about it too, and with tears in her eyes, voiced it. As they wandered through the ruins, they encountered giant armored soldiers equipped with anti-magic, automatic rapid-fire traps, and an endless horde of combat scorpions. Finally, they came to the main room, with "the place where it slumbers" written on the door. As the doors were opening, Vena asked with a smile what could be sleeping there, and a huge bear immediately appeared in front of them, making them freeze at the sight. But Vena thought he was very cute. She turned to the master, telling him to look at this big teddy bear. And at that very moment, this cute big guy named Teberon decided to attack her. MC leaned forward, warning her of the danger. Fortunately, he was able to jump aside in time with her. The bear irritably said that they clearly had enough courage to come here, and Jamie asked if he knew who he was. The bear picked up a rock and threw it at them, irritably telling him not to pretend that he didn't know, and he immediately erected a protective barrier above himself, but the rock managed to break through it, and a small piece of it hit him in the chest. Vena worriedly rushed to him, and he fell to the ground and thought that almost all of his ribs were broken. Vena helped him up and asked if he was okay. He replied that at least he was alive. Things could have been much worse without the life bead. The bear said that he had nullified this power, and now he had no way to resist anything. He asked, so it was he who blocked his black mana? But how? He answered that it was none of his business and swung his fist at him. Vena decided to protect her master and responded in kind to Teberon, while somewhere in the middle of the city, a man's piercing scream was heard. He nervously clenched his teeth and asked, what was the point of all this? Sable answered him discontentedly that he had crossed the line and ruined everything. After all, he had told him to leave the soldiers alone. He replied that the swordmaster had left again, and they had nothing to fear. He smirked and noted that apparently the punishment had not been enough for him. He struck again, causing numerous cuts to appear on the man's face, and while he writhed in pain, Sable said that he did not care about the swordmaster. The most important thing against filthy demonic parasites like him is obedience. Everything must go according to plan. At this time, Vena held back the bear's blow, but she was pushed back and she immediately turned around to check on Jamie. By this time, he had already regained his strength and created a magic circle. He cast a 6-color torrential rain spell on the bear, but it did not harm him at all, and they both stared at it in shock. The bear said that it was all because of their erratic swinging. Why don't they just give up? MC exclaimed. Does he want them to just accept death? He attacked them out of nowhere. He said that they left a disgusting object in his forest, and since they committed a crime, they must be punished. Jamie asked what he was even talking about. They were in this place for the first time. The bear said that it was a lie. This dark power protecting the demonic egg definitely belongs to him. Hearing this, he was surprised, and Teberon, clenching his fist, furiously ordered them to stop lying. He would kill all of the demon's followers. After that, he pounced on him, wishing him a quick death, and he declared that he came here to get rid of this thing at the request of the goddess Pyro. The bear immediately froze. He measured him with a glance and asked, "Is he not lying?" He responded by swearing with everything he had that it was true, after which he turned around and said that if he did not believe him, then he should follow him and check everything himself. He said that everything was fine. This forest was part of the goddess's territory. If he lied and defamated her name, then the heavens would immediately conquer him. But he does not feel any divine presence emanating from him. His power, which he had to suppress, is definitely not holy. MC told him that he does not follow her. They just made a deal. She told him to go into the dark forest and prevent the awakening of this vile dark magic. She said that he would understand why she wanted to send him here and not one of her followers once he was here. The bear said that he found it hard to believe, but he couldn't deny it either. Venna became worried and asked him to tell him about the demonic egg and the power protecting it. According to the bear, the egg appeared about a month ago. He immediately went to get rid of it, but a dark force protected it. An incredibly dark, deep, and powerful force. No matter how much he hit it, no matter how much force he applied, he couldn't break through the barrier, so he had to block the energy surrounding the egg from the very beginning. Jamie said that he didn't feel any divine power from it. How did he block this power? He answered that it was all thanks to an artifact that looked like ruins. MC clarified, so all these ruins are an artifact? Venna smiled and said that everything here must be expensive, and he immediately shut her up and asked who created this place. How did he know the ancient language, and for what purpose did he need the artifact? The bear answered that he had no idea. He only knew that this place was created about 600 years ago. Jamie decided to ask him one more question. Why was he still restricting this dark power? He didn't understand what he meant, and he noted that he had said that he blocked the power protecting the egg. In that case, he broke the egg on the spot, right? So why was he storing this black mana in an unusable state? He answered that the egg was still intact, and he asked why there were any obstacles. He looked away and awkwardly said that in order to block the dark power with artifacts, the magic caster must be in the ruins, and he hadn't yet met anyone who could help him destroy the egg. They both looked at him in shock. After which MC called him a bear with displeasure, and he said that his name was actually Teberon. But he didn't care. He began to reproach him for having a lot of ideas but no plans to achieve them. And he's also a plush toy with a long tongue, which only says that everyone is pathetic and insignificant. Can he also sense her powers? Teberon looked at Venna and asked in surprise, does she have the life force of a Valkyrie? He said that she has something different. She has powers somewhat similar to his. It, by the way, is also blocked. But why? Is this power similar to the one that protects the egg? The bear answered him that it was something else. The power he blocked exactly matches his, but not hers. He looked down and thought that only Orogen should have his black magic. After which he asked him to remove the power restriction and release them. He'll go and see it for himself. Teberon gave them a dubious look, and the girls smiled, telling him to trust them. If her master could use the power, he could deal with the egg in seconds. He still continued to glare at them, and when she said the goddess had sent them, he gave in and snapped his fingers, after which Jamie immediately felt his mana return. He smirked as he tried to release it, then took one step toward the bear, and streams of dark mana swirled around him. Teberon and Venna weren't expecting this. MC said that absolutely no one dared boss them around, and the bear excitedly exclaimed, "What is he doing?" At this time, Jamie had already found himself in another dimension where the entire structure of these ruins was revealed. He decided to take control of everything, and immediately after that, Teberon blocked the dark mana and shouted in rage, "What is he doing?" MC wiped the blood from his face with a grin and told him to wait. If he didn't stop, there would be nothing left of the ruins. The bear immediately froze. Venna worriedly told him he was bleeding from his mouth, and he told her everything was fine. He thought it was a mental barrier? This is quite good, but even so, he is not going to stop. Teberon said that his connection with the runes was lost. Is this his doing? But how was he able to do it so quickly? He smirked and said that he appointed him as his master's assistant. Unfortunately for him, his master is not the only one who is well versed in artifacts. For a third rank, all this is easy work. He can't just leave an item blocking his powers alone. Although, you can't call it a real limitation. Teberon became uneasy and asked how he was able to block his power at all. The power capable of absorbing holy energy. This is complete nonsense. He must have used some kind of trick. He reduced the level of mana accumulation, tilted the original coordinate of space, and other things. In any case, a fact is a fact. He grabbed Venna by the hand and said that therefore he did not need to pursue him. He began to disappear and smiled one last time, mockingly saying that he had completely forgotten since he couldn't leave the ruins even if he wanted to. After that, he disappeared, and the bear screamed curses. Meanwhile, the Marquise learned that 9 murders had occurred that night. He was shocked and asked what the hell was going on here. Whose doing was this? Where was Sable? What was happening to him now? One of the guards answered him that no one had seen him since midnight yesterday. And then, the Marquise began to guess everything. Meanwhile, Sable was looking at the city from the top of the tower and thought that they should be arriving any minute now. Yesterday, he overheard the Marquis and the Archbishop. He asked if he had received a call from the superintendent. Sefer confirmed this, saying that the Sacred Guardians of Order had already been dispatched and would most likely arrive tomorrow at noon. One of the gentlemen would also visit them. The Marquis sighed heavily, noticing that the priest had made a difficult decision. Meanwhile, Sable stood nearby and smiled. Now he licked his lips and thought that by the time they arrived, everything would already be over. Meanwhile, Jamie found the egg. It was protected by his energy, and he had no idea what his black mana was doing here. Venna asked what these symbols meant, and he reached out to the barrier and read what it said. The dead are approaching. Hands up. Seawater. Moonlight. A single starlight shines on the wavy sea, the only light in the dark sky. As soon as he touched the barrier, a vision appeared before him, a wavy dark sea, shining starlight. A dead man extends his hand over the seawater, the only moonlight in the dark sky. An old man raises his hand and drowns in the darkness. Devouring even the darkness, a beast thirsting for everything, he is promised a very distant future. MC said it was a leviathan. This grimoire was part of his existence. How could he forget something like that? He thought that confirmed everything. His memories are incomplete. By the way, he completely accidentally remembered about the rebellion against divinity. It's strange that he doesn't feel any discomfort because of the holes in his memory. She asked if he understood something. He confirmed it and gave her a ring. It was an artifact that he grabbed from the ruins. She could fill it with mana to use it later. As soon as she did, a hammer appeared in her hands and she asked, "Is that it?" She was very happy and said that she liked it so much, and he told her to take it and continue to monitor the situation. He would stay for a while. After that, he touched the barrier with both hands and commanded the dark energy to return to its owner, and it began to slowly flow into his body. But they were interrupted by some woman named Kana. She pounced on them and exclaimed, "What the hell is going on here?" Jamie immediately turned to Venna, telling her to defend herself, and she nervously clutched her weapon in her hands. Then she swung her hammer, reflecting her attack, and a shockwave spread through the forest. She managed to reflect this blow with difficulty. Blood gushed from her mouth, and MC felt holy power. He asked, "Is she from the Genus Church?" Kana said that he had good instincts, and he asked, "What on earth was the Genus Church doing in a place like this? Did she come to destroy the egg, or on the contrary, to protect it?" She remarked that this was interesting, after which she looked at Venna with displeasure and called out to her, saying that she managed to put together a combo. She hates this kind of hair and weapons the most. Therefore, she will finish her off first. After these words, she immediately pounced on her and swung her sword, and Venna blocked her blow. Kana smirked and remarked that she was quite good, then clenched her fist and hit the girl on the head with all her might, but she did not lose her composure and immediately swung her hammer. Kana jumped back and laughed, asking, "Is that all?" Venna pounced on her in a jump, telling her to shut up, and she, blocking her blow, said with a smile that it was a bit weak. She told her that she was not finished yet, then struck again, and Kana told her to try to cope with this. Lunging forward, she quickly appeared behind her back, and then swung her sword several times, causing her many cuts. Jamie called out to her worriedly, and thought that perhaps a small blow would be enough, but he must not stop. Venna leaned on her weapon to steady herself and told him not to move. She still had the strength to fight. Kana mockingly said that it probably hurt. It wouldn't be so painful if she cut her in half. So what was she going to do? Was she going to fight like this? Was she serious? She smirked and asked if she had any other option. She had to follow her master's orders. Kana remarked that she was such a good slave. Children like her sometimes needed to take action. She smiled and told her that she knew that she only succeeded with older people. After that, she cast a sense reversal curse on her, which disoriented Kana, and the girl immediately attacked her. Realizing it was black magic, she immediately reacted and put her hand in front of herself, blocking the blow, and Venna thought that the curse had worn off. This was her last chance. Kana cursed in displeasure, then imbued her sword with energy and swung it, unleashing a blast of frosty air on her enemy. Venna didn't stop. She continued attacking until her hammer was covered in ice, and then there was an explosion. All the trees around burned. Venna woke up lying on her back and thought, what just happened? Her strength left her. She needed to get up and protect the master. Kana appeared before her eyes. She called her a black sorceress and asked how she dared scratch her. This idiot, whom she protects so much, she will deal with him in a matter of seconds, right before her eyes. MC had already finished by this time. He grinned and asked, what is she talking about? And he hasn't done anything yet. He rose into the air and ordered the Leviathan to absorb her, after which many bloodsuckers sank their teeth into her body. It was gluttony, black magic that turns everything and everyone into food and then devours. Jamie thought that he did not like this holy power of hers, but he will absorb it all. They continued to bite into her flesh, sucking out blood, and she gritted her teeth, calling him a parasite. He sank to the ground and told Venna that she had done well. Thanks to her, he had dealt with the egg, so she need not worry anymore. Hearing this, she smiled and quietly said that she was so glad. Meanwhile, Kana got rid of the bloodsuckers and said that she wanted to be gentle with him because he had such a sweet face. But this was not to be. Having sensed her powers, MC was only convinced that she was not an ordinary priest at all, after which the girl used the magic of the sanctuary and snow-white armor appeared on her and a new weapon in her hand. He nervously thought that the atmosphere was heating up. She has more holy power than the bishop, and she is also combat ready. She will be quite a problem. Kana said that the magic he used, although a simple copy, with its help, he managed to absorb her completely. He's a black sorcerer too, he asked in response. So what if that's the case? She gripped her weapon tighter and striking him, exclaimed that then she would have to finish him off. He responded by using his magic and said that there was no way out then. After that, an unholy gate fell behind him, and he said with a smirk that he would have to introduce her to someone. He ordered Nebro to appear, and the gate immediately opened, and a 6th-rank lich and his other subordinates emerged from it. Seeing this, Kana became very angry and, striking him again, shouted, How dare he summon undead right in front of her? But her blow was immediately blocked by one of his subordinates, and while she was busy with him, he headed towards the egg. A man was standing next to it. He came to check on the egg's condition, and was very surprised that it had grown so much. He nervously said that he was sure the egg wouldn't have had enough of those sacrificed hearts. And Jamie, appearing behind him, said that apparently he liked all this dark energy. The man immediately moved away from him to a safe distance and asked who he was. MC didn't answer him and asked, "Isn't he that demon follower, the daemon?" The man asked again who he was and what happened to the guardian, and he told him that he didn't need to know. He decided to finish what he started and, snapping his fingers, gave the order, and Ryza immediately finished the man off. He fell to the ground and, bleeding, reached out to the egg and said that there was still a little bit left. After that, his strength left him, and the egg suddenly cracked. Ryza nervously turned around and Jamie ordered him to step back, after which he immediately jumped to a safe distance before the creature inside the egg could grab him. He landed next to the master and, watching the egg devour the dead follower, asked in shock, "What is this?" MC said that it was inevitable. Now the egg should have enough life force. This means the demon will appear soon. A new crack appeared in the egg, while Nebro continued to fight Kana, who, trying to break through his barrier, told him to die quickly. He laughed at her, saying it was stupid, she was wishing death on a dead man. She nervously clenched her teeth and cursed, then jumped back and thought, what happened to the egg? The master won't be pleased if things don't go according to plan. At that moment, the demon hatched, an ominous energy spreading throughout the area, and the lich trembled, sensing it. Kana was glad that it finally appeared, and Nebro turned to the master, nervously saying that this monster can suppress even death itself. While he was distracted, Kana attacked him and said that if she was destined to die here, she would take him with her. Before completely collapsing, Nebra worriedly called out to the master and asked him to try to save himself. Meanwhile, Ricky shuddered. He felt what happened in the forest, and his sister asked, "Is something wrong?" He whispered with a gloomy expression that the end will soon come for everyone. If they do nothing, then everyone will die. She wanted to ask what he meant, and at that moment a man burst into their room and worriedly said that they needed to leave immediately. Ricky took his sister's hand and headed for the exit, thinking that they would be a burden if they stayed there. Meanwhile, the Marquis in a rage slammed his fist on the table and exclaimed, "Is there anyone outside?" A guard immediately ran into his room and informed him of what was happening, and he ordered the troops to be prepared, and quickly. His daughter came to him. She called out to him excitedly, and he said that she should not worry, let her take the children, and before he could finish speaking, she said that Jamie was missing. She thinks he went to the forest of Miranek. Meanwhile, the demon began to hatch, and MC, watching this, thought that this is why he hated demons, a species that feared weaklings and despised them, something that harmed all living things with its very existence. Ryza worriedly said that he needed to save himself, and Hazard asked, "What the hell was this?" Jamie thought that even the dead were shaking in fear now. If he completely broke free, then even he, without a perfect cage, would have a hard time. Ryza worriedly said that they could die like this, and he snapped his fingers, calling him off. He ordered Hazard to take Venna and carry her as far away as possible, where demonic energy would not reach them. He didn't listen to him and immediately started running, after which the demon's voice came from the egg, asking if he thought he could handle him alone. MC immediately turned to him, and the demon, breaking free from its shell, said that it wouldn't be as interesting if he just gave up. As expected, appearing on the surface like this is incredibly annoying. Realizing that it was a noble demon, Jamie was horrified, and he asked if he knew anything about them. Since he knew so much, he would eat him a little later. His name was Rowetta. He was a baron of the Great Devil's domain. MC frowned and thought that this meant he had at least the rank of a master. The demon told him not to be afraid, but to just understand. Since he had come here, there was no turning back. Jamie remarked that it was nice of him to tell him such a thing, and immediately used the perfect cage, which made him feel better. Rowetta smiled and said that he had such an interesting thing. If he gave it to him, he would die quickly and painlessly. He chuckled and asked if he looked crazy. Rowetta said that in that case, he had no choice. He'd see how long he could hold out. After that, his energy flared. MC immediately rose into the air and used Leviathan. Meanwhile, Sable watched from afar. He smirked and remarked that it was such a nuisance. The weakest of the 5 nobles, the Baron, could seem like a disaster to humans. He glanced at the guards quickly running below and said that in any case it was worth leaving someone to protect their home. Meanwhile, Hazard continued to run. He glanced at the boss and thought, is he sure? If he's alive, then so is he. At that moment, Venna woke up. She looked up at him, asking what was going on here, and he told her that the boss ordered him to take her and run away. The demon awakened. Hearing this, she became very agitated and asked him to put her down. Although she was still weak, she stood up and, looking at the huge pillar of light behind the mountains, asked, "So, the master is there now?" Hazard said that he will fight that monster. She wanted to say something, but he interrupted her, saying that if she went there, she would only be in his way. She worriedly said that if she died, she would buy him some time, and he noted that in her state, she had no chance. After that, his body became transparent, and then he disappeared. Venna turned around in confusion, looking for him, and then a loud explosion was heard behind her, and she thought that the summoning of the undead was cancelled, and it was a coincidence that the explosion happened at the same time. She began to suspect something bad. Voices and the image of her master immediately appeared in her head, telling her to fight. How much longer could she allow this to happen? She was very afraid for him, and suddenly her weapon spoke. It said it was interesting. She was a young Valkyrie, strong, of pure blood. Even though she was not yet mature, he would allow her to use it today. Let her remember this feeling. His name was Pelion. He was a hammer forged by a legendary blacksmith to serve their queen. Let her try her best. Meanwhile, Jamie was in really bad shape. He had run out of strength even to fly. He had lost too much blood and was fallen to the ground right now. If he had a little more strength from the beat of life, or if he had been able to summon Blackie, he would have bought himself some time to use higher tier magic. Then the outcome could have been different. He already thought he would crash to the ground, but he landed on the soft paw of a bear. He said he was pathetic, and he, looking up at him in surprise, exclaimed, "How did he end up here?" Teberon answered him that he knew his way around the area perfectly well, where he had spent about 600 years. He never thought he'd be left to fight the demon alone. He knew he had a noble heart, worthy of the one the goddess had chosen. He said it wasn't like that at all, and the bear carefully lowered him to the ground. But suddenly the demon's voice was heard behind him. Rueda attacked him and said he wanted to finish his meal. Swinging his hand, he left several cuts on his body with his sharp claws, and said that he had just tried to cut off his arm. For a creature in the surface world, he was quite strong. Teberon confirmed this, then sharply punched him, saying that besides that, he was very fast. And besides, he wasn't alone here. A bright flash appeared in the sky. It was Vena. She hit the demon with her hammer with all her might, and then the two of them threw him to the ground. Vena landed next to Jamie and happily told him that she had arrived, and he asked what happened to her hair. She smiled and asked, "Her hair is cool now, right?" He said, confused, that he wasn't talking about that at all. And the bear rushed into battle, saying that they could talk later. They weren't finished yet. The demon immediately stood up and shot a beam of energy at him, then directed it at his head and said that he was right. It wasn't over yet. The demon immediately lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the Marquis and his warriors stopped near the edge of the forest. The soldiers were very ill. They were greatly weakened by this demonic energy, and one of them told the Marquis that they could not advance further. Why didn't they wait for reinforcements from the Pyro Church to receive their blessing? The Marquis remained silent. He looked around his army and thought that only the Order of Fear was holding out, but if they delayed any longer, Jamie could get hurt. At that moment, he felt a gust of wind. A letter fell into his hands. Meanwhile, Kanna ran out of the forest with all her might. She looked at the dark energy chasing her and clicked her tongue, saying it was so disgusting. Anyway, she summoned that demon, so her work here was done. She hoped the boss wouldn't punish her. Right after that thought, she died from a sharp gust of wind that touched her neck. Meanwhile, Teberon and Vena had lost all their strength and were now lying unconscious. The demon laughed and said that they surprised him. He had no idea that he would have to try hard fighting in this world. He looked at Jamie and asked what the name of this spell was. He felt the power emanating from it, capable of destruction. MC told him that this was the road to doom. Dark magic that released all the energy absorbed by the Leviathan at once. It had the power capable of large-scale destruction. He cursed and thought that this was the last hope that Vena and the bear gave him. Rueda said that he could have died too. Since he was going to deal him a powerful blow, it was time to say his last words, if any. He began to accumulate demonic energy, and Jamie looked down, telling him to just finish him off already. Last words be damned. At that moment, he felt a wind, which surprised him. Beryl Onyx came to his aid, and with a wave of his sword, he was able to cut down the demon. That letter was from him, asking the Marquis not to let anyone into the forest, as it would lead to unnecessary losses, and he would take care of the demon himself. Meanwhile, Sable came to the Archbishop. Noticing him at the threshold of the church, he said he had a premonition, but he did not expect guests at all. The swordsman smiled and asked, "Is this true? By the way, has the apostle already left?" Sephir asked him to leave this room if he worships the goddess, and he asked with a grin, "That is, if he does not worship her, then can he stay?" He replied that in that case, he would have to take action. The swordsman asked, "Does he think he can do it? Will he be able to withstand the first sword Jinnis?" Upon learning who he was, the archbishop was surprised, and Sable, raising his sword, said that let eternal peace be engraved on the tip of his sword. Today, the goddess awaits great losses, and then destruction. Meanwhile, the priests caught up with the Marquis' detachment, and Ricky suddenly shuddered. He felt that something was wrong and worried about the archbishop. Meanwhile, Beryl had just dealt a blow to the demon that left a rift in the ground, and MC couldn't even keep up with it. Such fast strikes with a strangely large sword, and all this combined with a terrifying level of power. Is this really what the power of the wind looks like? Beryl turned to him, asking why he was here, and he nervously replied that he was curious because everyone kept telling him not to come here, but he never thought he'd meet him here. The swordsman said he saw everything, and Jamie immediately fell silent. Beryl told him not to worry. Everyone has some secrets that they don't want to tell anyone. He nervously pursed his lips and thought about how much he had already seen. He approached him and asked why he was here. Beryl approached the bear and told him that he took this task because he was perfect for it. After that, Teberon looked up at him and asked who he was. He looked very strong. He told him his name and said that he was one of the seekers of the truth of this world. He came to pick up an item entrusted to these lands at the request of Isis. Teberon clarified, "Is he talking about the frontier?" Beryl said that he would like to ask him to open the gates of Gremia, and MC wondered, what are they even talking about? The bear apologized to him, saying that he can't do it yet. At the moment, he's not responsible for them. He turned to Jamie and asked, "He's right? He asked in confusion. Is he talking about the ruins? After that, they returned there and Beryl, carrying Venna on his shoulder, told Jamie that with all these demons, he didn't think he would also get involved with Gremia. He laughed nervously and looked away, after which the bear suggested they begin. He extended his fist to Jamie and asked him to transfer power to him. Beryl looked at him expectantly, and he thought, why him? He touched the bear's fist and said that he would open it now, after which, streams of magic swirled around them, and MC was transferred to another space. A man appeared in front of him, and Jamie said that he was the thought that prevented the takeover of the system. He knew that he was more than just an ordinary defense. Could he really be the creator of Gremia? He confirmed this and said that his name was Armion. He was a brilliant creator of artifacts, a 9th rank wizard, which was a very rare phenomenon at that time. MC noted that there was so much vanity in his words. In that case, does that mean he is frontier or something like that? He answered him that although he is close to Isis, he is not frontier. At the request of the lightning dragon, Graham, he only guarded her sword. But Gremia is not just a place intended to watch Graham. It was created for the benefit of the one he is waiting for. Jamie began to guess who he is talking about, and he said that he is waiting for the wielder of black mana, who wields the power capable of destroying the 12 gods. He is waiting for someone who is able to handle such power. MC became nervous and asked how he knew the ancient language and other little things that should have been forgotten by now. He thought that even Ganon did not know about the power capable of killing the gods. He said that if his answer does not satisfy him, then he will destroy him. Armion smiled and said that the creature left traces in this world, and he learned an ancient language while following those marks. He exclaimed in surprise, "He means there are traces of Diablo Volpir in this world?" Armion asked. So that was the creature's name. He had never been able to find out its name, even though he had searched for it all his life. Apparently, he was the person who inherited his mana. In that case, he could pass it on to him. Jamie immediately felt an incredible amount of energy surrounding him. Even the life bead was filled with it. Armion handed him a small sphere and said that Gremia is an artifact capable of changing its shape. It is an object with unlimited possibilities. Its appearance and purpose can be determined by the will of its owner. Helpless before the truth, he created this, putting everything he had into it, waiting for this day. And now, he transfers all power into his hands. MC took it, and clenching his fists, said with admiration that he would never have thought it was such an incredible artifact. It's on par with the 3 divine weapons he created. Even better. Meanwhile, it started raining. Raz ran to the church as fast as he could, and when he entered, he found the archbishop sitting against the wall, bleeding. He was still alive. He looked up at the guy, and he immediately ran up to him, extended a trembling hand, and said that he needed help as soon as possible. He wanted to heal him, but another sacred power intervened and prevented him from doing so. Saphir said there was no point. He was fine. Let him protect the apostle and the saint. Ross exclaimed, "Was that the Genus Church?" Saphir pointed to the broken passage into the dungeon and told him to quickly go to them, and he burst into tears, exclaiming that he couldn't leave him here. The archbishop extended his hand to him and, stroking his head, said that he understood his feelings, but he had to go there. Ross clenched his teeth and declared in rage that he would avenge him, and he asked him not to be led by revenge. He had to protect them, so it was time for him to go. After that, his strength left him, and his hand fell. Meanwhile, they got out of the ruins, and Beryl asked Jamie if he was okay. He answered with an exhausted look that he felt a little discomfort, but he was fine. Did he get what he came here for? He confirmed this, and the bear asked what happened to Gremia. He told Jamie that he was not sure if he knew about it, but he returned a little later. Now his connection with Gremia was completely severed. What happened there? He told them how he met Armion and received Gremia and showed them the sphere. They were very surprised, after which Beryl said that this item was much more valuable than Graham. Teberon asked, did he give it to him? MC hid the artifacts and said it was his idea. The moment Graham was taken, he gave it all his power. Teberon was very surprised, and Jamie decided to demonstrate it. He touched his nose, and when his wounds began to heal, he asked, "Is this healing?" He answered that it was more like this. He thought it was happening because of Gremia. Beryl said that it was time for them to go back. He was sure Sears was worried. MC cursed, saying that he had already forgotten about his mother, and suddenly, he felt that something bad had happened to Ricky. Beryl turned to him, asking what was wrong, and he told him that the goddess's apostle was in danger. He asked, "Are you talking about him?" He nervously exclaimed that they had no time for this. They needed to go there immediately. Beryl slung him over his shoulder and asked where exactly they were going. He replied that they needed to go southeast of Afton. Beryl, without waiting for him to finish, immediately soared high into the air, accompanied by his loud cries. Teberon looked at the receding dot in the sky and noticed that they hadn't even said goodbye. Well, it was time for him to return to his home. But it turned out they had completely forgotten about Venna. Meanwhile, the Marquise was informed that the source of the demonic energy had disappeared, and he could breathe a sigh of relief. But that wasn't all. Soldiers ran up to him and said that groups of demons had appeared in the area, attacking everyone indiscriminately. Fortunately, the knights who remained behind were able to stop them. They said the creatures were disguised as locals or soldiers. The Marquis sighed heavily and said that he shouldn't have underestimated these demons, and the soldier told him the latest news: the archbishop had been killed. They were shocked by what they heard. The soldier said that based on eyewitness accounts, Sir Sable was there at that moment. Meanwhile, Sable found the shelter of the church, but Ross came to protect everyone. The swordsman said that he couldn't stop him alone, and he thought that he hadn't imagined they would be so strong. Ricky and Anna stood behind him, asking if he was okay, and he said that everything was fine, so they shouldn't worry. He gripped his sword and asked how long they had been planning this. Sable said that, to be honest, they didn't expect that the opportunity to get rid of the goddess's apostle would be presented to them so easily. Immediately after that, he attacked. Ras thought the blow would come from the right, but it turned out to be from the left. A cut immediately appeared on his shoulder. Ricky called out to him worriedly, and he ordered them to stay where they were. He looked at his wound and thought that it happened again. He was sure he dodged, but he was wounded again. Sable swung his sword, shaking off the blood, and said that he couldn't stop him. He asked, "So he's a swordmaster?" He smirked and asked, "Did he just realize that now?" His power is causality reversal. If he hits him, he'll get injured, and he can also delay the damage after he's injured him. That is, he'll feel the pain only after a while. Ricky asked in shock what kind of nonsense this was, while Ross gritted his teeth and thought that he couldn't believe that a power that could defy logic existed. Sable said that this world was full of monsters, and, unfortunately, he considered himself one of the highest-ranking monsters. As soon as he said these words, he lunged forward, and a second later, numerous cuts appeared on the guy's body. Seeing this, Ricky rushed to his aid with concern, and Sable licked his lips. After that, sparks flashed. Lightning struck them, causing an explosion, and Sable said that he didn't expect that he would be able to push him away. What kind of holy power is this? Raz attacked him in a jump. He told him to ask his god, after which he delivered several blows, which he dodged. He said that his father hates being asked questions. He would rather cut him with his sword than waste time asking questions. He lunged forward, colliding with Raz's blade, and reminded him that he told him that he couldn't stop him. At that moment, a change in causality occurred. Raz said with a smirk that he couldn't handle him. It was true. However, Ricky took action. He aimed at Sable. Blood gushed from his mouth, and the apostle's eyes lit up and sparks flashed around him. Sable was punished for reversing causality changes. If an uncontrollable causality fails to trigger, the damage will be returned to the user. He fell, writhing in pain, and Raz said he was only a pathetic human, incapable of resisting divine power. Sable laughed, began to rise, and asked if awakening at such a moment wasn't too banal. What a magnificent divine power. It's amazing that it revived Sir Raz and nullified his abilities. Raz ordered him to shut up and swung his sword, using his abilities, but Sable blocked the blow with his fist, and said that if the true goddess hadn't descended, then they were still the same insignificant humans. With greater strength, he broke Raz's sword. Meanwhile, Ricky was using his powers to help him, but Sable suddenly disappeared from his sight. He immediately looked up, and Sable said he wouldn't be able to cast a defensive block this time. Anna worried about her brother, but Jamie came to their aid just in time. He cast a spell, unleashing black magic on Sable, and signaled Ricky to attack. Ricky was slightly surprised by his sudden appearance, then struck the swordsman with all his might, and was pierced by a beam of divine energy. Ricky caught his breath, and his friends immediately rushed to him, asking if he was okay. MC asked what was going on. He thought things were going badly, so he intervened. Raz said it was all that idiot, Sable, who had been working for the Genus Church all this time. Beryl asked, "He's talking about the Marquise's assistant?" Jamie was surprised that this guy was a traitor, and at that moment, Beryl saw a thin thread around his neck, unnoticed by others. He realized what it was and immediately grabbed Jamie and jumped to the side with him, but because of this, he lost his arm. Sable said that he was unlucky and he was already aiming for this guy's neck. He noticed that, right? He's sure the title of Swordmaster doesn't just happen. Ricky looked at him in shock, not understanding why he was still alive, and he said that causality reversal can be used for more than just harming someone. But this time, he had to pay, and he was talking about his arm. Beryl quickly bandaged his arm and told everyone to step back. He would deal with him. Sable said that it was so boring. Without his second arm, his reactions are not the same. He grew his arm back and asked Does he think he can handle him in this state? Beryl told him that he didn't care, then gripped his sword tighter and said that the wind would cut it to pieces. Lightning flashed in the sky. MC and his friends moved to a nearby cliff, a safe place, and he, watching their fight, nervously thought that if it weren't for him, they would all have died. Ross approached him and asked, "He can handle him, right?" He answered that he didn't know. They could only watch. In any case, no one would be able to interfere with the fight of swordmasters. The two of them furiously swung their swords, and then their energies flared, and Ross asked how such an incredible ability like causality reversal could exist. Apparently, Sir Beryl has learned something about physical form, but it won't be easy for him to resist this. If he can use this ability for defense and offense, then this idiot has endless potential for use in battle. Jamie's face darkened. He realized that he couldn't sit quietly and watch this. Meanwhile, Sable asked if he thought he had any chance, since he was also a swordmaster. Beryl swung his sword instead of answering, but was hit himself. Sable jumped behind him and said that unfortunately, they had a huge gap in experience. It might not be obvious, but he wasn't that young. Beryl couldn't withstand his multiple blows, and they, seeing this, became very worried about him. After that, Sable looked up at them and said that it was their turn. He prepared to jump, and MC warned the others that he was coming, and Ricky immediately raised his hands, saying that he would stop him. He erected a goddess barrier above them, protecting them from the blow, and Sable said that he wasn't the only one with access to a god. Such a pathetic barrier was useless against his father's power. While he was imbuing himself with the powers of a god, Jamie quietly pulled out the artifact, after which Sable transformed, using the shrine and, bracing for the blow, exclaimed that everything must follow the father's will. After that, the barrier flared and a multitude of blue sparks rained down on them. Ricky screamed, exerting great force to hold the barrier, but it cracked. Sable smiled and said that resistance was futile. Raz called out to his friend worriedly, and then the swordsman struck and blood spilled. A moment ago, Beryl was lying on the ground, completely exhausted, watching the raindrops fall. He apologized to Sears and said that at least her son was still alive. Suddenly, Jamie's voice appeared in his head, asking, "He's not remembering someone's mother now, right?" All his wounds immediately began to heal. He asked what it was, and MC answered that it was some kind of healing magic. He will keep his secret, so let him not die and let them perish. Otherwise, there will be nothing left of them now. Currently, Beryl's blade pierced Sable's body, and he asked in shock why he was still standing. He smirked and told him that he did not know. Let him ask this boy about it. Sable's eyes widened when he saw Jamie creating numerous cannons charged with dark energy. As soon as he gave the order, all the cannons fired dark energy at him at once, combining into one powerful stream, and he took a defensive stance, exclaiming that such tricks would not work on him. He did not understand what kind of power this was, and MC said that he should not underestimate it. This power was created to destroy him. Sable cursed. His divine power began to dissipate because of this energy, and then a powerful explosion was heard. A ray of sunshine finally broke through the thick clouds. Beryl lay motionless, and Ricky had just woken up and stood up, asking what had happened. Roz, clutching his sister to him, looked around for Jamie. Sable finally reached him, sat on him, and said with a smile that he was so glad he could finish him now. Seeing this, his friends immediately rushed to his aid, and he cursed, realizing he couldn't move. After that, Sable grabbed a shard of his sword and struck him, saying goodbye. Then, for a second, Jamie's vision blurred, and he abruptly woke up in his bed. His sister and mother immediately ran to him, and Sears hugged him tightly, saying that if he ran away like that again, she would kill him. He apologized to her and thought, what happened? He only remembers how his necklace rose and erected a protective barrier over him, and also the old man's words that one day the moment will come and this artifact will serve him. He frowned and wondered if this necklace really did anything. Sears said discontentedly that he was all like his father, and his sister repeated her words. He hid from them under the blanket and thought that he was curious about what it could do. He asked his mother if she had seen his necklace anywhere. She showed it to him, and he thought, where's the blue glow? Sears said that it was a gift from his grandmother, and he said that he heard that she passed away before he was born. Sears told him that his grandmother could predict the future. Meanwhile, Sable found himself in the southern region, Breon, in a desert more than 10,000 kilometers from Afton. He ran across the golden sand with all his might and wondered what that light was. He was immediately thrown from the northern region to the southern one. And who was that woman? When the barrier protected Jamie from his blow, he thought he heard a woman's voice asking him to stop hurting her child. Couldn't he go somewhere far away? She pushed him away and he exclaimed, "Who is she?" She said that no matter what power he possessed, he couldn't escape this fate. The price had already been paid. That's how he ended up here, but since this was his territory, he decided to escape as quickly as possible. But unfortunately, he quickly ran into someone. Blazer, the high priest and captain of the Knights of the Church of the Sun God Ra, called him by the name Creon, and said that he was glad to see him. Upon seeing him, Sable immediately froze in place and became nervous, and he said that he wondered why such a busy man like him decided to come here. His sword flashed, and he said that if he did not hide the truth, then he promised he would die quickly and painlessly. The swordsman nervously bit his lower lip and cursed, a difficult fate awaited him. Soon, the funeral of Archbishop Sefer was organized. The people who came to say goodbye to him did not believe it. It was like a dream. They said that he was good-natured and polite to everyone, that whoever did this would not be forgiven. MC looked at him and thought that he would make a valuable specimen. Could he turn him into undead? After all, he was no longer who he used to be. He approached his friends, and Ricky quietly told him that Pyro wanted to see him. After that, he led him to the entrance of the dungeon and said that no light can be let through from here. It's the law. After that, they began to descend, and Jamie asked what happened to Sable. He understood that everything ended well. He answered him that he disappeared along with the glow of his necklace. Was it an artifact? He answered him that he himself did not fully understand it. He only knows that he got it from his grandmother, who could see the future. When they went down, MC saw a pool with a statue of a goddess, and Ricky said that they had arrived. This is the Shrine of Origin. MC asked, she will not appear for a couple of minutes, and then disappear just like last time, right? Ricky said that he was asked to show a little respect. She is coming. He will talk to her alone. After that, Jamie went down into the pool, and she, appearing before him, said that she would like to start with words of gratitude. Her appearance made him uneasy, and she thanked him for being able to strike Zenith. She chuckled contentedly, and MC weakly asked her to give him some of her power. She wants him to be torn apart and die here? She said that apparently she hadn't been very attentive. She completely forgot that humans are such vicious creatures. But he should be proud of himself, because he is a man recognized by a god. Jamie gritted his teeth and thought that her words were making him sick. Meanwhile, in the center of the Genus church, they learned that nothing had worked. The man slammed his palm on the table in rage and exclaimed, not only had the plan failed, but Sir Creon was missing. He even gave him the sword from the church treasury. His subordinate looked away and said that he had nothing to say. They searched everything in the Afton territory, but except for Kanna's body, they could not find any traces. The man became very nervous and thought that things were bad. The battlefield spiral showed that if they started a war without Creon, they would lose a lot of time. The battlefield spiral is a divine object that helps reduce military losses by running all kinds of simulations. He sighed heavily and said that it looked like the political pressure from signing a contract with the demons would only increase. His subordinate agreed with him, and he clenched his fist, thinking that they should have started the war immediately to take control of the situation. But now there was no other choice. They would have to wait for his return. He ordered his subordinate to find Sir Creon and bring him back at any cost, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, the funeral continued, as did the conversation with the goddess. She said it was hard to believe. Did he accidentally find Diablo Vulpir in the mountains? He confirmed it and said that he had nothing to add, since it happened by chance. She asked, and he was asking her to believe this nonsense? He confirmed this, and she, looking away with displeasure, said that they could forget about it for now. There was something more important. MC said that this time he would ask her a question. He knew that his spiritual teacher, Diablo, was her sworn enemy. What happened to him? So he decided to find out if the other gods knew about his transmigration into the body of this boy. She answered him that she had no idea. He was sealed in the realm of eternity, in the primordial darkness. Even the gods had no power over anything in this space. He asked if he could have escaped. She answered that it was impossible. They had never even thought of leaving him in a place from which he could escape. He touched his chin in confusion and thought that in that case he was lucky. They knew nothing. They didn't know that he died and was reborn. Pyro noticed the bracelet on his arm and said that she hadn't seen it in a long time. Just think, he appeared in this world again. Because of him, there were a lot of problems. Jamie said that he was also looking for the remaining two objects, the indestructible Aloof, the omnipotent, and the Godslayer. She said that he can do whatever he wants. She will pretend that she knows nothing about his plans. He asked, was she really banished? She said that he, didn't mock her with this question, so she would answer him. Genus formed an alliance with Lily and Brahman. Dryan teamed up with Kulun. Tantiras and Arbolado formed an alliance. Jillian and Oblivion also teamed up, and Ra, the Emperor of Flame, and she are on their own. MC was surprised that the Sun God is alone, and Pyro said that the Emperor of Flame has always been a loner, and Ra rules more as an absolute god than as a solitary one. He said that judging by her words, he doesn't think she should worry about being alone. Her voice immediately changed. She hissed angrily that it was all because of that idiot Genus. He thinks he is the hunting dog of the Sun God, but he feels like Ra abandoned him, and according to Genus, she was to blame for what happened. He plans to steal her power and rebel against Ra. How dare this yellow puppy cross all boundaries? Her hair turned black from her hatred. Jamie was slightly surprised by this, and he asked, is that why she needs his power? Even though he is a black mage? She said that his black mana is primordial. It is pure, unlike the evil power of these pathetic creatures. He thought that she despised such power in the past, and reminded her that he is the successor of Diablo Vulpir. She asked, what's so special about that? Does he mean that he cannot cooperate with her, one of the 12 gods? This is all nonsense. He appeared before her, speaking about his name. She poked her finger at his head, and he said that he was talking about how they couldn't fully trust each other. She noted that this meant they had to earn each other's trust. He asked how to do this, and she told him to look at his palm, and he received her symbol of promise. He immediately pulled off his glove and saw a mark on his palm. After which the priests and Ross recognized it, and they immediately called him a saint, which he didn't really like. A saint is someone chosen by God, who received a mark on their body, because of which they begin to address them as a bishop. Although such people have no power in the world, they are not affected by any influence, since they are untouchable. A priest approached him and apologized for being late. The scum of genus stood in his way. With his help, in a moment of danger, he was able to protect the sacred territory. Sears immediately appeared behind Jamie at the mention of danger, and the priest bowed nervously, saying he'd visit him another time. MC smiled nervously and turned to his mother, saying he'd become a bishop and could freely choose where to live, rather than being stuck in just one church. His mother warily touched her face and said that even though he was a Welton who'd joined the Pyro Church, she couldn't believe he was a saint. Sarah called out to her, asking what a saint meant, and her grandfather said he would tell her everything now. But he was interrupted by his subordinate, who reported that Sir Beryl had woken up. Sears approached her father and said that she should go to him, and he asked if anything would happen to her. She hit Jamie on the head and said that everything was fine. She should thank him because he saved her son. He laughed nervously and said that he was thinking of going with her. When Sears entered his room, he stood up and she, smiling awkwardly, sat down on a chair next to his bed. While they chatted, MC stood outside and waited his turn, imagining how they played as children. After that, he smiled and thought that he really didn't know anything about emotions. When Sears left, he sat on his bed and started swinging his legs, saying that he was glad. Otherwise, he thought his arm would never grow back properly. Beryl called him a kid and asked what nonsense he was saying to the victim's face. He smiled and told him that he was still a kid after all, and when the man thanked him, he looked at him with surprise and embarrassment. He jumped off his bed and said that he had nothing to thank him for. He heard him want to tell him something. Beryl confirmed this and asked what he knew about Frontier. He told him that it was a suspicious organization hunting for the truth of the world. And then Beryl suddenly invited him to go there with him, which made him freeze in place in surprise. There was a 9th class wizard in Frontier who could train him. He turned to him and asked, "This wizard is not human, right?" He confirmed it and said that with the help of this wizard, he would develop his talent. What did he think about it? He looked at him with a slightly displeased expression and thought that he couldn't believe that he was asking to learn magic from someone who was more disgusting than him. What kind of stupidity was this? It's because he doesn't know who is in front of him. He declared that he could manage without this wizard, and he asked in surprise, "Is he serious? After all, this is a 9th class master. He is missing out on such a chance to learn from a great being, capable of single-handedly changing the entire world." Jamie said that this is all certainly cool, but he doesn't think this wizard is that powerful. Beryl stared at him in shock, and he smiled, adding that this wizard is definitely not stronger than him, but he is still grateful to him for the offer. When the opportunity arises, they can meet and have fun. By the way, he is interested in learning about its leader, Isis. At first, Beryl didn't even know what to say, but then he smiled and told him to come to him and have fun. And Isis is an extraordinary person. One day, he will introduce them. When he returned to his room, a dissatisfied Venna met him. She burst into tears and asked why he left without her. It was a big mistake. He said that he didn't abandon her, and she said discontentedly that she was sure he had already managed to forget about her. He didn't know what to answer her, because it was true, and she asked him to tell the honestly. He forgot about her, right? He looked away and smiled nervously, answering her that of course that was not true. He thought that if she was so angry, it meant that she managed to fully recover. The scarf on her neck, from which mana was felt, was most likely an artifact received from him. She asked if he had any idea how long it took her to get here. He asked if she could fly. She was fully awakened, wasn't she? At that very moment, her scarf glowed, after which Pelion appeared before Jamie, saying it would be better if he explained everything. That time, her blood temporarily awakened to save him. This happened as a result of Venna's strong desire and his help. He could at least thank her. If not for them, the demons would have killed him. MC looked at the hammer flying next to him in confusion, then grabbed it and asked, "What is this? Is it possessed by a spirit? Why is it flying here without permission?" Pelion got angry and said that he didn't consider him some third-rate spirit. He may be Venna's master, but he doesn't obey him. Jamie continued spinning the hammer, which made him uneasy, and Venna asked if she was the only one who could hear his voice, right? Then Pelion realized that Jamie hadn't heard anything. After they told him everything, he asked, "So, that quacking sound came from that weapon, but he didn't hear it?" Venna raised the ring above her head and burst into tears, confirming this, and Pelion asked her not to be so upset. MC said that the last awakening was temporary. If she wants to fully awaken, then she needs to train. She told him that she understood everything, and Pelion asked why he was so angry. Jamie thought that he also managed to find the secret base of the surviving Valkyries. When the bear picked up Venna, he told her about the place where the Valkyries are. It is in the deepest part of the great forest of Aryajata. Spring, where time flows. He said that going there now would be very difficult, because in the Great Forest even swordmasters have a hard time, so they need to train. After that, time went much faster. To protect Ricky and Anna's identities, and the fact that they would be studying with priests, they moved to the Grand Order of the Pyro Church. The Welton family also set out on their own. Sears burst into tears when saying goodbye to her father, and her daughter told him with displeasure that her mother had cried again because of him. Then the Marquise turned his attention to his dear grandson and hugged him tightly. As Ross set out with Ricky and his sister for the Grand Order, Sir Iraq Tedre of the Pyro Church, who was responsible for working with the Welton family, joined them. Half a month later, they finally returned to Heiss. Argino was overjoyed to finally be reunited with his wife and children, and when he saw his son getting out of the carriage, he was slightly surprised. He had grown a little since then, which made him very happy. Night fell, while the whole family slept together. Jamie lay in his room and thought about his recent conversation with Beryl. He asked him what the sword meant to him. He wanted to know what it meant to a swordmaster. Beryl got out of bed and stretched, asking, did he know that in the past he was called a demon? For him, the sword is his self-reflection. Only after repeated regrets and introspection did he realize that he didn't just swing the sword, but vented his hatred. And only then could he become a swordmaster. He also remembered the conversation with the goddess. He wanted to ask her about the forgotten story, and she said she didn't think she could tell him. He suggested she do this in the future, and she said there was a keyword. Once this is said, all the gods will know about the situation, and no one will be able to prevent what must happen. If someone hears this secret, the gods will immediately know, and when that happens, the cruel side will send a subjugation squad to kill him. He asked, for example, the dragon god, Brahman? She confirmed it, and said that his children, that is, the dragons, will set in motion. He clenched his fist with hatred, and thought about how they did this to Ganon, and the goddess asked if he could stand against at least one god. Now, lying on the bed, MC thought that what he resorted to in the past had no chance of winning, so he needed to try something different. The next morning, he went to the training grounds to see his father, and he remarked that he was rarely seen there. Jamie said that he needed to tell him something, after which he fell silent for a second and declared that he would like to learn swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Marquis Bell decided to look at his late wife Tina, or rather, at her portrait. She once told him that she hated her strength. Because of this senseless power, all her family members died. Then he told her to join him. He would become her family and could protect her so that she would not have to use this power again. He stroked her portrait and told her that he could not understand this prediction. The mercenary who saved him every time he needed him, his personal assistant. She did not have the opportunity to say that he was a traitor. There was no need for her to risk what was left of her life. One day, she gave him a pendant and said that he would immediately understand when the one to whom he needed to give it appeared. He then asked why she needed to be responsible for what would happen in the distant future. She smiled and told him not to worry. For the first time in her life, she was proud of her power. If he had not held on to it then. He took the pendant and she asked him to trust her and look after that child. The child who would continue their bloodline, let him become a disaster for this world. A little earlier in Welton County, Iraq came to meet Argeno and his wife, and said it was a great honor for him to meet them. The Count thanked him for coming all this way. It was sad that the Archbishop had passed away. Who would have thought that the Genus Church would involve a demonic clan? Iraq thanked him for his concern. Their church would not forget the Count's help. Argeno hissed through clenched teeth that if only his hands weren't tied, he would attack the Genus Church right then. His wife called out to him worriedly, and he declared that for dragging his family into all this, he promised those scoundrels would pay. The cleric said that their church would provide strong support, and he thanked him for his responsiveness. Iraq said that such was their service. After that, he said goodbye and left, and Sears, looking at her husband's gloomy expression, asked what he was thinking about. He told her that he was thinking about Jamie. Who would have thought that he would become a saint of the Pyro Church? At least they allowed him to work without being associated with the church. His wife apologized, saying that she should have kept a better eye on him, and he excitedly exclaimed that it was not her fault. Who can stop a 9-year-old 6th grade mage? He is just worried about what is happening. She knows that the Pyro Church is on the brink of war with Genus, and at a time like this, they appointed a new saint. She smiled nervously and asked if he was worried that the war would consume their boy. Before he left home, her father told her that he was probably chosen because of the war. He could run for Ricky. Argeno touched her hand and said that, strange as it might be, he was worried about her, and she said with tears in her eyes that, honestly, she was so scared. What if something happened to their son? He asked her not to cry, promising that he would definitely bring him back, and she said that it still scared her. Even despite the fear, she had to believe in him. Her mother had told her that she had to believe in him until the very end, but she was still worried. Argeno told her to rely on him. No one would harm their child, not even God would dare. And then Jamie announced that he wanted to learn swordsmanship. His father was surprised. At first he couldn't even believe his ears and asked him to repeat it. MC asked him to teach him the family sword techniques, and he asked, what about magic? He answered that he would do both, and he smiled nervously, asking, does that mean he will learn swordsmanship for self-defense? He answered that it is not so. He wants to fully master the family sword techniques. His words did not really please Argeno, he turned around and left, saying that he does not take the sword seriously. Jamie ran after him and said that it is not true. His father said that their sword techniques cannot be learned at the same time as magic. He wanted to object, but Argeno said that the sword must be approached seriously, and he does not have such an attitude. He simply cannot teach it to him. MC declared that he sincerely wants this, and his father, taking a wooden sword from the rack and pointing it at him, told him then to show him his determination. He won't use aura, but let him use whatever he wants and take the blows of his sword. He clarified, he can use magic too, right? He waved his fingers, preparing Blackie, and his father said that he can use anything. If he manages to block at least one of his blows, then he will take up his studies. The other students began to slowly gather around them, intrigued by this spectacle. One of them asked, isn't Lady Sarah the one learning the sword? He thought he only had magic in mind. Isn't it too late to take on such a thing? Even if he is Welton? Jamie took a few steps back and told them in his mind that he actually hears everything, but he didn't expect anything else from his father. His skill level can be comparable to Sable's abilities, if not higher. He can feel his energy, and this makes him even more scared. His father asked, is he ready? He confirmed it and thought that he will break the wooden sword. Since he doesn't use aura, it is possible. Right after that, Argeno rushed to attack, and he nervously thought, was he seriously going to finish off his child? He excitedly called Blackie, and he immediately fired. Argeno dodged his blow, moving in a zigzag pattern, and he quickly approached his son, saying that the sword is not that simple. He swung and warned him that it would hurt, and he, using black and white magic, said that he told him that he was serious. He used the Hand of Destruction spell and touched his sword, causing it to immediately crumble into splinters, and he prepared for another blow, thinking that he cannot stop there. This is the only way to prove to him that he is determined. His father intercepted his hand and asked with a smile, where did he learn this magic? He answered him that he created it himself, and Argeno, remembering Lin-Mel's words about this child not needing a teacher, now understood what he was talking about. He asked if he already had incredible talent for magic, but he still wanted to learn swordsmanship. He confirmed this, saying that he had never underestimated it, that training was important to him, not for the sake of being cool, but for the sake of his future. His father asked, confused, what future were they talking about? He answered that he probably already guessed. He understood a lot after that time. Magic alone is not enough. He needed to become stronger. He needed to be ready to face what fate had in store for him, and he understood that very well too. He may be young, but he was no longer a child. He was full of determination. His father let him go and left, saying that classes would start here tomorrow at 6 a.m., and MC was very happy. Meanwhile, the Vale family was on their way to their county, and Rebecca was eager to meet Jamie. Morning came, and hearing snoring behind him, Jamie turned around and grimaced in displeasure, thinking he couldn't believe he had to deal with this. Maybe he should hit her and wake her up? He imagined his sister going crazy over this squirrel and immediately dismissed the thought. In any case, today he needed to make up for yesterday. At 6 in the morning, he headed to the training grounds, wondering what kind of training awaited him. He didn't expect to learn secret techniques right away. He might be the youngest patriarch of the family, but it would still be difficult for him to learn anything without knowing the basics. He clutched the wooden sword and thought that everything was fine. He was sure he would succeed with the sword in no time. More importantly, the physical capabilities of this body were perfectly clear to him. He has the blood of a famous swordsman family in his veins, and he also has the power of the life bead. This time, he will surprise his father. But when he arrived at the training ground, his excuses fell slightly short. He will be taught by the vice captain of the Knights of the Order of Dread, Hamilton Leonardo. MC smiled awkwardly and asked, shouldn't his father be teaching him? He gave him a displeased look and asked how a child who had just begun to master the sword could think of training with the master of the sword himself. Jamie was slightly offended by the word child, and Hamilton said that he would take care of him for now. He thought that he didn't look particularly cheerful, and then said that he didn't have a wooden sword. He told him that he wouldn't need it today. He pointed behind himself with a smile and said that he would have to run around the training field. MC wasn't impressed with this idea and smiled nervously, reminding him that he was here to learn swordsmanship. Why should he run? Hamilton ordered him to be quiet and, placing a red cap on his head, said that from now on he was not his sir, but his instructor. Jamie winced and wondered what was going on. Why did he feel like he had to obey him now? Hamilton said that now he only answered him, yes, sir, and asked if he understood everything. He answered him sadly, yes, sir, and he exclaimed, is that all he can do? He repeated his answer loudly and smiled, saying that it was just great. MC wondered where he got those glasses from. The instructor told him to start training, and he went for a run. It was 9 in the morning. Argeno looked out the window at the training ground, and, watching his son, said that Hamilton was the best at teaching. His wife complained that he was too strict, and he replied that he had to be if they didn't want to tarnish the Welton name. Besides, it wasn't strict yet. This was just the beginning. When he started to master the sword, he wasn't going to let him get away with anything, even though he was his son. His wife asked if he could be a little gentler with him. He replied that his father had never been gentle with him. He thought Jamie could handle it too, since he was their son. By the way, he forgot to tell her something. The Vale family would arrive tomorrow. His wife exclaimed at this unexpected news. Why is he only talking about this now? He smiled guiltily and said that he still had the whole day, and Viscount Valet was his sworn brother. They would prepare a gala reception. Sears immediately headed for the exit and said that this was precisely why they needed to prepare even better. She sighed heavily and clenched her fist angrily, saying that she would go first, since she didn't even know where to start. He worriedly asked her to wait, but she slammed the door behind her, and he sighed, telling his son that it was his own fault. He would have to go easy on him if his mother asked him again. It was 11 in the morning, and MC was still running. Looking at him, the instructor thought it was impressive, such stamina at a 9-year-old. Jamie, meanwhile, thought that he was prepared if anything went wrong, but so far he hadn't had to use mana or holy energy. He ran solely on his own physical strength. Hamilton remembered how Argeno was a little disappointed that his son had chosen magic, but still decided to help him in any way he could, and thought that it seemed the young master was talented in more than just magic. He told him that he could stop, but Jamie didn't seem to hear him. Then he grabbed him by the shoulder and told him to stop. But suddenly, Jamie turned to him with a crazy look, which made him flinch. His gaze immediately returned to normal, and he asked with an exhausted look, "Are they finished yet?" He confirmed it, and he smiled, saying that it was such a relief. He could finally rest. After these words, he fell unconscious to the ground, and the instructor, remembering his look, realized that he didn't even know what to write in the report about this. Time passed. MC woke up late in the evening in his room and thought, "Does that mean the training is over?" His sister called out to him, and he immediately got up, asking in surprise when she arrived, and why was she crying? She said that she thought he died, and he, taking her hand, decided to calm her down, saying that she could see that he was okay. She burst into tears again, and Venna, whom she was clutching in her hand, telepathically said that it had been an incredible test. Now she wanted to rest. He asked, "Is she serious?" He was in a much more difficult situation, so let her suffer a little longer. He suggested his sister play with the squirrel to calm down, and Venna called out to him in pain. At that moment, their father entered the room, and they both immediately turned joyful glances to him. Sarah, for some reason, put a squirrel in her mouth, and Argeno, taking her in his arms, said with a smile that he was so proud of her. She was looking after her brother. The nanny baked cookies for her. Upon hearing this, she immediately ran out of the room excitedly and left with the nanny, and Argeno told his son that he thought he wouldn't even be able to move after such exertion. He replied that, fortunately, everything was fine, and thought that he couldn't help but thank the bead of life. It's an artifact that stores life force. It helps with recovery and physical development. His father sat down on his bed and asked if he was surprised when he saw Hamilton on the court. He answered that it was true. He thought he was going to teach him. His father lightly hit him on the head, saying that he still had a lot to learn before he could start training with the swordmaster. Jamie, upset, said that he was his son, and he added with a smile that he was his incredible son. MC asked what happened to him there. He was definitely running, but at some point he didn't remember anything. Argeno remembered how the instructor came to him with a report. His son ran for 5 hours and 17 minutes, much longer than expected. He has incredible endurance and amazing fortitude. Argeno told him not to worry. He had successfully completed the training. MC was delighted and asked, "Is that true?" His father thought that at his age his record was 3 hours and 36 minutes, and said with a smile that that's why he would start training with a sword from tomorrow. He asked, "Does that mean he won't run anymore?" He answered that there was no need for it anymore, and he enthusiastically asked, "Is that true?" He answered that to maintain his endurance, he would have to run at least an hour a day, which immediately upset Jamie, and his father asked, "Does he want to anymore?" Then he would pretend this conversation never happened. He immediately exclaimed that of course he would run, and his father said that he would learn the basics from Hamilton for a while. If he slacked off, it would come back to him in the future. When Hamilton becomes an instructor, he is very scary. MC smiled nervously and wondered if he would have to face that red cap again. His father said that if he could endure this, he would teach him their family's sword style, the dagger. Jamie was very happy, and his father, hugging him, said that of course, it would not be easy. However, he believed in him. He would cope, and he would be waiting for him. The next day, MC came to the training ground, and Hamilton asked if he was unhappy with being his instructor. He answered that this was not the case at all, and he asked if he had a great opportunity to learn swordsmanship from a swordmaster himself, but he got just some expert, and he wanted to say that everything was fine. He confirmed this, and the instructor said that looking at him, he did not think so. Jamie smiled nervously and thought that he had overdone it at dawn. Last night he was flying Gremia over Welton and told Venna that he never thought they could make a whole training field out of it. She asked nervously, was he really going to learn this? He looked at her with displeasure and asked, did he look like he was joking? She remembered what he told her, right? Soon this world would turn upside down, and they would be in the center of it all. He clenched his fist and thought that in a confrontation with the 12 gods, if he wasn't strong enough, he would lose. Venna declared that she would try her best, and he turned to her in surprise, then said that if she was determined to do so, this training would be hell. She became upset, and as he entered the training room, he told her to follow him. These training sessions had made them both feel bad, and he thought he should have held back a little. Looking at his condition, Hamilton smiled and thought that yesterday's run seemed tiring, But even so, he was not going to simplify his training. MC guessed what he was thinking and flinched, after which the instructor handed him a sword and immediately struck him, and then stepped aside and said that the basics of the sword are divided into cutting and thrusting strikes. Cutting strikes are forward, overhead, right, left, diagonal, and others. He demonstrated all these strikes to him, and he thought it was more difficult than he thought. And the last one, thrusting strikes. He lunged forward, and then asked what he thought of the teacher's demonstration. He told him that it was wonderful, and he said that if he answered him like this, he would make him run. Jamie immediately became excited and pointed to his legs, and he turned to him, asking what was wrong with them. He said that his steps smoothly combined all the movements. The way he effectively used his muscles was also amazing. Even though he only used a small part, it seems like his destructive power has increased, right? He looked at him in surprise and thought, was there something in what he said that made him react like that? All movements start with the feet. He heard this from a swordmaster 60,000 years ago. He called out to the instructor, and he was distracted from his thoughts, saying that this was a good answer. Anyway, today's training is quite simple. He must repeat what he has done 1,000 times. MC exclaimed in shock. What does this mean? Hamilton said that all he has to say is yes. MC was forced to say this, and then began training. The instructor stepped aside and began to watch him, thinking that he was going to train him in the basics for a year, but 3 months would be enough. He called out to him, but he did not hear him again, and then he walked up to him and called out to him louder. Jamie immediately noticed him and said that he would leave him for a while. He had to finish all his strikes before he returned. After that, MC sighed with a smile and thought that he could finally catch his breath. Everything was fine, but his gaze was too frightening. He gripped the sword tighter and thought that it was fun anyway. The more he swung the sword, the more ideas he had on how to combine it with magic. A little more aggression, a little more attention, and a little diligence, and more determination. All this is in the distant future, but it could lead him to a new battlefield. He called out to Blackie and asked if he had finished recording. He beeped in response, then showed him the recording of his training, and he said that in that case, it was over for today. He wanted to leave the training grounds, but suddenly he felt someone else's energy on the estate grounds. It was a person right in front of the training grounds. This flow of life force is strange. Could it be an intruder? He immediately teleported to the energy source and gave chase, shouting, how dare he invade the Welton County estate? He was about to attack the man, but it turned out to be just Ash Valley. She screamed in fear, and he immediately froze in place, looking at her in bewilderment, and she exclaimed that he scared her. After that, they sat down on a bench, and she sighed heavily, saying that she already thought she was going to die. He asked, so she's a wind spirit? He thought that if she was able to communicate with spirits in this world, then she was at least a mid-level summoner. He said that apparently she wasn't just fooling around last time, and she happily asked, did he recognize her? She trained and summoned the highest-ranking spirit. His name is Ripid. He is known as the spirit supporting the spirit king, Sylphid. He asked, and what did he say? She told him that he didn't say anything to her. He just watched her and then disappeared, and since then she can summon Sylph. Jamie looked at her, thinking that he thought she was just a child. Apparently, it wasn't for nothing that she was so lucky. Ash proudly said that her sister was even more amazing. She could already summon a high-ranking spirit. MC looked at her in surprise, and she laughed, saying that she knew he would be surprised. Her dad was also very surprised. He couldn't even utter a word. He frowned and thought that it was obviously amazing, especially at her age. This means she is as talented as he is, and the reason is that she was reincarnated. The Spirit King Elkin cared deeply for the soul of his summoner, this girl. Suddenly, Ash grabbed her head and screamed loudly, and he flinched in fear and asked what was wrong with her. She said that she forgot. After all, her father told her not to say that. Jamie sighed with relief. Meanwhile, the Viscount met with the Count, and the latter asked if there was still no news from the Genus Church. He confirmed it and said that despite this, they would make their move very soon. Argeno said that either they stopped spreading their religion or there would be war. He took a sip of tea and asked if the leader of the Seven Knights was still missing. He confirmed it and added that according to information they had from Tigris, a secret intelligence organization and business partner of the Eastern nobility, he still hadn't returned to the main temple of the Genus Church. Maybe something happened there? Argeno asked in response. What could happen to this monster? Beryl is definitely not an opponent of his level, and he wondered what would happen if it were him. He said that war would start when he returned. Soon they had a shared meal. As soon as MC entered the dining hall, he apologized to the Viscount for the late greeting, and he said that everything was fine. He heard he was learning swordsmanship. Rebecca looked down, embarrassed to look at him, and the Viscount told him to try hard. Great expectations were pinned on him. Jamie thanked him with a smile, after which Ash waved energetically, and her sister sighed sheepishly, while he made a displeased face. She decided to greet him too, and excitedly looked up at him and was about to speak, but mid-sentence, she abruptly fell silent, and immediately lowered her gaze, embarrassed. He looked at her in bewilderment and wondered what was wrong with her. Soon, it was time for training. but Rebecca's strange behavior still haunted him. This was their first meeting since the ball. What could have happened to her? And why did he feel like he was being avoided? The instructor called out to him and sternly asked if he hadn't listened at all when he asked him to clear his mind. He answered that this was not the case at all, and he told him not to joke with him and to get up immediately. MC stood up and handed him a wooden sword, asking if he had finished swinging yesterday. He nervously confirmed it and told him to show it. He would look at it now. After that, Jamie assumed a fighting stance, and then began moving around the training ground and swinging the sword the way he had shown him yesterday. When he made the last move, a thrust, the instructor was surprised and thought he was speechless. It was perfect. How did he achieve this in a day? If he could repeat even this, it was incredible. MC, looking tired, asked how he did it. He said, slightly confused, that now he could start learning the steps. The former head of the family, his grandfather, created these moves. Cherbyl Welton, he is a world-renowned swordmaster. He taught the knights the Welton family footwork to increase their power, and it is called 100 Cs. He immediately demonstrated it to him, and Jamie saw 100 footprints on the ground at once and was surprised. Hamilton said that he was probably wondering if they really are like that. He used to be like that too, but he should be more careful. He started quickly stepping on those footprints, and MC, without taking his eyes off him, thought that it looked like a resonance corresponding to someone's movements. Mana controls space when he steps. 4 hours passed. Jamie tried to repeat it, but he didn't succeed, and he wondered what he was doing wrong. Hamilton did the same thing. He stepped on one of the footprints and clicked his tongue in disappointment, saying that his mana wasn't working. Hamilton smiled and said that every knight of the Welton family is capable of using 100 Cs, but it seems he will be the first one who didn't succeed. MC lay down on the ground from fatigue and thought that his mockery was driving him crazy. This was the first time he got so stuck on something, including his past life. The mana used in martial arts is different from the one used in magic. He knew this, but suddenly, a few drops of water fell on his face. He heard footsteps behind him and immediately turned around, calling out to Rebecca. She quickly hid behind the nearest column, and he said that he could see her. She came out of her hiding place with an awkward laugh, after which they decided to take a break. She gave him some water to drink, and he thanked her for it, saying that it refreshed him very much. She awkwardly looked away, and he wondered why she was acting like this. He abruptly approached her and told her to speak. It was obvious that she wanted to. She was very embarrassed that he was so close to her, and awkwardly said that she had just been thinking about him so much. And how did he think why? She starts to feel shy when she sees him, and her heart is pounding wildly. He pretended not to understand anything, and wondered if during that conversation she had really fallen in love with him because of Jane's soul. He decided to quickly change the subject, and said that he heard from Ash that she now summons high-level spirits. She sighed heavily and asked, so she had already told him everything? It was true, but she could only summon them for a short time. By the way, she had heard rumors that he was practicing with a sword. He sighed heavily and said that magic alone was not enough, but with a weapon it was quite difficult. She said that it seemed unpleasant for him to move like that. He asked what she meant, and she told him that Endiron said so. She can talk to him without summoning him. He is a high-level spirit who helps the king of water spirits. Although spirits do not know much about human techniques, he says that the movements should be natural, like the right hand goes in rhythm with the left foot, but he seems to do it through force. He thought about it, and she advised him to try to trust the flow. He needs to follow the direction of the wind and water, and then everything will work out. He thought maybe he was trying too hard. He immediately stood up and walked onto the platform, deciding to test it. He finally understood everything. It was completely different from magic. He couldn't control his mana. He just had to trust the natural flow. After that, he began following the footprints, and it was very easy for him. He felt like he was dancing. When he took another step, streams of mana began to swirl around him, and he wondered if he could do the same with magic. He took another step and decided to focus on mana, while Endiron watched him and said that he was incredibly talented, but there were hundreds like him around the world. Suddenly, he noticed something strange, and he immediately called out to Rebecca, warning her of danger. When Jamie took another step, lightning flashed along with the mana. Streams of mana began to gather in the center, and Rebecca, meanwhile, erected a water shield in front of herself. She had a hard time holding back the onslaught of such powerful mana, and Endiron came to her aid, covering her with his body. She called out to Jamie worriedly, and finally it was over. Dust rose on the training ground. He exhaled and, looking at what he had turned the training ground into, he wondered if he had overdone it. His father quickly came running at the noise. He called out to him worriedly, and, grabbing him by the shoulders, asked if he was okay. He quickly ran his eyes around and thought, is there an intruder here? Who dared to attack them? The Viscount also ran here. He hugged his daughter and exhaled with relief, knowing that she was safe, and Argeno angrily clenched his teeth, asking his son where the intruder had gone. He worriedly asked him to wait and smiled awkwardly, admitting that it was his doing. He used 100 Cs and did it unknowingly. His father was surprised and asked, is this true? He thought that even so, the training field was made of a special alloy that could withstand aura. There was no way that this technique could cause such a reaction. MC said he tried combining the 100 Cs with magic, and this is what happened. He's very sorry. Argeno thought the 100 Cs technique was finished, even he couldn't improve it, but he came up with the idea of combining the 100 Cs with magic to increase its power. Is it because he's a mage? No, it's because he chose both magic and a sword. Hamilton approached them and told the Count that now that he's convinced he has nothing more to teach him, he can teach him the dimension-splitting sword. It's the Welton family's secret technique, which allows one to divide space once one reaches a certain level. Because of its incredible power, someone who hasn't mastered the basics shouldn't even try. Jamie asked in surprise, so quickly? He's just starting to learn the basics. Hamilton said that only a couple of chosen knights possess the 100 Cs technique, and he asked in surprise, what does that mean? He said that all the Welton knights know this technique. His father said that when they fail to master this technique, they often simply leave the order. MC looked at the instructor with displeasure, since he had told him something completely different, and said that it was no wonder he found the technique difficult. Hamilton smiled and asked, isn't their order truly incredible? Argeno, meanwhile, looked down thoughtfully, wondering if it was a coincidence that such a talent was born in such unstable times. He decided to put these thoughts aside, so as not to worry needlessly, and with a smile praised his son, saying that starting tomorrow he would take over his training. He was very happy about this, and the instructor called out to him, saying that although he didn't know how to teach a dimension-splitting sword, it would be incredibly difficult for him. He stood at attention and confidently declared that there would be no problems, and he noted that he was in an excellent mood. He placed his cap on his head and said it was his gift to him as a sign that he had completed his training with flying colors. He hoped he would become a great knight. Jamie smiled broadly, delighted, and thanked him, saying that he had learned a lot from him. The instructor smiled and said that he had learned a thing or two from him too. Soon it was time for the social evening, and MC stood on the second floor munching on delicacies, thinking that he couldn't believe that his father had kept quiet about such a meeting until the last minute. Most likely, he simply didn't want to distract him from his training. For everyone, this was Viscount Valle's welcoming banquet, but the real goal was elsewhere. Argeno gathered the nobles and said that, as they knew, things had been bad lately. The Genus Church had attacked his wife's hometown Afton and put his family in danger. The vile actions of the Genus Church will not end here. A war will soon begin that will involve the entire continent. Count Simon has arrived here to fight with them against the Genus Church. They, the nobles of the East, will participate in this battle, and today's banquet will be the stumbling block of this future. The nobles began to praise the Seldom Empire and wish the county prosperity. They will drive away evil. Jamie, meanwhile, thought that the real purpose of this banquet was a meeting to prepare for the war with the Genus Church. He was distracted from his thoughts by Ash running up to him. She called out to him several times, and he irritably asked, why is she without Miss Rebecca? She asked with offense why he addressed her like that, but not her. He answered her that it was because they had not yet discussed such communication. And she asked if it was because she looked more like an adult and she like a child. He asked if she was jealous of her. She immediately became agitated and exclaimed, who told him about this? And anyway, he likes his sister. She immediately fell silent, realizing that she said too much, and he irritably denied it, thinking that he was a dark mage who returned after 60,000 years. He would never like a child. She asked, is he serious? Does he really not like her? He confirmed it, and she sighed with relief, after which he thought that he knew something was wrong. They are both like this. He asked, so where did Miss Rebecca go? It turns out she suddenly felt ill, and he went to visit her with the thought that he never thought that the day would come when he would use holy energy. He knocked on her room and, having received permission to enter, he opened the door and she almost jumped out of bed because she did not expect that he would come to her. Looking at her face, he understood everything. She is fine. She is just suffering from love. He pulled a chair up to her bed and said that he heard from Ash. She was already feeling better. She nervously confirmed it, and he asked her to give him her hand, thinking that she was just like Jane when she tried to calm him down. She shyly held out her hand to him, and he, using holy energy, said that she was feverish, so it would make her feel better. She thanked him and shyly said that she missed him and kept thinking about him. Why? He remained silent and thought that he, too, was worried about her more than about the others. But that was all. He won't be able to bring back those feelings from the past. He's not capable of something like love. That's why he's so sorry. He let go of her hand and said that they won't be able to see each other for a while. He doesn't even know when they will meet again. But he won't forget her. No matter how many years pass, he will always remember her, so let her not get stuck in the present. She asked if she will be able to write him letters, right? He confirmed it, and she, with tears in her eyes, extended her little finger to him, asking him to promise her this. He gave her his promise, and the next day it was time to say goodbye. They walked the Viscount and his daughters to the carriage, and Argeno told them to be careful on the way home. Ash jumped into the carriage and waved to Jamie. Rebecca followed her in and told him that they would definitely meet in the future. She would write him letters. After everyone said goodbye, the carriage moved off, and a few seconds later Sears asked her son, Is he sure he is unpopular? Her husband said that was amazing. And when did he manage to charm both of Viscount Valle's daughters? MC laughed nervously and said that he did nothing of the sort, and his father said that they were delayed for a day, but he could finally get around to it. He better prepare for what lies ahead. 4 months later, a lone mage sat in the middle of a winter forest when a bandit snuck up behind him. He ignored him and bit into a piece of bread, saying it was so dry, not enough milk. He turned to the mountain bandit and asked, "What do you think?" The man cursed loudly and exclaimed, "How dare he do this to his boys?" He grabbed his sword and ran towards him, determined to avenge them. The mage snapped his fingers, activating spatial magic, and a magic circle immediately appeared under the bandit's feet, which began to suck his soul out. He screamed loudly, feeling it recede, and the mage, passing by, said that he had wasted so much time and should hurry. He smiled and said that he was so excited he would soon meet Jamie Welton. This man is the spatial mage Siegfried, the 7th elder of the magical world. Sometime later, in the Welton family arena, Jamie swung his sword, and when its blade flared, he called out to his father, who looked at him in surprise. A blade is a skill that's harder to imitate than to master perfectly. It took him 2 years to master the basics, but Jamie did it in just 4 months. He smiled and said he could only acknowledge his growth. He had nothing more to teach him. MC looked at him in confusion, saying he simply repeated it, and he said that a blade is a sword that cuts through futility. If he can cut through space, then he has mastered the basics perfectly. Now only new discoveries lie ahead. Jamie thought that by mastering only the basics, he would be able to cut through space, and the higher the level, the greater the form. Instead of an initiation ceremony, they pass on the 10 forms of the Welton blade. This is the Welton Phantom Sword technique. If he masters this, he will be able to cut intangible things. He didn't have such techniques in his past life. Argeno approached him. He wanted to say something, but a servant ran up to him and informed him that he had a guest. He replied that he wasn't expecting anyone and said that the 7th elder of the magic world had arrived. MC thought that they arrived when he reached the age at which he could enter the magic world. If this is the 7th elder, then he is a much greater genius than him. He smiled and asked his father if he could come with him too, but seeing his gloomy expression, he immediately realized that he would clearly be against it. Meanwhile, Siegfried sat in the reception area and waited for him. He looked around and said, "This is a great noble family. This is something. How much does everything cost here? Every artifact is a masterpiece." He remembered Lin-Mel telling him to be careful, as Count Welton was very sensitive to his child, and he thought the old man had scared him for nothing. Everyone knew how obedient Count Welton was. But at that moment, Argeno entered the room with a clearly displeased expression and introduced himself, which made the 7th elder hesitate. He smiled nervously and said that it was a pleasure to meet him. Siegfried was originally an ordinary slave. A wizard, recognizing his talent, took him as an apprentice. At 15, he reached the 6th rank. At 20, he moved up to the 7th and was recognized as the youngest elder. At 30, he almost rose to the 8th rank. So this guy is the most talented person in the magical world. Although this happened before Jamie appeared, he is someone to be reckoned with. And Argeno knew for sure that the magical world was up to something. He asked the reason for his sudden visit, and he replied that he had come to greet the young talent. He apologized for his rudeness. If he had notified him of his arrival, he would hardly have allowed him to come. Argeno put his teacup down on the table very loudly and said with displeasure, "What does this mean?" He is well informed. Although he has virtually no influence on the magical world, he knows very well what kind of place it is. The magical world is divided into 3 forces: the Imperialists, led by the Knight Teacher, 1st Elder Aubin Ginger; the Nobles, led by the 2nd Elder Marcus Lin-Mel; the Equals, led by Luke Pretzel, the 5th Elder, who rose from the bottom. Because of their rule, the magical world is undergoing a power struggle, a political war mired in dirty tricks. And then Jamie appears, possessing incredible talent and noble birth. He thinks he can take his son to such a place? Siegfried smiled nervously and said that he understood everything. There were no normal people in the magical world. However, they would not be able to control someone with incredible talent. Those who try to win by walking on thin ice cannot take such risks. Since the Count's expression did not change, he smiled nervously and realized that such words would not convince him. He said that in his place, he would not want to let his son into the magical world either. But an immeasurable amount of knowledge is stored there, especially the Crown of Omnipotence. It is a key component of the magical world, capable of storing the knowledge that the bearer will receive. And great magicians are granted the chance to wear the Crown of Omnipotence once in their lifetime. He thought, surely he won't interfere with his son's potential? And the Count said that he would ask Jamie about it. Of course, he wanted to go to the magical world. Wisdom containing all the knowledge of the world. Perhaps he could even learn about lost pieces of history. After talking with his father, he went to meet the magician. Seeing him, Siegfried asked if he had come here on purpose. After that, he smiled awkwardly and said that he didn't know the child would greet him like that. He turned to him and said that it would be better for them if they could talk calmly. He immediately noticed his beauty and thought that this man deserved to be called a genius. In the lungs, heart, and stomach, he already has 3 cores, but he wants to make another one? He took a closer look at him and thought that he had a body created for the manifestation of magic, an ability that could have been transferred to him from his past life. Siegfried smiled and said that he would burn a hole in him like that, and he smiled awkwardly, apologizing to him. It turned out that he was more beautiful than he thought. The magician said that it was amazing. He hears such words, according to rumors, from the greatest genius of history. What an honor. MC asked, so he believes the rumors? Siegfried thought it was wonderful. He thought it was an exaggeration, but he really is like this. His body is filled to the brim with mana. Had he improved Marquise Linmel's breathing technique? He felt sorry for Count Welton. Those old men would never leave a 9th-rank magician alone. If they get their hands on this child, when Jamie becomes a 9th-rank magician in the future, the others will not be able to do anything against it and will surrender to the old men. Well, he would be interested to see that. He asked if he wasn't afraid of the magical world. Those bloodthirsty old men wouldn't leave him alone. He told him that if they came for him, he would take good care of them. If the matter was complicated, he would agree. Famous people in the magical world wouldn't depend on a child, would they? Siegfried smiled nervously and realized that it would be difficult. After talking with him, MC came home and told Venna everything, saying that she would go with him. They were leaving tomorrow, so let her pack her things in advance. She was very surprised and nervously said that the magical world was a holy land of white magic, and she was a creature of dark magic. He said that she couldn't even use second-tier spells, and she worriedly asked when they would return. He irritably answered her that he didn't know. Did she really miss Sarah's care already? Venna immediately exclaimed that that was not the case at all, and he told her not to worry. He would make sure she couldn't even think about it. On the way there, they would double their training. His words made her burst into tears, and then she screamed that she didn't want to go. The day of departure for the magical world came. The whole family came out to see him off, and his father gave him a magic sword called Scud. May he return safe and sound. It doesn't matter if he gets hurt. The main thing is that he returns stronger than now. Sarah handed him her toy, and he thanked her, saying that he would always think of her. Sears didn't let him finish and hugged him tightly, telling him to return safe and sound, and to write her a letter when he arrived. Just think, they were parting for 2 weeks. Hearing this, Jamie looked at her in bewilderment and thought, wouldn't it take at least 2 years? He looked at his father and began frantically giving him hand signals, asking what it meant. He gestured to him that Dad would take care of everything and told his wife not to worry so much. It was only half a month. Now MC understood why she let him go so easily. After that, he said goodbye to them and went to the gates of the estate, where the magician was waiting for him. He asked him if they would go directly to the magical world. He answered him that, before that, he needed to drop by somewhere. He was sure he would like it there. They would go to the city of magic stones, Saint Domain. A huge market for magic stones would soon open there. Jamie was immediately excited. The largest mine of magic stones in the empire was located there. The magician smiled and said that he was glad that he liked it, and suggested that he hurry on his way. Soon they reached the Calton Mountains, and Siegfried said that he was thinking about something. Is this sword for self-defense? He answered him that he handled it perfectly, and he asked if he was proficient in both magic and a sword. But won't his magic start to sag because of this? He told him not to worry, it's constantly growing. And the mage said with a smile that if he said so, then everything is fine. MC said that he really wanted to come here, because according to rumors, this is the center of power in the north, but it seems empty here. Siegfried said that even if it looks like that, it is the artery of the north. The local crystal deposits, the Mineral Alliance, provide for 6 families. Saint Domain, where the crystal mines are located, is known for its influence. Maybe he wants him to tell him something interesting about these mountains? Children like to hear such things, right? Jamie agreed slightly irritably, and he told him that 1,000 years ago, there was a huge, constantly erupting volcano here. Lava covered the nearby villages from time to time, and nothing could be done about it. But one day, an unknown mage appeared and went to the volcano alone. The next day, the volcano stopped erupting, as if it were sealed. The magician who did this disappeared without a trace, leaving only these words: when the sleeping monster awakens, the disasters will begin again. MC asked, a monster in a volcano? That's absurd. Siegfried said that the magical community agrees with this story to some extent. Some traces have been found. At that moment, an archer standing on a nearby cliff fired 3 arrows at them at once, and the magician immediately jumped aside, warning Jamie of the danger. He jumped back, dodging the arrows, and thought, is this an ambush? A menacing voice of a bandit was heard from the top of the cliff. He called Siegfried an idiot and declared that he came to avenge the elder. He swears he will finish him off. He was not alone, but with his comrades. MC turned to the elder and asked if they knew each other. He answered him that he was not sure, he could not remember, and thought that this infuriated him. Maybe he should check on him since he had the chance? He immediately started making cute faces at him, saying that they had a problem. Couldn't he help him? He asked with displeasure why he had to clean up after the 7th elder, and what was he even doing? He asked him not to be so rude and said that he could use a sword. He winked at him and said please, and he realized that this one was being cunning or wanted to look at his abilities. He took out his sword and decided to quickly deal with them, but he felt sorry for using the blade that cuts the sky on them. Meanwhile, the bandits jumped off the cliff, shouting that it was so low to hide behind a child. The bandit told him not to blame him for his death, and Jamie got into a fighting stance, preparing to attack. Seeing that he instantly gained control of the environment, Siegfried was surprised. His mana also raged. Meanwhile, MC rushed to attack and used the transformed white ocean technique, pressure. He struck the bandit with his sword, pinning him to the ground, causing him to cough up blood. After that, he stood up and said that he wanted to spare him, but it looked like he would have to kill him. Jamie immediately swung his sword, using the first move, a curved slash, lightning. The man was thrown back, and the bandits behind him were struck by magic. MC looked at them, and since they were no longer moving, he decided to finish and turn to the elder, asking if he had any questions. He smiled and thought that he was a real swordsman, and a ruthless one at that. In 10 years, there would be no one equal to him. He clapped his hands joyfully and said that it was as if there were no questions. It was truly incredible. Jamie seriously said that he was only throwing words around. After all, he was testing him. They are finished here, right? Siegfried headed towards the bandits and told him to wait. Maybe they'll collect their things? Speaking in bandit speak, there's mountains of gold here. They soon arrived in town, and MC remarked that it was strange but beautiful here. The mage agreed and said he hoped his item had already arrived. Jamie asked where the store was, and he approached an old hut and said it was right here. It's a little shabby, right? After that, he opened the door and told him to come in. Why was he so surprised? When he was a slave, he usually slept with pigs. The air from the store hit MC in the face, and he immediately started coughing, and Siegfried asked if he was listening. He coughed again and thought he couldn't breathe because of the dust. And he doesn't feel anyone. It's empty here, right? Suddenly, the voice of the old woman Curiel was heard. She called Siegfried an irritable upstart and asked if he was here again. Jamie was surprised, as he hadn't sensed anyone before, and the mage replied that he'd said he'd come. Had his item arrived yet? She told him it hadn't, and he remarked that it looked like it wasn't this time. MC stood on his tiptoes, trying to spot the mage behind the counter, but he couldn't, so he decided to use flight magic. The old woman immediately shouted that such things were forbidden here, and Jamie saw a dwarf behind the counter. She threw some kind of artifact at him, and he erected a shield in front of himself, but it shattered and hit him on the head. The old woman said it was an anti-magic artifact. It would dispel even a 5th-tier spell. He looked at her with displeasure and thought that he couldn't believe the owner of such a shack would have a national treasure-level artifact. Who the hell was she? Siegfried said that it looked like the process couldn't be speeded up, so he would go, but she told him to wait. She wasn't finished yet. His thing would arrive in 2 days. He was delighted, but she declared that she wouldn't give it to him just like that. He was immediately disappointed and said that she had said she would give it to him as soon as she found it. MC asked what the condition was, and she remarked that he was such a smart kid. She wanted him to get the heart of a shadow sheep from a secret auction starting the day after tomorrow. She laid out the auction tickets on the table and said with a smirk that she would pay whatever it took. The shadow sheep dwells in the shadows and appears only during the full moon, and the heart is a rare material for alchemy. Curiel said that if he could bring it to her, she would give it to him for cheap. Siegfried took the tickets irritably and said that she better keep her promise. After that, they went to the hotel, and Jamie asked what kind of things he was looking for. He told him that it was a secret, and he sighed in disappointment, asking, "Then who is this granny?" He answered that it was Miss Curiel. She is known as a great alchemist. She also has stores all over the world, so she is quite a business lady, and all her shops are connected by warp tunnels created by her personally. He was surprised and asked, "Did she create them all over the world? How does it even work?" Siegfried told him that she is an 8th rank, not cooperating with any country, so she can go wherever she wants. MC was surprised. He would not have thought that she was so incredible, despite being a dwarf. Finally, they reached the inn. Siegfried said that they would stay here today, and he remarked that the building looked nice. Suddenly an idea occurred to him. He shuddered and looked at the mage, asking, "They will sleep in different rooms, right?" He smiled and asked, "What's the problem with living in one? This way, they will pay half as much." He sighed heavily, after which they checked into the inn. Late at night, some suspicious people appeared in the dark alleys of the city and started plotting something. One of them said that a secret auction would begin in 2 days in the basement of the Lydium Museum, and someone asked if he was sure that this thing would be there. He answered that the list of goods was kept in the strictest confidence, but most likely, yes. The woman asked if everything would definitely go according to plan. The man said that he could not even imagine that that old book led them here. It was all God's will. Someone else told them to calm down a little. They must not lose their heads. They must get this even at the cost of their lives, for the sake of their goal. Meanwhile, Jamie quietly slipped out of the hotel and, hiding in an alley, told Venna that she could come out. She immediately came out, rejoicing at the freedom, and he asked her to use the wind on him. They need to hide in Gremia until tomorrow. She asked in surprise again. He headed towards the exit of the alley, and when a man passed them by, pushing a cart with stones, he said that Siegfried couldn't catch them. and Venna didn't even listen to him, delightedly telling him to look at this. He thought with displeasure that she didn't let him finish, and said that these people transported the stones so openly because they were of low quality. She wondered how they moved high-quality stones, and he answered that it was probably a little more secret. They hide it so no one would know what it is, or drag it somewhere dark and remote. Feeling something, he immediately froze in place. A second later, his bracelet reacted, and he quickly looked around, wondering what exactly it reacted to. He saw some people carrying a box. There were at least 3 seals on it, although there were possibly even more than 6. If the bracelet reacted like that when he passed nearby, could it be one of the 3 great divine weapons? He followed these people, and one of them asked what was so heavy lying there. His partner said that the contents of this box were put up for sale at a secret auction, so they should be handled with care. Hearing about the secret auction, MC immediately became interested and thought that it was none of his business, so he just wanted to know, but he needed money. Meanwhile, Curiel was sitting in her shop and looking at the portrait of her son, named Finn, saying that today she missed him more than usual. She remembered his words before he died. He asked her not to cry and said that he would always be with her. She burst into tears then and thought that she couldn't save him no matter how hard she tried, but now everything is fine. If she gets the heart of the dark sheep, then, and at that moment her crystal ball, monitoring the situation outside, lit up and showed her the image of that child. She opened the door for him and asked what brought him here late at night. He smiled and told her that he just wanted to borrow some money. His words stunned her, and she asked how much he wanted. He smiled sweetly and asked how much she didn't mind borrowing. She immediately hit him on the head with the artifact, telling him to get out of here, and he asked he just needed to pay her back somehow, right? He had no one else to borrow money from. She was planning to go to the shadow world, right? She was surprised, not understanding how he knew about this, and her reaction immediately gave herself away. He smirked and thought that people rarely knew about this, but he knew. He said that the heart of a dark sheep is one of the items that can open the door to the shadow world. It's a distant space, different from ordinary existence, an uncharted territory that the ordinary world has not yet comprehended. The ruler of that world is the queen of the dark spirits, Venus, and one can enter it only with her permission. She won't get there simply by collecting all the materials, but he knows a way. She frowned and asked why she should trust him. He offered her a spiritual contract. Such a contract is quite dangerous. Each other's souls are the price of exchange, remaining even after the death of one. Jamie thought it was madness, but there was no other way. She clutched the thing her son had given her and asked what the conditions were. He said a payment was required once the contract was fulfilled by both. After that, they made the contract, and 2 days later, he and the elder went to the auction in the museum basement, first disguised. Siegfried told Jamie to be careful not to reveal themselves. Even though the mask conceals mana, they must be more careful. He replied that he didn't want to be caught either. At that moment, a man in a robe passed by, and he smelled the forest and thought maybe it was an elf. Siegfried noticed that he was lost in thought and asked if something was wrong. He replied that he was probably mistaken, and the mage remarked that it was strange. He decided to ignore it and invited him inside. After that, they took their seats, and Siegfried noted that Curiel had gotten them good seats. MC glanced at the man in front of him and thought it was the one who smelled of the forest, but now he doesn't smell anything. Did this man and the guy next to him come together? The head auctioneer greeted all the guests and thanked them for coming, after which he showed them the first item. His assistant pulled the cloth from the cage in which the elf slaves were sitting, and he suggested starting small. How about 100,000? As the bidding continued, Siegfried's face grew increasingly tense, and Jamie, noticing it even under his mask, thought he must be uncomfortable since he was a slave, after all. In the end, the slaves were sold for 3 million. The elf sitting in front was shaking with emotion, and her friend quietly told her to pull herself together. Her reaction only convinced MC that they were elves. After several lots, they finally got to the main event. The head auctioneer presented them with the heart of a dark sheep, and Siegfried said that the moment had finally come. The host told them to bid whatever their hearts desired, and when the bidding began, Jamie told the mage that he should join them. He told him to be patient. He waited until the price increase ended and then said he would take it for 1 billion. MC was very surprised because that was enough to subjugate all of Heist for a year. Even the auctioneer himself was upset by the price, but no one was willing to raise it, and in the end, the mage got it. The auctioneer said that it was as if a storm had passed, and the next lot was no less valuable. He presented them with the Limit Stone, the Almighty. Jamie was surprised and wondered where that name came from. The auctioneer opened the chest with the stone and said that it contained enough energy to support an area the size of Saint Germain for 10 years. These words infuriated Jamie, and he thought, does he want to use such a stone for this? Does he even know what it is? As soon as the bidding started, Venna immediately named the price at 8 billion, which made MC uneasy about it, but no one else was willing to raise the price, and in the end, the Limit Stone, the Almighty, was sold to her for 8 billion gold. After that, she looked at Jamie, as if asking if she had done a good job. Siegfried remarked that she seemed very rich, and MC, sadly hanging his head, agreed, thinking that she had just wasted 8 years of Heiss's life. They headed for the exit, and the mage said that they had seen all the best things. Now they should take take what was theirs and leave. MC agreed, and at that moment, an auction worker passed by, carrying out the next item, a relic found near a volcano in the Kelton Mountains. Jamie froze immediately, noticing something written on the relic in an ancient language. Sleep here and never wake up. A second later, the lights went out, and Siegfried immediately erected a barrier over them and told him to stay behind him. MC nervously asked what had happened, and one of the workers ran to the head auctioneer, reporting that they had an emergency. Someone had stolen all the goods. They were elves. They had already left the building, and an elf named Braha angrily punched the wall of the house, exclaiming, "How could her people end up as slaves at the auction?" Aja told her to calm down, and Alex went to look for them. He understood her feelings, but their goal now was to meet Master Han. They needed to leave before the auction people showed up. At that moment, Jamie exclaimed in displeasure, "They dared touch his things?" He and Siegfried jumped over the fence and landed behind them, telling them to give him what they stole before he killed them all. Aja immediately pulled out a dagger and told the others to prepare for battle, and Siegfried asked, "So, they won't solve this issue with talk?" He used his magic, and Aja's blades immediately curved, and Braha told him to step back. She clenched her teeth in rage, calling them idiots, then cursed loudly and falling to the ground used her magic. Huge vines emerged from the ground. They all headed towards Siegfried, and he just smirked. Using his magic, he created several portals and moved the vines back to the elves. Aja pounced on him from above and exclaimed, "How dare he use such tricks?" Sparks flashed around him. His comrades warned him of danger from above, and Siegfried, who had already managed to rise into the air, used his magic, causing the elf to be enveloped in painful streams of energy. Braha immediately ran towards him, and another guy rushed to attack, ordering him to stand up right now. MC appeared in his way. He parried his attack and said that he was weaker than he thought. He swung his sword, not letting him get close to Siegfried, and he was thrown aside. He cursed in displeasure as he landed, and Siegfried asked how dare such scum touch his things. He used the deadly emotion spell, creating numerous swords and unleashing intense pressure on them, which pinned them to the ground. He told them to die and pointed his blades at them, but their comrade appeared. He waved his staff, dispelling the spell, and said that he was wondering what took them so long, maybe what happened. They were very happy to see him. It was Han. Two magicians meanwhile descended to the ground, and Jamie thought that he destroyed this magic so easily. Who is he? Siegfried immediately turned to him and whispered that just by looking at him, one could tell that he is a master of his craft. What does he think? Are things bad? He asked in response. How would he know about that? He is the elder here. Do they need to fight? Maybe they should just take their things? He answered him that there was no point in catching them. Someone would catch them later anyway. He turned to the man who had just arrived and asked how about negotiations. Han said that he was glad that he did not have to worry about being chased. What do they want? He answered him that they would leave if they gave him the heart of the dark sheep. He bought it. MC added that they would also take the Almighty, and Siegfried agreed. Only then realizing that they hadn't bought it, he asked Jamie why they needed it. He looked away and said that he would explain everything later, and Han agreed to this. Aja told Ramu, who had a bag with the stolen items, to return it to them, after which he shook a huge chest out of it and told Jamie that they hadn't fought at full strength. This angered him a little, and he asked if he wanted more. Han said that it wasn't that they didn't believe them, but he wanted to check something just in case. He waved his staff slightly, and Jamie's disguise immediately evaporated, and Siegfried nervously warned him about this. He became very worried and thought that magic had been released, but the mana streams didn't move. How did this happen? Seeing his emerald hair, Han was very happy and asked if he was Jamie Welton. He really was, like Beryl said. Siegfried asked if he knew him. He answered that they had never met before, and he, calling Han Mr., asked if he knew Onyx. He was very angry at the way he called him, and MC approached him, incredulously asking if he knew him. Han tried to control himself. He mentally told himself not to pay attention to it. He was the most talented of all, so he was capable of at least this. Having calmed down, he confirmed it and said that they were both frontiers. Hearing this, Siegfried immediately felt threatened. He covered Jamie with his body and said that he was dangerous, so let him step aside. He was surprised and asked, so suddenly? The magician said that he was from the rebels who wanted to conquer the entire Kingdom of Harmony on the Western continent. Their leaders were called Frontiers. MC thought he'd heard the rebellion was due to corruption, so the Frontiers were their leaders? Han smiled and suggested they leave first. He'd explain everything. Siegfried was incredulous, telling him to try harder. Meanwhile, the head auctioneer approached the guards, who were watching the entire hall from the second floor, and exclaimed with displeasure. Couldn't he have caught the intruders? He said he was a master of combat. Does he even know how much they paid for him? The man sternly said it was time to fulfill the contract, and they moved to a more secluded place to talk, which looked more like a suitable fighting ground. Han smiled and said it was simply incredible. He'd managed to teleport them without a magic circle. Siegfried, displeased, told him to stop talking. What brought the rebels to Seldom? Are they really planning to do the same here? He replied that they weren't rebels, but the forces of freedom. They came here for something. Why else would Beryl, the manager, return to his hometown? Jamie Jamie asked what it was they needed, and Han closed his eyes, mentally telling himself not to pay attention. He needed to be an adult. Ija said that he was in charge of it. Isis was watching them, so he could tell them about it. He showed them a golden cube and said that they came for this. A long time ago, a monster under the Kalton volcano was sealed by the frontiers, and this is the key to freeing Behemoth. Hearing this name, MC was surprised. Blackie, who maintains the machinery, Jormungandr, who controls the ocean, and Behemoth, the great beast. These are the demons that Diablo created to fight the 12 gods. Is he still alive? He thought he died on the battlefield. In general, this is all somehow strange. Traces of his past life are constantly found in Seldom. Is this a coincidence? Han asked. Is this enough? Can they go now? Siegfried agreed, and Han said goodbye to Jamie, saying that they would see each other again. But before he could finish speaking, something fell behind him with a crash. It was the same guard. He looked up at them and said that he had finally found the thieves' hideout. He looked at Siegfried and said that he was 1.2 and Han was 1.47. They both immediately erected shields in front of themselves, and Han asked what those numbers were. Who the hell was he? The guard's fist immediately appeared in front of his face, and he answered that that was his level. After that, he dealt him a powerful blow, after which he said that his name was Darius, and he was level 2.01. He was the supreme ruler of darkness. The elf immediately pounced on him, showering him with insults, and one blow was enough for him to deal with her. He said that she was level 0.55, so she better not interfere. Her comrades were very worried about her and rushed into battle, and he, knocking their heads together, said that it would be better for them not to interfere either. He threw the two behind Han, and he smiled nervously, noticing that they had caught them. After that, he waved his staff and said that it was his turn. He directed magic at the enemy, and he immediately jumped. Han used a skill called Empathy, which returns all damage received to the enemy. As soon as Darius approached him, he threw the bells at him and shouted that this is where it all ends. The men covered their heads with their hands, defending themselves. Then they were absorbed into a bright golden sphere, and MC, watching this, was very surprised. He thought that he couldn't believe it. And many among the frontiers were so strong? Han waited a few seconds and thought, did he succeed? But Darius was still full of strength. He noticed that his level suddenly increased to 1.71. Is this an authority that alters reality? It looks useful, but compared to Creon, it's worthless. Han chuckled nervously and said his magic had no effect, and the man told him to just give him everything and die in peace. Siegfried intervened, apologizing to him for interrupting their conversation, but they were just customers. So can they leave? The man asked sternly. And if he said no, he told him that then they would have to team up, and Jamie thought it looked like a chance to pay off his debts to the frontiers. Siegfried turned to him and told him to be careful. This man is Darius, the Invisible Iron Fist. He is a surviving champion of the underground fights from 10 years ago. Rumor has it that he defeated 2 swordmasters. MC, meanwhile, thought with a smile that this delighted him. Han turned to him worriedly and said he should step aside, but Darius refused, confidently telling them to leave it to him. After that, he took out Gremia and they moved to another space. He told them it was his artifact for constructing dimensions, and Darius wondered if he created this space to control surrounding objects. Spatial recognition. The user can detect everything within range and determine its composition, even if it is invisible to the eye. He rushed into battle, saying that the mage would be first, and Siegfried immediately became wary. He and Jamie moved to the side, causing Darius to miss, but then Han pounced on him from behind, using his divine combat spear art, 100 blows. But the man quickly noticed him, immediately turning around, and was about to strike back, when Siegfried appeared behind him and used his spatial magic to move Han. He can control space and time without casting spells. After that, he used magic again and ordered him to move away from him, and then struck him, which almost made him lose his balance. MC, meanwhile, used Gremia's power. A 5-layer wall and the cubes that made up space flew at Darius, hitting him. He was thrown into the wall, but it didn't cause him any damage, and he thought that space had changed. After that, Siegfried used a spell of great destruction, compressing space in a designated area, and everything around Darius began to break. Suddenly, his body was covered in a red aura. The mage realized he was using it as a shield. Jamie, meanwhile, used magic, thinking that he couldn't just stand there and watch. He transformed Gremia, creating a deep void under his opponent's feet, and he thought that some sucker was manipulating space, which pissed him off. After that, he pushed off the cube closest to him and pounced on him, saying that he usually doesn't kill children, but he will understand if he doesn't forgive him. After that, a roar was heard. The frontier and the mage already turned around, worried that he had hurt him. But something unexpected happened. Darius's blow did not cause him any damage. He chuckled and said that it seems he did not expect this. If he is a master, then he should not weaken his defense. It turns out that an instant before the strike, he used the artifact Almighty. It reduced all physical damage to 0. This is one of the 3 great divine artifacts of Diablo. After that, he decided to use the sword that cuts space, the version with Almighty. He made a circular swing, which caused the man to lean back to avoid the blow, and judging by his surprised face, he recognized this technique. MC pursed his lips in displeasure. This was not enough, and he decided to strike again. He used the reverse movement of the White Sea, swinging his sword, after which the man grabbed his blade and said that they would end here. After that, Grimia's space began to collapse, and in a matter of seconds it disappeared, making Jamie nervous and wondering what kind of monster he was to be able to deactivate it by force. Han and Siegfried immediately ran towards him worriedly, and Darius smiled and said that he never thought he would meet him like this. He called him by name and said that it was nice to finally meet him. He was a friend of his grandfather, Sherbil. The two stared at him in shock, as did Jamie. Neither of them expected this. Darius told him that 10 years ago, he met Sherbil at the Lang Bar. There, where the strongest fighters gathered, they instinctively understood each other's skills, so they met every day and fought each other almost to the death. However, there was one technique he never used. After another fight, he asked if it was time to show him this. Sherbil said he could trust him. He would soon have a grandson, and this technique was meant for him. He descended into the arena and told him to watch carefully so that he could pass it on to him later. This ultimate technique was called creation. Darius demonstrated it to him, and streams of red and blue magic flared and sharply rushed into the sky, after which he waved his hand and cut through space. MC was surprised by this, and the man said that even if it was an imitation, it was incredible. The world does not know about this, but Sherbil, with the help of this technique, reached the level of a grandmaster, the final stage of a martial artist. The Church of the Sun's blazer, the Sword of the Sun, and the Seldom Sword of Space are close to this, but no one was known to have reached the level of a grandmaster. The man asked if he was beginning to understand now. He answered that he did not understand anything, but if he continued the path of the sword, he would definitely be able to follow in the footsteps of his grandfather. Darius smiled and said that was true. He was looking forward to seeing how much he'd grown by the time they met again. Han asked, "Is that all?" He thought he'd come for them. Siegfried called out to him excitedly, asking if he was crazy. Why was he saying things he shouldn't? Darius said it was fine, he'd forgive them. After all, he got to meet his friend's grandson. He waved goodbye, and Siegfried told Han he was really stupid. Thanks to him, their opinion of the frontiers had only gotten worse. Han didn't understand what he'd said wrong, and Jamie thought he was sure they were talking about breaking Behemoth's seal, and while they were distracted, he'd take advantage of the opportunity. He walked up to Ija and touched him, subjugating him with magic. Han thought he was healing him and thanked him, and MC said that words were empty if he was truly grateful. He asked Ija to show him the Behemoth, and he of course wanted to refuse, but his body didn't obey him, and he agreed. He wondered in confusion why he even said that, after which he said that if he wanted to go with them, he would show it to him. Jamie smiled, happy that he would soon see the Behemoth, and Braha, turning to the boss, asked if he had heard from Alex. Aja said that he had completely forgotten about her. He would contact her now. After that, he contacted her, and she exclaimed, "Why did he only get in touch now?" He replied that something had happened. They had found the elves who had been sold. Alex told him to wait. She would call him back later. Immediately after that, a girl's voice was heard from the magical sphere, calling her a villain and ordering her to let them go. MC immediately recognized this voice. It was Venna, a couple of hours ago. Venna rushed out of the museum basement and stopped in an alley to catch her breath, then looked around for the master, thinking he had abandoned her again. Suddenly, someone screamed. Pelion said it was an elf. What kind of Valkyrie was she, if she couldn't even sense an elf? She thought that if it was an elf, then it was probably the two from the auction, and she was sure they were being mistreated. She immediately rushed to the source of the sound and offered Pelion to help them. And presently she ran into Alex and, mistaking her for the kidnapper, ordered her to let them go. She exclaimed indignantly that she should be the one speaking. Where is she putting the elves? Suddenly, a drop fell on her head. She looked up, thinking it was water, but it turned out to be the saliva of a huge dog. The hound howled loudly, and Venna asked what kind of dog it was. It attacks people, so she should teach it some manners. After these words, she jumped high into the air, and Alex worriedly told her that it was dangerous. After which, the girls swung the hammer at the dog's head and ordered it to sit. The hound fell unconscious to the ground, and Venna asked Pelion if it was her or someone else. Alex looked at her in shock and thought she was talking to the hammer. Besides, she knocked out the hound with one blow. Who was she anyway? After that, they went down to the dungeon where the elves were, and Venna discovered that the cage was locked. Alex told her to step aside. It was a seal, and she was surprised that they were on the same side. Suddenly, a nobleman's voice was heard. He called out to the girls, then called his subordinate, Vane, and ordered him to bring the heads of these insolent trespassers. The man immediately ran out of the darkness and swung his sword, delivering a blow that Venna blocked, and she thought that she was not strong enough. He was too powerful. Venna licked his lips and said she was weak, after which he wished death on her, and she became very nervous. Suddenly, there was an explosion behind him. Jamie grabbed the nobleman and asked Venna, "Can't she still handle this?" She was very happy to see him, and he said that he would take care of everything, and that she should take the elves from here. She looked at him in bewilderment, asking how she could leave him alone, and he ordered her to leave. She immediately put one of the elves on her back and left with Alex, and the man asked He has emerald hair, and is he a mage? No way. He's Welton. MC asked. So he knows him? So this is what it means to be a nobleman. He will reward him for his quick grasp of things. He used his magic and told him to be proud. He will fill him with nutrients. Leviathan, after which a loud scream was heard. Soon Braha arrived. She worriedly began to look for the elves and Venna, who had just finished bandaging their wounds, told her with a smile that everything was fine. The elf sat down opposite her and with tears in her eyes thanked her, saying that she did not know how to repay her, and she excitedly exclaimed that she did not need anything. Braha asked in bewilderment, but where did the Valkyrie come from? She was surprised and asked, does she know who they are? And then Braha noticed her red hair and became very excited. She grabbed her hand and with a wide smile called her princess, saying that she was alive all this time. Venna returned her hair to its normal pink color and asked in bewilderment, what did this mean? Braha burst into tears and said she thought she was dead. She'd been missing for 10 years. She needed to go with them and return to her hometown. But Jamie told her to stop. She was his subordinate. He couldn't just steal her away. The elf looked at him in confusion and said that it concerned the fate of an entire race. Humans shouldn't interfere. Han hit the floor with his staff and told them both to stop. They couldn't delay the mission any longer. He ordered Braha and Alex to take the elves to the shelter, and MC told Venna to go home. When he left, the elf gave her a communication sphere and left, telling her that if she wanted to see her family, she should contact them through the sphere. Venna was left slightly confused. She had never thought about family before. Time passed. They arrived at the top of the mountain, and Jamie, watching the seal being removed, thought he'd missed it forever. He was finally going to meet Behemoth. As soon as the artifact touched the seal, everything around sparkled, and a bright beam of light shot into the sky, accompanied by Behemoth's voice. He asked, who awakened him? His deal was about to end. He immediately appeared above the artifact in the shape of a small bull and asked, who awakened him? They all leaned over him with interest, wondering how small he was. Behemoth asked, has the day of revelation arrived? Han said they had come to ask him for help regarding their ancestors' contract, and he indignantly exclaimed, what does this mean? They awakened him without knowing anything? He was supposed to be awakened 66,666 years later, on the day of revelation. Shiora didn't tell them anything? At that moment, Jamie's voice appeared in his head, smiling and telling him that he was back, and Behemoth immediately recognized his energy. Even though he looked different, it was definitely his teacher. He joyfully called out to him with tears in his eyes, and MC, to shut him up, started pulling his ears, saying that he was so cute. Behemoth looked at him in shock, not understanding what was going on, and Han asked him to let him go. He needed to talk to this little cow about something. After all, a child is a child. Jamie grimaced with displeasure and mentally asked Behemoth to wait a little. He couldn't get caught. Let him play with them for a while. He tearfully agreed. After which Siegfried asked Jamie that since he saw everything, could they now leave? He agreed with a smile and mentally told Behemoth that he would return at night, so let him wait for him, and he said with tears in his eyes that he must definitely return. Meanwhile, word got out about Behemoth's awakening. The woman shed her snakeskin, taking on human form, and approached the young man, saying that everything turned out as he said. He smiled and asked, is this true? Meanwhile, Venna was sitting in her room at the inn and communicating with the elf using the sphere. She said that she had a teacher. He saved her from the hellish school of Garb. At that moment, the doors opened and MC entered the room. She hastily hid the sphere behind her back and smiled nervously, saying that they were leaving Saint Germain tomorrow. He confirmed this and said something completely unexpected for her. From now on, she could be free. This news shocked her very much. She thought, why so suddenly? Is she really that weak? Because she's a burden? She thought she'd disappointed the teacher and was very upset, and Jamie told her to go east. He'd leave her a place to return to. Let her go and restore her Valkyrie power. Venna called out to him excitedly, and he asked, she knows how to contact Frontier, right? Now, let her get some sleep. After that, he left the room, and she ran to the door and bowed to him, thanking him for being with her all this time. He smiled, and she burst into tears, promising him that she would definitely become stronger and come back. Later in the evening, MC returned to the mountain. He called out to Behemoth and asked if he'd been waiting for him for a long time. Seeing him, he immediately rushed to him and called out to him joyfully, but he slammed him on the ground and asked displeasedly, will he raise his head and speak to him informally? Behemoth said it was really him, and Jamie asked what happened to him. He sat down and sighed heavily, telling him everything. After the final battle of Diablo, Volpir told him that he would definitely return, so he should not follow him. A couple of days later, the demons sensed that his presence had disappeared, and Jormungandr, the wise serpent, told him that he would definitely return. They would hide from the eyes of the 12 gods and wait for him. Behemoth lay at the bottom of the volcano and waited for the teacher, but he waited for him too long. One day, an elf came to him and said that he would put him to sleep and save him from pain. However, He must promise to help the frontier in the future. When he fell asleep, his body shrank and his speech changed. MC asked if he knew what happened to Jormungandr. He answered that he did not know where it was, but he was sure that it was alive. What about Blackie? Jamie asked. They were pretty close, right? He called Blackie and Behemoth called out to him happily, then hugged him tightly and asked how he had been doing all this time. Blackie began to happily squeak back, telling him everything, and MC said that he had something to do. Let him follow Frontier and find out about a person named Isis. Behemoth answered him that he understood everything, and Jamie said that he had one more request. The girl Venna would go with him. She was his student and friend, so let him look after her. He was very happy with his new friend and told him not to worry, and he thought that she should become stronger so that he could rely on her in the war that would someday come. The next day, Siegfried came to Kiriel's shop and, showing her the heart, asked her to give him that thing. She took out a small box, after which they made an exchange, and Siegfried said with a smile that he would use the check she gave him last time. She told him that if there were no problems with the item in the future, then she did not care. Siegfried opened the box, and MC, looking inside, asked, "Is this a fragment of Ion?" The asteroid Ion is part of a meteor that fell on the continent several hundred years ago. Eternal mana condenses into it. This is mana obtained from the natural world and amplified 2,000 times. Jamie asked why he needed it, and he told him that it was a secret. He did not really like his answer, and Kiriel told Siegfried to leave. She had something to talk about with this boy. The magician asked what they would talk about, and MC, with a smirk in retaliation, said that it was a secret. Kiriel irritably told him to leave, and once they were alone, she turned to Jamie and asked him to lead her to the shadow world. They moved to a suitable location, and Kiriel, glancing at the beam of light, said the preparations were now complete. MC warned her that he was beginning, then cast a spell. The other side of the world, another world opposite of the light, a world of darkness. King who rules in the shadows, opened the door to this world. After this, a portal strewn with stars appeared before them, and the old woman immediately rushed to it, rejoicing that she could finally meet her son. Jamie blocked her path and told her to stop, which indignantly caused her. He said he had received something for free and would return the money he had borrowed. Returning the check cancels the spiritual contract, and he has nothing more to fear. She would only be able to enter after he received permission. She sighed with displeasure and said that he should have told her about this earlier, after which MC turned around and walked through the portal into the dark world. There he met the queen of the dark elements, Venus, and she immediately felt a familiar power and energy emanating from him. He noted that it had been so long ago, and she leaned forward with a smile, asking, "Diablo Volpir has returned?" Long ago, Venus, traveling the world in human form, met Diablo, the sworn enemy of the 12 gods. A voice spoke, a rare person. This is the personification of a hero. How amazing. However, in the end he lost the Great Fourth War, and lost all his comrades. Venus avoided the gaze of the 12 gods and led him to her world, and she allowed him to use parts of the shadow world. Diablo said he perfected it. A new source of power was created, black mana. Venus said, however, she heard that he fell at the hands of the 12 gods. What is this cute appearance? Jamie replied, he didn't die, but was sealed. When he woke up, he found himself in this body. Venus said, funny. So what happened? MC replied, someone wants to come here. He will give that person permission. He went out behind Kiriel and told her to just go straight. She said, finally, she left something in the shop. John Avalon, it will be useful to him. This thing is made from a magical stone from the Tarink fountain, one of the 6 forbidden places in the world. A huge amount of mana is contained in the center of this fountain, but no one could get close to it because of the endless gurgling of poisonous water. MC replied, it looks very expensive. Why is she giving it to him? Kiriel interrupted him and said, her son, Finn, was his age. Finally, she will see him, her boy. She entered the portal, and Jamie thought that what she will see there will only be an illusion of the deceased. That hell will become her eternal consolation. After a while, MC came out of the house and said, now they are going. The guys ran ahead, and Siegfried said, it is time for them to say goodbye to Singermain. MC asked, are they heading to the magical world? Siegfried answered, of course. After all, that is their destination. And while they are going, maybe they could talk about his story, about the Almighty, and that Valkyrie princess. Jamie thought he wouldn't bring this up. 2 weeks later, Siegfried said, this is a magical world. MC looked down in surprise and said, it's cooler than he thought. Siegfried smiled and asked, really? This is the city that the first king personally built. He asked, does the city create a magic circle? MC asked again, what kind of magic circle? Siegfried smiled and answered, if he told him now, he would be bored. Jamie answered, exactly, he won't tell. After a while, a voice came from the airship. The best potion of this generation, Apophis X. Let them find the nearest pharmacy. MC said, the magical technology in this world is incredible. Siegfried said, it's so incredible that it's not inferior to what is in the magical kingdom. He turned around and said that he was going to the store. Please let him look around the city. MC replied, yes. Siegfried handed him a piece of paper and said it would be bad if he got lost, so let him keep this. It's a magic map for the lost. Jamie asked discontentedly, are you serious? After a while, Anna ran with a bag in her hands and screamed. She told him to get everything before the entrance ceremony. She'll be late, right? Anna Mayer, a student at Phoenix Academy, asked if today was the entrance ceremony, which means Siegfried and the headmaster will come too? If she shows them the magic she learned. She imagined how she would show her magic, and Siegfried would say, "This is incredible, Anna." He didn't recognize her talent. Can she please become his student? Anna screamed, "Yes, teacher." She looked towards MC and thought, a child left on his own. Is this a new student? She had also gotten lost here before. Jamie stood in the square and thought, this is our train. If this were the case at Heiss, it would be convenient. At that moment, a stranger's hand fell on his shoulder, and a voice rang out, "Baby." MC turned around and looked at the frightened Anna with displeasure. He asked if she wanted something from him. Anna wondered what that cold energy was. Maybe she imagined it? He was just a child. Anna asked him to wait, and asked if he was a new student at Phoenix Academy. Jamie asked again, "What academy?" Anna grabbed his hand and said, "This is not the time to behave like this. The entrance ceremony is about to start." MC asked again, "What?" He drawled. "What?" He thought he was dragged along because he had nothing better to do. But could such an ignorant girl really study here? They came to a prestigious school in the magical world, Phoenix Academy. They went inside, and Anna said, "This is the Amal Hall, where the entrance ceremony will take place." She turned around and asked, "What do you think? This is cool, right?" MC thought he was gradually starting to get tired. Anna screamed loudly. She congratulated him on his admission. Jamie told her to wait. He was not a student. Anna interrupted him and said, "That's right, her errand. She completely forgot." MC looked at her questioningly, and she started to run away and said, "She needs to run." Jamie exhaled and said, "He needs to meet with the 7th Elder soon. He needs to go." There was a loud scream. "Him? Why is he here?" Lennon Simon, the second son of Count Simon, spoke. Jamie Welton. MC turned around and asked, "Who is he?" Lennon widened his eyes in displeasure and thought, has he forgotten? He still has nightmares. But after his father started teaching him, everything started to improve. He remembered his father's words that he would teach him magic. After a while, his father said that he was quite good. Now he can go to the academy. Lennon thought, does he need to fight this monster? MC waved his hand and said, he asked him a question. Lennon answered, he is Lennon Simon. Jamie asked thoughtfully, Simon, is he that ignorant idiot? He thought. He told Count Simon to train him. He is already 3rd rank? That's not bad. Lennon pointed his finger at him fearfully and asked, let him not just say that he also entered here? Touchy guy. Of course he can joke. But this is not funny. Suddenly Siegfried appeared behind MC and said, young master, what is he doing here? He was looking for him everywhere. Anna screamed loudly, what? Teacher Siegfried. He frowned and put his hands on the shoulders of MC, who asked, does he have a student? Siegfried said, please let them go. No, that's not true. They are coming. Everyone is waiting. Anna screamed, teacher, let him wait. Please let him stop. She ran to the closing portal and said sadly, he is already gone. Lennon said, it's awful, this reckless idiot. Anna turned around and asked, is he talking about that boy who left with the teacher? Lennon asked, what? She doesn't know him? It's Jamie Welton, a terrible monster, called the greatest talent in the human world. Anna laughed and said, Jamie. She widened her eyes in surprise and screamed, Jamie Welton? After a while, a voice rang out in the large conference room. They could finally see him. The 4th Elder, Raymond Flores Sean of the Nobility faction, said he's been looking forward to this. After all, he is the continent's greatest genius. The 3rd Elder, Serpent Dural, a loyalist, said they're all exaggerating. It's obvious he'll disappoint. The 6th Elder, Adelhart Vivienne, an equalist, said, my God. The 3rd Elder, it seems he's really afraid of being surpassed by a 10-year-old child. The 5th Elder, Luke Pretzel, the head of the Equalists, asked, Adelhart, what's wrong with her? She asked, and she said something wrong. Serpent cried out in displeasure. That woman again. There was laughter and an order to calm down. They can't make a guest look bad. The 2nd Elder, Marquess Linmel, the head of the Nobility faction, said, he's coming. The door to the conference room opened and MC walked in, saying it was nice to meet him. He is Jamie Welton, the first son of the Welton family. The elders cried out loudly, he's at least 6th rank. Marquess smiled and thought, he's grown so much that it's hard to even compare with what he was before. MC thought, as expected, aren't they all elders? All of them are higher level than him, except him. He looked at Serpent's displeased and distorted face and thought, is he 6th rank? Because of his inferiority complex, he can't rise up. Marcus waved his hand and said, they haven't seen each other in a long time, Jamie. He's gotten stronger. MC said, it's all thanks to the breathing technique he taught him. They haven't seen each other in a long time, Marcus. Someone asked if he's also learning the sword. If it's him, then he'll succeed in this too. Jamie thanked them and asked about sparring next time. Serpent grinned and asked, a wizard sparring? Only modest people who use only their bodies say that. Jamie interrupted him and said, be careful with your words. His father is the type to train physically, Serpent replied. That's right, he didn't mean that. Jamie turned away and said, I understand. Siegfried grabbed his head and thought, just don't laugh, just don't laugh. MC said, that was such a complicated word. Apparently he misunderstood. Serpent hiccuped in irritation and said, that's right. Oppen interrupted him and said, the 3rd Elder was mistaken. He spoke with good intentions. It would be better if they didn't quarrel. Oppen Ginger. He is the royal teacher and one of the 2 official great magicians of the kingdom. This name was given to him because of his ability to control the weather. Oppen said, thank you for accepting their offer. Welcome to the magical world. Young wizard. Siegfried frowned and said, he is already 6th rank. Isn't it too rude to treat him like this? Oppen sat down on a chair and said, It seems this old man has done something stupid. Let him forgive him, Jamie. If he could do it his way, he would immediately support him with the research center. But those who do not work, they should not play. This is the basic rule to follow in the magical world. What does he think, Jamie? MC looked at him puzzled, and Oppen asked how he thought he could become a person of the magical world. After some time on the street, MC exhaled loudly, and Siegfried looked at him and asked, "Young master, was it too much?" Jamie answered, "No, well, some time ago," Oppen asked, "The academy always needs talented people, right, Principal Siegfried?" He asked again. So suddenly, Oppen said, he would like Jamie to become a temporary professor for a month. MC asked again, "Excuse me, what?" Oppen said, if there are no more objections, then he concludes that everyone agrees. He can handle it if the principal helps. Currently, Siegfried turned around and said irritably, he will go and explain everything to these crazy idiots right now. Jamie grabbed his cloak and screamed, "No, it's okay." Siegfried turned around and asked to please tell him if he got into trouble. He may look like that, but he's the headmaster. Jamie asked, "The headmaster who forgot about the entrance ceremony?" Siegfried answered, "No, he has his reasons." At that moment, children were running behind them and shouting joyfully. They want to learn magic faster. MC swore he would never have another student. He remembered Diablo sitting on the ground next to the children and creating a flow of mana. The boy asked the teacher to watch. The girl said, and she did too. Behind the others sat a boy who was having trouble. After a while, he sat in the office and spoke. He knew he couldn't do it. Diablo put his hand on his shoulder and said there was no need to rush. He suggested doing it gradually. After a while, the boy cried out, "Teacher." He did it too. After all, these children needed to see him go. A student, yes, just for a month. He wouldn't think too much about it. After a while, a loud scream was heard in the girls' dormitory of Phoenix Academy. "What?" Becky screamed. She didn't recognize Sir Jamie, his emerald eyes. Anna answered, "Exactly." She wondered why. She took his hand and pulled him along with her. Becky put her hands to her cheeks and screamed loudly with delight. She asked him to hold her hand too. "Sir Jamie?" Anna asked. "But why does she call him Sir Jamie? They are all little." Becky screamed in confusion. "What? How can you ask such a thing? Sir Jamie, he is their star. He is the greatest genius of all time. He is the saint of the goddess Pyro, the only son of the Welton family." Anna exhaled and answered, she didn't know. "She will go to school?" Becky said she was a bore. By the way, did she hear? Evan is from class Beta. His grades improved a lot when he ate the supplements. Anna asked again, "Is this the one who said he wanted to drop out of school because of his lack of height?" Becky happily said, "Yes, that's why she bought herself some supplements too, and she'll give her one too." Anna replied, "She's fine without them." Becky said, "That's why she doesn't like model students." Anna, "Does she want to go to the cafeteria with her?" Anna replied, "She said she was going to school." Phoenix Academy is an institution for mages founded by Amel Fest, the great wizard who helped found the Kingdom of Seldom. Phoenix Academy is considered the most famous in the magical world, with a long history dating back several hundred years. The best academy, graduating thousands of wizards worthy of its name. Javelin happily said he finally met him. He's the vice principal, Javelin Cater. Right now, right here. Javelin said it's an honor for him to guide such a famous person like him. MC said it's an honor for him. He stepped forward and said he was Jamie Welton, a temporary professor. He smiled and asked, please to take care of him. That's how the youngest professor was born. Everyone started asking, Jamie Welton? Had they heard right? A genius from the family of Count Welton. Javelin came to the door and said, first he would take him to the consultation office. Jamie answered, yes. In the consultation office, Javelin said, they sort classes according to skill, not by age, but by skill. There are 3 of them, elementary, intermediate, and advanced, which are in turn divided into alpha, beta, and gamma. Professor Jamie will teach the elementary alpha class. Now please let him choose a subject to teach. Since it has come to this, it would be good if he took a difficult subject, because he is an outstanding wizard. MC looked thoughtfully at the sheets of paper handed to him, and thought he was most confident in black magic, but he cannot teach it. Should he go back to that before he started studying black magic in his past life? To go back to a time when he was called the Infinite Wizard. He picked up a piece of paper and said, he will lead this one. Javelin said, what an interesting choice. Well, he's looking forward to it. It's almost time for the meeting. He'll bring Professor Sylvester. Jamie looked toward the window and thought, for a building that's 500 years old, the amenities aren't the worst. People peered into the room, and Sophia, a professor at Phoenix Academy, asked, perhaps he really is Jamie's sir? People entered, and the guy said with admiration, he heard he didn't back down, even when he fought the demon. MC asked, what? Another man asked, aren't they best friends with the disciple of the goddess Pyro? Jamie asked again, and Sophia screamed, his emerald hair is as beautiful as they say. Everyone started handing over papers and asking for his autograph. Jamie wondered why they were acting like this. Javelin pointed to the side and said, now here. Professor Jamie is here. Silver asked, here. Javelin saw a huge crowd and rushing towards them shouted, professors, it will be difficult if they behave like this. Professor Silver answered, yes. They left the room and Silver said, it seems that professors are a little agitated. It's all because he is quite popular. MC asked again, what him? Silver quoted, Sir Jamie, he is a great genius of magic, the saint of the goddess Pyro and the precious son of the Welton family. Jamie interrupted him and said, exactly. He suggested simply going to the meeting. After a while, in the elementary wing of Class Alpha, Finn Bardic, who was 16 years old, smiled and said, "Exemplary student. Did she study all night again?" Anna answered, "Yes, she will definitely move up to the middle ranks this time." Finn said, "He also wants to move up there this year, no matter the cost." Anna looked at the drink in his hands and said, "He drinks this too. Becky drinks it too." Suddenly she looked to the side where she saw Lennon. He walked with a sullen face and thought, "No one here can compare to him. It seems like they are not succeeding. He will quickly show his talent and move on." His thoughts were interrupted by Anna, who screamed, "Red-haired! They have already met, right?" Lennon asked again, "Red-haired?" Anna said that she was pleased to meet you. "What is his name?" Lennon exhaled and answered, "He is Lennon Simon." At that moment, the other students began to whisper, "Simon? Simon's family?" He smirked and mentally ordered them to envy him. He was different from all of them from birth. He will get into the senior link right away. Anna screamed, "Wow, so he is the son of Count Simon. Let him ask everything he doesn't know." Lennon looked at her carefully and thought, "But who is she?" Silver entered the classroom and said, "They haven't seen each other for a long time. How have they been?" The students replied, "Good." He said that he wanted to introduce someone to them. "Please, let him come in." Jamie entered the classroom and looked around. Lennon saw him and his eyes widened in surprise. He thought, Why is he here?" Everyone started whispering, "Emerald hair? This can't be. Is it possible?" Silver extended his hand and said, "This is their new professor, Jamie Welton." MC said that it was nice to meet you, and the students squealed very loudly with delight. They ran to him and shouted, "Is it really Sir Jamie? Please, let him look here." Silver stepped forward and ordered everyone to calm down. MC put his finger to his lips and said, "Silence." He spread his mana and then asked, "Did they of the Sacred Academy put on such a thing in front of the esteemed professor? Are such standards in Class Alpha?" Lennon thought, "Esteemed? What, in general? Is he such a boomer?" MC spoke up, disappointed from the first day, but he would give them a chance to improve. Let them try to guess what class he would be teaching. The students started asking, "Stechiology? This is the science related to the elements or principles in any field of knowledge, especially in chemistry, cytology, and histology." Jamie answered no. The guy asked, "Understanding and analyzing the history of magic." Jamie asked, "Do such useless classes even exist?" Anna clenched her fist and raised her hand. "Professor, since he is a 6th grade wizard, he will be teaching them an unconventional class. For example, understanding all aspects of attributes or magic circles, but energy is studied in the middle school. So he will be teaching them magic circles?" MC wondered if she was the one he had run to the entrance ceremony with. "She doesn't have much mana, but she's in the alpha class." He answered, "That's right. Her analytical skills are good." Finn said, "As expected of a model student." Anna said happily, "She answered correctly." Lennon thought irritably, this Jamie recognized her. "Who is she?" Silver clapped his hands and said, "Now, the meeting is over. He told everyone to work hard today." Everyone answered, "Yes." After a while in the teacher's lounge, MC let out a sigh and thought, "Classes start tomorrow." They said he would be teaching the first lesson with the previous professor, the professor who leads the magic circles. That man? Kenyak Azir. He is 5th ranked and the author of many articles. Is he a disciple of Serpent Gerol? At that moment, Sophia approached him and said, "He better be careful." He asked again what she meant. Sophia said, "He has an inferiority complex." Several professors fell for it. Jamie smiled and said, "Okay, thank you for saying that." Sophia asked, "Can she get his autograph then?" MC let out a sigh, and at that moment, Kenyak entered the office and said, "As expected, popular people are different. Signing autographs even in the teacher's lounge." Sophia thought fearfully, "Professor Kenyak Azir, the professor who leads the magic circles." Sophia said, "It's not like that." Kenyak asked the professor to leave, and she timidly answered, "Yes." MC said, "Nice to meet you. This is Jamie." Kenyak interrupted him and asked, He heard he mastered the sword at 10 years old. It must be great to be so talented. However, he better prepare himself. He put his hand on MC's shoulder and said, "He won't be nice to him." MC replied, "That's what he expected." The next morning, the girls screamed, "He's coming. Everyone, sit down. The ghost professor is coming." Kenyak entered the classroom and said discontentedly, "Hamel, if she calls him that even once more, she won't get off easy." Jamie thought mockingly, "Ghost professor." Kenyak put his hand on the sheets of paper and said, "The great Jamie Welton will be the temporary teacher of magic circles. But even geniuses have a hard time teaching." MC cried out, "When?" Kenyak said that today he will conduct a test. Sheets of paper flew to each student and he said, "This is it. They will learn the 6-star magic casting." Jamie looked at him carefully and thought, he was well prepared for the lesson. Well, they will see how good he is. After a while, Kenyak raised his hand and said, "There is a formula for commonly used magic circles. For a map of 6-star circles, the sun, moon, and stars are usually used. The stars are the universe, the sun is the world, and the moon is the world night. And then it can be called a centralized magic circle. Depending on the desired magic, the symbol will change, as will the power depending on the position of this symbol. Once installed, it cannot be moved. So from the very beginning, let them think about where to place the symbol. There is no definitive way to find the most effective place for it. At the moment, it is still being studied." MC interrupted him and asked, Doesn't he know yet? Kenyak asked discontentedly. Does their genius have a method? MC sighed and said, you can just draw guidelines. Kenyak asked, what? Who doesn't know? Jamie interrupted him and said, look. He released mana from his finger and said, he drew guidelines. They placed the sun here and the moon would fit perfectly here. Kenyak said, the shape of his magic circle was destroyed. It is impossible to erase lines drawn with magic. Doesn't he know the basics? MC snapped his fingers and said, but he will erase it anyway, separating the key components of a magic circle. If you think about it like this, everything becomes much simpler. You need to place the symbols where he wants, and then you just need to erase the lines. After that, let him connect. If you do this, you don't need to draw the circle from scratch, and you only need to adjust the position of this one. Words. This is his technique. Anna looked at what was happening in amazement and thought, impossible. God, just think, he was able to destroy the foundations of magic circles. Kenyak looked at this in amazement and thought, this is a discovery that will shake society. He said, then such a thing is possible. The students were talking. The magic circle transformed into three-dimensional. Kenyak thought, just think, he changed the circle just by seeing the layer. He's something of a genius himself, but it's too early for him to do this, kid. Finn and Anna were surprised to see the changes in the magic circle. The magic circle became a symbol for another magic circle. If space allows, the circle can be expanded indefinitely. A three-dimensional, complex magic circle. That's what they called Diablo Volpir's personal infinite magic. MC turned around and asked, so what does he think, Professor Kenyak? He thought he'd never heard of such a thing. Who the hell is he anyway? Kenyak said, that. Jamie muttered, well, it's just a visual demonstration. Now they need to learn how to use layers. Before next class, have him practice laying out 2-star circles. Lennon thought puzzledly, is he crazy? Something like that, is this just for show? MC thought, everyone is here, right? Well, one person definitely wants to try. After a while, the students were talking. Did he see that magic circle? As expected from a genius. Professor Kenyak was also amazed. Lennon was sitting in his seat and creating a magic circle. The girl asked in surprise, Lennon, what was that just now? Was it really a layer? He ignored her and thought he was barely doing it. He looked at Anna and thought, what is she doing? Is she trying to make a complex magic circle? Skipping the layering? Anna's magic circle collapsed, and Lennon came up to her from behind and told her to look. Anna didn't notice it, which is why she jerked and screamed loudly. Why isn't it working? She hit Lennon with her head, who grabbed his cheek and started to leave. Anna ran towards MC and asked him to wait. She needed to find out. Lennon thought, did she just ignore him? After a while, in the corridor of the elementary building, Javelin happily said, Professor Kenyak, Professor Jamie, how was the first lesson? Kenyak said, it's great. MC widened his eyes in surprise and thought, so he can say positive things too? Javelin said, this is the first time he has heard Professor Kenyak praising anyone. Kenyak interrupted him and said, he has things to do. Javelin followed him and asked Professor Kenyak to please wait. He must come to the meeting today. Jamie thought, it seems he does not have inferiority complex. His lesson was not bad. At that moment, a cry was heard from behind him. Anna, Professor Jamie, he asked. What is it? She answered. She's trying to create the magic circle he showed, but she can't seem to connect it. The moon is here, colliding with the moon in this magic circle. MC thought, she will understand if he tells her? Anna asked. That is, you have to erase it and connect it, right? That means, if you do it this way. She connected it and everything worked. Anna said in surprise, she did it. Jamie and Lennon widened their eyes in surprise, after which Lennon pushed her and asked, what did she do? This? How did she do it? Anna smiled and said, she simply repeated the professor's actions. Lennon asked again, did she simply repeat? He thought, is there really anyone better than him? MC looked at it and thought, it wasn't perfect, but she was able to copy his three-dimensional complex magic circle. It was impossible not to see her talent. He needs to tell Siegfried. After a while, permission to enter was heard from the principal's office. MC went inside and asked, Elder Siegfried? He smiled and said, young master, let him come in. Jamie looked at the lamp and asked, what does he want to do with the iron fragments? Siegfried answered, oh well, just experiments. It's difficult to use a lot of this at once, because of its rarity. So why did he come? MC answered, well, first of all, he wanted to show something. He demonstrated this magic circle today in class. Siegfried shouted, young master, how? MC replied, he doesn't create this to show off. Anna Mayer, the theory behind creating this circle is quite complex, so he didn't explain it fully, but this girl was able to recreate the circle. Siegfried asked again, and she repeated it just after looking. MC replied, that's an incredible talent. Why doesn't he teach her? Siegfried replied, her insight is incredible. However, she has no talent for magic. He advised her to become a magic scholar so that she could use her talent. But Anna said that she wants to become a mage, and she was looking for a teacher who could turn her into a great wizard. However, no one wanted to teach her, because talent doesn't contribute to growth. MC thought, so she was chasing Siegfried to become his student. Siegfried said, it may be rude, but the magical world is the main power of seldom. They can't invest in unreliable students. MC got up from the couch and said, he understands. Thank him for his time. Siegfried replied, no problem. Jamie approached the door, when suddenly Siegfried said, young master, since he's so worried, why don't he take her under his wing? The teacher and student are almost the same age. Sounds like a good idea. MC walked out the door and loudly replied, no, thank you. After a while, he stood against the wall, breathing loudly. He thought, they forced him to be a professor. Which student are we talking about? On the day he lost all his disciples to the 12 gods, he thought he could defeat them with his own strength. He decided not to trust anyone and not to let anyone get close to him. He was not going to repeat the mistakes of the past. Since Anna is a smart child, she will find a way. She has nothing to do with him. A week later, the training hall. Silver said, well, attention. Today they have a mana evaluation. He heard that in the beta class there are many students who have grown a lot. I wonder what they will have. Finn said he was talking about the second class. Anna asked, is this the class that came last year? Becky said so. Finn smiled and said, she came first in the beta class. Anna screamed, what? Silver said, first, Lennon. He can begin. Lennon drew an energy arrow and sent a large stream of mana towards the dummy. The result appeared on the screen. 199 points. Silver thought in surprise. This was more than enough to destroy the target. The student said in surprise, over 2,000 points. As expected from Simon. Anna said, this is the first time she has seen such a score. Lennon turned around and thought, silly girl, she is much better than this. Silver said, it looks like they need another target. Finn stepped forward and said, great, now him. Let them watch closely. He's in good shape now, because he drank Apophis X this morning. Finn drew an energy arrow, and his eyes went in different directions. Anna looked at him and thought, what was that? Those eyes. He directed his mana towards the target. His result is 860 points. Silver said, the score has increased by 700 points, Finn. If he puts in a little more effort, he can transfer to the middle link. Finn cried out happily, and the other students asked, isn't that cool? That's great, Finn. Anna thought, is it all her imagination? Silver said, now, Anna. She answered, yes. She drew an energy arrow and thought, what if she hasn't grown much? No. She worked hard. She needs to believe in herself. Silver reported that her result is 247 points. Anna was upset and said, the same result as last time. Lennon looked at her, frowning slightly. After a while in the office, Javelin asked, Professor Jamie, is he going home? MC looked at him and said, Professor Javelin. Javelin put his hand on MC's shoulder and said, he's glad he managed. If he needs anything, let him say so. The third elder is calling him. He asks for forgiveness. Jamie thought, the third elder. Is that the man with the bad manners? Javelin answered the call and said, yes, the head. Today's meeting. MC thought, so he's the head? God, the world a little. His thoughts were interrupted by a guy walking by and muttering to himself, each symbol has its own properties and effects. If you arrange the symbols in the magic circle symmetrically, the effect will change. MC turned around and thought, this kid, is he from the second beta class? He doesn't look so good. Isn't he too focused on studying? If he has no talent, he will simply die. Well, it has nothing to do with him. After a while, Javelin knocked on the door of the head of the department's office. The door opened and Javelin asked, Professor Kenyak? He just looked at him in response and said nothing. Javelin asked, what is he doing here? Kenyak left, leaving him without an answer. Javelin thought, he has no idea what he is thinking, but since they are both professors, they should become friends with him. A photo of Anna fell out of Kenyak's documents and landed on the floor. At that moment, Anna was standing near the column and thinking, everyone is growing a little, except her. She is trying. Is this really her maximum? She said. Maybe she should drink that thing like Finn. MC saw her and thought, why is she standing there like that? He turned away and thought, she makes people think about herself. He should just leave. Get away from here. He walked up to her and asked, is she worried about something? Anna looked at him in surprise and said, Professor, they were conducting a mana assessment. Nothing has changed with her since last year. MC thought, she really has no talent for magic. 247 points. Anna said, but she will never give up. She will definitely become a great mage and start her own family. Jamie looked at her carefully and thought, she is serious. He doesn't know if his past will repeat itself. But he turned away from Anna and said, this determination. If her confidence doesn't disappear, let her come to the teacher's room tomorrow. After a while, he approached the Blue Mage's tower and, going inside, thought Marcus Linmel's laboratory, it seems, is upstairs. The girl approached him and greeted him. She asked, what brought him? MC answered, he came to see the Tower Master. The girl smiled and said, the Tower Master? But why? It's not that easy to meet him. MC told her to just tell him that Jamie Welton has arrived. The girl said, that's the baby's name. Jamie? She cried out in confusion. Welton? After a while, she bowed and said, this is the office of the Master of the Magic Tower. He can come in. Peace be upon Jamie. MC thanked her, and upon entering, he asked in surprise, my God, what is going on here? Suddenly, Marques's voice was heard. Quite dirty? MC's eyes widened in fear and thought, he didn't know where the voice came from. It filled the entire space with mana. He said, this is the mood. Marquez laughed and asked, where did he learn that? Marcus asked, so what brought him here? MC looked up and thought, he's upstairs. He spoke, it seems he's very busy with research. Marcus folded his arms across his chest and replied, no matter how busy he was, he always had time for him. Jamie thought he was pretending to be friendly. He asked, what kind of grimoires were those? Marcus replied, this. He studied combat magic. Magic to decentralize the followers of the god of war, Genus. However, it's not that simple. MC thought, so when this magic is finished, a war with the Genus Church will begin. Marcus sat on the table and asked, so, what brings him here? MC replied, about that. He wants to teach anime or mana breathing. Marcus asked again, mana breathing? He understands his intentions, but for such a child, the maximum is 5th tier, so they can't allow him to teach her his vision magic. MC asked, what if he says he can make a great mage out of her? Marcus ordered him not to get cocky. He can't just give anyone the prospect of magic. He acknowledges his talent, but he himself is still 6th tier. Jamie replied, the perspective on magic is already completed, but he doesn't like it, so he wants to create another one. The multi-level 3-dimensional magic circle from his past life is not enough. To destroy the 12 gods, he needed something stronger. Marquez asked, does he want to create a second perspective of magic? It's simply impossible, even for a dragon. However, what is this feeling of incredible pressure? This child can simply, since he is so confident, he will offer him something. Marcus sent mana through his body and proposed a duel. If the result satisfies him, he will allow him to teach her mana breathing. MC grabbed his blade and answered, okay. Marcus said, the first strike is his. Jamie smiled and told him not to regret it later. He used the Welton technique formation, 100 Cs, and directed it forward. He shouted loudly, Scud! Marcus looked at him and wondered when he managed to get so close. He laughed and said, something like that won't penetrate his shield. MC clenched his hand and used Hand of Destruction, then pierced Marcus's shield. He thought in surprise, Defense Breaker. Did he read his movements? He said, this is incredible, Jamie. MC's eyes widened questioningly, thinking, horror. He quickly recovered. He mentally summoned Blackie and asked him to help him from the imaginary world. MC screamed, instant effect, Plasma Cutter, Aeroblast, Lightning, and Magma Blade. All of this was directed towards Marcus, and MC swung his blade in irritation. Instant effect, it's a close-range magical attack using teleportation clones. Maintaining 4 clones takes quite a bit of mana. Marquez stood up and said, it tingles a little. However, even his collar did. MC interrupted him and said, it looks like he didn't restore the back of his cloak. Marcus asked again, what? Apparently, he was in too much of a hurry, so he missed it. Jamie thought, at this rate, he can't do anything to him. Marcus channeled mana through his staff and said, his endless blows had hurt his pride. Now he, Jamie, is defending himself. MC thought, he has no other choice beyond Avalon. He pointed the blade at Marcus and ordered him to attack. Marcus looked at him in surprise and said, look what he has. That granny didn't even sell it to him. He has plenty of good stuff. MC thought, he's stingy. He replied, he understands, so they can continue. Marquez created an energy vortex and directed it towards Jamie. MC said, the wind beyond Avalon. He said it was refreshing. Jamie clutched the staff in his hand and thought, to think, this staff can contain the abilities of the underworld and the surface world at once. It's incredible. He said, this type of magic is pretty good. But maybe he'll show him something more impressive? He jumped up, and Marcus asked, it worked for him once, and he wants to try again? However, he wouldn't be able to do it a second time. Marcus's energy moved toward MC, and he asked, or maybe he'll try to get him to use his magic perspective. MC jumped back and asked, will he show you? He'd be happy to. Marcus replied, if that's what he wants to see. The epiphany he received was like lightning striking in all directions, like hail raining down, or lava flowing from a crater, although it didn't look like either of those things at all. However, once he was caught, it would be difficult for him to survive. A bright stream of mana crashed into Jamie's body, after which he asked, what? Nothing happened. The world turned upside down. This is cognitive dissonance, the perspective of the great wizard Linmel's magic. A protective barrier appeared around MC as the lightning bolts were directed towards him. He thought it looked like a disaster, but in fact, it was mind magic affecting the brain. If he wasn't a master of the world of the mind, he would struggle without understanding anything. And the problem is, in his current state, he won't be able to release something like this. But if he can't remove this, the Linmel mana that was causing everything, he will absorb it. Jamie activated 100 Cs and thought, he'll eat everything. Leviathan. Marcus looked at him and thought, although he looks calm, inside he's going through a difficult battle. When he's weaker than the enemy, he'll never be able to escape the mind magic. MC whispered, he can't use black mana. Marcus smirked and said, well, stop mocking him. After all, even he's afraid of his father. At that moment, MC broke the barrier and crossed 2 mana, and then attacked Marcus. The elder cried out in surprise. What? After a while, Marcus said, this time he caught him. He was able to turn his magic perspective. But how did he do it? MC looked down thoughtfully and thought, is this it? He answered, he was absorbing mana, thinking that then he would free himself from the illusion, but at some point his power began to be absorbed too. Marcus asked in surprise, he's saying it's just a coincidence? Jamie thought, coincidence? Yes. If left like this, there wouldn't be any problems. The great wizard's magic potential was absorbed by the sword. This could become his new magic potential. He smiled and asked, so what do you think? Marcus replied, that's enough. He placed his hand on MC's head and said, he can teach her mana breathing. After some time in the office, he asked what he thought about it. Raymond replied, he's amazed to think he can use magic and a sword so seamlessly. He's different from all the swordsmen he's seen before. And on top of that, the boy was going to turn this into his own magic potential, something even great magicians find difficult. Marcus said he was sure he was an inexplicable genius. Raymond said no, that wasn't why he said that. Magical abilities sufficient for a duel with a great mage, an incredible swordsman, and also chosen by Pyro. Can one person even possess all these abilities? Jamie Welton? Is he even human? He looks like he was made for this. His thoughts were interrupted by Marcus, who said, Raymond, let him be more careful with his words. Even walls have ears. They will just keep watching. Jamie Welton, they will watch how this child changes the world. After a while, Lennon was banging on the door and ordering him to leave. MC came up to him from behind and asked, He's here. What's wrong? Why did he come in the middle of the night? Lennon began to worry and remembered Anna's happy face, who said that it seemed that Professor Jamie accepted her as his student. Lennon screamed, "Does he really want to take Anna as his student?" MC snapped his fingers, after which an energy fist hit Lennon on the head. He irritably asked why he was addressing the professor informally. Lennon asked, "Is that true?" Jamie answered, "Well, not exactly yet." Lennon said then, "Please let him take him as an apprentice too." MC turned away and said, and he kept thinking, why did he come to him in the middle of the night? Count Simon knows about this? Lennon asked again. What? No, not yet. MC said that people would say if he studied with him and not with his father. He will not study with someone who cannot even understand this. Let him go back. Jamie entered the room and Lennon said irritably, "This guy." MC abruptly opened the door and yelled with displeasure, "Him?" He looked at him questioningly and asked, "Is he crying?" Lennon pursed his lips, and tears quickly rolled down his cheeks. Lennon screamed, "He cannot allow Anna to get ahead of him. Please, let him take him as an apprentice." MC thought, did he even offer him? Well, a nightmare. For his age, he is in good shape, and he will treat him harshly. He said that if the Count gives permission, he will think about it. Lennon looked at him in surprise and asked again, "Really?" Jamie opened the door slightly and said that he was simply showing respect to the Count, his current teacher. Lennon bowed and said, "Thank you." MC entered the room and clasping his hands behind his head said, "But he will probably be kicked out for such disrespect." Sometime later, in the Count's research lab, his father asked, "What's going on all of a sudden?" Lennon answered, "Well, about that. He wants to become Professor Jamie's apprentice." His father frowned and asked, "What?" Lennon was holding a cup in his hands, which was shaking violently. He replied, he had already talked to him about it. He thought, he hoped he wasn't too rude. His father looked at him carefully and thought, the arrogant boy had diminished his pride to study. He had grown a lot. He said, okay, he allows it. Lennon looked at him enthusiastically, and his father said not to disgrace the Simon family. After some time, in an alley in the magical world, a man in a robe spoke. The doctor really was looking for Apophis X. Such a shame. Silver was kneeling before him and begging for more. "Please, more." The man spoke, veins bursting all over his body. Silver asked for just one bottle. "Please." Ashtor said, "Just think, he can't use his heart anymore, but he still wants to drink?" Silver held out his hand and asked to give it to him. "Give it here." Ashtor said, "He tried hard giving it to the students, but now it will be of no use." "Moron." He swung his foot and stepped on Silver's head. Ashtor screamed loudly, "And he still calls himself a professor? The magical world is too corrupt. He killed Silver." And the man behind him asked, "Was it really necessary to kill him like this?" Ashtor smirked and said, "He knows what he likes. Maybe he likes him since he is his colleague." The man interrupted him and said, "That's enough." Ashtor turned around and said, "Okay, fine." He went. "If he needs to kill anyone else, let him call. He leaves the rest to him." The man said, "He's an unworthy idiot." He reached out toward the body and covered it with mana. After a while, MC entered the teacher's room and asked, "Good morning." Sophia looked at him and asked, "Professor Jamie, has he seen Professor Silver?" MC replied, "No." "Did something happen?" Sophia replied, "He didn't show up today without warning." Jamie asked in surprise, "So suddenly?" He thought, he didn't think he was an irresponsible person. Javelin put his hands on MC's shoulders and said, "He'll go visit him." "Professor Sophia, let her watch the Alpha class today." She replied, "Yes, let him rely on her." He approached her and asked her not to worry. Sophia smiled and replied, "Everything's fine since Professor Javelin himself will go see him." MC thought, "I'm sure it's nothing." He walked to the other side of the staff room, when suddenly there was a shout. "Professor Jamie!" Anna asked if it was true that he took him as an apprentice. Lennon answered that he had already received his permission. MC sat down at the table and said that he thought they were both mistaken. Anna and Lennon asked again at the same time, "What?" Jamie answered that neither of them was his apprentice yet. They asked what that meant. MC said that they would go through the text when they were done with their classes, let them come, and let them get ready. If they didn't pass, that was the end. Anna said that she would do her best. Lennon announced that he would give it his all. MC said, yeah, let them go already. He took the sheets of paper in his hands and thought, now to class. At that moment, Kenyak came up to him from behind and said, "Professor Jamie." MC screamed in fear. "Oh my god, why do this? What's wrong?" He appears behind him so suddenly. Kenyak asked if he wants to take Anna as an apprentice. Jamie wondered what was wrong with him. More importantly, he didn't feel any presence from him. He asked, "Yes, so what?" Kenyak ducked and asked, "Please don't do this. He doesn't want to see such a great talent sink into the abyss." MC asked again, "What did he just say?" Kenyak started to leave and asked to remember his words. Jamie thought with displeasure, what was that? After a while, Sophia said, "Safe journey home, thank them for today. See you tomorrow." Anna looked at Finn and said, "He doesn't look well." Finn replied, "It's fine, he'll just have a drink." Anna said, "She thinks it's better not to. This is already the 4th time." Finn hit her and screamed, "It's none of her business." Lennon came up to them and asked, "What's wrong with him?" Anna replied, "Lennon, about that." He turned away and said, "I don't care. He has to go." Anna asked him to wait. Wait, they need to go together. She ran after him and screamed. He told him to go together. Why is he leaving like that? Lennon said, "Seriously, wait. Do we have to?" They'd become rivals. He went out the window and said, "Flight." He took off and Anna asked in surprise, what's wrong with him? He thinks she'll lose because of this. She covered herself in mana and said, "Acceleration." She flew out the window after him. And at that moment, Finn put the bottle on the table and said, "It's refreshing." As expected, drinking Apophis X immediately makes him feel better. He needs to gradually make his way to Ivan. He can't miss such a rare chance. After a while, he was walking through the forest behind Ivan, who was saying, Finn, let him know he's lucky. He knows, right, that he let him go? Finn smiled and said, of course. Thank you, Ivan. He thought he was being so smug. But he needs to restrain himself because he can get into the middle ranks using Apophis X. Ivan winked at the guard and said, this is a VIP pass. The man replied, please, let him in. Finn thought, so this is the place. At the entrance, they were met by Ashtor, who said, welcome, young guests. He is the manager of Trinity Laboratories, Ashtor. After a while, a loud scream was heard in Jamie's private room. Wasn't he being too rude? Anna screamed. She had asked to go together so many times. How could he go alone? Lennon turned away and said, he has no intention of messing with her. As he said they are rivals, suddenly books fell on their heads, which raised questions. MC said discontentedly, he is not asking them to be friends, but let them at least not fight in front of their professor. Anna and Lennon answered, okay. After a while, Lennon asked, mana breathing? He answered he had never heard of such a thing. MC answered, it is a breathing technique created by Marcus Lindmel. He said to learn it in today. It's simple, right? Anna asked fearfully, in today? Lennon asked, the breathing technique of a great wizard in a day. Is he kidding? Jamie said discontentedly, if they are his students, then they will have time. And if they are not sure, then they can go. Anna screamed, she can do it. She will manage at any cost. Lennon raised his hand and said, he will try too. MC happily said, that's the spirit. He waved his staff, and Anna grabbed the book with her hands, and it fell on Lennon's head. They moved into a white space and then asked, what is this place? MC replied, it is a small space created by him. 24 hours inside equals 12 hours outside. Gremia, capable of creating any shape, and beyond Avalon, capable of controlling space and time. To think that they can be connected like this. MC folded his hands behind his head and said, that is quite convenient. A guy incredibly talented in magic, but who lacks knowledge, and a girl born with the talent of a scientist, but without the talent for magic. To think that they can be connected like this. Jamie said, the test begins. At that moment, people were walking down the corridor of the Trinity lab. Ivan said, it's a pity that Professor Silver couldn't come. Ashtor turned around and said, really, please let him say hello from him, Ivan. The girls asked, did he come here often? Ivan answered, Professor Silver trusted him. Finn walked behind the others and thought he felt uneasy again. Ivan asked, Finn, what is he doing there? Hurry up, they'll finally be able to put down those idiots who underestimate them. Finn walked closer to him and said, Ashtor smirked, turned around slightly and said, exactly. With Apophis, they'll become better wizards. They entered the lab, which everyone admired. Ashtor said that he would show them all a new product today, Apophis EX. Ivan said, it's incredible. Ashtor said, the mana absorption and focus effect are twice as good as Apophis EX. Ivan asked again, twice as good? Ashtor said, but it's still in development. There are some minor side effects. Finn raised his hand and asked if Apophis X had those too. Ashtor came up close to him and asked, what? Did something happen to him while using it? Finn answered fearfully, yes, I feel a little dizzy and lethargic. Ashtor replied, it's the same as muscle pain. When he drinks Apophis X, he absorbs mana and his core increases. It takes a lot of energy to maintain a large core. He might get tired sometimes now, but once his body gets used to it, everything will return to normal. Finn thought, he knew Anna was just worried. Ashtor asked, and since they were here, maybe he should give them something? Apophis EXS. It's a supplement containing a new medicine. It will help in restoring their condition. Finn looked at the test tube with delight, and after a while, Ashtor saw them off and wished them a safe journey. Finn replied, thank you. Ashtor closed the door and said mockingly, terrible children. It's so funny to watch them suck up to get what they want. Suddenly, his smoking pipe was taken away, and the man ordered him not to smoke in the lab. Ashtor smirked and asked, is he looking for a fight? The man said, he has a lot of complaints for someone who doesn't work and earns money. Ashtor pulled her close and told her not to be silly, Mary. Ashtor said he came all this way for the smell of blood, not money. He pushed her and said, oh my god, enough of these childish games. It would be more fun if it were something more amusing. Mary thought, he's capable, but he does whatever he wants. When he comes, she'll need to report to the professor. 8 hours later, Anna was reading a book. You need to break the mana into small fragments and absorb it through the skin. At the same time, you need to fix the core in several places and increase the amount of maximum absorbed mana. She thought, she got it. If you break the mana into small fragments, she can feel the mana accumulating in her. That's what mana breathing is. Lennon, at that moment, shouted in irritation. What does he want him to do with it? MC told the red-billed crow to eat more, and Lennon asked, what? He thought, what does that mean? Is he making things difficult for him on purpose? He raised his head and asked, did Anna really understand everything? He knows that she is better at such things, but the proud blood of the Simon family flows through him. Inferiority, envy, and jealousy. None of that matters. If they help him grow, he will use them as fuel. He will do everything his way. MC sat in a chair and watched Anna and Lennon's actions. He spoke. Just think. Lennon started with the physical method. He found his approach. However, as expected, the smart Anna is in the lead. However, her core is weak, so it won't withstand the amount of mana absorbed. But the whole point is whether she can overcome the pain and anchor the core in several places. And otherwise, Lennon has a hard time understanding the breathing technique. But he is talented. So by learning it, he will incredibly increase the amount of mana. He offered them a helping hand to help them find their personal techniques, but this is where his help ends. The rest is up to them. 12 hours later, Anna thought she had absorbed so much mana that she felt like her heart was about to explode. And she still needed to strengthen the core. Can her body withstand more? She wanted to give up, but suddenly different thoughts began to come to her mind. The Mayer family? The family members. They are mages, but their head is only a 4th class. This is a useless family. Anna pursed her lip and thought, this is the only way to strengthen the family's position. MC smiled and spoke. Anna looks exhausted. However, she needs to surpass the limits of her core to open the way to becoming a great mage. And Lennon began to steal mana. He needs to try harder. Time passed, and Anna and Lennon continued to try. 24 hours passed, and MC said, time's up. They appeared in front of him and fell on the sofa, and Lennon asked, what? Jamie said, 24 hours have passed. The test is over. MC said, Anna Mayer, Lennon Simon. They both failed. Anna, with tears in her eyes, asked for forgiveness. She promised to do her best. Lennon said if he gives them some time. MC asked discontentedly, what will change? Lennon answered, well, Jamie thought, okay, stop mocking him. He said, however, they passed the test. Anna and Lennon cried out in surprise. What? MC answered, it was a test to see their determination. Now they are his students. Anna threw herself on Lennon's neck and screamed, Lennon, they passed. Lennon asked sheepishly, well, congratulations. He told her to let go now. Anna asked, what? Why? Jamie thought, let them enjoy it while they can, because the hellish and tearing training will begin soon. At that moment, a voice asked how the test subjects felt. Mary answered, although she was able to spread Apophis EXS, they won't last long because of the side effects. The voice suggested trying to use better test subjects next time. The voice said Mary. She said fearfully, yes, Professor. The voice asked, what about the side effects of Apophis EX? She spoke about it. Kenyak entered the office and said, they are investigating this issue with the doctor, but there is no progress. A voice came from the ball, I understand. Something will arrive soon. Please have them pass it on to the doctor. They sent it. He's expecting good news. Mary frowned and said, she needs to bring Anna as soon as possible. Kenyak said, she understands everything quickly, so she won't be able to get to her easily. Mary asked fearfully, let him not just say that he thinks she will fail because of personal feelings? Kenyak said, Mary put her hand on his shoulder and interrupted him. She said she was stupid. He can't think that, right? Let him not put it off any longer. Kenyak remained silent, and then opened his folder with documents and said, Anna Mayer. After a while, Anna woke up and said this. She remembered MC's words that it was already late. They needed to sleep here and go to school. She thought, what time is it now? She reached for the alarm clock and asked what time it was. She looked at her watch and screamed in fear. She's late. Lennon smirked and said, she finally woke up, the demon queen of snoring. These words went straight to Anna's heart and she asked again, what? Snoring? Her? Lennon answered, yes, yesterday, she all night. At that moment, a book fell on his head and MC asked, who gave him permission to lie? Lennon asked discontentedly, is he lying? He's serious. MC said stop arguing and let them take it. He snapped his fingers and created a pendant for each of them. Anna asked, is this? Jamie answered, it's a sign that they, his students. He ordered them not to lose it. Anna and Lennon happily thanked him. MC said, he'll just let it be known that they have the same design. They can call them a couple sign. Lennon yelled, who said he was dating this kid? Anna yelled in irritation, who's the kid here? She doesn't like it either. Lennon spoke up, he's going first. Anna said, he's leaving alone again. MC smiled and said, that should be great. After a while, Anna said she could do it. Finn put his hand on her back and asked, was she a little late today? Anna stood up and spoke up about that. The girl interrupted her and screamed, wow, Anna! What's with that necklace? Anna asked, is this? Professor Jamie gave it to her. He said it was a sign showing that she was his student. Everyone around started asking again, Professor Jamie? Professor Jamie? Anna, is she his student? Yeah, right. The girl grabbed her by the pendant and asked to let her see. The other students also picked up on it and started shouting, and her too. He wants it too. Anna held out her hand and asked the guys to wait. Her neck. Lennon covered the pendant with his hand and thought, he shouldn't show this. Everyone was talking to become Professor Jamie's student. All because she's smart. Finn watched it silently. The teacher entered the room and asked, what's wrong? Please, let them be quiet. The students replied, okay. The teacher said, Professor Silver won't be coming today, so it's self-study time. Anna wondered if Professor Silver was sick. She looked at Finn and asked, is he feeling better? Finn frowned and answered, yes. They said it was because the core was growing because of Apophis X. Anna asked again, the core is growing? There's no supplement in the world that can do that. She thinks he better stop. Finn angrily ordered her to shut up. It was so loud that everyone turned around. Finn screamed, he's been at rock bottom for 6 years, and finally, he's gotten better, so why is she trying to disturb him? Anna asked to wait, but that's not what she meant. Finn replied, everything's fine. He doesn't want to listen anymore. All the students started asking, what's wrong with him? Anna looked after him and said, Finn. After a while, Finn was standing near the window and said irritably, nightmare. Anna, he was sure, was jealous that his skills had improved, despite the fact that she was Professor Jamie's student. At that moment, Sophia saw him and asked, Finn, what was wrong? He turned around and asked, Professor Sophia? She walked up to him and touching his face, said, he doesn't look so good. She thought the EXS effect had already worn off. Finn answered, he had a fight with a friend. Anna said that his supplement was strange. Sophia asked, puzzled, Anna Mayer? Finn answered, yes. Sophia asked, is the supplement Apophis X? Finn asked, does she know about it too? Sophia answered, of course. She knew perfectly well. She'd been studying the potential of Apophis X in the Trinity lab. Why doesn't he bring his friend to listen to her lecture? Finn answered. Okay, Sophia smiled and said, great, then let him have a drink and try his best in class today. She thought, these test subjects will soon be destroyed. If a student dies, the director will launch a personal investigation. Finn took it and happily said, see you tomorrow. Sophia thought, before that happens, she needs to hurry and successfully complete the test. For the sake of a world where the untalented are not looked down upon. After a while, the man said, soon a wonderful cure will be ready that will change this world. Sometime later at Phoenix Academy, Anna, sitting at her desk, nervously thought about how she hadn't been able to talk to Finn. How could she get it all back? Suddenly, the boy himself approached her and apologized with a smile for yesterday. She sheepishly exclaimed that everything was fine. Anna, in complete shock, thought that it seemed like he was feeling better today. Finn told her that Professor Sophia had invited him to a special lesson. Would she like to go with him? The girl replied that she already had a lesson with Professor Jamie, although, if it was short, she could go. They shook hands, and she wondered if she declined, he would be upset again. If she finished quickly, nothing bad would happen. Finn thanked her with a smile and added that he was sure she would like it. Sometime later in the Trinity lab, Kenyon called out to Mary and asked if she really had brought Anna. She agreed with a serious expression, adding that she was the test subject he should have brought him long ago. Apophis was now of the finest composition. They had sent the purest materials, so the doctor had managed to eliminate most of the side effects. It was such an honor to witness their success in person. Kenyon replied that Professor Jamie had accepted Anna as his student. She knew perfectly well what it meant to turn him into their enemy, so they should leave her. He can talk to the doctor. Mary, with a menacing expression, said it was too late to stop. The side effects would appear within a week. Everything would be fine if they found a solution, wouldn't it? He nervously wondered if she had gone crazy. These are greedy people who rely on this substance to achieve results. In the end, they only became addicted and self-destructive. Kenyon remembered how he had taught Anna and nervously muttered that it infuriated him. At that moment, Mary watched him and thought his actions were strange. She called Ashtar and said she might need him. The guy himself, with a grin, noted that, in the end, she did need him. Sometime later, the protagonist entered Siegfried's office and asked if he'd called him. He wondered if he was getting down to business too quickly. He was upset, after all, they were so close. The protagonist nervously replied that he needed to go see his students. Please, let him hurry. Siegfried happily asked if he had any students. He agreed and said they were Anna and Lennon. The guy with a smile noted that although he had helped with this, to think he'd actually taken on students. He's arrogant and self-assured and acts like an old man. He's also quite hot-tempered. To be honest, he called him on one request. Professor Javelin is in charge of the Academy's affairs, so he doesn't know everything about the current situation, but it looks like they'll have to intervene personally. Before Professor Silver went missing, he was said to have met with the beta class dropouts. Siegfried pulled out a flask and said those kids were hopeless students who would have been expelled from the academy, but after drinking it, their grades skyrocketed, and today, they were all absent from class. The protagonist, looking at the flask horrified, wondered if this was what Anna's friend had been drinking. Siegfried added that he would attract attention if he personally investigated, so he wanted him to do so. Suddenly, the protagonist's necklace began to glow, and he began to think he had a bad feeling about this. MC suddenly exclaimed that he had to go. He then used the teleporter and wondered if the necklace would alert him if Anna and Lennon were in danger, and if he was in danger, it would alert them. He hoped nothing bad would happen. A little earlier, in the small lecture hall of Trinity Lab, Mary solemnly declared that over the past 3 years they had invested a lot of effort into changing the magical world. Opportunity for the untalented, and hope for the resigned. Anna, listening to this, thought she was awesome. At that moment, Finn became very ill and almost died. Mary continued that, as they both knew, a wizard's limits are determined from birth. Those born with talent succeed, while others have no chance. Simply because of their lack of talent, they are ignored their entire lives. That's the bitter truth. Let them look at the statistics of the magical world over the past 30 years. Suddenly, Anna noticed that her friend was ill and sharply cried out, notifying him of this. Mary, smiling, began to explain that they had decided to create a cure for this world and called it Apophis. The cure is the solution to all the problems of people born without talent. Their core will grow and they will become great magicians. Anna, holding Finn's body, exclaimed that this was madness and too dangerous. Mary wondered if they removed the danger. She nervously considered that it was impossible. To get something, you first have to pay. However, there are some things that humans cannot handle. Then how did they do it? What if someone else could pay for them? If this creature is not human, it should be able to cope with the danger. Anna, in wild shock, asked if he was connected to a god. Mary furiously grabbed her face and replied that she was wrong, but it was a good assumption. She knew she was smart, and the thought of being ignored because of her lack of talent upset her so much. However, now everything will be solved. Let her drink this. Apophis will be her salvation. Suddenly, Kinyak appeared, trying to stop her with his magic. He told her to let Anna go. Mary exclaimed furiously that this was his way of interfering. She tried to counterattack, but Kinyak weakened her attack and completely destroyed it, then told her she couldn't win and to stop. Suddenly, Anna cried out in fear that there was danger behind him. At that moment, Ashtar appeared and struck his back with a lightning-fast sword. Afterward, he said he thought his head would fall off. Mary, seeing him, shouted, "Let him come here." Ashtor, with a sly grin, said to amuse him so as not to invalidate his anticipation. At that moment, Finn woke up and asked why he was lying on the floor. The man noticed him and remarked that it was the same annoying kid. Perfect timing. They were ending this. Suddenly, Kenyak, with the last of his strength, grabbed his leg with a magic line and said that he was his opponent. He better not turn away from him. Ashtor delivered a powerful blow to the face and asked, seriously, since his last wish was to die first, there was no way he could refuse him. Anna, seeing this, began screaming hysterically. Mary furiously slammed her head against the table and shouted that she wasn't finished yet. If she drank this, she would gain a talent. Let her rejoice, now no one would look down on her. At that moment, the protagonist appeared, asking how they dared mess with his student. Were they ready to take responsibility for what they had done? Mary, noticing him, exclaimed in horror, "How did he get here?" He replied that she didn't need to know. Let her get lost. MC delivered a powerful magic blow, sending the woman flying into the wall. After that, he sent Anna and Finn to Grimoire. Ashtor, seeing this, smirked and said that he was disappointed in Mary because she was caught off guard by this child. He began to deliver a series of blows, but the protagonist deftly dodged all the attacks. Ashtor smiled and noted that the child was doing a good job of dodging. The protagonist asked menacingly, who was he calling a child? He summoned Rise and motioned for him to take care of him. A moment later, a gate opened and his slave ran out, saying that his wish was his command. Ashtor asked with a smile, who listens to his orders? He could see how strong he was. Rise delivered a powerful blow and exclaimed, how dare he insult his master? Red Eyes, he'd heard of this before. He's a bloodthirsty barbarian from the southern continent of the warlike race of Alicia, right? Does he want blood just like the undead? Ashtor said furiously, his muttering infuriating him. He lunged at him with lightning speed and shouted, let him die. At that moment, Mary, having recovered from the blow, furiously attacked the protagonist and shouted that she would kill him. He asked with a malicious smile, with such abilities? In an instant, the girl froze and wondered in horror. What's going on? She can't move. MC said, let her be good, okay? Just let her stand like this. He put her on her knees and, touching her forehead with his fingers, said she would be his slave when she woke up. Rise wasn't to touch her head. The slave, having won the fight, asked if he shouldn't kill him. The protagonist agreed, adding that he thought he could be useful. Rise drew back his sword blade slightly and asked if he really thought so. He agreed and wondered why he shouldn't train him. The guy sighed and, grabbing Ashtor, dragged him into the dimension. When the gate closed, the protagonist noted that it looked like another useful slave had appeared. Now it was time to get down to business. Suddenly, Kenyak called out to him and asked what kind of door that was. He worriedly wondered if he'd forgotten about him. MC pointed his magic wand at him and told him to forgive him, but he needed to rest in Grimoire. He sent him to a dimension and erased his memory, then told his humble servant to wake up. At that moment, Mary came to her senses and, with a blank look, asked if he'd called her. The protagonist motioned for her to tell him who she was. She introduced herself and said she was the executive manager of Trinity Labs. He thought he'd known all along that Sophia was just a pseudonym. Mary continued that Trinity wanted to give humanity fair magical enlightenment. She'd been ordered to infiltrate the Phoenix Academy, and, with Apophis's help, they planned to bridge the talent gap. MC wondered, surprised, that if they'd launched a project of such magnitude, at least one high-ranking figure in the magical world was involved. He wondered how they planned to eliminate Apophis's side effects. Perhaps that was their ultimate goal. Suddenly, Mary tensed up and couldn't answer. The protagonist, shocked, wondered if she was being tabooed. Who did they think he was? He began using the absolute immunity perfect cell skill and mused that it was one of Jamie's 3 divine devices. It could reverse all phenomena, including curses. The protagonist suggested it reverse brainwashing and remove taboos. Under the influence of the magic, Mary began screaming furiously and resisting. He continued using the skill and noted that it was using a lot of magic. Well, let her tell him what she wanted to tell him about the side effects. The girl replied that they had contacted demons. The MC, shocked, thought that these were demonic nobles capable of removing the side effects. They were at least masterclass. He asked her to tell him which demons they had contacted. Mary replied that they had contacted the demon king of greed. The protagonist thought he'd never heard of such a thing before. Perhaps after thousands of years, so-called demon kings could emerge. Just don't let them tell him that the genie's church is involved in this again. He ordered her to report on everyone involved. Mary explained that all the suppliers, including the contractors, had died at the hands of Ashtor. Kenyak had been killed by a researcher. The protagonist wondered if Silver, like Kenyak, had gone mad. He asked who the leader was. The girl replied that their leader was the doctor, but due to his focus on developing Apophis, most of the orders came from the professor. MC asked if she knew who that was. Mary showed him a crystal ball and replied that they simply received messages through it, and no one had seen them in person. He wondered if this crystal ball was an artifact that prevented detection and prohibited recording. He was sure that high-ranking figures in the magical world were involved. The protagonist turned and indicated that she should go. She should behave as usual and report when he said so. He wondered if the others would have to listen to him. The protagonist entered his dimension with the others. Anna excitedly exclaimed, "Is he okay?" MC lightly slapped her and asked, who did she think he was? He looked at Finn and thought that, while he didn't look so great, he wouldn't die. With the core destroyed, he'd never be a mage again. The protagonist called out to the others and indicated that they should go into the room and rest. Kenyak noted that there was so much space in this artifact. It seems he has some impressive items. He replied that he'd like to discuss it if they had time, but it seemed they didn't have much. The protagonist restrained him and, with a serious expression, explained what he'd learned from Mary about his involvement in Apophis X research. He asked him to tell them everything he knew about his superiors. Kenyak replied that he didn't know the professor, but he had worked with the doctor. He asked who he was. The man tried to explain, but couldn't. MC wondered if something was wrong. It didn't seem taboo. He placed his hand on his face and said that if he couldn't tell him, he'd just read his memories. Kenyak replied that he couldn't read it. He pierced his forehead and asked, "Is he a homunculus?" The protagonist took out a small chip from it and was surprised to notice that it seemed like the third elder was the leader of this damn program. To think that he would put such a chip in his own creation, and all for nothing. He wondered if the third elder was Serpent Geralt. Well, considering his hatred and anger towards talented people, he wouldn't be surprised that he could arrange such a thing. Kenyak said that he was created incapable of saying anything about him. So how did he know that? Could he really read memories? The protagonist thought that of course he read it, and even erased the part about black magic. He replied that he was able to figure everything out without that. He was a homunculus, and since he and his creator looked alike, it was obvious who made him. Kenyak frustratedly said that even though he wasn't human, it wouldn't change the fact that his actions were wrong. Let him repay him for everything he'd done with death. MC crushed the chip and asked what that would solve. He was free. He no longer had to live as the third elder's pet. He suggested he call it a reward for saving his student. He would decide his fate when he killed the third elder. Kenyak excitedly shouted that he was too powerful for him alone. At that moment, Serpent himself angrily slammed his fist on the table and reflected on the fact that the connection with Ashtar and Mary had been severed, and Kenyak's chip had been broken. He was just a few steps away from ruling the magical world. Who had stopped him? He looked at the syringe and, calming down, said he had nothing to worry about. Everything was ready. With Apophis' help, even an 8th-class monster can't compare to him. He would finally become the ruler of the magical world. Sometime later, in the director's office, the protagonist told the elder everything and added that he needed his help. Would anyone be able to help him in the battle? Siegfried inquired, as if he didn't know who that professor was. If they were hiding their identities like that, he couldn't trust anyone. Perhaps the third elder was the one behind this. MC wondered if he was right. Since he was away from the magical world with him, he could be trusted. But the king's faction, where the third elder resided, couldn't be trusted. Their belief in universal equality is somewhat similar to Apophis's ideas. Although Lin-Mel is trustworthy, demons are excellent at disguising themselves. He can't be trusted completely. The protagonist said he thought they could handle it. Siegfried replied that he would figure out how to deal with the third elder, and that he should rest for now. MC left the office and met Professor Javelin, who called out to him and asked if he was still there. He replied that he needed to speak with the director. The professor smiled and said that if he had any questions about the lessons, he should ask him. By the way, had he by any chance seen Professor Sophia? The protagonist replied that she seemed to have left early. Javelin said he wished him luck on his way home. He was suspicious that this man had always been quite close to the teachers and was involved in various affairs as the vice principal. And he could also communicate with the third elder without any suspicion as the overseer. The protagonist called out to him and asked if he had contacted Professor Silver. Javelin smiled and replied that yes, he had spoken to him today, but it looked like he would have to step down as a teacher. MC, with a wry smile, remarked that it was amazing he had been so close. Was Sophia taking a break, or should he call her Mary? Enough introductions already. Javelin smiled and said that he shouldn't have let his guard down. He thought he knew everything, right? What does he think of his spatial isolation magic? The protagonist said that, judging by his eyes, he must have made a contract with a demon. The guy showed his ring and replied that he had been extremely careful, but he managed to unravel it. He thinks that the expression, "what if," is always used by those who are able to see ahead. The protagonist wondered if that's what the ring was for. Suddenly, a portal opened behind him and the third elder emerged, asking why he always failed at anything. MC used explosion magic in attacking the enemy, remarked that he never would have thought he would crawl out so quickly. Serpent furiously exclaimed that he would force him to obey. The protagonist used the skill White Ocean, and approaching them, replied that he should try if he could. He thought that first he would remove the javelin. The moment he tried to strike, Serpent bound him with magic. MC exclaimed that this was a pathetic trick. He tried to use his skill, but it was no use. The third elder asked mockingly, "He can't use mana, right?" They had prepared for every eventuality. Geniuses like him were always so carefree. That's how they always ended up. At that moment, an enraged Siegfried burst into the battle, furiously shouting how dare he do such a thing in front of him. Javelin and Serpent said they knew he would come. He never changes. In an instant, a powerful spell appeared in the hallway. MC, sitting on the floor, wondered in disbelief. What the hell is this? Meanwhile, sitting in the special space, Kenyak wondered how it had come to this. Perhaps the demons had planned it all from the start? He remarked that it seemed he'd realized it too late. Let Anna forgive him. He'd made a huge mistake. The girl replied with a smile that he'd save them after all, Once he'd realized what was happening, he could live on, atoning for his sins. Couldn't he? Kiniak agreed, adding that he hoped he wouldn't be too late this time. He had to do everything he could. She was a smart child, he'd even say a genius. That's why he was so sorry she wasn't blessed with mana. That's why he'd always worried about her, wondering what would happen if she abandoned magic. Kiniak reflected that, frankly, he'd wanted to be a good teacher. He'd been terribly spiteful because of the influence of the creator's personality, which was why he devoted himself entirely to teaching his students. He wondered why he hadn't been kinder to them. Because he was a snake homunculus? No, that was just an excuse. He could change if he wanted. After all, that's exactly how he felt. He turned around and thanked her for not giving up until the very end. She knew Professor Jamie was an extraordinary mage. He would clearly be at the center of the magical community in the future. She had managed to become the apprentice of such a man. He was sure he could learn from him what she lacked. So let her listen to him carefully. It might be difficult, but let her remember her dream in difficult times and never give up. Anna was touched and replied that she promised him that she would never give up. Kenyak said it would be wonderful if he could see her become an excellent mage. May her path be full of glory. With these words, he disappeared from space. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Siegfried, bound by the seal, exclaimed, "Those bastards are up to their tricks again." The serpent shouted with a grin that it was useless. This was the result of his arrogance. He nervously wondered what it was. It definitely wasn't magic. Javelin laughed and noticed he looked shocked. It was a sealing spell, the one they'd laboriously obtained in the mystical land in the distant east. Even the first two elders would have trouble with it. Siegfried asked what he hoped for after this. The third elder replied that he'd be safe. The seventh elder looked at the protagonist and asked why he was lying like that. It didn't look like a seal. He replied with a smile that the white orb was dissipating his mana. The serpent indicated that they should stop chatting. Let the director rest for a while. He began to completely seal him, and Siegfried, with a serious expression, said he'd kill him when he got out. After that, he disappeared. Javelin smiled and noted that he felt much calmer now that the most terrifying one was gone. The protagonist replied that it was just a matter of time before the seventh elder escaped. What were they planning then? Serpent said he shouldn't be bothering with them right now. He smirked mischievously, calling him a disgusting old man. Was Apophis really the best solution for breaching the seventh-tier wall? The third elder angrily responded that it looked like he wanted to lose his tongue. Javelin said they'd stop and think about how to handle this situation. The remaining sealing spells should be used when the other elders intervened. He felt a little uneasy holding him like this, fearing the consequences if they killed him. If the Welton Duke's family and Belle interfered, they'd have problems down the road. Maybe they should erase his memories? MC wondered what they were even planning to do. Someone who had made a contract with a demon wouldn't care about some pathetic belief in fair, equal abilities. He wondered if the third elder's goal was likely to exceed his limit. After all, anyone who made a contract with a demon only wanted one thing: high-quality victims. The cores were growing thanks to Apophis, and those with a unified magical nature would make excellent victims. The protagonist asked if he was thinking about overthrowing the Demon King. Javelin smirked, placing a hand on his face and replying that, as expected, he was smart. Well, he'd been observing everything for a long time and had only recently entered the magical community. Thanks to the Genius Church, his job had become quite comfortable. Now, let him get some sleep. The moment the boy touched him, MC asked with a mischievous grin if he was sure he'd used spatial isolation magic. He used the skill Leviathan, and in an instant, a worm emerged and chopped off half of Javelin's body. The protagonist smiled, noting that he'd been too close. The serpent exclaimed in fear. "So he's a dark mage?" He stood up and asked. "They had no idea, right? He will kill him as soon as he tells everything." The man laughed and added, "So that's what it was. He's not a genius, just someone who gained abilities by selling his soul to the devil. That's all he could do." The protagonist replied, "Shut up already." He used the skill Spirit of the Dead. It was dark magic that destroys and engulfs the body. The MC smiled and remarked that he'd show him the demonic sword. Suddenly, the serpent began attacking, shouting that he would destroy him. He blocked the blow with a smile and asked that he couldn't even touch his clothes. What were you talking about? Was he seriously a sixth-tier mage? The third elder, in shock, asked how he'd block the attack. What kind of tricks was he using? Let him die by his hands. The protagonist pondered that reflection, reduction, redirection, and synthesis were all high-ranking magic. He began to reflect attacks and asked, does he want to practice complex magic? He couldn't even tell dust from particles. Serpent furiously used the powerful skill Oxidizing Light and shouted at him to stop talking nonsense. The protagonist responded with the skill 100 Cs and asked, does he want to kill him with such skills? 10 formations of the Welton style. The 8th formation, Consequence. He approached the enemy with lightning speed and struck with his sword. The third elder merely chuckled and replied that he was just talking. MC, smiling, asked, doesn't he know what a delayed explosion is? Due to the combination of two skills, Consequence and Spirit of the Dead, his wound began to bleed profusely. The protagonist used the skill Leviathan and declared that this was the end. Serpent fearfully thought that it couldn't end like this. At the last moment, he used Apophis, transformed greatly, and, having destroyed the parasite of the Leviathan's skill, said that this is real power. The protagonist wondered in surprise. Had he become stronger? He wondered if it was Apophis. An unfinished cure would be perfect for such a talentless idiot. Serpent replied that he would beat him to death. He mused that even though he hadn't reached rank 7, he had definitely passed rank 6. MC said that he should have said that. Let his soldiers come out. In an instant, a huge gate appeared behind him, from which hordes of undead began pouring out. A little earlier in the corridor of Phoenix Academy, javelined Professor Hezun and said that he should forgive him, but in any case, to think that Jamie is a dark mage. This is excellent information. Now, maybe he should surpass him? Suddenly, someone's weapon pierced his body. It was Keniak, who angrily pointed out that he was the one supplying the demonic blood. Did he really think he wouldn't sense this demonic energy? Javelin replied that they all wanted to die. He furiously exclaimed that he was the only one who would die here. At this point, Hazard began commanding the army and said, "Let the second squad split into right and left flanks. If they have problems, let the first squad close them. And the third squad is to continue firing. Now let the first squad attack." After these words, a group of skeletons began to attack. Serpent, fighting them off, joyfully exclaimed that this was his new power. Come on, he would deal with them all. Azard shouted, "Let the second squad close the gaps." Watching the battle, he thought about how he hadn't been paying them much attention, and yet they had trained so well. Suddenly, the protagonist approached him. The guy immediately dropped to one knee and asked, "What's going on?" Confused, he asked, "What is he doing?" Azard explained that Nebro had told him that humans do this. MC asked, "Did the Lich say that? He should be brainless." He replied that it seemed so. The protagonist thought this was strange. He was sure he'd removed the Lich's intelligence when he created it. But don't tell him what he learned inside. The serpent, fighting the skeletons, shouted that he would finish them off. The protagonist, watching this, wondered if this magic split things into particles and destroys them. Reviving the undead was very bad. At this rate, he would lose all his powers. He motioned for Azard to return. Confused, he asked, didn't he like it? A moment later, all the skeletons instantly vanished. The third elder shouted with a smile, "Did he really overdo it and waste all his mana? What a worthless wimp." The protagonist replied, with a serious expression, that his destruction magic was terrifying. He used the darkness skill and told him to be proud. He would show him the true power of destruction. The serpent exclaimed that he would reduce him to dust. MC used the Scud skill and Welton-style 7th formation, lightning strike, darkness. After that, he moved lightning fast toward the enemy and aimed his sword. The third elder shouted that he would not lose again. The protagonist activated the Light of Destruction ability and poured all his attack into him. The serpent, trying to hold back the attack, declared that this was the end. Meanwhile, in Jamie's estate, Lennon felt his necklace begin to glow. Confused, he asked, "What is it? They supposedly had a class today?" And Anna didn't either. Have they forgotten about him? The necklace the professor gave him. He thought he had an unpleasant feeling. Don't tell him the professor is in danger. Sensing this, the boy rushed towards the battle with lightning speed. Meanwhile, the protagonist, continuing his attack, wondered if he was using his life energy. He said with a smile that he would step over all insignificant bastards like himself. MC considered using the space-slicing sword and Leviathan. Let gluttony consume all destruction. Serpent exclaimed that it was useless. He would die here, but he would survive, even if he had to sell his soul to the Demon King. The protagonist used his second release power, the Darkness skill. Suddenly, memories from the past flashed through his mind. He wondered in confusion, was this an illusion? Somehow this felt familiar. Wait, why was the God Killer in his hand? The protagonist from the past, standing before the monster, furiously shouted, "Why do gods continue to persecute humans? To punish those who disobeyed, they dared to create such vile creatures. He would never forgive them." MC wondered if this was a fragment of his forgotten memories. Indeed, his power of darkness had the ability to destroy everything. However, there was more to it than that. It also had a gravitational force that pulled everything around it. This was the source of Leviathan's power. The protagonist from the past furiously shouted, "Let them remember his power and fear his darkness." The second authority release complete darkness skill was now in use. The serpent exclaimed in confusion, how could his sword restrain his magic? The protagonist wondered if he would understand if he told him. He saw no point in it at all. Thanks to him, he had managed to break through the barrier. Now, let it disappear. He swung his sword, and the third elder died instantly. Sometime later, Keniak, in a special space, noted with surprise that while the third elder was creating a strengthening potion, he had created a space to become stronger. Should all creators and creations be the same? Javelin chuckled and replied that this was very human. Who would have thought he was a homunculus? His powers had already reached the level of a demon knight. Not even a 5th-rank mage could save him, so he should give up. After these words, he launched a powerful attack and severed the man's arm. Keniak thought the difference was too great. At this rate, he would lose. Javelin said that now was the time to make amends. He thought about a voice coming from the shadows, something like ceiling, and there was someone there who knew him. In that case, it was most likely Siegfried. Keniak slammed his fist into the ground and began to use his ability. Javelin furiously attacked him and shouted that it was impossible. He thought he was a puppet, created by the serpent. Even if he had created him, he had learned from others as well. Growth and freedom. Keniak screamed furiously. Did he really think he'd entrust the children's future to him? As the attack drew closer, he lowered his shield and allowed Javelin to strike. Afterward, he realized he hadn't even considered dodging. Keniak, with the last of his strength, used the Cube Destroyer skill, and space instantly shattered into pieces. Siegfried came to them, saying he'd done an excellent job. Now please let him rest. He owed him a favor. Javelin fearfully wondered if this was the true form of a battle mage fighter of the battlefield. The seventh elder called out to him and asked, "Didn't he tell you? As soon as he got out, he'd finish him off." The boy ran in fear, thinking he had no chance, so he needed to run quickly. Siegfried quickly overtook him, and striking him in the stomach, asked where he was going. As he flew from the blow, Javelin realized he had a moment. He needed to open a portal to the demon world. He tried to do so, but Siegfried instantly pinned him to the ground and told him he wouldn't die. He had to writhe in agony for as long as possible until he died. And that was just the beginning. The elder placed him in a conjured cube and crushed it. Meanwhile, the protagonist, holding the sword, told it to absorb the enemy's power and use it as his own. He thought that this was his new prospect, a true demonic sword. Besides, while he was leveling up, his senses had become greatly heightened. That bastard Javelin had survived after all. He couldn't believe it was all a lie. He would show him torment worse than death. Suddenly, the protagonist felt the necklace's connection and instantly teleported to Lichter. The Count remarked that it was good he'd found him. Wait, he'd broken through the Class 7 barrier? He replied that it had just happened. Now wasn't the time for talking. There were demons around here somewhere. Suddenly, they both sensed demonic energy and headed in that direction. At this point, Siegfried was already fighting a huge monster. He shouted that he'd transformed into his final form. MC called out to him and asked if this was the Javelin's true form. The elder replied that he'd wanted it to shrink, but it had only gotten bigger. Lichter wondered what he was talking about. Siegfried, surprised, asked, "What about the eighth elder?" He replied that if he continued fighting here, there was a chance he'd hit the students. They needed to move somewhere. The protagonist used the teleport skill and instantly transported them elsewhere. Lichter, shocked, noted that he'd used 7th grade magic without a seal. Siegfried added that it was hard to believe, even seeing it with his own eyes. He replied that there was no time to be surprised. The protagonist used the skill, Ifrit's Hand, the highest level of fire-based spiritual magic, and created a powerful fire tornado. Lichter, with a serious expression, said that he continued to amaze, but fire was his domain. He used the skill Flame Emperor, the Simon family's magic perspective. This power controls fire, which is why it's called the Red Lotus. MC, shocked, thought he was controlling his flames. So this is the perspective of the 8th Elder's magic. Lichter, controlling the fire, said with a serious expression, "Let him burn alive." He sent a powerful pink blast of fire at the enemy, creating a powerful whirlwind. The Count, with a serious expression, said, "Please let the 7th Elder block the consequences." Siegfried cast a barrier with a smile and replied that he knew he would ask for it. The protagonist, watching the scene, was surprised to find it was a red lotus. It looked beautiful and possessed destructive power. Siegfried remarked that nothing had changed. It was truly terrifying power. Lichter replied that he didn't want to hear it from him. The 7th Elder called out to the protagonist and asked if he had crossed the threshold of Class 7 in such a short period of time. He replied with a smile that it had happened. Siegfried joyfully exclaimed that if the other elders found out, they would be shocked to death. Lichter replied that he shouldn't laugh so flippantly. He needed to know his place. He asked, "Who cares? He was a slave after all." The Count turned around and said they should go back. The protagonist, perplexed, asked, "They don't need to confirm that he's dead, do they?" Lichter asked, did he really doubt his magic? If he's not a Marquise, it will be difficult to survive this. Serpent, in the fiery pit, thought that there was still a little time left. He had been given the power of the Demon King, but was this the end? Suddenly he rose and said he had done well. If he was going to die, then let him give him his body and disappear from here. He would kill them all for him. In an instant, Serpent unexpectedly attacked the protagonist. A little earlier, in the wasteland behind the academy, Marcus approached a crowd of people and asked what had happened. Ofen replied that he didn't know himself. One of them called him over and noticed a black, charred corpse lying nearby. He used the restoration skill and said it was Keniak. He was a professor at Phoenix Academy and also a disciple of the 3rd Elder. Adelhart wondered if that damned old snake had really given his body as a sacrifice to the demons. Luca nervously replied that she was rushing things too quickly. Suddenly, a powerful beam of demonic energy appeared. The boy, frightened, declared it was Earl-rank demonic energy. Ofen indicated that he and Marcus would go first, and they were to increase the magical world's defenses as much as possible. He leaves it to them. They might need to use a spatial limiter. Varios, the Earl of the Demon World in his new form, asked, how did they react so quickly, but why were they silent? Even if they sat there, it didn't mean he couldn't attack. MC thought about how he was under the command of the Demon King of Greed. He was the Earl of the Demon World with half-dragon blood. He felt like he was a dragon. The elders froze at his presence. Rivetta was nothing compared to him. Varios said that if they didn't approach, he would have to. He began attacking and striking with lightning speed. The protagonist managed to react at the last moment and thought that even though he used Almighty to absorb physical damage, he was still so strong. The Earl of the Demon World continued to attack and remarked that he seemed to be better than the other two. The moment the protagonist blocked his attack, Varios asked with a sly smile. Did he block it? Not bad. Then let him try blocking this. He delivered a powerful blow with demonic energy, sending MC flying. He thought that even if he blocked physical damage, his demonic energy was a problem. Was using dark mana really the only solution? The protagonist stood up and said, please let them keep what they saw a secret. Siegfried, perplexed, asked what he would do. Varios shouted with a smile, how much longer will he keep this ranting? Let him show him some more. He covered his body in dark magic and replied, stop demanding. Now he'll play with it. The elders in wild shock exclaimed, it's dark mana. MC rushed into battle and used the skills Convergence and Almighty. Varios prepared an attack in response and shouted, let him try to block this too. There was a blinding flash, but the protagonist still absorbed the enemy's attack completely. The demon wondered in disbelief. How had he managed to absorb his power? He shouted with a smile. Let him try to absorb this then. He would give him so much energy that he wouldn't be able to handle it. MC replied with a smile that he'd been waiting for the decision. He'd never been beaten by weaklings, had he? He used the Dark Recovery skill and completely blocked the attack. Varios recoiled from the blow and wondered if that was a normal absorption. He asked with a sly smile, would this really be fun? However, he'd only fall for it once. Now he'd kill him with one blow. Suddenly, the elders encased his hands in small cubes and said they'd hear the details later. He'd have to explain himself for this dark magic. They combined their powers and used the Golden Flash skill, causing the demon's arms to explode. MC armed himself with a sword and replied that he would tell them everything when this was over. He used the skill, Space Cutting Sword, Almighty version, converged demonic dragon energy, and delivered a powerful blow, sending the demon flying. Varios screamed in pain and wondered how dare these puny humans do such a thing. The protagonist descended to the ground and asked if they could seal off this space so no power could escape. Siegfried exclaimed in disbelief. He plans to continue fighting him? They need to meet with the other elders. Lighter said he understood that his dark mana was different from other dark mages. However, they alone would not be enough to destroy this demon. The protagonist replied that even if all the elders of the magical world gathered, they would not win. Until all the swordmasters gather, the magical world will fall. Lighter inquired, so he has a way? Well, it can't be helped. He will do as he is told. Siegfried also said he understood. They began casting their abilities, creating a huge confined space. Varios, sitting on the ground, noted what he would get from the Demon King upon his return. He didn't know what they were planning, but now this was definitely the end. The demon used the demonic dragon breath skill and launched an incredibly powerful attack at the elders. The protagonist thanked them and began casting his ability. He's a bird singing alone, a traveler standing alone on the black ground. Right before him, the enemy seeking to erase the darkness. Here it was, the false master of destruction. He must not cry. Even if he loses to the world, he must be himself, and then the darkness will never turn away from him. Meanwhile, the elders began to try to contain the demon's attack. MC used the annihilation skill and created an innate territory, Chaotic Ocean. A moment later, dark magic surged across the entire space, completely enveloping the demonic charge. Varios, in shock, wondered if this could really be darkness. How was this possible? Suddenly, the Demon King himself began to appear and ordered him to move. The demon exclaimed in fear that if the 12 gods noticed his awakening, it would be bad. He penetrated their space and ordered it to close. Meanwhile, outside, Marcus said that even the vibrations revealed how terrifying this demonic energy was. There was a demon count there, or perhaps someone stronger. Another man inquired about the two elders. Ophin replied that they seemed to have sealed off the space. Was this the work of the seventh elder? It seemed he had used all his power. This looked more like sealing than isolation. Raymond asked excitedly, please don't tell me he's trying to end everything there. Ophin said that if that's the case, they should be prepared to die, even if they have to use it. He told Luca and Adelhart to prepare it just in case, but he hoped they wouldn't have to use it. Meanwhile, in space, the protagonist wondered what had happened. To think that a demon would invade his natural territory. To counter enemies stronger than himself, Jamie had created the deadly magic of terraforming. This is a space in which dark mana assimilates into itself, allowing its creator to wield powers beyond all limits and become a weapon made flesh. The protagonist wondered if he understood why they would awaken a more powerful demon in such a situation. But how did it get into his natural territory? Even if the 12 gods came, they could destroy it, but not enter it. Suddenly, the Demon King approached him and said he didn't understand. Seeing him, he thought with fear, unable to believe he would awaken. Wasn't it too risky? Awakening the Demon King upsets the balance of cause and effect. This means that the 12 gods could allow a vassal to enter, but there was no reaction from them, especially if it were Fiero. She would scream that she would destroy him as soon as she found out. Of course, it was possible to trick the gods using his dark mana, but only he could use this power. It had to be that way. MC inquired, is he the Demon King? He approached him and asked what he was. The protagonist's aura was so terrifying. He was so excited that he almost fell over from the very words. The Demon King asked how he could use this power and looked him straight in the eye. He wiped the blood from his mouth and replied that he didn't understand why he was asking. It was his power, and no one controlled him. The demon pointed a finger at him and under intense pressure shouted, don't let him get cocky. That couldn't be true. He was simply intoxicated by his own bravery. The protagonist endured his aura and wondered if his bones were shattered. He asked, what does he even want to know? The Demon King grabbed him and shouted, "Let him answer. Who is he to this man?" The MC was stunned, but then noticed a purple glow near his eyes and mused that dark mana is a power that can be acquired by chance, but such a hue guarantees that he personally bestowed this power upon someone. The Demon King shouted, "Where did he get the same purple eyes as this man?" The protagonist replied that he should ask. Where did he get his power, his dark mana? Where did such a vile demon get this power? The Demon King released him and asked again, "Is this his power? Impossible. He is sure his will has broken. Let him explain his existence. If he can't, he'll send him to hell." Trace removed his helmet and looked at him with horror. MC, shocked, asked, "Isn't his name Trace?" The guy, confused, asked how he knew that name. He asked if he remembered the Landforth Mountains. Then Diablo, sitting across from the wounded Trace, said it was too late. His wounds were beyond healing. He smiled and asked if he could turn him into an undead. The protagonist replied that if he became undead, he would have to serve him. Trace said that wasn't so bad. Let him turn him into a being completely devoted to him. He wanted to be his sword until the gods fell, so he asked him, for the sake of all the people on earth, not to betray them. He would be with him even after death. Diablo replied with a smile that he was an annoying little guy, downright annoying. Fine, he'd take his pathetic life and take good care of it. Trace thanked him tearfully. The Demon King, now completely shocked, asked, "How?" Only he and the Master knew about this. He pointed his sword at him and exclaimed that only he and the Master knew about this place. But in a world where the Master was no longer there, only he knew about it. MC replied, "Let him accept it." He was that very Diablo. Trace fell to his knees in tears and asked, "Is it really him?" He apologized to him with a smile and added that he had returned too late. The Demon King said that he thought he had died at the hands of the 12 gods. The protagonist explained that he had been sealed in infinity, but had been resurrected in this body. He wondered what he planned to do. He wouldn't be able to kill the gods in this form, would he? The protagonist replied with a smile that this body was only 10 years old, and this year, he managed to regain a fraction of his powers. Trace thought that, even though he retained his memories, to think he could stand up to Varios after a year of training, and he was on the level of a count. He said it was as expected of his master. He was sure he would be able to regain all his powers in 10 years. MC asked, "But what about him? If he were any stronger, he would no longer be able to appreciate his abilities." Trace replied that more than 60,000 years had passed. He thought it would be easier to show than to tell, and in an instant, he was reminded of Diablo saying that he was ordering all his familiars and undead to leave him. Just before the final battle, all of Diablo's subordinates had dispersed upon receiving his command. However, the undead king he had created with displeasure was the only one who refused to obey. That day, Trace said he would be with him until the very end. The protagonist replied with a smile that his final task would be difficult. He sealed him in a magic cube and instructed him to leave. Trace exclaimed in confusion, "What does that even mean?" That's how he ended up in the demon world. The first 100 years were excruciating. The boy, having arrived there, wondered why his master had sent him here. After all, he had been useful, hadn't he? Then why hadn't he taken the dark mana he'd given him? He spent the next 1,000 years erasing all reasons with his own hands. The dark mana, which should have depleted and caused Trace to cease to exist, was replaced by demonic energy absorbed during battles through mana, allowing him to continue using his body. When he came to his senses, Trace became a demon count, and 10,000 years later, he learned something from a subordinate sent to the middle world. The 12 gods destroy the records of the middle world. Then, Trace understood what he had to do. He thought he must finish what his master had started. In his place, the one persecuted and despised by the 12 gods, he would take revenge on everyone. From that moment on, Trace, who proclaimed himself the Demon King of Vengeance, became a laughingstock for all demons except his own subordinates. But tens of thousands of years later, he wielded such power that even the 5 great demon kings were loath to laugh at him. And then, a chance to exact his revenge arose. A rift had broken out among the 12 gods. Trace exclaimed that he would destroy all these vile humans who had betrayed his master and now lived like parasites on the 12 gods. He didn't particularly enjoy the process, but he didn't care as long as the result was there. At that moment, revenge was so close. The protagonist now reflected on how he had spent his entire life in despair. He was sure he wanted to vanish, knowing it would be so much more peaceful. Trace called out to him and asked if he could ask him something. Why had he sent him to the demon world? The protagonist replied with a smile that he had no idea where he would end up. Then sending him to another dimension was the only way to separate them. After all, he had hoped that even if he died, they would all live. But what he would end up in the demon world, he didn't know, so he should forgive him. Trace laughed and replied that everything was fine. Since they had met again, MC knelt and thanked him for suffering so much for him. The Demon King responded with emotion. Let him stand up. He was only doing what his Dark Knight was supposed to do. He smiled, thinking that perhaps he now had to admit that his emotions were still alive. He believed he had built a wall, but after trying to suppress them several times, they always broke through at the same time. His past and present lives were different. Now his path and what he needed to do would be completely different. The protagonist said he would kill the 12 gods. Trace put on his helmet and replied that it was the right thing to do. The protagonist noted that this was impossible now, as he had only recently become a 7th-class mage. He reflected that, compared to his current self and his former 9th-class mage, he was only just beginning his life. If he wanted to kill the 12 gods, he would need to become much stronger. Trace said that if he wanted him to do something, he should command it. The protagonist replied that there was nothing yet, but he would call upon him when necessary, and then they would fight side by side again. He also thanked him for waiting for him. Trace knelt and said this was what he'd wanted to hear all these thousands of years. He swore that this time he would be with him until the end. Meanwhile, outside the chaotic ocean, Lichter inquired if this was truly dark mana. Siegfried replied that he wasn't sure. It felt different from what they knew, and the space inside was completely separate from them. He couldn't even see into it with magic. Lichter remarked that he couldn't use his spatial magic. Siegfried nervously wondered if the orb was still there, so the young master was safe, right? However, what if Jamie died? Suddenly, the magical sphere began to crack. The elders prepared for the coming battle and considered that if it wasn't the young master who emerged, they should use the Red Lotus immediately. When the sphere split, the protagonist emerged, smiling and saying he could finally breathe. Immediately after these words, he lost consciousness. After Jamie lost consciousness and was hospitalized, the elders chaotically tried to regain control of the magical community, and Phoenix Academy, having suffered damage, was temporarily closed. Siegfried considered himself Jamie's protector and guarded the room, and both elders and students came to him. 3 days later, the protagonist opened his eyes and wondered if he was in the hospital. He sat up slightly and called out to the elder. Siegfried anxiously laid him down and told him not to get up. He needed another 3 months to recover. Confused, he asked if everything was okay. What had even happened? The elder told him everything, and MC replied that it was good that everything worked out. Siegfried, smiling, cast soundproofing magic and said that he wanted to hear an explanation. What the hell was that? He hadn't told the other elders yet, but the protagonist thought there was no point in hiding it any longer. He revealed that Jamie Welton was the reincarnation of the first dark mage, Diablo Wolfer. Siegfried, perplexed, asked who it was. He reflected, disappointed, that he had been too surprised to meet someone from his past life. He had completely forgotten that Diablo didn't exist in this world. The elder remarked that he understood that he was a dark mage and had seen dark mana, but he was reincarnated. They would leave out Diablo's identity for now. But was he trying to say that he had reincarnated? He thought that, while it certainly sounded absurd, if the young master had truly been reincarnated, his magical skills, said to be the best in all of history, his superb swordsmanship, and his relaxed attitude toward killing, all of it now made sense. MC grabbed his hand and said that it was easier for him to show than to tell. He thought that Siegfried was too good to lose. He wouldn't betray him if he knew the truth. The protagonist told him to read his memories. The elder placed his hand on his head and said they were beginning. At this point, Lennon asked Anna if she thought he'd woken up. She replied that she didn't know. After all, his work as a professor had ended yesterday. The guy pointed out that they were his personal students. So what did it matter to them? Anna said she heard he'd asked the 8th elder for help. Lennon exclaimed, "How did she know that? It wasn't because he was worried about him. It would be worse for him if the classes were lost." Anna asked with a smile, "Can he be nice too?" The guy angrily replied that he was serious. He was just selfish. She wondered, what difference did it make? Let him relax. She understood everything. Suddenly, Lighter approached them and asked if they'd come to see Jamie. Then they would go together. They approached the dwarf assistant who said he'd been trying to contact him. Jamie had woken up and was talking to the 7th elder. Anna worriedly asked, "Is he okay?" Lennon also shouted, "Is his spiritual state normal? Can he use magic?" Lighter, with a terrifying aura, ordered them to stop. They bowed their heads and apologized. The elder began to climb the stairs and asked if the other elders knew he had awakened. The dwarf replied that only the 7th knew. Lighter indicated that he should not inform them yet. They should wait a little before entering. Meanwhile, in the chamber itself, Siegfried was viewing the memories of young Jamie. That day, Janus, the god of war, summoned his holy army and mockingly exclaimed that he dared to show himself after such a defeat. How brave. Doesn't he understand that his calling is to hide in dark corners? Diablo furiously shouted that he had to restore humanity's dignity. That was his calling. Janus replied with a smile that no matter how much he tried to change things, humanity's fate was already sealed. The protagonist replied that this wasn't something they, rogues, could control. The god of war said that he was fighting for his kind, even though he'd been betrayed. How pathetic that was. Diablo replied that he understood their position, so let him die. He began unleashing powerful attacks, and a battle ensued. Janus exclaimed, "How arrogant. Let them dismember him and bring him back." The battle between demons and angels began. After a fierce battle, the protagonist was wounded. The god of war said that this was the end. "Don't even try anything." He said he'd lose. Diablo replied that he'd almost died several times before, and then he'd hide behind another god and laugh at him. How pathetic he was. The 12 heavenly gods couldn't even handle him. The best they could do was unite and seal him. How could he not laugh? Come on, let them seal him. And when he awakens again, their shining light will turn to darkness, and they themselves will suffer in endless despair, begging him for a quick death. Janus replied that he would wait impatiently. Presently, Siegfried stepped away from him in horror and exclaimed that this couldn't be. "This isn't a dream, right? MC replied that these memories are 66,666 years old. This is the time when humanity sank into a slavish existence under the yoke of the 12 heavenly gods. The elder asked if humans were their slaves. He replied that it wasn't, they weren't, but that they still are. The 12 gods destroyed and rebuilt civilization several times. They changed humans at their discretion. Just like now, humans are already being watched. Siegfried asked in shock, "Is this by great order?" The protagonist explained that this wasn't far from the truth. But the followers of the dragon god Brahman were created to observe humans. The problem is, they don't know the history from his imprisonment to the present. The elder asked, "The history of civilization 10,000 years ago?" MC agreed and added that all history was forbidden. While he was trying to figure out what was going on, he was told that a dragon would appear. Suddenly, Lichter interrupted their soundproof space and asked, "Is this true?" The protagonist agreed and added that humanity is trapped on the continent under the supervision of dragons. He exclaimed furiously that he knew humanity wasn't that weak. They were right. Confused, Siegfried asked, "Who is he talking about?" Lichter apologized and replied that he didn't say anything because he thought he wouldn't believe him. However, things are different now. He would like to introduce Jamie to a certain group. It consists of people who want to make humanity the rulers of this world. Humans are oppressed because they are weaker than other species. So why are they so weak? It's because other species fear their potential. They had to take away their powers. It was a great coincidence that they found proof. 10 years ago, there was Project Dawn, an expedition to a cave on Capri, one of the 6 forbidden territories. A swordmaster, a great mage, and 12 special rank archers were hired for this mission. But the result was tragic. Only the swordmaster returned. But that doesn't mean there was no result. They witnessed the beautiful civilization of humanity's past. And the swordmaster returned with one thing, an arc factory. This is the storage of a powerful battleship. They surmised that it was created before their civilization. MC was shocked, wondering if battleships still exist. They were supposed to be destroyed in the Fourth Great War. Lighter continued that they obtained a huge number of records from there, a multitude of technologies, many times superior to what they have now. This is proof that past humanity was far more powerful than dragons and elves. Jamie is the second coming of past humanity, the being who came to lift this species from its knees. The savior of humanity they have been waiting for so long. This is him. Humans were, in a sense, the most prosperous species in the world. They had everything, but in reality, they feared other powerful species, and no matter what they did, they always remained a pathetic, weak-willed race. However, one day, humans would be able to regain their true power and suppress this world. Simon, more than anyone else, desperately awaited the moment when this man would appear. Despite his suppressive abilities, the mystical dark mana was completely different from modern dark magic. Perhaps this was the power of that time. The protagonist replied that his assumption was basically correct. Humanity had once prospered, but they were not the rulers of the world. Lighter said he knew this. There had been a great war. At that time, the Ark was a warship. The protagonist agreed and explained that the Ark was an instrument created by him and his colleagues to intercept gods, a weapon of destruction. Siegfried smiled and said that was true. The Ark was meant to capture and kill gods. MC got up from his bed and said he didn't know how long he'd been eavesdropping, so he'd introduce himself again. He was Diablo, the former leader of the Human Liberation Army. Eventually, he was left alone and, to destroy the gods, created dark magic. Lighter asked in surprise, he was left alone? The Army of Liberation from what? He replied that it was a long story, so he'd show him everything. The protagonist touched his forehead and revealed all his memories. Afterwards, the Count, horrified, asked, "Did all this happen in the past? A disturbing landscape. This truly was a fallen world." He wondered if Diablo was the man who created dark magic. Reincarnation, right? Suddenly, Lighter knelt down and said he welcomed the King of Humanity. Confused, the protagonist asked, "What do you mean, the King of Humanity?" He explained that he had taken over leadership. Left alone, he still fought for humanity. He fought hard and died horribly, thinking of humanity before he died. He is the true king of humanity. He swears allegiance to him. MC said, "Please let him stand up. He is not the king, and besides, he doesn't need such treatment. Anyway, let him lend him his strength, and let him address him as before. That's all he wants." Siegfried joyfully exclaimed that, come to think of it, the position of third elder is empty. If the young master becomes an elder, his title as the youngest elder will be taken away. From now on, he will be under his care as a colleague. Even though as an elder he is the eldest. The protagonist thanked him and added, "Let him take care of him." Lighter said that he also swears to help him. MC nervously replied, "Let him stop with these awkward addresses. A little earlier, I thought they said they wanted to introduce someone." The Count agreed and added that they were always with him. He suggested that they might be the Frontiers. Lighter replied no. The Frontiers were an interracial group with an unknown motive. They are an extremist group with an ambiguous goal. The protagonist mused that Siegfried had also warned about them. The Count added that they were a secret group, focused on centering the world and the future of humanity. He would understand when he saw them in person. They had taken too much of the patient's time. It was time for them to go. Siegfried also turned around and said that he should rest. They would be back soon. Suddenly, the protagonist's students burst into the room. They worriedly began asking him about his well-being. He calmly replied that he was fine. Lennon noted that he had known he was fine. MC wondered if he should wipe away his tears first. How could he have made them worry as soon as he accepted him as a student? Anna said that she was crying because he was crying. Lennon aggressively asked, when did he cry? The protagonist smiled and said he was fine, so they needed to work hard in the future. The students agreed, exclaiming, let him take care of them. Much had happened in the magical world during the 3 months Jamie had been in the hospital. At the capital's palace, the Seldom Church had requested their sacred writ. They had purified all people associated with the demonic race. The side effects of Apophis were severe. A huge number of people were in critical condition or even died. However, thanks to Finn's ability to break free from his addiction, he managed to survive. The third elder, Serpent, who had been at the center of everything, was branded an enemy of humanity, causing his family to dissolve. Kenyak, who had been involved in all of this, was branded a criminal, but was later found innocent when his self-sacrifice for the good of the academy was revealed. Thanks to the headmaster's authority, Siegfried held Kenyak's funeral at Phoenix Academy, and the students who remembered him were able to say goodbye. The magical world, depressed by what had happened, eventually received good news. The most talented wizard of all time, Jamie had become a great wizard at the age of 10. The palace recognized him as a great wizard and temporarily appointed him an elder of the magical world. After some time, the protagonist rose from his bed and reflected on his recovery, and nothing was stopping him from using mana. Now it was time for him to go. Meanwhile, the students were practicing magic. Lennon concentrated on making fire and water at the same time. He thought he'd succeed in a little while. Suddenly, a stream of water made by Anna flew at him. He furiously shouted at her to be careful. How many times had this happened? At that moment, they felt a powerful aura. The protagonist approached them and said they needed to get along. The girl ran up to him and asked if he was feeling better. He agreed and asked if they'd completed their homework on multi-elemental summoning. Knowing how to use multi-elemental summoning was a basic skill. If they couldn't do it, they were doomed. Lennon explained that the director had told him to go to the central office of the Magic Tower when he was discharged. MC wondered if he was going to work there now. He said that while he was gone, they should complete the task. If they couldn't, they would have to wear the red hat. After some time in Siegfried's office, he looked at the piles of papers and asked where his free life had gone. Well, there was no other choice if he wanted to help the young master. Suddenly, a maid entered the room, announcing Jamie's arrival. The protagonist went inside and asked if he'd called him. Siegfried sat him down on a chair and asked how he was feeling. He replied that everything was fine thanks to him. So why did he call him? The elder remarked that it seemed he hadn't heard the news yet. The palace had contacted him. Their letter said that Jamie should show respect and accept this faithful order. Let him participate in the anointing ceremony of the Great Mage tomorrow at noon in the capital of Seldom Stadium at the Fever Palace. The protagonist asked in confusion, an anointing ceremony in the palace? Siegfried smiled and noted that, as he expected, he didn't like it. Please don't worry, he would go with him. MC replied that this was even worse. Had this ceremony always existed? He agreed with a smile and added that the rank of master is the strongest force in the nation. When such a person appears, national events are always held. The protagonist asked that the celebrations are part of the official ceremony, right? Siegfried happily agreed and added that this is as expected from a nobleman. He knows more than him. He recalled his youth and thought that the young master was completely different from him in his youth. The elder said that, by the way, the count had also sent a letter. Since the incident 3 months ago, when the count was told not to come here anymore, he writes letters from time to time. He will close his eyes, so let him read without embarrassment. He thought about how a month had passed since the last letter. The protagonist began reading the letter from his father, who had written a month ago asking if he had recovered. His mother was soaking her handkerchief with tears at the thought of him. Sarah screamed hysterically that Dad was a liar. They should bring her older brother back. It had already been 15 nights. Why isn't he here yet? Arjuna continued writing that Sarah was also crying, thinking about him. To be honest, his father was a little sad about not being able to see him. However, he knew what it was like for him to fight demons and why he didn't want his parents to worry, so he couldn't stop him. However, he's happy. His proud son has a chance to become a great man, so they'll see each other soon. They'll see each other on this day. This is a letter from a loving father. MC, reading the letter, smiled as he thought about how long it's been since he's seen them. He doesn't even know what to say when they meet. He read the text carefully, wondering if he remembers the Bell sisters. It looks like they'll be coming too. The protagonist said he'd kind of forgotten them. He mused that the first one is Jane's reincarnation, and the second one is very energetic. But since they're children, he's no match for them. And since they haven't seen him in a while, they'll probably be happy. Siegfried called out to him and asked if he believed him when he said he'd close his eyes. He looked quite well. After a while, Adelhart came to the protagonist, calling out to him and saying they needed to talk. He asked angrily, "Is it her again?" The girl exclaimed furiously that if anyone heard this, they'd think she came to him every day. MC replied that 6 days a week was already every day. Was she going to try to beat him in mana arm wrestling again? Adelhart exclaimed that she wanted to show him her lab. He asked in confusion, the Equalists' lab? So she came to him every day to recruit him into the Equalists? He thought she came here because of her broken pride, but it turned out she was just pretending. The girl took his hand and replied that it was all wrong. Suddenly, Luca approached them and explained that Adelhart had come to him with all her passion, and he mustn't misunderstand. She exclaimed furiously, what kind of passion was he talking about? The protagonist asked if the fifth elder wanted something from him. He agreed with a smile and added that before he climbed any higher, he wanted him to find out. Sometime later, in the Equalizer lab, Luca, sitting at his desk, said he was sure he'd already had tea in the seventh elder's office. Perhaps he could try another drink popular among the residents? It's called cola, and it tastes wonderful. Would he like to try it? MC agreed and after tasting the drink, exclaimed that it was incredible. They didn't add anything to it, did they? Delicious food is addictive, like a banned substance. Adelhart mockingly shouted, so what about him? Will he be able to finish a bottle in one go? The protagonist ignored her and asked why they had brought him. Luca replied, because he wants to talk to him about power. Confused, he asked again, does he want to talk about power in the magical world? The protagonist considered the royal tutor and first elder, Ofin, who controls the king's faction. The second elder, Linmel, a high-ranking noble, controls the nobility faction. And lastly, Luca, the leader of the townspeople, controls the Equalists. He asked if he wanted him to join them. The man replied with a smile that that would be wonderful, but it seemed unlikely he would agree since he was a noble. MC asked, who is this fifth elder? Luca replied that he was a fallen noble, to be precise. Besides, his family went bankrupt when he was 6, so calling him that was silly. He hadn't planned on inviting him to the Equalists. However, if he didn't want to join them, then he shouldn't join anyone else. The protagonist thought suspiciously about his request not to join other factions. Currently, the magical world is divided into 3 parts: the royal faction, the noble faction, and the Equalists. But 3 months ago, everything began to change. The reason for this was Serpent, the third elder, who was in the royal faction, and his corruption. Due to an incident involving demons, the royal faction suffered losses, and their influence diminished. MC said that if he joined the nobles in this situation, the balance between them and the Equalists would be upset. They were fighting for power, unaware of what was really going on in the world. He couldn't help but laugh. Adelhart slammed the table angrily and shouted at him to watch his words. Confused, Luca asked what he meant. The protagonist replied that he didn't care about their ideology. He wasn't interested in such trivial matters. He noticed he was treating the class divide as trivial. But did he know that most rebellions stem from precisely this? The protagonist asked, do you want to start a rebellion? Adelhart said furiously, before she lost her temper. Let him watch his mouth. The protagonist, with a terrifying aura, replied that he was already holding back and told her to calm down. Such mind magic wouldn't work on him. Luca shouted, stop it. The girl, terrified by such a terrifying aura, fell silent. He thought with a smile, isn't that a good thing? Well, he hadn't long ago reached rank 7, so that was good. Luca noted with some anger that Adelhart had been rude. MC replied with a smile that wasn't quite true. Showing him the difference between them wasn't such a bad idea. If they continued the topic, something like that would happen. Soon, a huge typhoon would hit this continent. Class divides wouldn't help. Luca replied that people continue to live even after war. The protagonist replied it was a matter of survival. The elder explained that the genus cult would fight alone, while the Olivian kingdoms were gradually uniting. An isolated genus cult would be unable to withstand the pressure of unification and would self-destruct. If war broke out, they would fall in an instant. The protagonist replied that he was sorely mistaken. Did he really think the genus cult was working alone? Let him find out for himself. Isn't curiosity the most important thing for a mage? He approached the door and said he would tell them one more thing. If they didn't unite, everyone would die. After that, the MC went outside and reflected on how, for the past 3 months, he had thought the magical world would take over and take care of everything. He was disappointed that this wasn't the case. War would definitely break out. That arrogant bastard genus would definitely pay the humans back in kind. If they understood him, he was sure they would come for him again soon. He needed to prepare for his departure for the capital. Adelhart, watching him from the window, asked what he would do. She didn't think the boy was wrong. Perhaps they were thinking superficially. Luca replied that ruling figures shouldn't start doubting themselves over a few words. The girl thought that, despite his words, Luca seemed to like Jamie. She was sure a new wind would soon sweep through the magical world. Besides, she'd get her revenge next time. She wasn't one to lose. Sometime later, in the protagonist's chambers, Marcus turned to Siegfried and asked if perhaps he should do something about his manners. And not to please him, he should remember the students at his academy who looked up to him. He replied, upset, that they all looked up to the young master, not him. Marcus exclaimed that that wasn't what he meant. What if the students learned manners from him? Let him be especially vigilant at the ceremony tomorrow. At that moment, the protagonist himself entered the room, wearing the new clothes Sears had sent. He sheepishly wondered if his mother would be upset if he didn't wear them, right? Anna, seeing him, happily said he looked good. Siegfried was also happy and noticed that he had come. MC was perplexed and wondered why he looked so sad. Marcus cleared his throat to attract attention. He excitedly said that he should have warned them that he was coming. The old man replied that he wanted to go with him. Maybe he shouldn't have come here? The protagonist said no, that wasn't true. Anna noted with a smile that Lennon had said he'd go with Count Lichter. He'd been whining so much about not being able to come here. The protagonist reflected that he too had changed a lot. Siegfried asked if he had any luggage. He replied that he only needed that. The elder asked with a smile, "It's probably convenient for nobles to have servants do everything for them, right?" Marcus replied that he was also a nobleman. The seventh elder said he would accompany them. He instantly transported them with his magic to the warp terminal. Siegfried remarked that it was a magnificent creation of magical engineers. Wasn't it incredible? MC said he sensed a huge magical stone beneath the pedestal. He explained that hundreds of kilograms of B-rank crystals were consumed during activation. Marcus added that they had even increased the efficiency. Initially, there were hundreds of A-rank crystals. The protagonist, shocked, replied that this was incredible. The space divider consumed only 5 A-rank crystals. Marcus explained that the developers said the efficiency will double in 5 years. Over time, the limits are reduced and more advantages appear. Does he know why he's telling him this? Machines evolve, and those who develop them evolve even more. However, this requires a tremendous amount of time for everything to proceed step by step. He hopes he's not overdoing it. When things are tough, let him speak. If he wants to ask a question, let him ask, and if he's tired, let him rest. He hopes he doesn't live with the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. He's always here, he can come anytime. MC thought that now everything was clear to him, so that's why he came. When he had somehow recovered, Count Lichter introduced him to his trusted men. However, back then, his face had been gloomy. Now he understands. He was worried. Even if he is a reincarnation, Jamie reminds him of a grandson. Anna called out to them and noted that the preparations were complete. Siegfried happily said that he needed to leave the second one, who had gone crazy, and then they would go. Marcus added that they must hurry. After that, they approached the terminal itself. The protagonist called out to the old man and thanked him for his concern. Sometime later, in Fever, the capital of Seldom, at a famous cafe, a maid approached the sword god Talix Finn and with horror in her eyes asked if he liked the tea. He replied that it was excellent, even for his aging kidneys. She gave him the dessert and said she was glad. She wished him a pleasant stay. Talix leaned back in relaxation and remarked how magnificent the place was. He had never seen the cafe empty. Suddenly, Albert, the royal spearman, approached him and asked if he would die if he hid this heavy energy. Talix looked around and, noticing his terrifying energy, remarked that he had completely forgotten. The boy thought he was a truly terrible old man. He wondered if he shouldn't hide his energy if he was getting stronger. The sword god replied that wasn't the case. And anyway, had he heard the news about Argeno's child? He became a great mage at the age of 10. Albert asked irritably, "Who doesn't know that?" He was talking about something else. Talix replied that he didn't know then. The boy remarked that he was never interested in anything. He was going to see his majesty, right? The sword god put on his hat, agreed, and added that he should just look around and not go anywhere. He wanted to see his abilities. He hoped it wouldn't end as miserably as that time. Albert replied that he'd been on a roll lately, so he shouldn't worry. Talix rose from his chair and said he was eager to see his skills. He'd have the restaurant owner charge the Fang family. Meanwhile, on the Fever Warp terminal, Marcus noted that the shaking was less intense this time. Siegfried agreed and added that it was better now than last year. MC thought that magical techniques had become much better than before. Surely because magic wasn't popular back then? Suddenly, Anna felt ill and vomited. He turned around in disbelief and saw many people feeling ill. The seventh elder remarked that unless someone was a great mage, their head was spinning. The protagonist used a healing technique on the girl. She thanked him and added that she was feeling much better now. Suddenly, Anna turned around and, looking around, joyfully exclaimed that it was very beautiful here. This was the royal palace of Scadium, as expected of the place where the king lived. The protagonist reflected on the fact that the palace was at the center of a huge magic circle. Marcus explained that Scadium was more than just a palace. This place symbolized Seldom. MC added that it set an excellent central vector. The old man replied that he knew he would understand. Suddenly his mother called out to him, running quickly toward them. Sears hugged her son and asked how he was. She was so shocked to learn that he was hurt. The protagonist replied that he was fine. He asked for forgiveness for worrying her. The rest of the family immediately approached them. Argeno told him to please be more careful. Sarah, seeing her brother, burst into tears but tried to hide her emotions. Their father remarked that they were probably tired from the journey. They should follow him. After some time, they arrived at Count Argeno's house in Fever. During a harmonious family moment, Sears mentioned that Sarah was very upset that her brother had been gone for so long. MC chuckled and thought that they had the same face. Her mother angrily asked, "Is he kidding? He should promise not to lie anymore, and he shouldn't stop her if she wanted to go to the magical world." Argeno noted that Sarah had said she missed her brother, so maybe they could hug. The girl replied that she hated him. The protagonist, hearing this, was completely shocked. Sears said she understood her feelings. Argento, watching this, reflected on how much he had gone through trying to cheer them up, and it hadn't been easy for him either. MC approached his sister and apologized. The father reflected on how long it had been since they had gathered as a family, His son had grown so much. Watching his incredible growth, he was always shocked and filled with regret. If only he could have taught him swordsmanship later. If only he had met the seventh elder earlier. He thought he would have been able to grow up peacefully, but it was just his selfish father who wanted to keep an eye on him for a while. Soon, he would leave his hands and become the center of this world. Sears lifted Sarah and said with a smile that words wouldn't work on her anymore, although maybe a kiss would. The protagonist shyly kissed his sister on the forehead. His mother happily told him to come see her every day. Arjano reflected that his father thought he'd have to leave soon, but he hoped their boisterous family could always gather like this. He approached them and hugged them all at once. Afterward, his father sat down on a chair and remarked that it felt like he'd left 2 days ago, but he'd already grown so much. Sears added that, although they missed him, they were also proud of him. But who was that girl with him? Did he really have a girlfriend? Arjano asked sheepishly. He already has a girlfriend? He was only 10 years old. Sears happily exclaimed that her little ones had grown up so quickly. The son of Viscount Altor, from the nearby territory, was already here. The protagonist interrupted her and exclaimed that it wasn't so. They shouldn't imagine things. She was his student, simply learning magic. The father smiled and said that the children seemed to enjoy playing at school. Sears agreed, adding that at their age, they do all sorts of things. MC wondered if they would take him seriously, no matter what he said. He began teleporting and told them to wait a second. A moment later, Anna appeared on the couch next to him. MC asked if she could explain their relationship. Sears smiled and asked who would have thought their Jamie was the aggressive type. Argento, perplexed, asked who he would bring next. He nervously grabbed her and told her to quickly tell them she was his student. After that, Anna explained everything and greeted them. Argento, with a serious expression, wondered what else he'd heard. That Lichter's second son was also his student. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't nervous, but he needed to be trusted and supported. He smiled and told him to try to be a good teacher, and Anna to try to be a good student. They both happily agreed. After some time, MC began to think that tonight they would make up, quarrel, and finally be free. He barely escaped from there. Once outside, he started walking and thought about how huge this city really was. Hayes was a village compared to this one. The protagonist approached the fountain and said it was cool. Suddenly, Isabel Friedmore, a member of the Seldom royal family and the current monarch's eldest daughter, approached him and asked, "Isn't that so? She also likes to admire the starry sky from here." He wondered in confusion. Who is she? She looked so weak, as if she would die at any second. Maybe that's why he couldn't sense her presence. The girl added that she rarely came here due to illness, and she was here secretly, so he shouldn't tell anyone. MC wondered if she was just telling everyone her secret. Isabel said it was time for her to go back. Would he want to say goodbye to her? He said goodbye, perplexed, and watched her leave. The girl ran away, remarking that the next time they met, she would be just as cold. Sometime later, she ran to the sword god. He asked if she really had to run. Isabel replied that after talking to him, she felt she had to run. Talix remarked that he didn't recall her ever feeling that way. She exclaimed in displeasure that he had been eavesdropping again. The man explained that this was his grandfather's work. Please let her understand that. Isabel smiled and said that he was very gloating. The sword god inquired, so what would she think of him? She replied that he had a long and difficult path ahead. And what awaited him at the end, hope or the abyss of the abyss, no one knew. She hadn't seen that far. Besides, he already knew his terrible future. Suddenly, the girl almost fainted. Talix began healing her with his magic and said, "Please, let her stop running." She said she wanted to go and rest. After these words, he grabbed her in a flash and set off for the castle. After some time, all the royal families began to gather at Castle Stadium. Ash, watching from the carriage window, noted with admiration that there were so many carriages. The Viscount agreed with a smile and added that although this was not the first time a new masterclass mage had appeared, this was the first time so many people had gathered. She sat down and remarked that Jamie was incredible. But still, why was her sister so worried? Rebecca exclaimed embarrassedly that she simply couldn't sleep. The Viscount asked with a smile if she was worried because she would see Jamie. The girl replied that she had already said no. She thought, hasn't he become even more handsome? After that, they went up to the balcony to see Argeno. The Viscount noted that so many people had gathered there. But where are the rest of the family? He replied that Sears had taken Sarah outside because she was bored. The man asked, what about the Marquis of Bell? Argeno replied that his son-in-law was His Majesty's advisor, so they should be together now. Suddenly, he felt a powerful aura and turned around. Albert appeared in his path, walking toward them with a smile. He thought that this deadly aura never changed. The Viscount's girls immediately trembled with fear. He motioned with a serious expression for them to move away, quickly. The guy mockingly asked, "Is he here too?" The Viscount nervously said that he was a freak. Argenio grabbed his shoulder and told him to calm down. He wasn't the type to cause chaos in such a place. Albert noted with a smile that calling him a freak wasn't quite right. He was beyond his standards. He wasn't even worth looking at. Argenio, with a serious expression, told him to close the door. If he continued chattering, he would regret it. The boy mockingly asked, will his opponent be the Count? Come to think of it, they hadn't crossed swords before. Argento asked, so his wound from Gastal had already healed. Albert was furious at this, asking, how dare he? He replied that he had simply pressed a sore spot. He dared to challenge him after losing to him? Even he couldn't withstand 10 of his blows, so what would happen to him? The Viscount, wildly shocked, thought that Gaston was one of the 5 masters of the sword. Seldom. He knew his abilities, and could the Count really defeat him in 10 blows? Argento, radiating a powerful aura, said, "Let this little one go to his mother. Let him go, his son's ceremony would begin soon, and the king's spear should be near his majesty." Albert, wildly furious, began to leave, saying, "Just wait." Rebecca anxiously called out to her father, asking if he was okay. He hugged his daughters and replied that he was fine. They should forgive him for worrying them. The Viscount wondered why the king would keep such a psychopath among his spearmen. 5 years ago, when Albert became a spearmaster, he had requested a duel with Viscount Volley. The result had been pathetic. That was before he earned the title of King's Spear. If only he had won then. Argento grabbed his shoulder and remarked that it was already beginning, that they should get to their seats. At that moment, someone shouted that His Majesty had arrived. Fontina K. Freydmore, the current king of the Kingdom of Seldom, sat on the throne and thanked everyone for coming all this way. He said that today was a joyful day. For the sake of the new great mage, for the future of the kingdom, he hoped everyone would give their blessing. The servant took the roll of paper and announced the appointment ceremony had begun. The first, the son of the Welton family from the Hayes territory, the hero who saved Afton, who received the symbol of the goddess Pyro, who became a great mage at 10. This is the hero who saved the magical world. Before them is Jamie. The protagonist entered and, kneeling before the king, said that he greeted His Majesty. Fontina, smiling, motioned for him to raise his head. He really was so young, he thought, to think, a child with such an aura. MC noticed Isabel on the neighboring throne and wondered if she was the girl from the fountain. She said she went there in secret. So she was a princess? It's unlikely she was allowed to wander around like this at night. The king said he'd heard of him. He stopped the demon attack and the Genus Church in Afton, basically saving the magical world. He'd seen many masterclass mages, but he was certain there was none like him. The protagonist replied that he was grateful. The sword god remarked that his grandson was remarkable. The Marquise replied that no one from the Welton or Bell families had studied magic before. At first, he thought the rumors were false. He thought people were confusing magic with swordsmanship. Talix chuckled and said that was understandable. However, his grandson's swordsmanship was just as well developed. Jamie had likely learned the Welton family's secret sword technique. Having seen it in person, he was surprised. The Marquise, utterly shocked, said that the last time they met, he hadn't learned anything. Argento, hearing this, was shocked and thought it was incredible. He'd learned the technique in 6 months? Talix said it was funny when someone worried about someone who had become a master. He thought it would be okay if he stopped worrying about his grandson. The Marquise smiled and remarked that life had become more interesting in his old age. Fontina, holding a scroll of paper, explained that Jamie had achieved the position of great mage at a young age and had saved Afton and the magical world. As a saint of the goddess Pyro, he had facilitated an alliance between the kingdom and the Church of Pyro. He, the king, recognized his accomplishments and named him the 11th Master of the Kingdom of Seldom, Master. Extraterritorial rights, granted by the king's recognition. Although this position is not detailed, it is above any title of nobility. The king rolled up the paper and exclaimed, "Let him dedicate himself to the kingdom." The protagonist, smiling, agreed and took the scroll. Instantly, the entire hall erupted in cheers. Fontina handed over the paper and said it was with respect. He replied, "Let them look after him." Sometime later, on the southern continent of Brionne, Blazer, the high priest of the Order of the Sun God and commander of the Sacred Detachment, opened a special gate and entered a concentration camp for criminals. He asked his assistant how the man was. The assistant replied that he hadn't said a word. Blazer remarked that he was a stubborn bastard. Let him show him where to go. The man agreed and leading him to the gate said it was the deepest place in the catacombs, the abyss. He would open the door. Let him please step aside. Blazer replied that everything was fine. Even if he was in excellent condition, he couldn't harm him. The servant opened the gate and a powerful aura instantly flooded the room, making him feel ill. Blazer, for his part, didn't even move, merely remarking that his personality hadn't changed. Sable, sitting behind bars, asked if it was him. He said it had been 6 months since his imprisonment, and that he was quite exhausted. It was an unpleasant sight, but he shouldn't pretend to be weak. He knew it had no effect on him. The boy replied with a sly smile that he was a damn monster. He wasn't even hiding the fact that he knew. Why had he come here? Did he really want to let him out? He'd leave this place anyway. Blazer had said he'd leave if Genus's followers personally intervened, but right now, it seemed they didn't care. Sable wondered then, why had he come? Was he just there to mock him? He replied that he'd guessed wrong. He'd come to laugh at him. Blazer, using magic, implanted some information about the protagonist, that the king had declared the youngest great mage in the kingdom to be Seldom. He was the heir to the Welton family, a swordsman of renown. Sable shouted with wild fury, "Let him out now! You finish that bastard, let him out now!" Blazer was surprised to find himself genuinely angry for the first time. The Genus Church had ruined his grand plan, so he knew why this boy was locked up here. However, if it weren't for Jamie, the Genus Church and its allied alliances would be at war with the northern continent right now. Besides, he was genuinely surprised. A great mage at 10 years old, Sable's defeat was no mere coincidence. He calmly emerged from the dungeon and remarked that the changes on the continent would be interesting. Sometime later, in the Banquet Hall of Scadium Castle, The protagonist was swarmed by girls from the royal families. Everyone began asking him to at least interact with their family. Suddenly, Sears grabbed his hand and pulled him away, then sat him down at the table. She asked with a smile that they couldn't treat him like a child now. After all, he was a great mage, right? Argento agreed. The protagonist, perplexed, wondered if they would treat him like an adult. At just such a moment, Anna, in the crowd, remarked that it was difficult to be popular. Lennon, standing next to her, thought he hadn't seen her for a long time, so awkwardly. The girl asked with a smile, "But it's still fun here, right?" He blushed and asked, "What's so fun here?" She asked with a smile. Did his face turn a little red? The guy nervously exclaimed that it was because it was hot. Anna excitedly asked, "Is that right?" Lennon agreed and, moving away, wondered what he'd just eaten. What was that strange, cheerful feeling in his stomach? The girl said that it didn't matter. She couldn't believe it. She was at the king's party. It would all be a dream. Would this happen to her again? He asked what she was talking about. When she became the master's apprentice, her life changed, and she met him too. Anna asked what he said. Lennon turned around and replied that nothing special. He was leaving. She blushed and said that he shouldn't be so embarrassed. She really did meet him. Let him take care of her. Sometime later, in Scotham's inner garden, the protagonist lay down on the grass and said with a smile that he was very tired. He wondered who this party was for anyway. Finally, he could act calmly and seldom. When he returns, he'll need to ask for the crown of omnipotence. MC wondered if it was the seldom treasure granted by great wizards. He didn't know what it contained, but one clue would be enough. Suddenly, he sensed someone's hostile aura and wondered who would manifest such a thing in the royal palace. The protagonist realized who it was and asked if he wanted something from him. Albert, approaching him, told him to take a look at himself. It's funny how brave he is, but he's just an amateur. If he pierces him, will his father want to kill him? MC replied with a smile that he won't, because he'll kill him faster. The guy asked with a serious face, did he want to kill him? Did he learn to bluff from his father? He replied that his father doesn't bluff, there's no need. However, he's worried what he'll say if he burns the royal spear alive. As the protagonist spoke, he began casting fire magic with lightning speed. Suddenly, Isabel approached them and shouted, "Stop! If they continue, it will be bad." The sword god flew to them with lightning speed. He drew his sword with a smile and said that he would punish them. The protagonist thought that he was stronger than Sable, the sword of Genus. He was rumored, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. Talix called out to Albert and asked what he was thinking. How many times had he told him that sparring was a formal proposal? The boy wondered if he was sure he had started the fight. The sword god held his sword to his face and said that he could cut out his tongue right now, so please refrain from babbling. Their princess was not just anyone. Isabel herself, with a smile, told him to be more careful with his words. Let him not forget that this is the royal palace of Scadium. Albert replied that he heeded her words. Talix put away his sword and said that if he didn't want to die, he should use less sarcasm. MC said goodbye and thanked him for amusing him. Albert began to leave and replied that he shouldn't mention it. He would look forward to their next meeting. After he left, the princess asked if he was all right. He should forgive her. She wouldn't make excuses. She tested him yesterday. Since she was recognized as a master, should she address him formally? The protagonist replied that everything was fine. He reflected that he didn't understand how she knew where he would be. The sword god asked how he had ever mustered the courage to fight Albert. At his level, he would never defeat him. MC replied with a smile that he knew he would appear. There was some kind of energy in the air, so he knew someone would come. Isabel laughed and said she hadn't meant to laugh. He was just so confident. And even so, most masters were proud and wouldn't ask for help. He replied that pride wouldn't feed her. Besides, he didn't have time to outshine someone like Albert. Talix, shocked, realized he'd said that without hesitation. Is this the freedom of a man born with astonishing talent? He didn't think he was arrogant. Unlike ordinary people, he saw no limit to his potential. He noted with a smile that he was definitely the Marquis's grandson. They should go back. Isabel happily said that they'd see each other next time. Sometime later, in the royal castle, the king's son said that the degradation of the king's spear was progressing daily. He thought they should impose restrictions. Fontina replied that he'd given him the title King's Spear to restrain him, but nothing changed. But what did he think of Jamie? He replied that he was the one who should be by his side. No, since he had become the master, he could not call him that one. However, he wanted him to be his right-hand man. The king said that controlling the master was not so easy. The boy replied that he would be sincere with him, and that would be how he would win him over. Fontina said to let him try. Without exaggeration, they were both the future Seldom. Let him go and collect his thoughts. It seemed the crown of omniscience would be used. What would Jamie see with it? Could he be the one they had been waiting for? This was very interesting. 3 days later, the protagonist came to his room and remarked that meeting people was so exhausting. Sarah entered the room and told him to get up. Grandpa had arrived. Sometime later, the Marquise came into the room and remarked that he looked tired. Was this the first time he had received so much attention? The protagonist agreed and added that he was exhausted. Grandfather said that when he speaks to people, he uses a lot of mental abilities. His grandfather is good at that. What does it feel like to be a recognized master? MC replied that he didn't know. That was pretty obvious. The Marquise remarked that it was a good answer. However, from now on, much more attention is being paid to him. The whole world will be watching his actions, and the stress from this is much more severe than he thinks. Plus, he will make many enemies. He shouldn't let his guard down. He shouldn't underestimate the wickedness of people. The protagonist thought that he was right. He didn't need to think about the past in this life. The reason he fights for humanity is because human sins are controlled by people themselves. He said with a smile that he would remember his words. Grandfather stood up and said that he would take his leave then. MC stopped him and, transferring his divine power, noted that he looked tired, so this was his gift. The Marquis asked with a smile, "Is this divine power?" Next time, Grandpa would visit him in the magical world and bring him a gift. He said goodbye and thought he should go too. The next day, near the Fever Warp Terminal, Sears hugged him and told him to be more careful, and let him send letters every week, okay? Sarah approached her brother with tears in her eyes and asked if he could stay. The protagonist apologized with a smile and added that he would contact her often. Argento said they shouldn't be upset. They wouldn't be separated forever, after all. Sears asked if he wasn't sad at all. He replied that of course not, and yet shouldn't parents send off their responsible child with a smile? The father wondered when he had grown so much. He called out to him and, handing him an envelope, said that his grandfather had left him this before he died. He had written all his thoughts here. He had said, hadn't he, that he had witnessed an extraordinary disaster? His father followed a different path than his grandfather, so he didn't witness that incident. He was always flighty. If possible, he thought it would be better to give this letter to him. He wasn't forcing it, so he could burn it if he thought it wasn't his path. It was better to dispose of someone else's nonsense than to remember it. Only those with Welton blood knew about their family affairs. He should be more careful. He hoped that next time he would be more courageous. Sears added he should remember to write letters. MC approached the portal and said with a smile, "May they be healthy, he will return." After some time, he thought in his sleep that it was a lifeless void. Was he trapped in the darkness where he was sealed in his past life? No, it was quite light here, and he could move freely. This was definitely a different place. Suddenly, he heard a strange voice calling him. The protagonist thought the voice was getting closer. Was it somewhere out there? Suddenly, he exclaimed with a smile, "Don't let that arrogant jerk order him around." After that, the protagonist woke up and asked, was it a dream? No, it was too realistic. Someone had interfered with his dream. Someone had gotten into his head and mixed reality with fiction. Who could it be? Suddenly, he noticed the artifact lying in a puddle on the floor. MC, completely perplexed, picked up the Crown of Omnipotence. A week later, in the living room of the central magic tower of the magical world, Marcus said that, as they all knew, he, the First Elder, was the head of the king's faction. He must be held accountable for the Third Elder's cruelty and imprison him. The other elders would have to share his work. Luca, taking the paper, noted that the fact that he had done everything himself, his abilities were incredible. Marcus said that he was amazing in terms of commitment. He was responsible for the entire magical world, so now they had a lot of work. And for the elders who haven't done anything yet, this is an opportunity to learn. Confused, Siegfried asked what they meant by not done anything. They'd worked hard, hadn't they? The First Elder turned to the protagonist and told him to let the newly appointed Third Elder approach his job with the utmost responsibility. Suddenly, one of the elders asked when he would use the Crown of Omnipotence. Marcus wondered if the Crown of Omnipotence could reveal different things depending on a person's wishes. He wondered what the young master would see. MC said he wanted to request its use. Siegfried wondered if they had any reason to stop him. Everyone wanted to use it as soon as possible. He agreed and smiled, thinking that he hadn't deliberately put it off. A voice had been appearing in his dreams all last week, and today it happened again. He doesn't know the reason, but he wants it. Marcus said that if he wants, he can use the crown right now. The protagonist agreed with a smile and asked if they could please prepare it. He thought that should be enough. After some time, they went down to the lowest floor of the central magic tower. Siegfried asked if he was nervous. The protagonist replied that he wasn't really. He sighed and said that he should worry at least a little, like a normal child. MC replied that he was the only one who treated him like that. The seventh elder said that everyone treated him like an adult, and he's already gotten used to it. Marcus happily noted that they had become good friends. Okay, they were there. A huge gate appeared before them. The old man opened it and said that only he could enter. MC went inside and said with a smile that he would be back soon. He thought about how cool it was in here. The whole room was filled with powerful mana. The closer he gets to the glass stand, the denser the mana concentration. This is the Crown of Omnipotence. Suddenly, the voice calling him was heard again. The protagonist picked up the crown and put it on. In an instant, information began to flow into him. After that, he was transported to another dimension. Garb Illidan, the first king, greeted him and said that he founded a new civilization on this continent 10,000 years ago. He is the Crown of Omnipotence and the founder of the current generation. He was waiting for him, the man with the best synergy. MC was perplexed. Is he the first king? He thought the crown was a self-aware artifact collecting records, but more importantly, Such a large amount of information is difficult to sort. Garb extended his hand and asked what he was thinking. He wondered why the first king was inside the crown of omnipotence. Do the other elders know about this? The king replied with a smile that of course not. He told only him this because he is special. He felt he had better synergy. Didn't he feel it too? The protagonist, completely perplexed, asked if he could get more information since his synergy was higher. Garb replied that all these trivialities were completely unimportant. He irritably said that this was why he came here. The king said that if he was interested, he could ask him. Usually, people ask about the beginning of the world. MC said that he wanted to know about it, but would he be able to answer? Garb agreed with a smile and added that he was omnipotent. He would show him what the beginning was like. In an instant, his memories flashed before the protagonist. He thought he would show him moments from his past life, but he was showing the birth of this civilization. The king began to show him moments and described that this was the village he ruled. Although he was almost ostracized for his blue skin, he could use magic and resorted to it to assert his power. Later, people began to treat him like a god. The village grew into a country, and then into a 1,000-year empire. However, it would be a shame if his ageless appearance were discovered after hundreds of years, so he used puppets to rule the country. He thought his great empire would last forever, but the emperors of the last 100 years were incompetent. The nobles ruled as they pleased, and the people began to rebel. The empire began to crumble. Then the Church of the 12 Gods appeared. They eased the suffering of the inhabitants and preached religious doctrines. And after 100 years, the empire was divided into 5 countries. The protagonist asked in surprise, "So the 12 gods didn't exist originally?" Garb asked. "That's unexpected, right?" He might have thought they had existed since ancient times. They suddenly appeared and drove him away. The divine disciple caught up with him, but he changed his appearance and distracted him. As a result, he was forced to hide in the crown. The protagonist thought it was strange that he could change his appearance so easily. Garb added that this is the history of this world. While hiding, he somehow managed to fall into the hands of the first king, Seldom. He was a skilled mage, but their synergy was low, so he only saw part of the story. He was shocked and nicknamed him the Crown of Omnipotence. Many good mages followed him. Even Siegfried was incredible, but their synergy was always low. MC wondered if magical skills were probably unrelated to synergy. Garb said that, in any case, that's how it was. Now the 12 gods were no longer watching him. He thought it was strange. It felt like he'd told everything but left out the most important part. The protagonist remarked that it would have been better for the 12 gods to team up with him. So why did they drive him away? Garb became very nervous and couldn't answer. The protagonist showed his palm and asked if he didn't want to answer. Maybe he should ask them. He'll answer for himself. He knows what happened 10,000 years ago, right? He's from a race of parasites that existed before humanity. The reason a coward like him couldn't become the first king is because he was originally a puppet of the 12 gods. They gave him many tasks, including the mission of creating a new civilization. Because of a mistake, everything was taken from him and he was expelled. Or does he mean to say he's wrong? And he still has doubts. Why did they choose such a stupid puppet? Why is their synergy so high? Garb furiously used dark mana and, after striking, shouted for him to close and give him his body. The protagonist wondered if he had this power. He knew it. He drew his sword with a smile and remarked that it really was a cursed being. MC wondered how he got his power. How did he get black mana? He had seen the end of the world, a global reset for the 12 gods. Not a single insect remained, all life vanished, and the world was destroyed. The disappearance of all existence, a nightmare he had never dreamed of. Ultimately, like hunted prey, he fled to the farthest reaches of the earth. As civilization vanished, he found a remote cave, and within it, a treasure. It hid deep within his body, and he sensed a dark energy building within. Subsequently, he mastered the energy of darkness. However, the peace was short-lived. Posing as the god of cruelty and robbery, he planned to kill the last survivor. At that moment, a dark force emerged from his body and helped him resist the god. The head of the gods called back his stunned subordinates. Thus, he received the name Garb. The boy himself attempted to strike and screamed that he had been betrayed. A divine apostle suddenly appeared, attempting to kill him. He had no choice but to flee, and so he met him, the first monarch of this nation. MC used the skill Second Authority, Darkness, and completely absorbed all attacks. Garb, seeing this, used the skill Abyssal Erosion, and tried to do something, but the protagonist dodged it with lightning speed and used his most powerful skill, Scud, 100 Cs, Welton-style 8th formation, Aftermath. The first king chuckled and said it was funny. His attacks were too simple. In an instant, the protagonist sliced open his head and said this was just the beginning. He used the skill Magic Chain Attack, Endless Slashes. MC began delivering lightning-fast strikes and shouted that he would cut him to pieces, leaving only his mouth. Garb, rebuilding his body, shouted back, "Don't joke around with him. His body belongs to him." He used the Power of Darkness skill, Mist Explosion, and in an instant, a cloud of black magic appeared. The protagonist used the Synthesis Sword Convergence skill and delivered a powerful blow. Garb, surviving the blow, shouted that it was useless. A brat would never kill him. He agreed, adding that his body was difficult to destroy, which was why he was having so much fun. He'd recently seen a strange demonic follower, so he thought of something. Let him run while he still could. Garb, in complete shock, thought that this was dangerous. He needed to run. MC used sealing magic, the world of lost skill, and completely immobilized the king. Afterward, he remarked that he shouldn't have been so arrogant, since he was so easy to catch. It turns out the first king isn't such a problem. He doesn't care. Let him tell everything. What did he do when he met the first monarch? Garb, smiling, shouted that he knew nothing. The horror of a world returned to its origins. When all existence disappears, the staggering loneliness. He knew nothing. He hid until the time was right. And after 500 years, he met the first monarch, Seldom. He knew what was unknown to him. In a world that had disappeared several hundred years ago, in a world where the gods had no equal, lived a great magician. However, this information was not enough to discover the secret of the world. So he made a contract with him. The protagonist inquired if this contract obligated him to aid the Empire until he found someone with the necessary synergy. Garb replied that he was a quick learner. He had been a fool, believing that if he learned the secret, humanity would be freed. However, his goal was to regain the gods' recognition. The first king broke free from his shackles and began preparing a powerful attack, creating a sphere of black magic. He shouted that the renewal of the world would come in 10,000 years. This day was inevitable. He'll use his body as food and become the ruler of a new world. MC absorbed his entire attack in an instant and asked, "Is he done talking?" Garb, in shock, asked, "How? Why did his power suddenly disappear?" He replied that it was because this power wasn't his. It was his power. He was the most powerful dark mage. The first king fell to the ground and wondered what had happened. His dark power couldn't be taken. He shouted in disbelief. What did he do to him? How could a child take his power? The protagonist, floating in the air, replied that he seemed completely out of place. He looked and couldn't recognize the master of his power. What a funny fake he was. He was chosen by the 12 gods because he had managed to seize their power. He hoped that he had realized how meaningless his life had been. Meanwhile, in the ordinary world, Siegfried worriedly noted how much time had passed. Marcus said he should have left by now. Luca wondered if something had happened. The seventh elder kicked down the gate and shouted that he couldn't wait any longer. He excitedly warned that only one person could enter. Marcus remarked that it was odd that he hadn't come out yet, so they could go in. After that, the three elders entered and saw a huge magical rift. Siegfried, confused, asked when this trap had appeared here, what had happened to Elder Jamie. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared and the space began to shake. A moment later, the protagonist emerged from the rift and asked why they were there. Marcus worriedly asked, "What the hell happened?" He didn't see the crown of omnipotence. Siegfried grabbed him and asked, "Is the crown of omnipotence missing?" The first elder took him away and said that they needed to go up and talk. The protagonist anxiously wondered how he could explain everything to them. Still, it was good that no one noticed. He took the dark fragment of Diablo's mana in his hand and thought it was his power, left behind 60,000 years ago. 10 minutes ago, inside a world of loss, Garb, in shock, asked why he was alive. He was stuck in a terrifying void. MC wondered if he was still alive. He thought he had turned into a soulless doll. He'd been alive for 10,000 years already? The first king cried out in tears. Is that even possible? To live in eternal darkness and loneliness for so many years? The protagonist grabbed his face and smiled, saying it was funny. Someone like him was trying to understand him after seeing a fragment of his memory. He was wrong. He'd been endlessly driven mad and had simply found a way to resist the madness. Let him take his power again. He used the crystallization skill and began to fill it with his mana. Garb pitifully cried out that he wanted to live. A moment later, his body was torn apart by such force. Currently, the protagonist, holding a dark mana fragment in his hand, thought that this was his power, left behind 60,000 years ago. He could absorb it right now, but he had no shortage of mana. Suddenly, Blackie appeared and began pointing at the fragment. Confused, the protagonist asked, does he want to absorb it? But he already had enough dark mana. The companion grabbed the fragment and flew upward. He furiously screamed, "Where is it going? Spit it out immediately." MC thought that something similar happened when he created the undead. Blackie is his evil demon, supporting his techniques. There is a limit to the mana he can acquire, but this is too much. At that moment, the companion began to absorb the fragment of darkness. A very bright flash appeared, and Blackie turned white. The protagonist, in extreme shock, noticed that at the peak of dark mana, light was created. He thought that he didn't know what was happening, but this was his chance. He can't lose this power. He made a sharp dash toward the small sphere compressed with a huge amount of mana. The protagonist's eyes began to bleed, and he realized that the mana core was still trembling, his pulse racing. At that moment, Blackie covered him from behind. He thought that he didn't know how close this light was to holy energy, but he would try again with this. Let it be the beginning of a new power. Meanwhile, on the highest floor of the central tower, complete chaos erupted. Lucas shouted that it was an earthquake. It wasn't just the tower that was shaking, but the entire magical world. Marcus shouted for the seventh elder to find the cause of the earthquake. The fifth elder needed to evacuate the inhabitants, and he would try to stop it and let them call the first elder. Siegfried agreed and had just turned around when the protagonist suddenly said that this wasn't necessary. The seventh elder sensed an incredibly powerful energy, and Diablo appeared before his eyes. He was shocked to realize it was the man he'd seen in his memories. What was this pressure? Siegfried looked at him, perplexed, and asked, What shape is this? Luca noticed his hair had changed, and he seemed to have grown taller. MC, assuming a slightly different appearance, replied that his hair would soon return to its normal state. It was just a minor inconsistency. Sometime later, in the secret library, Fontina opened the hiding place and said the crown of omnipotence had been destroyed. They had learned this secret. He mused that the first monarch, Friedmore, had left behind a secret book about the history of Seldom for his descendants. These were the devil's writings. He traveled the world and accidentally uncovered its secret. A disturbing secret he couldn't tell anyone. He was angry when he discovered it, but then he became afraid. One day, when his power overcame his helplessness, those who could not hide their greed came to him. Because of his special power, they quickly grew stronger. He gathered his forces and captured Sodom, and thus Seldom was formed. However, even as the ruler of a nation, he was still powerless against the secret of the world. And at that moment, it whispered to him, "The darkness of the world is far deeper than he knows. His life is like a flash of light. Let him allow it into his crown, so he can live a long life and pass on his knowledge to his chosen descendant. He will travel in the darkness until a person with the right synergy appears." When he proposed this deal, he realized he was the devil in sheep's clothing. However, he knew he possessed great power, so he had to agree. Therefore, he leaves this book to his descendants. Let future kings trust and protect the person with the highest synergy. The devil's power was part of someone who existed long ago. The devil will be unable to do anything to a person with the right synergy. He will become an important key in protecting their world. Having read the notes, Fontina closed the book and remarked that, after all, everything had turned out as he predicted. However, he was already strong. He didn't need anyone to protect him. He couldn't wait to see the future of Seldom. A week later, at the Linmel estate, Marcus said he thought the emperor would turn a blind eye. Raymond said it meant something had happened in the Friedmore dynasty. Siegfried said, who would have thought the personification of the crown of omnipotence was the first king? Lichter remarked that he had deceived the entire kingdom of Seldom. It was their mistake. He was glad it was over. Young Master Jamie's contribution had been enormous. The protagonist replied with a smile that he had simply restored the jewel to its former state. The seventh elder inquired, "What are your plans now?" He replied that he wanted to immerse himself in training for the next couple of years. Marcus asked, "So, will he break the contract and train?" The protagonist said no, but he needed time to focus. Let them give him 5 years. Within that time, he would reach rank 9. He reflected that only then would he be able to stand at the forefront of this race. He intended to train his newly acquired strength and body. Let Genus just wait. He would kill him first, and he would destroy all these fakes. Sometime later, in the Church of Pyro, in the main temple, Ross introduced himself and entered. Riki asked what brought him here. The goddess would understand, right? He came here because of Jamie? Raz agreed and explained that the new third elder had been recognized by Master Seld and that they needed to work harder. Riki smiled and said that he thought he was far behind, but he had managed to surpass him. As he said, he needed to work harder. He would become even stronger. The next time he met Jamie, he would defeat him. As he said these words, he glowed with his magical energy. Raz, seeing this, was shocked to think that he already possessed bishop-level holy power. He was training in swordsmanship with the head of the Holy Guard, so he could earn the opportunity to become a holy knight. Riki exclaimed that this wasn't the time for that. They needed to warm up. He'd go train. He had to surprise Jamie when they met. Raz thought it was good that they were trying their best, but weren't their fates too cruel? The Eastern Kingdoms, supported by the Genus Church, and Upton Seldom, which had fallen apart due to an accident. Rumors spread and tensions grew. This led to several battles on the northern border. It was only a matter of time before a real war would break out. May the goddess please protect these children. And so 5 years passed. A month after St. Darman's departure, Behemoth asked Benna if she was nervous. She replied with a smile, yes, just a little. Braca said she hadn't seen anyone for 10 years. Afterwards, they approached the great forest of Aryajud. Benna anxiously asked if they should go there without preparation. The place seemed dangerous. The elf replied that there was nothing dangerous there for forest dwellers. She extended her hand and transferred the wind spirit to her. The wind spirit's magic gave them a great boost of speed, and they ran straight into the thick of the forest. Upon arriving at the right place, Benna felt very ill and vomited. Behemoth, eating, asked if she couldn't hold out. Confused, she asked what he was eating there. The beast replied that he had found something there. Braca told her to ignore him. They had to go, but Valkyries don't need the queen's permission. Benna excitedly walked forward and replied that she would be back soon. After some time, she came to the Valkyrie forest. The spirits around began to talk about her, saying that the princess had finally returned. Benna approached a huge tree, when suddenly her mother appeared and joyfully pounced on her. The girl began to reminisce about her childhood and wondered what she remembered. Why had she forgotten that? Her mother hugged her and asked if she even knew how long she had been searching for her. Why had she left the village? Benna thought that now she remembered that day. She explained that she wanted to surprise her, so she secretly practiced flying and then she fell off a cliff. The girl mused that Garb had kidnapped her later, but she would not tell her about it. She added that now everything was fine, she was able to see her again. Besides, she wanted to introduce her to someone. After some time, they came to the elf. Bracha bowed her head and introduced herself. The mother remarked that if she was from the Cephid forest, then she was Mulan's child. She thanked her for bringing her daughter to her. And who was that next to her? The behemoth joyfully introduced himself and said she was just like Nethys. The woman, in shock, exclaimed, "How did he know the first queen? Who the hell was he?" The beast replied that he couldn't tell her. However, his master wanted to tell her something. The behemoth relayed the words of the protagonist, who said that the time for battle had come again. He would watch and see if she was brave like Nethys, or a coward who would hide in the shadows. The choice was hers alone. After this, the beast approached Benna and told her not to relax. She was born to protect him. Well, now it was time for them to go. Bracha said goodbye to them and told her to have fun. If their destinies were linked, they would meet again. The girl, upset, said that was very rude. Why did they leave like that? Mom hugged her and said she would surprise them. She shouldn't be upset. Benna shouted that next time she would be much stronger. Behemoth noticed that she was talking too much. Bracha asked why they left as he asked, but was it okay to leave like that? Behemoth replied that they weren't parting forever. When a person meets someone, separation is inevitable. Besides, if they separate, they will definitely meet again. 2 years after Jamie was appointed Grand Mage, Lennon walked into the office at Phoenix Academy in the alpha middle class. All his classmates, seeing how tall he had grown, began to say in wild shock, "Did they ever have such a tall guy? This simply couldn't be." Anna approached him and asked in surprise, "What happened?" He asked with a smile, "What do you think?" "Well, does it suit him?" The day before, the two of them were walking down the hallway together. Lennon nervously said that he hadn't slept at all because of their teacher. He gives the students so many tasks during their growth period. Anna replied with a smile that he helps them with their training sometimes. And he'd also grown taller. Hearing this, the boy became very angry. She wondered why he was so worried about his height. Anna excitedly exclaimed that the teacher was a great mage. He wasn't that short. Lennon, with tears in his eyes, thought, if he just waited, he'd beat him to it. After this, he went to the research lab and began trying to make a potion to increase his height. After another futile attempt, the boy angrily slammed the table and shouted, "What the hell? This is all complete nonsense. He needs a different way." The next morning, Lennon woke up at his desk and noticed a note from the protagonist telling him to look in the mirror and stop wasting his energy on nonsense. He looked in the mirror and, seeing a significant change in height, exclaimed in wild shock that Jamie was a god. Anna was now perplexed, wondering what had happened. She remembered Apophis and nervously wondered if he had drunk anything strange. Had he? She needed to find out. Sometime later, Lennon went to get the reagent at the protagonist's request. Entering the room, he closed the door and a moment later began screaming loudly. Anna excitedly ran to the door and asked what had happened. The guy shouted at her not to open the door. Nothing had happened. Just let her go. She warned that the class is already starting. In desperation, he shouted that his height had returned to its previous height. After that, Lennon told her everything and they went into the office. Anna noted that they say that boys grow up later. Maybe he'll catch up with his teachers in 3 years. Besides, he's already pretty tall. The guy embarrassedly shouted at her to stop making fun of him. Sometime later, at Hayes, the estate of Count Welton, the protagonist remarked that he felt great today. He wondered if it was because his life bead had been strengthened by the monstration, not to mention his family genes. The protagonist said he felt good with a suitable body. At this point, he was already 15 years old. He inquired if Blackie had woken up today. MC mused that 5 years ago when he created the monstration, Blackie had fallen asleep. He didn't think there were any other problems. If his companion continued to sleep, he'd have to find another way. Well, maybe it was time to get going. After a while, he went outside. Suddenly, Hamilton called out to him and asked if he was going to the training room. He replied with a smile that he couldn't forget his morning workouts. The boy, smiling, exclaimed that it was excellent. He was proud of him. The protagonist replied that it was because he had taught him the basics. Then, he bids them farewell. His comrade asks if he's grown any further. Hamilton replies that the Count will teach him. After a while, the protagonist begins his training with running. Argento comes to him and remarks that he's still running today. That's an excellent approach. He telepathically takes the sword and shouts that they need to stretch. MC is surprised to think he can control the sword telekinetically. Even if he's a sword master, it's a complex technique. He also takes up arms and replies that he won't even break a sweat. Well then, let's begin. The protagonist uses the Welton technique formation, the 100 Cs and the spill skill and begins a rapid attack, wondering if attacking with a mana cyclone is a new approach. Argento, in turn, instantly disperses his mana and easily repels the attack, then remarks that he's overthinking things. The protagonist retreats, perplexed, wondering how he managed to disperse his mana. He didn't even seem to have used 100 Cs. Father launched a lightning-fast attack and said he had no time to think. MC, trying to find a way to counterattack, noticed that he wasn't opening up at all. He reflected that since he couldn't use magic, he was using a mere pittance of mana. But even so, his strikes were devastating. Apparently, the rumors that a sword lord was second only to a swordmaster in strength were true. Father's stance suggested he was giving in, but he was going to finish him off now. He always got stuck here, but this time he would break through. The protagonist used the Welton 10 formations technique, the 7th formation, the lightning strike skill, and, hovering in midair, thought that if his father's strike couldn't be blocked, he would attack him himself. Argento, watching this, wondered if he was using the sun for cover, but he calmly noted that his opponent was the Count himself. Father parried the attack with a flick of his wrist and dodged it with lightning speed, breaking his sword. MC lost his breath and said he thought he could hit him at least once. Argento replied with a smile that he'd improved a lot, but he was still no match for him. Let him train for another 5 years. He needed to keep training. He said he'd get it next time. Argento looked at his sword and thought he'd almost broken it. His swordsmanship was akin to his grandfather's. He'd reach a new level soon, although he was still far from the basics of swordsmanship. After a while, they gathered near the palace. Sarah greeted him joyfully. MC replied that he'd told her she didn't need to meet him. Father had said he'd be busy at the estate, hadn't he? Argento replied that even though he was busy, it was important to see him too. Sarah approached a tree and asked, "Where's Mom?" The main character, seeing that his mother was hiding behind a tree, thought, "Let her come out, he can see her." Sears ran up to them and exclaimed that they were her handsome son and sweet daughter. Afterwards, they chatted for a bit and the protagonist said it was time to go. His mother told him to come back early. She wanted to see him at dinner. Sarah asked him to take her next time. She wanted him to show her the magical world. He replied that when he was free, they would go together. After some time, MC used the ultra-long-range teleportation skill and instantly teleported to the central magical tower of the magical world. Hera Balrero, Class 4, Jamie's only secretary, came to his office and reported that the Kingdom of Harmony from the continent of Alicia had requested assistance today. They were requesting a masterclass person. He wondered in surprise, the Kingdom of Harmony? The Liberators had been trying to overthrow the corrupted king for over 5 years. The Frontiers had been assisting them in this. The protagonists said they'd seen non-magicians observing the eastern continent of Kariran, so they'd sent a request to the magical world. The girl replied that she thought so too. He mused that the eastern continent of Kariran could be considered the headquarters of the Genus Church, and since the fighting there had recently died down, most of the swordsmen had been exiled from there. That's why his father had returned to the estate, and for Siegfried, being a mage, to be sent there. Hera warned that the matter would be discussed today at the elders' meeting. Sometime later, several elders gathered around a table in the conference room of the Mage Tower. Marcus remarked that there were few of them today. Raimon replied that he thought it seemed that way because the 8th was absent. He had business in his own territory. The 1st's return was very soon. And was Adelhart still in isolation? Luca agreed and added that he thought she would soon become a 7th class mage. At that moment, the protagonist entered the room, noting that they had all gathered so early. Marcus replied that he couldn't sleep at his age. He sat down at the table and said he'd heard Harmonia had requested a master. Luca replied that it must be urgent. The Liberators had captured half the territories with their terrifying energy. But why exactly had Harmonia's army surrendered so quickly? There were already 4 masters. Raimon explained that a sword master had suddenly appeared on the Liberators' side. The kingdom had suffered a stunning defeat because of the Royal Knight, a sword master. Luca inquired if this was Kirill Ovent. MC wondered what this meant that the Frontiers had entered the fray. He asked if they didn't want to lose their strength and requested assistance. Raimon agreed, adding that they were arrogant fools. His Highness agreed, so they chose a human. The protagonist pondered the fact that Ofen was absent. Linmel and Raimon were pillars of the magical world, and Luca had to defend his position as head of the Equalists. Then only he remained. He wondered why His Highness had accepted the request. He could ignore the request of such a small country. Luca explained that they had said they would hand over their national treasure, the Venus music box. When the music plays, a new universe appears in the sky. This treasure has high magical value and is related to the myths of the Kingdom of Harmonia. These rotten bastards will do anything to survive. MC wondered if they should deal with this kingdom, and they were helping them. Marcus said their offer was quite tempting, so they couldn't decide this on their own. His Majesty said he should personally assess the situation and do as he wished. The protagonist asked, so ignoring their request would be okay? The old man replied that it was against business, but the kingdom of Seldom was powerful enough to do so. The protagonist wondered if Seldom was trying to profit from this. If they could stabilize the situation in Harmonia, they would be indebted to them, and if they helped the Liberators, they would be able to install a new king. He asked with a wry smile that they should just try their best and come back, right?